Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto, DxD and MHA Reacts to the World, where they all coexists movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Participate in this story. Naruto, teams from Konoha and Sabaku plus Team Konohamaru plus Enseis plus Hokages plus Cages from other villages plus Jinchuricus plus Baijas plus Akatsuki plus Revive plus Hagoromo, Hamura and Kagaya plus Donkey Generation. It will be less cancer here. The NHA after Nabu Island, less explosive Bakugo, Class 1A, Top Heroes plus Hussycats plus Stain plus Eri, Kota, Kitsune, Mahoro plus Class 1B plus Big 3 plus the Ofa Carriers. Percy Jackson after returning Zeus's lightning bolt, important demigods plus important hunters. The XD before Issei is killed, important leaders and entourages, Office, Great Red, Volley. Fairy Tale. The beginning, the first chapter. We find ourselves in the realm of nothingness while a being observes everything that was happening in the dimensions. Being. Interesting set of voice looking at different worlds. The XD dimension, you can see a perverted brown-haired man talking to a girl to get on a date, while at the same time the faction leaders were fighting against the greatest mortal enemy paperwork, when the most important beings of said dimension were enveloped in a golden light in the shape of Ankh to disappear without the victims. My Hero Academia dimension, Class 1A was returning from their practice trip on Nabu Island, while they were surrounded by a yellow light, along with Class 1B, teachers Aizawa Shota, Present Mick, Namuri Kayama, the most outstanding top heroes, the Hussycats and the children who were saved by Deku and the others. Fairy Tale dimension, you can see the members of Fairy Tale, plus Sting from the Sabretooth Guild, and the wizard Zeref being surrounded by the same light that affected the other dimensions. Naruto dimension, it had been 1 week since the mission to bring Tsunade, who at this moment was breaking several tables because of the idiots of the counselors of her village, when the same thing happened as in the other dimensions with the 12 rookies, Sabaku team, the Jinchuricus, Akatsuki, the cages of other villages, plus a couple of important shinobi. Percy Jackson dimension, you can see Perseus Jackson, Annabeth Chase and Grover Underwood returning from Olympus after having returned Zeus's master bolt, when several demigods and gods of Olympus, even minor gods, were enveloped by an arm of light. They all fell unconscious in a kind of theater or movie theater that for security had blocked all power, quirk, magic and chakra, in addition to removing the weapons of those present. One by one they woke up, looking around, as a precaution they were on high guard when several people who were dead appeared, who were very confused. Zeus. Very well, as King of Olympus I demand to know what is happening here. Searches. As Mao Lucifer I demand the same. Michael. On behalf of the Angels faction, I demand to know what's going on. The Bara. What's going on? Fearful, as she had seen several beings present. Ureya. Gaki where are you? Kurama. What happened? Konoha. Kyuubi. Kushina. Furball. Isaka. A Kyuubi. He thought. Everything was about to go to hell until a being would begin to descend. Don't fight, faction leaders, heroes, elemental nation leaders, guild leaders and gods, I am the one who brought everyone to this place, said a being coming down from Aang in the sky. Zeus. Who are you? Roared the king of Olympus, and white and nervous. I am Light, faithful servant of the primordials of order and chaos to serve you my esteemed guests. All the demon gods and faction and guild leaders were amazed by the power the being emanated. The Bara. That's not true, there is only one God. Michael. My daughter, that is false, as the current leader of heaven I say so. The Bara. Who are you? Michael. I am Archangel Michael, current ruler of the angel faction. Searches. And what are we doing here? All Might. I don't believe what's happening here, maybe you're a villain. Light. Silence Toshinori Yagi, 8th wielder of One for All, Japan's #1 hero, symbol of peace, successor to Nana Shimura and current professor at UA Academy. The aforementioned greeted happily, which made All Might run to hug her until he hit her so hard that Tsunade gave him a thumbs up. Nana. What did I tell you about Toshinori drugs? Light. Let me give you some information for this, shooting a green beam at everyone's necks. All Might. So you guys are ninjas? Headshot screamed like a schoolgirl. Ureya. Yes, something like that. The Bara was on the floor talking nonsense about the life of lies she's been taught. Bakugo was surprisingly calm to everyone's surprise, but if you looked closely, there were doses of elephant tranquilizer on the floor to keep him calm. Deku took note of everything he learned. Light. Well, he's my server Cogman, he'll be in charge of bringing food and drinks. Apollo. That goblin. Cogman. Leprechauns are small, green, Irish, and I'm offended, he said with a British accent. Artemis. Can you stop being silly for 5 minutes? Light. I think they need to introduce themselves and some of them need to reconnect. Villager 1. Yondaime-sama killed the demon. A three-pronged kunai would pierce through his skull. Ida. Sensei. Izawa. No, it's not our world, it's theirs, and if it were my case I would kill him for doing what he did to a child. Villager 2. But Yondaime-sama, what have you done? Minato. Kill an ungrateful bastard. Tamura. Minato. Hiruzen. Do you know that's treason? Kakashi. Sensei, please surrender, pointing a kunai. Kushina pulled chakra chains from her back in anger. Kurama. Gaki. Naruto. Tell me when he finishes calming down, hiding behind the biju for fear of his mother. 4 people watch this with intrigue. Myth. Hey Hashirama, aren't you going to stop him? Hashirama. If there's one thing I've learned, it's not to mess with annoying parents, especially if one is in Uzumaki. Madara. Even I know that you shouldn't go there. Habarama. I'm with the emo. Hiruzen. Sensei. Habarama. Someone wants to see you. Hiruzen frowning. Hiruzen. And that would be it. Hiruzen. Those who knew. Ashina Uzumaki. Hiruzen. To Ashina, nervous, what are you talking about? Ashina. Nothing for now, just remember that sins are paid for in life or death. Hiruzen. Did they suspect it? Shit, don't let Naruto find out or the village will pay the price, he thought, alarmed. The alarm position would not go unnoticed by the Sannin, previous cages, and the cages of other villages, except for Inoki, who suspected something, while the others talked with those from other worlds, May with Leo Valdez about creating a baby with her hands and a lot of metal, Percy talking with Izuku about his exploits, until Minato and Kushina. Naruto. Naruto. Mom, Dad, I missed you. The 3 would hug each other. Jiraiya. I can finally talk, stupid old man, the Gaki deserved to know. Danzo. Jiraiya serious. Jiraiya. You won't shut me up, stupid mummy. Tsunade. So it was true. Hiruzen. What are you talking about? Nervous. Tsunade. You told me that she died in childbirth, you damn bastard, son of a leopard donkey. Light. Forgive me if I butt in, but I'd like to start by showing you what's going to happen, since what we're going to see will affect everyone present. On the screen. Currently in the Valley of the End, a 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was battling with Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha. Supposedly they were fighting, since the Uchiha ran away from Konoha to go with the Snake Sannin Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of S rank from Konoha. Both Naruto and Sasuke were battling for a long time, although Naruto was holding back until both used their most powerful techniques, Sasuke with the Chidori and Naruto with the Rasengan. Both Genin collided their techniques, causing a gigantic explosion, making both of them fly. Off-screen. Sakura. Cha Sasuke-kun is going to win. Izawa. Wow, they don't beat around the bush, and then he realizes something, get out of my sleeping bag. Shikamaru. No, it's very comfortable pushing Izawa out of the sleeping bag. Stain. 12 years old and they're already fighting like this. Habarama. Uchiha's with the same voice as always. Orochimaru. Interesting, Kuku. Itachi. Or shit, he thought, disturbed by what would happen to the village if Naruto died. On screen. After a few seconds Naruto got up in pain and could see an unconscious Sasuke, so he smiled and went to his teammate to take him to Konoha and carry out the recovery mission. Naruto. Well, I've caught the stupid Uchiha, now let's go to Konoha, he said with a small smile and sighing, since he had to hold back a lot with the weak Uchiha. Off-screen. Civil Council. Damn Uchiha. They roared furiously. That surprised Sasuke. Years of praise and ego feeding only to turn his back on him for a lost battle. Something was up and now he was seeing what would happen. Everyone watched this with surprise and analysis when another glow appeared and Light with his transfer gave him the necessary information while Boruto sat next to his father while each rookie received the information. Hinata only fainted, worrying Naruto. On the screen. Naruto, since he can remember, has been able to talk to the self-proclaimed most powerful of the 9 Biju. Kurama, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, since he was 5 years old when the blonde ended up in a state of unconsciousness after the many beatings he received on the day of the Kyuubi's defeat, ended up meeting his tenant. At first the Kyuubi was somewhat careless with his Jinchuriki, but after 1 year, he became fond of the blonde, to the point of raising and educating him under his own tails. Like his own son, he trained him to such an extent that he could be considered the first Sannin of the Foxes at the age of 13. Sadly, the desire for power in the village of Konoha made the Biju, after revealing what happened to his parents the day he was born, order him to wear a mask and only show himself to those who deserved his affection. Naruto, seeing who his parents were and how much they loved him, could only get angry. The Leaf Village was very rotten. What kind of beings worship a person as a hero and try to kill their son as if he were the worst of outcasts? He would never understand, but he could see who they were that he could trust, the Sandaime, a power-hungry hypocrite. If it weren't for the Kyuubi himself, Naruto would have been stagnated even by direct orders from him, and even to everyone's laughter, his grandson Konohamaru Sarutobi, just for getting together with him, would go through the same thing. That last thing angered and annoyed the blonde a lot, since the boy was his self-proclaimed younger brother. Off-screen. Bakugo. That's too much even for me. Konohamaru. Is that true? Hiruzen. Yes. Naruto. Dude, you can do whatever you want to me, but you can't do anything to him. Hiruzen. I'm the Hokage, period. Naruto. I see that what Kurama Tosen told me about you was true. Kurama. And I never lied to the cub hiding a sheet of paper with Uraya's nod, only Tsunade managed to read the title Harem Project. Shukaku. Wow, the great and powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune as a father, that's new. All Might. That village, saving the innocent and those who support him are villains. Inoki. It's Konoha. The faction leaders were silent while the Seraph wept at the injustice. They say. Hey, can I sit down talking to the blonde? Naruto. Of course. Ali. I ask the same. Naruto. Go ahead. On screen. Kurama. Let's hope everything goes well, puppy, I have a very bad feeling, he said seriously. Naruto frowned, as he too had a bad feeling, but he continued anyway and went towards Konoha, just hoping that nothing bad would happen. After a couple of hours carrying the idiot Sasuke, they arrived at Konoha where at the gate was the Hokage Tsunade Senju, some Anbu, Kakashi Haddock, and some of the rookies who did not go on the mission to recover the Uchiha, which impressed him a little, since he did not think that so many people would be waiting at the gate. He could notice several of the rookies with sad faces and Tsunade with her mood on the floor, since he was the only one who saw a tear fall from her eye. That had worried Naruto, because since Tsunade returned to the village, she had occupied a mother role for him. Well, the Anbu surrounded him and his sensei looked at him with disgust, hatred and disappointment. Before he could even say anything, a voice he recognized very well sounded, Danzo Shimura, one of the people that Kyuubi himself ordered him to stay away from. Off screen. Tsunade. Danzo. Aburama. That's why I didn't choose you as Kage, you're too ambitious, and seeing Hiruzen I was wrong to choose him. Jiraiya. Please don't let what I'm thinking happen. Tsunade. Naruto. Izuku. That guy. Shoto. He's worse than the old man. The newbies were nervous. Inoki. Of course, those who do their job get arrested. Meitarumi. How far Konoha has fallen. Makarov. That's a bad thing. Natsu. From today on you are my friend. Natsu. Thanks. Ibara. Poor boy. On the screen. Danzo. Uzumaki Naruto is under arrest for hurting the last loyal Uchiha. Your sentence will be decided later by the council. Naruto. But I fulfilled the mission, Sasuke, he tried to kill me, they can't stop me from fulfilling the recovery mission, he excused himself with some anger. Naruto watched Tsunade clench her fists in the company of Rock Lee, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, Choji Akimichi and Niji Hyuga, while Shikaku Nara seriously held them back with his shadow possession, while 4 Anbu with strange kanji took him to the detention room to decide his future. Kakashi. Danzo-sama is sure. Danzo. Yes, the Kyuubi boy is a danger to the Leaf Village, it is time to teach him a lesson, so we will gather the council, and his fate will be decided retreating. From among the shadows a white-haired man looked at this with sadness and strong disappointment. Jiraiya. Minato would be disappointed in you Kakashi, he said seriously and sadly. Since he came into his life, the Sannin of the Toads had been present for Naruto in a strange way, he took care of him in his own way, although he was a terrible teacher, he was one of the few who still loved Naruto, he had not been there for him, whenever he asked his sensei he answered that he was being seen as a hero, how he regretted paying attention to that. Off screen. Jiraiya. Decided, we will leave the Gaki village. Hiruzen. You can't do that Jiraiya. Hashirama. The will of fire has died sad, disappointed, turned off. Madara. Hashirama taking the guy albino rat, Mito, is leaving us. Light. I'll take care of it taking him to the medical room. On screen. After Naruto was taken away to imprisonment, several of the rookies who were at the gate of Konoha were talking badly about Naruto. Sakura. That Baka was always a demon, she said annoyed. Ino. Sakura, you made him promise to bring it, don't come here pretending to be innocent. Sakura. Don't you see how he left Sasuke-kun? Hinata. What did you want me to do? Fill her butt with flowers to come back. Shikamaru. Troublesome, but too bad he didn't kill him. Chouji. What the hell are you saying? Kiba. I know Naruto can be a loser, but for doing his job, this is stupid. Tenten. He's a demon, because of him I lost my parents. Niji. That's a lie, you use seals, and you can't differentiate a kunai from the scroll that contains it, he had a worse fate than us, and yet he supports us, and many people see him badly. Lee. That's not very youthful, Naruto-kun needs us even more and we must help him. Shino. He is a friend, we must do it. After that, the group of 12 rookies would separate forever. Off-screen. Naruto. Thank you. Monoma. If it is what they told us, it is still a monster hahaha. Endo would knock him out and unlike other times he would not ask for forgiveness. Vlad. Failed. Naruto. Calm down, dad. Naruto would just hug Boruto while a red lock of hair grew out of both of them. On screen. An hour later Naruto was in a cell with his head down, he was neither screaming nor crying, that was strange for the shinobi guarding him, but they dismissed it, they assumed he was in shock, but what they didn't know was that Naruto was talking inside his mind with the Kyuubi. Kurama. Okay, puppy hugging the blonde in a fatherly manner. Naruto. But why, Bachan wanted to help me and they didn't let him. Kurama. I've seen it and you also know that with this you'll see who will support you in the future. Naruto. I know what the bastards are going to do, they think I'm an idiot, they think I'm weak, but I'm not, most likely they'll banish me or execute me. Kurama. If you are executed, there will be no place for those who betray you, since I will find a way for those who have not turned their backs on you to leave, and I will reduce Konoha to its ashes. Off-screen. Hagoromo. Kurama, that's not what I taught you, he said seriously with false kindness. Azazel. That's too much even for me, and I'm a fallen angel. Artemis. He is not like other men. Oh. Yes, my lady. Phoebe. But wanting to reply. Hermes. If we lived together I would have liked to have had the opportunity to have a prank war. The Stoll brothers would nod. Apollo. That boy has many medical problems, he said seriously. Hades saw this with sympathy, he could get along well with him. Nico D'Angelo simply walked up to him and joined the group. On screen. While they were talking in the cell, a heated discussion was taking place in the council chamber. Hamura. We must execute him. Mabuki. Kill the demon. The civilians demanded his head. Tsunade. Silence, I am the Hokage and I will decide. Danzo. You cannot, since by order of the daimyo, your right to vote in this matter is revoked, he said, showing a document. Danzo was not stupid, he had convinced the daimyo to give more power to the council, because in the Kyuubi attack the feudal lord lost a relative, and since there was no one to blame, well the scapegoat was Naruto. Off-screen. All Might. You bastards, how can you do that? Hestia. That place is so disgusting. Seraphol. If hell takes him, the Citri clan offers him asylum with Sona and her family nodding in agreement. Searches. You can't do that. Rias. But Oni-sama, that's unfair. Searches. Silence, he said seriously, scaring the Redeed and the younger Redeed. Amaterasu. Her son and younger sister are afraid of her, what has that damn tomato done, she thought seriously. On screen. Without Tsunade to vote, the result was clear, only the Akamichi and Inyazuka clans were in favor of the blonde-haired boy. Tsun was a friend of Kushina, Naruto's mother, but her vote to prevent anything bad was insufficient. The same happened with Choza Akamichi, Minato's friend, but nothing. Both knew about Naruto and protected him, perhaps indirectly and unlike Hisashi Hyuga before his death, who did it directly. Originally no Shikacho broke after that vote, and Noichi and Shikaku held Naruto responsible for Minato's death, unlike their children, well Ino, since Shikamaru always pretended to be Naruto's friend. Off-screen. Iida. It can't be. Stain. Poor boy, sad to see an injustice. Gabriel. Those people who have such dark souls crying. Bakugo. Hey Naruto, he said without calling him extra, tell me and I'll shine them. Shoto. We support you. Hiroshima. Yes Narubro, we are with you. Izuku. You can count on us. Percy. We're on your side. Natsu. I'm fired up. Issei. I support you. Ali. Those bastards don't know who they're messing with. Minato and Kushina smiled at that. Stain. True heroes wiping away a very manly tear. On screen. The result was overwhelming, one abstention from Shibi Aburam, as he knew it would not change anything, the Hokage was unable to act, and 2 votes against, the verdict was clear, Naruto was going to be executed, estimating a time of 3 days. Enzo. It's decided, Naruto Uzumaki will be executed in 3 days. Civilians. We will finish what the 4th started. Off-screen. Izawa. What kind of people condemn an innocent person using their father as an example? Shiva. That's why I don't like some humans. Auden. It's true. Brah. Without a doubt. Quetzalcoatl. But the blonde is very hexy, blushing the blonde. Jiraiya would hit the Biju who would surreptitiously write the woman down on the list under a certain Hyuga. On screen. Adichiraku Ramen. Gucci and AM, two cooks from the civilian, who never saw Naruto in a bad light after the publication, both were crying, were friends of Kushina and Minato, Naruto's parents, and they always fought to adopt him, but they never could, how much they regretted having failed to give him a home. At the academy, Haruki Amino, the first teacher to see Naruto for what he was devastated, his little brother figure, locked up and condemned for simply being a container. Everyone, or at least the vast majority, saw him as a demon, the fox incarnate, a weapon that could be discarded. He had decided to drink sake to calm his pain, but that was unnecessary to calm down. Saratobi residence. Konohamaru just clenched his fists and teeth while tears flowed from his eyes. Team Konohamaru had already turned their backs on him because whenever they called Naruto boss they were empty words. With this they no longer referred to him with that affection, but as a demon. That was when little Konohamaru made a decision. Off screen. Team Konohamaru disbanded that day. Naruto knew how to be grateful. Pain. He knows pain, he thought. On screen. At the hospital. Sasuke had woken up the next day from the state in which he left Naruto. When an Anbu notified him of what had happened, his gaze darkened. For this Naruto had brought him back. For this he applied the so famous evangelization based on punches. He felt like garbage. The only thing he could do was lament on the roof of the hospital when he left his room to clear his thoughts and proceed to let fall a few tears of regret. Sasuke. I'm sorry dope. Off screen. Naruto. So you do care about me, but you already hurt team, maybe I can forgive you, he thought, waiting to see more things. Stain. A pardon does not redeem sins. On screen. He only received a visit from Konohamaru. Sasuke. The Sandame's grandson. Konohamaru. If you want to redeem yourself, come to me here, don't take long. After those words, the boy, using one of Naruto's teachings to hide, left unnoticed. Sasuke thought for a moment and smiled. For the first time in his life, he would do something right this time. Off screen. Makoto smiled with joy. Itachi just looked at this seriously. Naruto. So he'll do what I think, he thought, smiling sideways. On screen. At the academy. A few minutes had passed and several were gathering as Konohamaru was calling those who truly supported Naruto. Ino. What's going on? Konohamaru. Someone is missing. Iruka. Sasuke surprised to see the Uchiha arrive. Kiba. What are you doing here? Sasuke. Do something right for once in your life. Naruto has a heavy hand and I don't want to put up with another one of those things like he says. Niji. Evangelization with chills. Everyone would snicker at that. Off screen. Many found the comment funny. And Niji. We understand you. So. She at least has the intention of redeeming herself. Phoebe. TSK whatever. Athena. Interesting plan as always, she said proudly. On screen. So after listening to Konohamaru they would leave the shinobi school in two groups. If this failed, those who supported the idea would go to the wave as an escape. It no longer mattered to be seen as traitors if the cause was a just reason. Tsunade, Sasuke, Jiraiya, Konohamaru and Hinata were the ones who infiltrated the prison to get Naruto out. In the prison, the Anbus guarding the place had opened the bars and removed the handcuffs, leaving the prisoners free to move around and have fun. Their victim was Naruto Uzumaki. They all beat him and broke every bone, taking advantage of the fact that Kyuubi was repairing their bones to break them again while he was tied hand and foot. Off screen. Everyone was horrified except those who know. All Might. That's not right. Ajuka. It's too much even I say it being a demon. Minato. Pray that Shinigami holds me back because otherwise I will burn the village to the roots. Ashina. Konoha has betrayed the Uzumakis for the last time. That caught everyone's attention. On screen. The beating continued more and more. They buried irons in his arms and legs, in his abdomen. They were not even warm enough for it to heal quickly. They simply let him bleed out as they hit him. They only stopped in front of someone, a silver-haired man with a smile of pure evil. Mizuki. Wow, the Kyuubi boy. Off screen. Orochimaru. Kukuku, so there he was. Kabuto. It seems the Sandame is soft on traitors. Habarama. What do you mean? Naruto and Iruka would explain about the theft of the Forbidden Scroll, surprising everyone. Momo. And to think that the UA had poor security. Naruto. Cute, he murmured, blushing at the brunette. Kurama. Another one he wrote on the list. Habarama. Tell me one thing, Hiruzen, why the hell didn't you kill a village traitor? Anzo. Because we don't approve, with Kaharu and Hamura nodding. Hiruzen. Because after Minato's death I gave more power to the civil council, resigned, there was no point in lying. After that Tobirama hit Hiruzen hard for being soft. On screen. Mizuki was beating him with pure savagery while Naruto was just trying not to drown in his own blood. Mizuki. What's up, Fox ate your tongue. The Kyuubi was more than desperate but could do nothing. Although Naruto was free to remove the seal with the agreement of Minato's soul, there were another 500 that not only restricted him in his chakra, since being Uzumaki they were monsters in that energy, but also gravity and delay seals to prevent Naruto from being able to fully develop, in addition to some that tied him to the boy without the seal of the Reaper. Off-screen. Athena was horrified by Naruto's academic sabotage. All Might wanted to go and rescue him. Class 1A had that feeling while some were on Naruto's side, saving a grape-haired boy who was suspiciously reading an orange-covered book. Artemis. Poor boy. Phoebe. I'll tell you. Emma's slap sounded. Artemis. I hear one more word about that senseless hatred just for being a man, and you're off hunting. I've long said that not all men are equal, and this confirms my point. Phoebe just nodded. Zeus. If that Kyuubi dies he won't have my throne. How clever you are, Zeus, he thought as if he were a genius. Searches. Well, one less yokai, thought the paranoid tomato. Michael. Just one more dead, father won't mind, he thought indifferently. Minato and Kushina were furious. On screen. Mizuki. I already had fun hitting him and taking apart eyes. Sasuke. Chidori. Mizuki. A being pierced pewage. Sasuke. I made many mistakes, and this is one I won't stop forgiving myself for if it happens further. Prisoner. To him. Tsunade would appear with Jiraiya to distract the Rias, while Sasuke and Konohamaru carried Naruto to take him away. Naruto. He fears you weakly Konohamaru. Konohamaru. Boss. Sasuke. Dope, you better hold on. Off-screen. Many were relieved, others cursed. Tobirama saw something impossible, and Uchiha on the way to being redeemed. Zeus. Like a filthy mortal use my domain. He roared angrily. Poseidon and Hades. Drama queen. They said mockingly. On screen. After finishing off the Rias, Tsunade would go with Naruto to use the Mystic Palm and heal the boy a little. Too bad the Anbu already alerted Danzo and others. Tsunade. Don't you dare die, Naruto. Naruto. Bachan. Just as Naruto was healed, several Anbus accompanied by Kakashi Haddock entered and a fight would begin. Jiraiya. Kakashi serious. Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama, surrender, the demon cannot be saved, and you Sasuke, you disappoint me. Sasuke. Me. Damn Cyclops bastard, you yourself said, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon a friend are worse than scum. You abandoned Naruto when he needed you, I only correct my mistakes. Kakashi. I see, kill them. Off-screen. Minato. I see, in my eyes I only had one student. Kakashi. But sensei. Toby thinks that. Minato. Are you going to continue like this, Obito? Death. I guess you always knew. Minato. Two great failures before my eyes, where I went wrong. On screen. The Anbus would jump against Jiraiya and Sasuke, while Kakashi against Konohamaru. Kakashi. Die for the sake of the Chidori leaf. Naruto just pushed Tsunade away and moved to cover Konohamaru with his body, but Kakashi's arm would go through both of them through the chest, killing them. Off screen. All those who held him in high regard cried out, while the weak wept. The arrogant smiled, while several showed indifference and interest. Stain. Rest in peace, showing respect. Hiruzen looked indifferent, which bothered Kyuubi and Naruto, while Konohamaru, despite being sad, smiled. Many of those who knew Naruto saw the similarity in their smiles. Despite the blood, they both looked like a younger brother and an older brother. On screen. Konohamaru. I'm sorry, Naruto. Nai-chan closing his eyes after spitting blood. Naruto. You're a disappointment. Haddock with difficulty. Kakashi. What? Naruto. My father would be disappointed in you spitting blood. Kakashi only saw the similarity of Naruto and Minato joining the dots, so he despaired. Kakashi. No, Naruto, hold on, please forgive me, but hold on. Naruto just stood still, his eyes dull, he had finally died. Off screen. Many. Hypocrite. Kurama. Puppy releasing killer instinct. On screen. Tsunade seeing this got distracted and was pierced by the sword of an Anbu falling dead. Only by miracle, the Kyuubi would come out of Naruto to avoid more victims. Kurama. Pervert, take the Uchiha away now. Go away. After the Kyuubi entered Naruto, as he wanted to accompany his cub in his transition to the pure world, Jiraiya took a Sasuke who shouted that they should not take him out of there, while his eyes with 3 tomos turned until they had a different shape. Off screen. Tobirama. Desperation, that's new. Madara. Interesting, a Maguekio that does not awaken due to hatred. Naruto. Thanks, friend. Sasuke. Double. On screen. Jiraiya. We must go. Sasuke. No, the dog can be saved, no. Jiraiya would just knock him out and go with reverse summoning to Mount Myaboku and from there to Nami no Kumi. All this was seen by some figures who looked on angrily. Figure 1. So the child who was from the prophecy was killed, said a female voice. Figure 2. This is unfortunate. Figure 3. What will we do? Figure 4. We will give them a chance, but everything related to them will leave this world, their friends will not forget them, but. Figure 1. But the traitors will be there, waiting for the judgment of the betrayed. Off screen. Everyone. Who are they? Enzo. Will I be able to control them? He thought greedily. On screen. In Konoha, the Senju, Uzumaki, and Namikaze districts, as well as the Yondame's mansion, the Temple of Masks, and the Forbidden Scroll, disappeared without a trace, under Danzo's angry gaze. Danzo. Damn. Hamura. Damn demon. In the ancient ruins of Yuzushiogakure no Sado, the entire islands that made up the country of whirlpools disappeared without a trace, everything Uzumaki disappeared, Konoha lost its barrier, Iwagakure, all the royos that were stolen in the Second Great Shinobi War, with the fall of Yuzu, in Kiri, the Swords of the Mist except for Samahata disappeared, the only villages that were not touched were Kumagakure and Sunagakure. Times of change were approaching the elemental nations, only fate would tell who would be on the right side. The screen turns off. The civil counselors. Damn demon, scum of filthy. Naruto. Dad starting to cry. Himawari. Daddy crying. Naruto. Hey fleas, I'm here hugging both of them. The clan counselors minus Tsume and Choza. Damn Uzumaki. Tsume. I'm sorry Kushi-chan, I couldn't protect him. Hut. Minato. Uzumaki family. Don't worry. Enzo. Damn kid. Hiruzen. Amatherbaker. Throwing a glass of water. Ashina. I'm glad about that. Aburama. Just like me. The factions were silent, those presences caught their attention. After that Naruto went with his new friends to think about everything, as did Konohamaru, who began to get along with Koda and Kitsune. Second chapter. Everyone was heading back to the observation room, where Light was reading a couple of books and a number of cogmans were coming out with drinks and food. Light. They had taken a long time. Hestia. We're sorry, but there were things to take in. Hades. That world is definitely interesting. Kurama. And the Gakkus. At that Light would open a door revealing that currently the Narisquid which was playing with paint guns. Light. Turn is over. All. Okay, whatever TSK, I want a rematch. Hiruzen. The weapon is already dead, what's next? He said bluntly. Light. Why we don't see it? On screen. Chapter 2. The new opportunity. Off screen. Percy. Great, maybe he'll come with us. Nezu. If he comes to UA we'll have someone to face the League of Villains without having to depend on one for all, he thought. Hera. That he not be reborn as the son of Zeus, she mentally asked. All Might. If you arrive you will go to UA young Uzumaki, I will protect you, thought the balloon, although he had a very bad feeling. Searches. Threatens my Mao position, thought the Siskin. Michael. He is a possible threat, he must die in the name of father, thought the other paranoid. Zeus. If he is born as my son I will not kill him, thought the king of the drama. On screen. Previously. All this was seen by some figures who looked on angrily. Figure 1. So the child who was from the prophecy was killed, said a female voice. Figure 2. This is unfortunate. Figure 3. What will we do? Figure 4. We will give them a chance, but everything related to them will leave this world, their friends will not forget them, but. Figure 1. But the traitors will be there, waiting for the judgment of the betrayed. In Konoha, the Senju, Uzumaki, and Namikaze districts, as well as the Yondame's mansion, the Temple of Masks, and the Forbidden Scroll, disappeared without a trace, under Danzo's angry gaze. In the ancient ruins of Yuzushiogakure no Sado, the entire islands that made up the country of whirlpools disappeared without a trace, everything Uzumaki disappeared, Konoha lost its barrier, Iwagakure, all the royos that were stolen in the Second Great Shinobi War, with the fall of Yuzu, in Kiri, the Swords of the Mist except for Samahata disappeared, the only villages that were not touched were Kumagakure and Sunagakure. At the moment. Off screen. Inoki. Minato's brat is a threat, he whispered. Interesting, without the Uzumaki many things will change. Expand. Sip. May. As long as they don't provide the paperwork, everything is fine. Tsunade. At least I got rid of that enemy. Naruto. But beating him is easy. Village, faction, god, and hero leaders. Tell us the secret, Naruto-sama. Naruto. Shadow clones. After those words, those who knew about it panicked, while those who didn't know about shadow clones began to devise some similar technique. On screen. We met a 13-year-old teenager, accompanied by an 8-year-old boy and a large 9-tailed orange fox, both floating in a white space that began to take shape and color. Off screen. Hades Thanato's Anubis. Good limbo. On screen. Little by little the three were waking up while looking at their surroundings. Konohamaru. Naruto Nai-chan. Naruto didn't think twice and hugged Konohamaru tightly. Naruto. Don't scare me like that, I don't want to lose you like I was going to. Kurama. Puppies, all very nice and beautiful but, where are we? That question made the two children open and close their eyes because they thought they had died. Off screen. Athena. That's exactly what happened to them. Izawa kept fighting with Shikamaru over his sleeping bag. Oh. Interesting. Phoebe remained silent. On screen. Figures. You are in what is called limbo, a plane that oscillates between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Both Naruto and Kurama were startled upon hearing those voices, they were supposed to be dead, so Naruto carried Konohamaru behind him. Naruto. Who are you? Why do you say we're in limbo? Kurama. If you want the pups you'll have to go through me leaking as much killing intent as he could to scare the individuals. Voice 1. Wow, your killing intention is very powerful, you are definitely powerful, Kyuubi said, a female voice that radiated an aura full of life, calm, love and happiness. Voice 2. You are the powerful Bijuu of the Nine Tails, Kurama, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. It was the turn of a male voice. Voice 3. Indeed, he is very strong, obviously you don't have as much power as us, but powerful enough to defeat any being in this world except the Juubi, the full Hagoromo, Hamura and Kagaya, said another male voice. At those names Kurama opened his eyes in shock, since these beings knew his father and uncle, and his father's mother, grandmother Kagaya, in addition to knowing the Juubi, a beast of destruction, but he was also somewhat intrigued and angry, because that being called his father an idiot. Kurama. You guys are not normal if you know my father. Voice 4. We are gods, but on a higher level than you know, according to your writings, we would be classified as primordial. Off screen. All. Primordial gods. Searches. This is bad. Michael. Without a doubt. Zeus. Go and claim my throne. Hades and Poseidon. Drama queen. The Bara. And these are gods. She thought. The Bijuu. Please don't boost his ego. Hagoromo. This is bad, he thought, alarmed. On screen. At that, Kurama and Naruto turned pale. Before them were three primordial gods and Konohamaru, without understanding anything, the Bijuu, since his father mentioned to him that the primordial gods were beings of unimaginable power to such an extent that not even his mother Kagaya messed with them for fear of being killed. Naruto. What do you want with us? Voice 1. Well, young Naruto and little Konohamaru, first let me introduce myself. I am Katrina, primordial goddess of life and lady of the land of the remembered after her death. It is a pleasure to meet one of the beings who narrate the prophecies. Off screen. Apollo. Prophecies. Interested. Urea. Oh, Konoha has screwed up big time. Endeavor. The prophecies. Does that even work? Apollo. As a god whose domain has them, they will undoubtedly pass. NG Todoroki, eternal number 2 hero that made several laugh and annoy the aforementioned creator of the villain Dabi, or as he is known, Tuya Todoroki. Now the Todoricus were stunned, and All Might glared at Endeavor. Stain heard what he'd said. Was that guy really a hero? The top brass just backed away from him, except for Hawks, to impress his future father-in-law. On screen. Voice 2. I am Nabu, Lord of Order and Chaos, ruler of balance, said a being that had white color on one half and darkness on the other, one wing of an angel and another of a demon. Off screen. Artemis. Looks like something fused with lady cows. Hestia. Without a doubt. Izawa. I wonder what his power level is. Iida. Can we stop them if they turn evil? Izuku. You're thinking what he would say. I won't tell you anything because I don't know how to insult. Bakugo. Mental note, teach the nerd how to insult, he thought. Mineta. So if I follow your advice I can evolve. Looking at a white-haired man, oblivious to the whole situation. Urea. That's right, my dear perverted friend, that's the only way you'll go from pervert to super pervert, he said with great pride. Mine. Teach me, sensei. On screen. Voice 3. I am Zabalba, primordial lord of death and ruler of the deceased who fall into oblivion. In your world I have been known by many languages, but the closest is the Shinigami. Off screen. The elemental nations paled at the sight of the Shinigami. Orochimaru. Kukuku, maybe I should hide. Hiruzen. I can't stand it anymore. Madara. Interesting. Iida. Terrifying. Haminari. Gloomy. Hyoka. Looks metal, for a deity. Ares. I'm a god and I like metal. Athena. Of course, if you only talk about war, violence and the desire to kill. On screen. Voice 4. And I am the primordial one of creation and destruction, Lord Creator and Destroyer of worlds. You may call me Vermouth. Off screen. Big Red. That guy beats Trahixa with ease. Nervous. Office. Her power is overwhelming. Shiva. Interesting. Bra. Surprising. Hot. This warrants investigation. Or. I want to fight him. Ollie. Me too. Albion. If that's not going to happen. Greg. Mate, don't even think about it. Issei. Don't tell me, friend. On screen. At this revelation, both Kurama and Naruto opened their eyes in surprise, especially the fox, since he had heard from his father about the primordials, but there were three that stood out above all. It was the pinnacle of power. Naruto. And what do you want with us? He asked, curious to see three such high-level beings interested in something strange in his opinion. Zabalba. Nothing, we are just surprised that they killed you, young man of the prophecy, since you were supposed to come to be the savior of this dimension. You were to come to be the one who united all the shinobi villages, but everything went to shit, he said with a sigh of tiredness for the change of events. Nabu. Indeed, but despite that we thought that the village would treat you better for bringing back the last Uchiha, but we were wrong. Vermouth. So we want to make you a proposal, Uzumaki Naruto, he said calmly. Following what Vermouth said, both Naruto and Kurama looked curious to see what these three powerful beings wanted to offer them. Katrina. What we want to propose is that you go to another dimension. We want to give you a new opportunity and live your life the way you want to live it, start a family, have true friendships, and above all, peace for you. Naruto. And what do you gain by sending me there? Vermouth only sighed, because even though in that world there were beings of immeasurable power, such as Morgoth, an ancient Dark Lord, Sauron, his successor and apprentice, who was replaced by Office, the Dragon of Infinity, Great Red, and Trihexa, Lord of Chaos and Destruction, who after the end of the two Dark Lords, brought balance with their power, although not in terms of evil, but in raw power, there must always be a balance of power. Off screen. Seeing the proposal many smiled, but upon hearing a name the oldest gods paled. Rah. That dates back to Hades. Undoubtedly dates from an era before the existence of the gods. Brahma. Even of the Greek titans. Many wondered why the elder gods reacted like this. Apollo. Do you know what they're talking about? Hermes. No idea. Ganesha. It doesn't sound familiar to me either. Osiris. Dad once mentioned the Morgoth. Ra. He was a great, very strong Dark Lord whom even Uranus and Apophis respected. Dia wouldn't dare mess with him. His power was such that on 3 occasions he was expelled into the timeless void. Sauron was his disciple and successor, but he was arrested. That story is lost to time. All Might. But who did he belong to? Zeus. To the Veiler, the first wave of deities to exist, and he was considered the first evil to exist. No one knows what is his, but Poseidon. Pyrrho. Odin. That was millennia ago, many don't remember it. Unbeknownst to them, the writings of those historical events were summarized by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien in the form of a fictional novel. That filled everyone with terror. On screen. The 4 primordials had to comment on the situation of the 3 beings that level the balance of powers, which sadly was being threatened by one of them, Trihexa. The 3 saving Office surpassed the power of the Kyuubi and Trihexa surpassed the Juubi. The latter made the fox's eyes almost pop out of their sockets due to the impression. Naruto just looked interested but with a doubt, which without being formulated was answered. They cannot intervene due to the ancient rules, so to act they had to be attacked first. Katrina. But if there's one thing we can do, it's choose a champion who can rally his companions, regardless of their race, and be able to stop this greater evil, while also overcoming the lesser evils that arise. Naruto just looked at Konohamaru, who simply smiled and nodded. Naruto. I accept, but I doubt that with the current level of power I can do anything to him. Nabu. We are aware of that. Zabalba. We will give you some gifts and gifts which will help you and considerably increase your base power. Off screen. Nezu. If I control him I could have that boy with great power, he thought. Ajuka. Hopefully not shitter. Seraphil. With a tomato. Forget it. Amaterasu. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Moes who don't support him. Susanoo. What gifts will they give them? Isaka. I don't know, but I'm curious. Hiruzen. Damn, that power would correspond to Konoha by right, he thought annoyed. On screen. All 3 would raise an eyebrow at that mention. Kurama. If they go, I would like to go with them. Vermouth. We are aware of this, which is why you will be given an additional power boost to what you have lost. Konohamaru. What will happen to Konoha? He would ask seriously. Zabalba. They will be able to return to the world of origin, they will simply have to know how to divide their time between both worlds. Nabu. We know you won't forget what was done to you, like they did, pointing to some figures. Naruto, seeing them, began to run because he saw a blonde-haired girl and another red-headed girl who would begin to run and hug him. Off screen. Konoha, except for the more thoughtful, began to despise the family. The Yondaine was no longer the hero, but the creator of the village's suffering. The Uzumaki family cared nothing about that ungrateful and treacherous village. On screen. Minato. My son hugging him tightly. How sorry I am for having been so blind. I let the position go to my head when I am first a father and not a cage. Naruto. I forgave you a long time ago, Dad, but raising his hand. Minato. Go ahead, opening his arms to receive the blow. Naruto just punched him in the stomach. Minato. You have a firm hand like your mother. Many laughed at that situation. Kushina. My baby, I'm so sorry, hugging Naruto while Minato, by inertia, hugged Konohamaru. Off screen. Light. What follows is necessary, but first he would tie Sakura, surprising everyone and worrying Naruto a little, why he didn't know. On screen. Nabu. You must know something about the pink-haired girl. He would snap his fingers. In space, an image from the past would be seen. A young Sakura was leaving after playing with a little Naruto. The Uchiha massacre had recently occurred. She was running until she reached her house. Sakura. Mom, I was playing with Naruto. Nobuki. I'm so happy, my daughter, with a fake smile. By the way, the Sandaime came to see us with Danzo-sama. Hiruzen. Little one, do you think you can tell Danzo and Inoichi everything while I talk to your mother? Sakura. Yeah. Danzo used Kodomatsukami against Sakura, one of the greatest illusions added to several changes of memories, thanks to Inoichi making the girl forget the blonde. Hiruzen. It's done, a weapon should have no ties. When Space returned to the plane they were on, Naruto was furious. They made his childhood friend forget him and hate him. That made Naruto erase his hatred for the pink-haired girl and increase it for the Leaf Village. He wasn't the only one. Minato was angry, if not furious. He should have let the fox destroy the village with the face he was making. Kushina shouldn't go into details. Off screen. Naruto would start sending Killer Instinct against Hiruzen, but he had to rescue Sakura. Sakura. Ah. Grabbing her head in pain and crying. Naruto would hug her while she snuggled into his chest, repeating sorry. All Might. That's awful, poor Yaojo. Uraraka. Poor thing. Ino. Now we understand her obsession. Annoying, she was forced to be a shitty civilian. Nobuki. You don't tell me what to do, brat. Hiruzen. Don't talk, Miss Yamanaka. Izuku. Or what will he do to her? Activating One for All to protect her, his instincts made him jump. Ino. Cute, she said, blushing. Those words annoyed a rocker and a certain pink-haired girl who was crazy about inventions. Hiruzen. If you don't want me to. All Might. He doesn't want to mess with me by going into his muscular form. Light. No fighting, and Miss Yamanaka, why don't you sit with young Midoriya? On screen. Minato. I only have one student. Kakashi and Obito have disappointed me, will you return? Outside. Kakashi lowered his head. Naruto. Maybe. Minato. I don't care what you do to them. Katrina. And they won't go alone. But the snap of her fingers, a busty blonde appeared walking towards them. Naruto. Bachan. Off screen. Many men and gods blushed at the woman's breasts. Aphrodite. That body, that figure, oh my god, she's gorgeous. On screen. The blonde would simply hug Naruto while thanking him for being okay. Kushina would join in the embrace of her former teacher and her son, giving a touching image. But someone always ruins the beautiful moments. And for me, your older brother. Not even a hug. Feigning sadness. Naruto. You, Shy Shisui and Nai-san hugging the aforementioned. Off screen. Iruka. The New Year. Naruto. Shisui Nai-san. The aforementioned only hugged him by the neck. Itachi. Shit, he whispered. Kiss him. What did you do? He asked amusedly. Sasuke. Shisui. Shisui. Oh hola peck Sasuke. Sasuke. I'm not small, with a pout, blushing, a light blue-haired girl. Najire. Lindo. Tamaki. Oh, taking out a cap that said UN. Hiruzen. Shit, they will lead Konoha to the hole of misery, he thought, annoyed and terrified. Tabarama. You are the grandson of. Shisui. Yes, Mr. Tabarama, I am Takeshi's grandson. Tabarama. I hope you're like him. Shisui. Of course, you won't regret it, Naidame-sama. Tabarama. I like it. On screen. Shisui. Here I am a Tauto, here I am hugging back. Naruto cried for reuniting with the man who had been his older brother figure before, Iruka, grandson of Takeshi Uchiha, one of the few members of that clan that Tabarama Senju tolerated because none of that part of the clan possessed the curse of hatred. Shisui. I'm here, I'm not happy about what that village did, but I'll go with you. He. Nabu. Well, it's time to give him our gifts. Nabu, to you Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I will give you the use of the 5 elements of nature and chakra. I will awaken your dormant Uzumaki genes, giving you access to your bloodlines, such as the Eye of Kagura and the adamantine chains, a high regeneration, so if you lose a limb, you will be able to regenerate it. Also, a gift for you is that I will eliminate your connection with Ashura. That made Kurama look surprised, as he did not notice the essence of Ashura in him, and your friend Uchiha will lose the essence of Indra. Both have evaded their judgment for centuries and transmigrated to avoid punishment. Off screen. Everyone wondered who they were, except the Byages, who frowned. Kurama. How did I not notice? Hagoromo. You can't do that, he bellowed angrily. Gabriel. That guy, he has a lot of greed in his being. Azrael. Calm down, sister, I will protect you. Raphael. You can count on me, brother. On screen. Naruto. I accept, smiling. Nabu. Well said, placing his hand. You are 85% Uzumaki and 15% Namikaze. Naruto would begin to glow, while his hair turned blood red, he grew a little taller, and his clothes, bright orange, changed. Off screen. Hinata, Momo, Quetzalcoatl, Riaz, Marahin blushed furiously and would throw a jet of blood. Aphrodite. Oh, a harem, great, she thought as she put together her ship's book. Mina. Oh yeah, Momo likes the boy. Naruto and Boruto at that moment shone and their hair turned red. On screen. Kushina. With that appearance I can see a future of many grandchildren, hehehe. Naruto would blush for it. Nabu. To you young Konohamaru, I will give you a choice, do you truly want to be Naruto's brother? Konohamaru. Hi, he answered without hesitation, he had seen many things of the Sarutobi saving his uncle Kurenai's wife Yuhi and what will happen. Minato and Kushina would drop a drop of blood, while Nabu introduced it into Konohamaru. Konohamaru would shine by changing his dark brown hair to a yellow one like the sun, with blue eyes and surprisingly a monkey tail. Off screen. Hanabi, Eri, Mahoro, Kaneko, and Kunu would faint blushing because of the hot eye they had on screen. Isaka. Yakai. Asuma and Hiruzen were offended by the boy's quick response, will Kurenai thank the boy for still considering her. Minato. Just like his father. Konohamaru and Naruto. Dad. Kushina. Grandchildren. Habarama. Both of them go to the Kra with so many girls. Naruto. That's weird. Naruto. Look on the bright side, you'll have brothers to train to defend you, points to Himawari. Naruto. Yes, serious like an overprotective older brother. On screen. Konohamaru. Wow, I feel more chakra. Nabu. Like Naruto, both have a racial gift as they will be what is known as Yakais, you a monkey Yakai and Naruto a Kitsune Yakai, each with rare abilities that they will discover along the path of their development. Continued, Konohamaru, you are 75% Namikaze and 25% Uzumaki, like Naruto, I gave you the 5 elemental affinities, plus a gift from me, the lava element. Konohamaru. Thank you and Nai-chan, now we can say that we are brothers. Off screen. Isaka. So they are Yakais, cute. Izuku. Amazing. On screen. Zabalba. I continue, Kurama first I will return your power making the Biju increase its power because sealed in Naruto was only half and still was powerful in addition to unlocking your possibility of progress which will allow you to train and possess a 10th tail, being the most powerful Kitsune. I will give you a human form so you can go unnoticed with them. Kurama would glow as he shrank to human size and his appearance became that of a burly reed. Off screen. Squeals and blushes occurred among the adult women and goddesses, while Konoha paled at being left with only half a Biju. Hiruzen. Now with 10 tails it will be more difficult, he thought. Obito and Zetsu. Damn, the Moon Eye plan failed, they thought. Apollo. Aunt. Escha was blushing with a trickle of blood around her. Midnight. What time do you go for the bread? Aphrodite. You and me, Fox, whenever you want. Jayuki. And there goes the increased ego. Kurama. Man, I am a thing, but a barbaric one. Tsunade. He's a hot eye. Inko. The cat. King. It looks like it was carved by Isaka. The gods themselves. Mitsuki. Hey brat, introduce me to your friend Zoro. Bakugo. So you're going to surpass the old man, huh? He thought happily for his mother after his father had been unfaithful to her. On screen. Tsunade, upon seeing him, would blush furiously at seeing such a hot eye. This was noticed by the Biju who would wink at her as a provocation, increasing the blush. Zabalba. The reason is also to reveal the truth to you, it is because of his actions. The gods did not agree that Hagoromo should not distribute and teach the use of chakra, he just did it and evaded their judgment for years, being venerated as the father god of chakra, the sage of the 6 paths, and about you Biju, you were never seen as his children. Hagoromo did not want you to turn against my followers and his true and authentic children, much less did he want you to place yourself in favor of the gods, that is why he falsely showed you a path, and then the lineages of Indra and Ashura used them for their fights. Kurama now had an existential dilemma, Kushina and Minato sat him down to calm him down, but little by little, Kurama began to throw insults into the air at Hagoromo. Kurama. Kurama Otsutsuki is dead from this day, excuse me my dear ex-Jinchuriki tomato. Kushina. TSK use it. Kurama. From today I am Kurama Uzumaki. Off-screen. He survived that insult, the Kyuubi has my respect. Hagoromo. Damn screen he growled annoyed. Kurama. A picture is worth 1,000 words. On screen. Vermouth. I'm next, young Naruto and little Konohamaru, my gifts for you are that you can use magic, your little Konohamaru, your magic is called rapture, this will allow you to steal physical objects, energy and power, in addition to physical abilities. You yourself must develop your techniques, so I expect great things from you, since you have a regeneration comparable to your brother. Konohamaru. Hi. Vermouth. Naruto, your magic power is infinite, you will be able to do all magic attacks without getting tired, so I will leave you a spell book for you to learn. Naruto. Hi. Off-screen. Athena. These are interesting magical abilities. Inoki. As Uzumakis they have no limits with chakra and with infinite they are true monsters. This interests me more than B's raps. Ajuka. Interesting. Searches. Problematic. Zeus. Threat. Michael. Too much power. On screen. Vermouth. My second gift is a set of these that I have called Uzumaki pieces, as you can see they are like chess pieces, they are based on the evil pieces of the demons, you can reincarnate whoever you want under the race that the piece determines, they are random, and add the manipulation of chakra with the element or elements most related, their own magical power, in addition to that acquired by their race. The same for you Kurama-san. Naruto and Konohamaru. Thank you taking their respective pieces. Kurama. Thank you. Off-screen. Ajuka. I am flattered that you follow my example with pride. Sasuke. I hope to be in some group. On screen. Katrina. Well, I'll continue, my gift for you are summoning contracts, you will choose who to give them to, and if they are worthy, your personal ones are, apart from Naruto's toads, lions, in your case, and in little Konohamaru's, polar bears, use them well and wisely. Ambos. Hi. Nabu. From me, you will bring a couple of teachers who will be at your side, Kurama-san, you will have your companion, he died honorably in your world, I hope he can be of help in your case and accompany you. The golden glow appeared and flames took its place, slowly forming a young man of around 20 years old, blonde with red locks and a hairstyle that looked like flames. Off-screen. The demons felt fear. Endeavor. He uses fire, it shows in his face and style of clothing. Everyone. No, seriously, we didn't notice sarcastically. On screen. Hey where am I was dead. Nabu. Kaijiro Rengoku, Nabu, primordial god of order and chaos, assigned you to be Kurama's companion, advisor and friend, as a new opportunity for life. Kaijiro. I accept overflowing with optimism I am Kaijiro Rengoku. Kurama. He's just as stupid as Ashura whispered Kurama Uzumaki great king of the Biju. Nabu. And for you children, your teachers for a while until you return to your world and timeline snapping his fingers. 4 figures would make an appearance after some golden circles appeared on the ground. 1 How where are we? 2 I don't know, I was in my seat waiting for the next fight. 3 Amazing. 4 This is fascinating. Nabu. Nabu, primordial of order and chaos, ask you to teach the children everything you know. You who have fought for the fate of humanity in Ragnarok and won your respective fights, I want to entrust the 4 of you to teach them what you know, so that they can return later. 1 How have potential. Nabu. I present to you, he is the first emperor, the king where it all began, the one who reached heaven, Qin Shi Huang. Off-screen. Nezu. Yin Zheng. Hermes. I would serve you a good glass of mercury. Apollo. Good joke, huh? All Might. That guy has an immense aura of respect. On screen. Naruto. Quinn-sensei, it will be a pleasure to learn from you. Konohamaru. Sai. Nabu. His next master, the strongest swordsman, nicknamed the strongest loser in history, the one who trained his sword even after his death, Sasaki Kajiro. Off-screen. Kushina. They will follow the clan sword tradition happy. Boruto. Great dad will be a swordsman. Stain. The strongest loser. Poseidon. I feel like if I see him he'll make me sushi. Light. If you only knew haha, he thought in a funny way. On screen. Sasaki. Hey kids, so I'll finally go from apprentice to master, it'll be interesting and fun. Naruto. Thanks sensei. Konohamaru. I hope to learn. Sasaki. That's the spirit haha. Nabu. Your master strategist, the most famous assassin in the history of humanity, has eluded the best detectives of his time and ravaged London in the 19th century, he is Jack the Ripper. Off-screen. All the heroes tensed up because of the guy's presence, he was terrifying. Nezu. Damn, UA lost a boy, I just hope myselves from that world know how to treat him, he thought with fear. Athena. It seems that not even her brother Sherlock Holmes could catch her surprising everyone with that revelation. On screen. Jack. Accepting orders is gentlemanly, and I hope you prove your worth. Tetsu and Kirishima shouted manly. Naruto. Yes. Konohamaru. Yes, with a little fear. Nabu. Well, the last one, his teacher in science and responsible for his education, the man who illuminated the world, for him the word failure does not exist, he is Nikola Tesla. Off screen. May and Leo. How jealous. Melissa. He is the best inventor of all. Hiruzen. Too bad, they will have education, something I denied them in Konoha, he thought. On screen. Nikola. It will be a pleasure to teach such fascinating beings. Katrina. Well, leaving that aside, Uzushi Agakure and everything related to the Senju and Uzumaki will be where they will appear. Naruto. Thank you. Vermouth. As the ancestral rules dictate. All the primordials. We give you life. The powerful glow appeared, blinding everyone, causing them to leave limbo. The screen turns off. Everyone was very surprised by this, so they decided to go out to process what they had seen in the courtyard. Chapter 3. Everyone was gathered in the living room while the paranoids talked about getting rid of the Uzumaki. While Hiruzen saw the possibility of making him a weapon now, he tried to look for Danzo, but he wasn't there. Sakura for her part continued with Naruto asking for forgiveness, while the Redeed calmed her down, to which a red-haired Sharkson would join in to help, making the Pinket blush. Kurama was surrounded by women, but the ones who stood out the most were Mitsuki Bakugo, Inko Midoriya, Rei Todoroki, Hestia, Yusaka and Aphrodite, although they didn't want her there. Naruto was with his grandparents except for Hiashi, and the rest were with their parents, except for Inogen, who for some reason was fine with a broccoli hair on screen. They were all under a strong glow while everything was becoming clearer until they could see clearly and precisely. They were no longer in limbo, now they were in a place that only Biju himself recognized. Naruto. Where are we? Tobeo. That seemed cute to many. Konohamaru. An idea. Tesla. Fascinating. Analyzing one of the structures by eye, it looks like a Japanese village from the feudal era, but it has several changes. Kurama. It's Uzushi Agakure no Sato, the village hidden among the whirlpools, but surprised. Off screen. Uzumaki. Yuzu. Inoki. What memories. Ashina. I remind you that you were one of those who ordered our genocide. All Might and true heroes. You did what? Stain. That's going too far even for me. Habarama. I hope Konoha has nothing to do with it. Seriously looking at Hiruzen. Hiruzen. Shit, don't let them find out or I won't get out alive. Oh, but I'm dead. How smart you are, Hiruzen, he thought fearfully and relieved. Kurama. Enjoy, a very nice revelation is coming. Myth. I hope what's coming and Konoha isn't involved. Hashirama. How low has the village fallen? Lilith. Interesting. Melissa. It will be great to see the Uzumaki. On screen. Jack. What's up? Sasaki. Kurama-sen, what's going on? Quinn. This is interesting. Kurama. This is Uzushi Agakure no Sato, as I said, but what surprises me is that this village was destroyed at the end of the Second Great Shinobi War at the hands of 3 villages, as they made us believe. Jack. Did they do it? Kurama. Few know this that I will tell you, but as a Biju, I have been sealed in humans for a long time and I can hear what my Jinchurikis hear. It is in those times that my first Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, was alive that I heard that Danzo would send support to devastate Uzushi Agakure. Naruto. So that is. Kurama. Yes, Konoha has betrayed the Uzumakis a lot, and if they hid that from you, it's because they didn't want an avenging Uzumaki in the village. Off screen. Naruto. Wow, I would have become like him, no offense. Hiruzen sighed in relief, at least they wouldn't do anything to him yet. Ashina. Huh, we're not here anymore. Madara. How low they fell. Hashirama. The will of fire does not exist. Aye. So he wasn't the only one remembering how civilian ninjas used to bully him for being like his father. Lee. This is not juvenile. On screen. Quinn. Question, he has royal blood, right? Kurama. Yes, Quinn-san, the Uzumaki were known for many things, one of them was that they had their own village without needing to have cages, even so the leader known by many as Uzukage was actually the daimyo himself, the last being the Gaki's grandfather, Yamamoto Uzumaki, Sandame Uzukage as they called him in the rest of the shinobi villages, that. Quinn. Return to the boy in royal blood, how? Off screen. Mina. A prince. Interested. Gabriel. How nice, a royal being. Kashina. Dad's sad. On screen. Then Tesla would arrive with a map. Tesla. I was able to find maps everywhere of the world we are in, and I found one of the nearest nation, plus a note. Kurama. According to the map, we are a hidden island near Japan, located south of Nagoya and southeast of Kyoto. Quinn. I see that and it is close to my hometown. While they continued talking about all the improvements the island had made, all the new things they had acquired, knowledge, technology, as well as resolving issues of subsistence and training. Off-screen. Nezu. I see we're close smiling. Isaka. We're close Kurama-kun. Hestia. How bad? Shiva. I'm curious to know how we'll react and the new top 10 he. Or. You already said it, friend. Bakugo. Do you have a top? The supernatural. Yes. On screen. In the rest of the world, their appearance was felt by many, several of them were top 10 strongest stocks. Amun-Ra, Lord of the Sun and Light of the Egyptians, was one of the first to sense their presence. He was in 10th place, along with one of the dragons considered evil, Krom-Kruich, dragon of the Crescent Circle. The dragon also sensed them, but dismissed them. As for Amun-Ra, he assumed that several interesting things would begin to happen. Quetzalcoatl, leader of the Aztec faction, goddess of wind, creation, and rain, according to many of the remaining virgin deities. Top 9 in power, a lover of fights, although lately she was looking for agreements, and with the arrival of perhaps a political agreement via marriage, wouldn't be a bad thing. Sharing her place in the top 9 was Thor, the berserker of thunder and the strongest god of the Norse. He liked battle, so if there was someone strong among those who arrived, he would try a bit, and if they were interesting, perhaps even offer training. Off-screen. Brah. This is interesting. Krom-Kruich. I expect fights. Quetzalcoatl. Go hugging Naruto and putting him on his chest. Naruto. Dad worried. Naruto. They are soft and round, he thought blushing. Hinata, Momo, Rias and Kuroka were burning with jealousy. Issei. But you surprised, although he was not worried, he may be perverted, but he still hasn't clarified his feelings. Naruto. Dad, are you okay? Naruto would just give him a thumbs up. Jiraiya and Kurama. That boy fills me with pride. Artemis. Spinster. Isis. It had to come to her, he. Parvati. It came to her, haha. On screen. Hades, lord and ruler of the Greek underworld, belonging to the beings that are in the top 8, these presences caught his attention, and he would prove it when the time came, since Olympus was on the brink of civil war after a series of events started with the theft of the Master Bolt from Zeus. Buddha, the Enlightened One of the gods who doesn't give a damn about anything and goes his own way, often eating sweets and not gaining weight, sensing this, dismissed the situation, since it was too much work and he was busy doing nothing. Ifan was another who felt it and saw it with curiosity, he was considered a top 7, the Greeks feared him because, whenever he could, he would pay them a visit, he could join or stay without doing anything, time would tell, but seeing what happened from now on was something interesting. The Shinto gods were among the first to know of their presence due to their proximity, except for Amaterasu, the rest of the pantheon viewed them with interest, only Izanagi remained distant and would see how things worked out. Off-screen. Poseidon and Hades. You touch a hair of my son and I'll kill you, Zeus emanating power. Ibara. How scary. Mineta. Wow. All who know Buddha. Typical of him. Buddha. I do what I want and I cannot be subdued. Hiroshima. How manly. Athena. Wow, for Tiffin to be interested is weird. Amaterasu. And what about me? Light. You were with Yusaka and you dismissed that. On screen. Like the Shinto, the Kyoto faction felt the presence while their leader Yusaka, Kyuubi queen of the Yokai faction, for some reason felt like getting closer to find out, without knowing that something good would happen in the future, since she was alone and taking care of her 5-year-old daughter Kunu. In India, the Trimurti felt it but would do nothing unless contacted. In the United States, currently the seat of the Greek faction, Olympus, located in New York, felt this sudden appearance, causing its leader to enter his paranoia. This made many shake their heads, since he is capable of causing wars because of it. Hestia and Poseidon looked at this with caution, along with Apollo, Hephaestus, Artemis and Hermes, they were worried, perhaps these new presences can protect their demigod children if there is a civil war on Olympus, since the tensions were many. And more after the theft of the Master Ray of Zeus and the return of Hestia to Olympus. Off-screen. Greeks and demigods. Zeus, I'm not surprised. Shiva. I feel there will be good dancing. Bakugo. Wow, they are quite interesting. On the screen. Things were different with the biblical factions. The demons viewed it with some alarm, mainly the Council and the Mao Lucifer, Search's Gremory, currently considered the strongest demon. The other 3 Moes took their place, Seraphil Leviathan and Ajuka Beelzebub, saw an opportunity perhaps to leave the side of Searches and the Council, since they were very prone to start a war due to their stupidities and feelings that infected the vast majority of demons with a supremacist ideology. The fallen angels were different, they were the faction with the largest number of renegades there was, so Azazel, their current leader, decided to be one of the first to seek an alliance and prevent his faction from causing another war because of renegades, especially to protect his protege Vali Lucifer, great-grandson of the first Lucifer, a 13-year-old teenager. The angels sweated because of the presences that were there. One was capable of coming to fight the deceased Elohim, the biblical god, that made their leader, the archangel Michael, shudder more than anything, who was paranoid about everything dangerous, or rather, what he considered dangerous. He condemned Azrael, the archangel of death, to loneliness for being stronger than him based on lies. The only ones who joined him were the seraph Gabriel and the archangel Raphael. Off-screen. Searches. Betrayal looking at two Mo's. Seraphol. And. Unfazed. Ajuka. That's true, the council members are prone to starting a war over stupid things. Searches. It's not true. Ajuka. And what about the Nikasho? The Grimory Tomato felt the eyes of Amaterasu, Yusaka, Matatabi, Kurama and especially his son and sister. Babara. Are you his grandson? Bali. Yes, I am the grandson of Lucifer's bastard. Babara. You hate him so much. Bali. Before yes but now meh. Babara. Wait, you banished an archangel just because he's stronger. Light. And sealed Metatron too. Azrael, Raphael and Gabriel. You did what? Michael. Just what's necessary, the effeminate man not flinching. Babara. It seems that the sky is just as rotten as the earth. Michael. Nobody's perfect. On screen. Something even striking is that a group of dragons felt it and headed there. In the past they had refused to help Elohim for the simple reason that they were not interested in getting involved or did not like getting involved in matters that did not concern them, and unlike Albion, White Emperor Dragon, and Drake, Red Emperor Dragon, they were not converted with sacred gears. That infuriated Elohim, since he was never as the Bibles and Catholic clergy made people believe. He was a leader like all the others, and if he had to commit sin as it was said in the religion, he did it to ensure his people. Of the dragons that headed there was Iroh, the dragon of peace. Iroh was the most pacifist of all the dragons. He was strong, without a doubt, but he preferred to resolve things without resorting to violence. That was one of the reasons why he rejected Elohim, and he also had a certain fetish. He was quite perverted. Off screen. Poseidon. The good Iroh, hahaha. All Might. Dragons. Endeavor. They are a threat. Tsunade. Great, another pervert like Jiraiya. Ali. If God had convinced him, hahaha. Albion. Would be the first to fall, hahaha. On screen. Another of the dragons who headed there was Shang River Dragon. Unlike Iroh, Shang was a tranquil loving dragon, only fighting if attacked or harassed. Even so, in terms of power, he was one of the weakest of his race, but that didn't mean he was prone to staying out of battle. His rejection of God came for the simple reason that his domains were not affected. Without aggression from either side, he would never take sides in a war, as was the battle between God and the first Lucifer. Off screen. Athena. It's logical they won't enter to defend their domains. Ali. I only regret being born in this era. A world without God, I wish I could have defeated that guy. Naruto. I think like my bro. Izuku. Haha, interesting. On screen. Another dragon was the most intelligent and strategic of all. His mind surpassed that of the Greek goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, as he guarded the largest library in the world, Lord of Knowledge, Dragon of Wind and Rain, considered a celestial dragon, Shenlong. Shenlong, unlike the others, is a guardian. He will only intervene in a conflict if knowledge is threatened. In the past, he only intervened when the Library of Alexandria was in danger at the hands of Christianity. He even managed to save all that knowledge and leave mere copies of what the library possessed, which were destroyed by orders of the Arab Caliphate under which Amr ibn al-As was. Curiously, the caliph who gave the order was in the name of Allah, another of the names by which Elohim was known. Off screen. Ares. Hahaha, lizard beat you, hahaha. Athena. Ares, grow up now. Babara. Now it's clear to me, in the name of the gods the greatest evils are done. Priests. How dare you say such blasphemy? Azrael. Refuse to do that, priests, and you only show yourselves to be hypocrites for doing so. You ordered the Inquisition and you even kill children for being demons, nothing more. Stain. There are many things, but the church is very corrupt, you can see it. On screen. Another dragon, and the most surprising of all, was Gandalf, the dragon king of the forests, defender of green, nature and wildlife. Gandalf, like Iroh, was a pacifist, but like Shang, Gandalf would fight if the green were threatened. That was the main reason for refusing to participate in that war in the name of Elohim. His duty is to nature, plants and animals, not to the pantheons or their factions. His relationship with humans was perhaps even tense due to the loss of forests in favor of agriculture, logging and livestock, but he never attacked them, he simply kept his distance. The appearance of Yuzu in the world but not on the map aroused his curiosity, so he went there to investigate. Off-screen. Odin. Between the four of them they reached the power of a top 8 more or less. Artemis. Interesting. Oh. My lady. On screen. Regarding the rest of Japan, the only one who felt a change was the director of Uenezu, a bear dog mouse, who ran the most prestigious hero academy after the human evolution to the possession of quirks. He didn't know why, but all his instincts screamed danger. He decided to dismiss them and continue reading a future request from the High Command of the Hero Commission, a contingency plan in case of war against the villains. Off-screen. Hawks and Nezu tensed up, there were too many evil plans in the public eye for them to be touched. All Might. What order? Shoto. I don't like this. On screen. In Yuzushio. The entire island was surrounded by fog and tornadoes for protection, their seals were strong, but something was strange. Naruto and Konohamaru walked along the beach to learn more about the place and not get lost, while the others organized everything, especially their training. It wasn't until a moment of walking that they saw a teenager, the same age as Naruto, unconscious on the sand. Naruto. Konohamaru, let's meet Bachan. Konohamaru. Hi, retreating. Naruto. How did he get through the barrier? He thought you better not leave, starting to apply CPR. Off-screen. Tsukido's DxD. Issei kun dragon, Oppai senpai. Issei. We finally meet bro. Naruto. Of course. On screen. At the Uzumaki mansion. Off-screen. Many murmured Linda. On screen. Tsunade. Not a bad idea. Nicola. In that case, Jack and I will start the theoretical part, Jack will start the strategic part, while you teach him medical ninjutsu, the Bijuu will teach him jutsus and chakra stuff, and Quinn and Sasaki will do their thing. Kurama. Not a bad idea. Established schedule. 7 am to 10 am studies with Nikola Tesla. 10 am to 12 pm strategy with Jack. 12 pm to 1 pm lunch and break. 1 pm to 3 pm physical training and chakra control with Tsunade. 3 pm to 5 pm jutsu training with Kurama. 5 pm to 7 pm combat training and leadership lessons with Quinn Shai Huang. 7 pm to 8 pm sword training with Sasaki Kajiro. 8 pm to 9 pm break and free time. 9 pm price. Tsunade. Maybe they'll run out but. Off-screen. Iruka. As if that pair could be kept still, haha, he laughed nervously. Kushina. Son Uzumaki's Tebane. Minato. Haha. Interesting, thinking of imitating that curriculum. Bakugo. I have a feeling about several things and it won't be nice for us. On screen. Konohamaru. Tsunade-chan, Naruto needs help. Kurama. What happened? Konohamaru. Let's find a boy. Nai-chan's age fainted on the beach. After that, everyone would run away except Jack because he was drinking a cup of tea, and Nicola, who analyzed and studied chakra and shinobi, in addition to magic, did not believe in it as such, but seeing them as different energies was not something wrong for the scientist either. On the beach. Naruto was doing compressions while a clone of him checked for a pulse, which he had. Naruto. Come on, applying compressions while noticing the others approaching. Breathe. The boy would start spitting water and coughing as they laid him on his side to get all the water out, after which Tsunade would check him to make sure he was okay, noting signs of bruises and dehydration. Tsunade. What happened to you? Worried. Chestnut. I only remember my parents and I walking along a dock and some guys with black wings. After that I remember being attacked and seeing my parents die, starting to cry. Naruto understood. His parents died when he was born. He knew what it was like to be alone. After that they pushed me and I fell into the water. After that I don't remember anything else. Off screen. Azazel. The renegades are going to end up killing me. Ajuka. If you were more responsible, maybe not. Gabriel. I agree, brother. All Might. Shonens. On screen. Kurama. I see without detecting lies, but I detected an unknown presence in him. Naruto. What's your name? Pistano. Issei Haidu. Kurama. Well boy, welcome to Yuzushi Agakur. I am Kurama Uzumaki. These are my sons Naruto and Konohamaru Uzumaki. Tsunade. Soy Tsunade Senju. Quinn. I am Quinn Shai Huang. Sasaki. I'm Sasaki Kajiro, boy. Kaijiro. Kaijiro Ringoku. At the mansion. Everything was being analyzed by Tesla, while Jack was drinking tea when a brightness made them alert, while a blue-haired girl with pearly eyes appeared with traces of wounds. Nicola. Go get Tsunade, I'll take her to the medical wing. Carrying the young girl. What happened to her? The screen turns off. Seeing Hinata, many despaired. Naruto. Hina-chan. Naruto and Himawari. Mom. Niji. Hinata-sama. Hanabi. One-sama. Light. Go to the bathroom and then we'll continue. Chapter 4. After everyone went to the bathroom, they were all back in the living room. Hiruzen wanted to approach Konohamaru, as did Asuma, but Minato, Kushina and Ashina, along with Tabarama, prevented him. Leo Valdez was talking with Mei Hatsum about creating one of her babies alive without the need for batteries or anything, while they asked for metals and tools. Naruto hugged Hinata while Quetzalcoatl stroked her red head, making the Uzumaki purr, turning on a certain kitten, while Konohamaru went through the same thing with his partners, while squealing like a monkey to the laughter of many. Aphrodite. There is so much love everywhere. Parvati. Yes. Aether. They don't believe in much love. Freya. Nah, love is very beautiful, especially if it is youthful. Athena. I remind the four of you that most pure loves end in tragedy. Aphrodite. Ah, sighs like a schoolgirl. Thor. How is it that you love her looking at Ares? Ares. He does it very well without much importance. Light. Well, the treats with thinking will appear, since seeing their employees on strike there is no staff until further notice. Everyone would imagine edible things with thousands of shapes and appearances. The screen turns on. Chapter 4. Glimpses, Agreements. 2 dragons and a kitsune. Off-screen. Ali. Interesting smiling. Issei. Looks like something dragon-related is coming. On-screen. Previously. A blue-haired girl with pearly eyes had appeared out of nowhere in front of Jack and Nicola, so they both decided to take her to the mansion's medical wing, while Jack went to find Lady Tsunade. At the moment. Yuzu Beaches. Tsunade was checking and applying the mystic palm to a still on the ground, on a makeshift stretcher. Off-screen. Apollo. Wow, what a great healing method, Lady Tsunade. Recovery girl. It's a good method, dear, maybe we can talk. Tsunade. Of course. All Might. As far as I remember, he heals us with a kiss and hits us, he whispered to Izawa, only to dodge a large syringe that the old woman used as a cane. All. What aim? Apollo. 9.99 holding up a sign. Anubis. Let's continue, this is taking a while. On screen. Issei. Feels good. Naruto. Calm down, friend. Quinn. I can sense another being there, I can feel the kai of others, but there are 2 presences in him. Because of mirror touch synesthesia, I can't take off the blindfold and see him. Kurama. Interesting, I feel a strange presence, powerful but not at my level. Is because it is weaker and of dragon origin. Everyone would take defensive postures while looking at their surroundings. Naruto. Who are you? I am Iroh, the dragon of peace, descending from the sky. Off-screen. Greg. Looks like old Iroh noticed, buddy. Issei. It seems so. Hiruzen. If he has a dragon, I must convince him to kill Naruto, and we would have a better weapon than the Biju. How smart you are, Hiruzen, he thought like an idiot. On screen. Kurama. So a dragon and the boy owns one as a Jinchuriki. Curious. Iroh. The correct word is sacred gear, known as God's artifacts or abilities granted by the biblical God to humans. Many of them were objects or living beings that were locked in powers and placed in humans. Kurama. I see, but that doesn't explain. Iroh. Why am I here, right? Hahaha, I came here because I'm one of those who felt your arrival in this world. I know you don't come from this one, Mr. Jubi no Kitsune, someone who, if I analyze, would be in the top 10 of the most powerful existences in this world. Kaijuro. What would your intentions be? Off-screen. Shiva. If I analyze it, Kurama Dono, you would be on par with me. That would shock the entire supernatural world, and the paranoids would start plotting uselessly. On screen. Iroh. Direct, how boring, honestly I came for protection, in my long millennia of existence, I have been harassed by several factions, as a dragon of peace, I am an anti-war being, and by my own vows I cannot resort to violence, which leaves me vulnerable. Sasaki. Basically you want protection, right? Iroh. That's right, besides looks at Tsunade, but what Chichodas he would say in a perverted way when seeing her breasts. Tsunade. I get rid of Jiraiya for a moment, and another pervert comes, she thought annoyed. Only Naruto realized something, Issei had a slight nosebleed upon hearing that comment, realizing that the brown-haired boy is a pervert. Off-screen. Asia. Issei-kun don't be perverted if. Issei. Yes ma'am. Hiba why? Wow. Tsunade thought the same to her counterpart and Jiraiya, well he would have a friend to talk to about Ichiha. On screen. Kurama. If you stay, I don't want any problems between a pervert and the anti-pervert blonde, okay? Those mentioned. 0 problems. Iroh. I'll just let you know that 3 other dragons are coming this way so you can see what they're offering you. That's when Jack would arrive. Jack. My lady, a young blue-haired pearly-eyed girl, arrived very injured. Naruto. Hinata. Running out to the medical wing, since he read writings he saw several names of people who did not betray his trust, the pearl-eyed one was one of them. Off-screen. Naruto. If something happens to him, Konoha will burn seriously. Hinata, along with Momo and Quetzalcoatl, put the red deed between their breasts to calm him down. Jiraiya Kiba Mineta. How lucky some people are. On screen. Tsunade. Sasaki-san, do you think you can help Issei? Sasaki. Of course, helping Issei. Hello kid, it seems it's your turn to be carried by me. In Kyoto. Isaka, leader of the Yakai faction, a Kyuubi with good attributes, was talking with the sun goddess Amaterasu, leader of the Shinto faction, about some political issues until suddenly she is with Amaterasu. Also a few hours ago they felt several high-level presences that could even surpass the sun goddess, and that amazed and scared both women. Since Amaterasu, despite not being in the top 10, she was powerful enough to be at the top of the class of the gods, being as powerful if not more than Odin, leader of the Nordic faction. Off-screen. Hiruzen. If I get Danzo to use Shisui Sharingan on her, we'll have Kyuubi in the village, he thought greedily, making a seraph uncomfortable. Kurama was looking at his female or future female blushing. Jiraiya. Oh, noting measurements and appearances for future Ichigo with his new apprentice. On screen. Isaka. Are you sure? Amaterasu. I suppose so, and that would help you, its essence is that of a yakai. That had altered the Kyuubi's hormones a little, since she would soon have her heat. Isaka. Also, why do you suggest it? Amaterasu. I suppose you could also seek political support in case you want to recover the Nicuchio Yakai clan. Isaka. Okay, but you're coming with me. Amaterasu. Of course, only Susanoo said that where they felt he checked finding a barrier of fog and tornadoes protecting it. Both leaders would leave to meet with the newcomers. Off-screen. Searches began to sweat profusely because if he did the same thing in that world, oh yes, hell would suffer. Isaka. Oh wow. Matatabi. Nicuchio. Ichido. What cat girls? Susanoo. Interesting. Michael. Sure, listen to the crazy cat lady. Amaterasu. I heard you, you effeminate bastard. Minato would sneeze while Naruto made fun of his father. On screen. Inuzushi Agakure. Naruto had entered the medical wing seeing the pearly-eyed girl who, thanks to Tesla's first aid, had stabilized, waking up and being calmed by Tesla, who looked at her with concern. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Naruto. SHHHH, I'm here, calm down, laying the pearl-eyed girl down. Tsunade would come in behind and begin using the mystic palm, while Tesla took notes for the future. Tsunade. What happened? Hinata. They put it on me, they placed it on me and activated it. Tsunade. Perhaps you say. Naruto. Don't tell me, Hina-chan. Hinata. Yes, the caged bird's seal. Naruto just hugged the pearl-eyed girl who was sobbing with a blush on her face while the others entered and Sasaki placed Issei on a stretcher. Iroh for his part listened to everything. Kurama. Tell everything. Off-screen. Athena, Thoth, Odin, Ganesha. Information please. The Ashi was going to say silence, but his mouth would disappear. Niji. The cursed seal of the Hike main family ANJPS, Hikasumki no Fuinjutsu, caged bird seal, is a seal imposed by the main branch of the Hike. When the young members turn 3 years old to the secondary branch, it serves the function of deactivating the Byakugan when the user dies, in addition to controlling the secondary branch by activating it with a hand seal that only some members of the main branch know. All Might. So basically clenching his fists. Izuku. They enslave them seriously. Nezu. What a beautiful idea, it would help control the heroes, he thought with desire. Zeus. With that no more problems Kukuku, he thought. Naruto. I'll say it this way Hiashi, if you put that seal on Hina-chan, you'll see how, by saving Niji and Hanabi, I'll kill your entire clan taking out 6 tails from his back in Kitsune mode. Naruto for his part would take out 2 tails, and Hima hugged his mother. Konohamaru. You touch Hanabi-chan and you'll see what'll do, old man taking out his Setsuken. Both gave off a pressure of power that terrified Konoha. The gods and factions would be raising scores, as well as the Bijas, with Naruto having an average score of 8.5 and Konohamaru having an average score of 8.4. The lovers felt excited by seeing such pressure. On screen. Narrated by Hinata. After the news spread that Naruto-kun was killed along with the Sandame's grandson, many things happened. The civilians celebrated, saying that they had completed what the fourth started, mainly those of the council, but that turned into fury when the mansion of the Yandame and his wife disappeared, along with the Uzumaki district, the Senju, and that the businesses in Uzumaki areas were sealed without being able to reopen, added to the barrier being deactivated, leaving the village exposed. At first, when your death was revealed, they labeled Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama traitors, removing her from history as Godame Hokage, with Homura Midokado taking over as Godame. Homura's plan was to properly stabilize Konoha and leave everything to Danzo on a silver platter. The clan leaders, saving Tsume-san and Choza-san, decided to tell us the truth and helped us flee the village. Well, they held a meeting to tell everyone else everything, well we, at least those of us who believed in you, left Konoha. Off-screen. Aburama. Damned expelling murderous intent against the present council. Minato. Wretches taking out a three-pronged kunai. Hiruzen. Well said. After those words the murderous intent came from two places, while everyone, including the gods, trembled in fear, while Hiruzen slowly turned to see who was behind him, only to find Tsunade and Kushina emanating murderous auras, and one in habanero mode. After that, both of them would beat up Hiruzen. Then. F. Orochimaru. Kukuku deserved it. Kukuku. The hunters of Artemis eyed like admirers. On screen. Hiba helped Ino prepare everything she would take out of her clan, since she was banished from it for believing in you. I was marked for defending you against Hiashi, and well you know how the rest is, but fortunately I managed to steal and remove the Niji Nisen seal, and give it to him to hide with Hanabi. Shino, accompanied by Kurenai-sensei who was carrying Asuma's son, who due to what happened only said that Konohamaru was no longer her nephew, causing Guy to separate from the group, while he looked at Kakashi and him with disappointment. Off screen. And I would. Asuma. TSK. Konohamaru, thanks Aunt. Kurenai. You're welcome Maru. Konohamaru. Maru I like Maru Uzumaki, how does Oni-san fit me? Naruto. I'd say it looks great on you, little brother. On screen. The Konoha 12 who support you, along with AM and Tucci, Kurenai-sensei, Guy-sensei, Yugao, Hana Inuzuka, Anko and Ibiki-san, left the village and went to where they did their first mission, Nami no Kuni, where Jiraiya-sama was waiting for us, after having spoken with Lord Tazuna, where with the help of the daimyo of the country of Spring Koyuki Kazanha, the events in Konoha were spread. After the meeting, Tsume and Choza made their clans leave Konoha, followed by Shibi Aburam. The problem was followed by a Hyuga dressed as Anbu who activated my seal, and you know how I ended up. End of the narration. Off screen. Koyuki. Glad to help Naruto. Naruto. Thank you Koyuki ni. Jiraiya felt Kushina's gaze. Jiraiya. Don't let him find out that I wanted him to record Ichiha with them actually doing it, he thought with fear. On screen. Naruto. Okay, calm down, I'm here. Hinata fell asleep while the rest left her to rest with Naruto watching over her. Meeting room. Everyone was gathered as they began to talk about what had happened and make a decision. Konoha was beginning to have red numbers and cross red lines. If they did something against them, Yuzu would have no mercy and would wipe them off the map, saving only the children. Off screen. Percy. Noseborn, what a gallant. Naiko. Yes death. Hades. Naiko. Naiko. Sorry. Hashirama. At least forgive me, kid. Ashina. Has it already started? I'd say it's already gone into the red. On screen. And Grigori. Azazel, leader of the Fallen Angel faction, was dealing with his greatest enemy, like that of other faction leaders, paperwork. When he felt the mysterious arrival he shuddered, because it was rare for something like that to appear out of nowhere, so he decided to leave the paperwork and go find out what was happening. Well he took his protege, a young dangerous demon, Vali Lucifer, great-grandson of the original Lucifer. Azazel had him as a protege since his lineage would be persecuted to death. He knew Searches and his council too well to leave the boy free and unprotected. Azazel. Are you ready? Vali. Yes, I just hope they are strong. Off screen. Vali. Deny it to me Lucifer. Searches. Yes, I would. Riaz. Oni-sama surprised. Razor. The tomato finally shows its face. The Uzumakas had a twitch in their eye, they really hated that word. On screen. And Yuzu. Naruto was talking to Kurama about the contingencies against Konoha in the future, as this was increasingly visible, Yuzu and Konoha in one way or another would face each other, it was all a matter of time, in Hinata's words, they knew that only the Fire Daimyo would give support to that shitty village, because over time, Konoha would be politically isolated. Soon after the agreement with the Leaf, it was not known what they would do. If one of the Sabaku brothers assumed it was a given that relations would break up, Nami would break them up. Its inhabitants loved Naruto enough not to defend him. Koyuki, it was certain that she would break up Koyuki since she was released. They were like younger brother and older sister. It was impossible for her not to break the treaty. Kurama. We could keep talking but. Naruto. 3 dragon energies, plus a corrupted pure energy and 2 powerful ones are outside the barrier. Kurama. Prepare the meeting room. Aijiro. As you say. Off screen. Ara. And I would. Damari. Me too. Bakugo. She's beautiful, she has a strong character, he thought blushing. Damari would see the Muslim, and a blush would appear on her cheeks, making a green-haired girl with vines on her head and a red-haired girl with swords, jealous. On screen. Naruto and Kaijuro would enter to prepare the room, since there were several people who would meet, everyone was there, saving Hinata and Issei. Well, Kurama entered with several people at his side, but those closest noticed a slight blush on Kurama and a blonde with tails. Kurama. Welcome to the Uzumaki faction. As I introduced myself before, I do it again. I am Kurama Uzumaki, Yakai no Kitsune. By my side, my boys Naruto and Konoha Uzumakas, my cousin Tsunade Senju, my eldest sons Nicuchio Shisui, my knight Kaijuro Rengoku. Woman. I know them, Yingzhang, known as Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. Boo. How? Woman 2. History's biggest loser Sasaki Kajiro. Sasaki. It's a pleasure. Raven. The man who lit up the world and London's greatest killer, he said nervously. Jack. Incredible, my presence intimidates supernatural beings, amazing. Tesla. This is progress noting. Raven. Let me introduce myself. I'm Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Kurama. A pleasure Azazel Dono. Azazel. By my side my protege Vali Lucifer. Off screen. Several of Aphrodite's daughters screamed at the sight of Vali. Naruto. And I was the Casanova, my friend. Vali. Wow, I'm great. Issei. Did you see that? That's being barbaric. On screen. Vali. Hello. Dragon. I am Gandalf, dragon of the forest and protector of nature. Woman. I am Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, leader of the Shinto. Dragon. I am Shenlong, dragon of wind and rain, lord of knowledge. Woman. I am Yasaka, leader of the Yakai faction, Akayubi no Kitsune. Off screen. Several men had to use the men's bathroom upon seeing the Kyuubi, while Naruto and Meru felt like killing who would be one of their mothers. On screen. Kurama. A pleasure, Amaterasu-sama, Yasaka Dono, and Dragon Lords. Naruto, son, take your brother and Vali and tour the area. Naruto, yes father. Shisui. I'll go with them. Kaijuro. You're a demon, aren't you, boy? Vali. Yes, and my relationship with the rest is not friendly. Azazel. I speak for himself, he is not a bad boy, he was just unlucky to be. Shenlong. Lucifer's lineage, right. Azazel would nod direct line, I haven't heard of that demon in millennia, it seems you are a noble being unlike your grandfather. Vali. Thank you. The three minors, accompanied by Shisui, would leave the room and head to the infirmary. Kurama. Well, regarding the dragons, I know that they seek protection, so if they wish, they can stay. If we ask them to help with something, Shenlong, I know that you guard knowledge, that is your sacred duty, so I ask that if you stay, you guard the Uzumaki library and only those who live here enter. Shenlong. There is no problem for me, just that. Kurama. If you mean to bring yours, go ahead. The dragon would nod. You Lord Gandalf, if you maintain the wild populations of Yuzu will be more than welcome, it has been years since the animals lived. Gandalf. The wild will prosper. Amaterasu. Lord Kurama is a good negotiator. Off screen. He is skillful. Meiturumi. Without a doubt. Inoki. But how would I solve the other thing? Kurama. The paperwork. Well, easy as Naruto said. The faction leaders, guild leaders, heroes, and cages present. Damn lucky. On screen. Kurama. Thank you, well I want to hear from you. Isaka. Well, I would like to discuss with you, Kurama Dono, the possibility that Kyoto and Yuzu, as you said, would form an alliance. Quinn. Fox, he whispered, it's obvious that you like it, use political marriage. Kurama. Interesting, very interesting, I know about her power in Senjutsu and Chakra Lady Asaka. Amaterasu. If you allow me, your plan is to protect the Yakai of your faction, each and every one of your clans, the reason is a group that is emerging and taking power, it is called the Cows Brigade. Kurama. I see both factions joining, you know that would be done. Asaka. Political marriage. Kurama. If you are sure we could try but we must know each other better. Asaka. Of course. Off screen. Kuritsuchi. So easy. Before anyone could answer, a laugh was heard. Ino. Izuku-kun, stop tickling me. Izuku. Oh, I wanted to giving Ino a kiss. Inogen. Mom, Dad, not here. The aforementioned blushed Kyoka and Mei Hatsune were jealous and their mother celebrated that she had a daughter-in-law and a grandson, and Eri, a new mother, after what happened between Izuku and Mina, since they both went out and she was unfaithful to him with Mirio Tagata. Poor Kirishima was depressed for 1 week because he gave up Mina's love for his friend, got together as a couple, and they paid him back that way. Sakura would hug Kirishima while Tetsu called him manly, something that made the shark smile and reciprocate. Filler B. Oh yeah brother, Lord 9 can do anything. Shut up B. On screen. Kurama. You Amaterasu-sama. Amaterasu. I simply accompanied Yusaka-chan since she is a friend, but if you like we can both be allies, I simply have a problem with crows and bats. Azazel. That's what I came to talk about. Interrupting. My faction has many renegades, and I simply can't handle everything, that's why I want to ally myself. The demons, through their advice of elders, will seek to take more power, along with searches. At the mention of Tomato Gremory the Shinto goddess frowned. Kurama. Okay Madarasu-sama, stay calm, we will be allies, and about the demons I already have a plan in mind, ambitious councils and leaders are a nuisance. Isaka. I have a relationship with Seraphil Leviathan, and she is somewhat displeased with the tomato command. If she agrees to meet, she will convince Ajuka Zebu, and Tumos will be on her side. Quinn. And if they convince her to bring it, there would be civil war in hell. Kaijiro. Interesting. Kurama. Let's continue talking. Off screen. Shiva. Wow, he has the faction with several top 10 allies. Auden. Interesting. Loki. I hope the old man doesn't join them or I'll have a serious problem, he thought seriously. Searches. Sotriation. Ajuka. Is Serapho leaving me too? Rias. Me too. Milikas. And so am I. Amaterasu. And they will be welcome. Searches. Even my sister and son, he said angrily. On screen. In the infirmary. As the diplomatic meeting unfolded, Vali and Naruto began to talk about their pasts. Naruto understood Vali, and the demon understood the Kitsune. Perhaps this would lead to good. Upon reaching the infirmary, Naruto mentioned Issei's fate, and the Albion wielder sighed. He'd been training for as long as he could remember, but his rival, the Drag wielder, only found out at the age of 12. And that place was the birth of a friendship, rivalry and loyalty between two dragons and a Kitsune. Off screen. The three. Friends. On screen. Mount Mayaboku. Off screen. Sai. That place looks good. Kiro. Stain. I hope to see something amazing. Afo. So far they are threats to any enemy, hahaha. Shigaraki. I hope I don't have them like that, he thought worriedly. On screen. It could be seen a peaceful day on the mountain home of the Gama clan until a cry of disbelief echoed throughout the area. Jiraiya. Wedi. Toad. Calm down Jiraiya, in my visions I have seen your godson and apprentice alive. Jiraiya. But Gamamaru-sama, I saw him die. Off screen. Hagoromo. So he sold himself, old traitor. Those who didn't know. The Toad speaks. Jiraiya. He is the Toad sage Gamamaru, a prophet. Apollo. Interesting. On screen. Amamaru. The mind and the eye can be deceived Jiraiya, but what does your heart say? Jiraiya. He's alive, but what kind of logic is that? Amamaru. Sometimes logic doesn't exist, I can send you there, but it will be a very different world and you will lose all connection with this place. Jiraiya. With my network, no doubt, but you guys. Amabunta. Oh, if that explains why the boy's name hasn't been listed as dead, you'll be able to keep summoning us. Jiraiya. I'll see what to do, great sage. Amabunta. Define early and I don't recommend going alone. The screen turns off. The deities of wisdom, upon hearing this from Gamamaru, felt their pride trampled. Aries. Ha you were beaten by a toad ha. Top 10 most powerful stocks. Everyone was talking about what would happen now in that world, while the control freaks plus the paranoids were making plans to stop the advance of the Crimson Spiral. At the same time Gabriel talked to Ibarra, Irina and Zenobia about the things that Elohim has done, leaving the believers very surprised. The guy was power hungry and greedy, he sealed types that were dangerous in his eyes just out of pure paranoia, and even Gabriel revealed to them the truth about Adam. Yes, I used Shimatsu's version of that trial, because it sounds more believable to me. Zeus. And we're going to see now. Nezu. Yes, I hope it's interesting. All Might. The truth is there are powerful beings. Makarov. It's true. Light. Okay, arriving today I will show you the top 10 most powerful existences. Bakugo. Haha, let's hope to see familiar people. Mineta. I'm sure All Might will be there. All Might. I know I'm strong, but not to the point of being compared to the gods, he thought. Top 10. The wisdom of the wisdom. The strongest mage Merlin, the most powerful mage in Camelot, former mage of the church. Mineta. But what drooling and having unholy fantasies. Zeus. Oh, not bad, eh? Michael. That witch annoying. All Might. Amazing. Izuku. Merlin is a woman. Light. Yes, it's surprising how things are distorted by Michael's orders. Bakugo. Interesting. Hiroshima. It's scary just looking at her. Bahamut, dragon god of justice, king of dragons, silver dragon. Tibai. That dragon gives off a lot of power trembling. Hoda. It's very interesting making hand signs. Shoto. A dragon. Monma. Shit. Mineta. Not even All Might is that strong. Light. AFO and All Might are in the top 20. DxD. Really? Light? Yes. Natsu. King of the Dragons. Agil. Interesting. Amun-Ra, Lord of the Sun and Light, leader of the Egyptians. Anubis. Wow, it was obvious that someone would be there. Thoth. Makes sense, holding Apophis back takes quite a while. Nezu. Interesting, most of them are supernatural beings, he thought. Athena. It's surprising that old Amun is at the top. Apollo. He's stronger than Grandpa Cronus, what do you think? Zeus. Unfortunately jealous of the power of his Egyptian leader counterpart. Top 9. Weather deities. Quetzalcoatl, goddess of wind, rain and creation, leader of the Aztec faction. Naruto. Wow, she's powerful and very hexy. Quetzalcoatl, for the flattery, put Naruto in her breasts. Jiraiya. Power and beauty, something rare to see. Aden. It's true. Izuku. That's great, friend. Meru. Not bad Nai-san. Percy. Good friend. Nico. Let's wait and see who's next. Thor, the strongest Norseman, god of thunder. Haminari. Yes, my favorite god is one of the top. Thor. Wow, I didn't know if he had fans. Apollo. Maybe for your film version. Ares. Damn tomato hair. Thor. Jealous sailboat friend. Aden. What pride. Bakugo. All Might was in the top 20, what kind of monsters are higher, he thought surprised. Top 8. The proudest and noblest. Hades, Greek god of the underworld, the most powerful Greek. Shiva. The most suitable of the Greeks with that title. Nico. That's my dad, he said proudly. Izuku. Are you the son of a god? Nico. Yes. Percy. Not bad cousin. Bakugo. Oh, we already lost him. After 5 minutes of assimilating the information, Izuku was asking everything to write it down in his notebooks. Zeus for his part was in paranoid mode about his brother being stronger than him. Buddha, the enlightened one. Amaterasu. The god who can never be controlled. Shiva. Not bad. Indra. Typical of Buddha. Buddha. I do what I want and no one can subdue me. Issei. Not a bad thing to become a Buddhist. The Uzumaki. Without a doubt. Madara. Why I'm not surprised. Habarama. I'm with you. Hashirama. Haha. Minato. No doubt like mother like son. Prom Cruich, strongest evil dragon, dragon of the Crescent Circle. Albion. It was expected that he would be there. Greg. Without a doubt. Naruto. He's strong, maybe I'll recruit him. Meru. I don't know. Top 7. The Perditions. Diffin, the bane of the gods, Greek destroyer. Athena. It was obvious he was going to be there. Ares. The damned one obeys no one. Hermes. He only appears when he can do something and we're done. Apollo. With much more work for me. Tiamat, queen of chaotic karma. Tiamat. Fufufu, I didn't know I was at the top. Gabriel. I feel bad. Seraphil. Feminine power. The women were shouting that, in addition to having 3 women in the top. Azrael, archangel of death, the strongest seraph. Metatron. Not bad, brother. Gabriel. Metatron. Raphael. Brother. Azrael would hug his brother along with Gabriel and Raphael. Nezu. Shit, even Zeus is doubting, they may be gods, but if they don't appear here, they can't stop them, he thought. Endeavor. Interesting. Aida. Surprising. Top 6. The strongest marriage. Izanami, goddess of death and creation, mother of the Shinto. Amaterasu. Mother. Tsukiyomi. Not bad mom. Susanoo. Not bad mother. Here. Swertuda. Abara. It's a nice family. Aphrodite. Look at that family love. Hestia. You already said it. Izanagi, king of the Shinto gods, god of creation, father of the Shinto. Susanoo. Wow, you're almost intact, old man. Madara. They are called the same as 2 forbidden Uchiha techniques, somewhat surprised. Athena. What do you mean? Thought. Same question. Versetti. Tell us. Madara. Izanami is a genjutsu that affects all 5 senses in exchange for the temporary ability it grants the user. Using Izanami results in the loss of light in the eye it is used on. Athena. Interesting, very interesting, taking notes. Annabeth. Yes. Percy. She's cute. Naruto. Dude, your girlfriend is something. Natsu. Rara. Madara. Izanagi is a genjutsu that, when activated, eliminates the boundaries between reality and illusion within the user's personal space. To a certain extent, this allows the user to control their own state of existence. Annabeth. Madara-san, what is a genjutsu? Madara. Means illusion techniques. Thanks. Habarama. I know you don't like me and I don't like you, but why do you tell them? Madara. I'm dead without giving it importance, just to think, besides, with them the Moon Eye plan is impossible to be carried out. Top 5. The calamities of the world. Indra, king of the Devas and lord of the heavens. Azazel. I'm not surprised, the Hindu faction has strong guys. All Might. Interesting. Deadshot. Amazing. Nezu. If I think about who they will continue to be the Trimurti, right? Enki. Who? Azawa. The strongest Indian gods, the big three of India. Mirio. Oh wow, surprised. Iri. Mr. Indra looks amazing with sparkles in his eyes. City. See. Try. Thing is. Hagoromo. Too bad he's not my son. Kurama. Nobody wants your minions, old man. Indra the First. He really named it after me. Kurama. Yes, Indra Otsutsuki, founder of the Uchiha clan. This surprised everyone, the eldest son of the sage of the six paths, as well as the first person to suffer the curse of hatred, as well as the first user of the Sharigan. He is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan and creator of ninjutsu. Indra. Oh. You really love me. Jayuki. Your lineage with its strange eyes along with the tree hugger. Hashirama. Yo. Jame. Not your predecessor, he pointing at Ashura Otsutsuki. Seiken. They only use us for their bucking fights, even with their transmigrants. Natatabi. Being that pair. Madara and Hashirama. Me. Hagoromo. They're talking too much. The Bijas. Rot you. Top 4. The creator gods. Brahma, one of the three great Hindu, creator god. Nezu. What a Trimurti. Present Mick. He has style, it must be said. Midnight. He's a hot eye. Shiva. Not bad bro, hahaha. Rudra. You seem excited. Izuku. It's interesting. Sayu. I'm tired. Mineta. That body, that figure, oh my god, he's so handsome. Vishnu, god of preservation and goodness, one of the Trimurti. Abara. Interesting domains. Brahma. Being strong can be contradicted by his domains. Nezu. It's true, even in the attitudes, there are war deities present and they are not warmongers, except for Ares. Anubis. Why Seth? Osiris. They are Greeks and a crazy Egyptian, he said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Seth. I heard you. Hendo. Why Greeks? Sun Gukong. They are literally the weirdest and most shady pantheon. Buddha. Yes, and that's because I do what I want and I'm even vain. The gods. If we already know, only you matter. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, leader of the Shinto faction, the strongest Shinto goddess. Isaka. It was obvious. Melissa. Although it leaves us in a good position. Artemis. I don't argue with you on that, but the sun. Apollo. The sun is great, Artie. Artemis. I'm older than you. Susanoo. It was expected. Bakugo. He looks strong. Ali. Interesting. Albion. We'll be in those positions soon, mate. Top 3. The destroyer gods. Shiva, Hindu god of destruction, leader of the Hindus, one of the three great Hindus. Hiroshima. He does look manly. Lee. His flames of youth burn brightly. Tiba. He's an alpha. Shiva. Ha 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 ha, I think I could dance, ha ha ha. Azazel. Expected of a Trimurti. Kurama Uzumaki, Yokai of destruction and chaos, leader of the Uzumaki faction. The 8 Bijas were amazed and started putting earplugs in their ears. Kurama. Ha 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 ha, man, sometimes I'm something but barbaric. Myth. He will take us to the future. Ashina. He is the strongest Uzumaki. The Uzumakis cheered for their leader. Konoha was terrified and Akatsuki was upset, their plan had already fallen apart. Pain. At least I'm the only god in my world, he said as consolation. Light. Having Hagoromo's eyes doesn't make you one, breaking his pride. Haiden. Pray to the Kyuubi or to Jashin, that's the question. Apollo. Reciting Hamlet without knowing it is interesting. Top 2. Primordials. Taos, primordial mother of the Greeks, goddess of chaos. Zeus. Well, of all of them, he was one of the most obvious, jealous of not being there. Michael. She was a threat from his father, upset and jealous that his brother was there and not him. Searches. She is definitely strong. Zeodicus. Without a doubt. Top 1. The strongest. Office Ouroboros, dragon goddess of infinity. Minutes. Variable scale. Enki. And legal. Azawa. Mirda. Office. GRRR, I hate being called a dwarf. Big Red. But you are, ha 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 ha. Office. Damn Red. Top 0. Stocks above all else. Great Red, dragon of the apocalypse, dragon god Emperor Red. Hermes. What elegance from France. Apollo. What a mask those from Recoleta have. Big Red. Whoever took that picture of me got a good angle. All Might. Yes, that's hard to achieve nowadays. Izuku. His aura commands respect. Shoto. Sip. Naruto. I want to recruit him. Trihexa, 666, the beast of the apocalypse. Searches. It was something that was coming trembling with fear. Azazel. Yes. Nezu. This thing is dangerous and according to what they said it's sealed, that relieves me, he thought trembling. All Might. He is worse than All Might for one shaking in fear. Pagaya. Wow, she surpasses several at Satsukas. Hagoromo. She's much more dangerous than my mother. Hamura. Get lost, this time I won't help you. Chapter 5. Everyone was in the living room chatting about what had happened, while Hiruzen was working at 1,000 miles an hour to try to seal the beings he saw, in the case of the Kyuubi, seal it again in someone more loyal to the village. Oh yes, he planned to make a route with him, he just hoped to return and talk to Danzo, forgetting that he was dead. Ali. Interesting, I'd like to fight them. Issei. Same to me. Naruto. This will be exciting. Izuku. Really? Bakugo. Let's prove that we are the best. Shoto. For the first time, I agree. Kirishima. Without a doubt bro. Percy. Count me in. Naiko. I can't leave them alone, they won't get all the fun. Light. Well, it's time to see how the world continues. On screen. Chapter 5. Repercussions and training. Off screen. Naruto. I feel like there are things that are going to hurt us. Sasuke. Yes, I think you'll be right. Shisui. I'll check that now. Looking at Itachi out of the corner of his eye, he had suspected for some time that Itachi was loyal to Danzo and not to the village. On screen. Elemental Nations. The news of the betrayal of Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto was quickly spread by Jiraiya and Koyuki Kazuhana, causing a great loss for all Konoha. The spread caused a major stir throughout the shinobi continent, and Iwa, knowing that the Yellow Lightning had a son, they demanded his body as revenge for the Third Great Shinobi War, especially the old Smurf of Inoki, but knowing that the village itself killed him, and knowing his status as Jinchuriki. The very hypocrites thought they could look for the Kyuubi when it forms again, and in case the child had lived, recruit him for the village. In Kumo, the Reikage could only wish the boy his condolences, because with his father they had become rivals after the end of the war, and they had mutual respect for it. The Reikage could only see Konoha, a village of traitors, with different eyes. Horigakur didn't feel the boy's death very much, although it made it clear that they should never seek to ally with that village, which, when you least expect it, is capable of betraying you behind your back. Off screen. Han. What can you expect from the grumpy Smurf? Rashi. It's good that if he comes back I'll join him. Naruto. TSK what a hypocrite the old man is. Inoki. What did you say? Do you know how many your father killed? Naruto. And who knows what's my fault? I mean, even your granddaughter suspects the same thing. Inoki. Easy to be his son. All Might. That's wrong, the sins of the father should not fall on the son. Shoto. Yes, looking at Dabi for some reason, well the aforementioned internally trembled for being so stupid. Maybe you are Tuia, and if I find out I'll see what to do, he thought. Naruto. Add to that Inoki, you were one of the perpetrators of the Yuzu massacre. Inoki. You guys were a threat. Ashina. Since when is a peaceful people a threat? Inoki. Since they refused to give us one, he said. Naruto. Dad, you were too soft with Iwa. If they hate me for something I didn't do, but you and I should leave them alone for the massacre they did in Yuzu with no justification other than their paranoia, you should have killed more Iwa shinobi. Kuritsuchi. You're right. Inoki. Kuritsuchi. Kuritsuchi. What? Did I lie? Even I know that a son doesn't bear the sin of his father. Inoki. You will be punished. Kuritsuchi. If you do, I'll join Akatsuki. Madara. Not anything but that trembling. Sasori. Maybe it is. Madara. He's capable of dressing me as a girl. Pain. That would be interesting. Conan. One more woman would be nice since she could be helping me with you. Pain. I am a Dai. Conan took out her sandal. We will recruit more women, that's what I meant. Conan. You better be. For my part, I had nothing to do with Yuzu, and your father's thing is rivalry because of the war. Naruto. Maybe because of that, I would suggest you take me to BA. Was going to complain about his brother, but some shinobi were talking about the weapon that would symbolize beautiful afternoons of pleasant silence, without that music that you hate so much, can you imagine it? So. Kumo. The idea is not bad. Light. Let's keep watching Stopping a Mess. On screen. Son Agakure was a different case, although the fact had bothered them. It was not until Sabaku no Gaara took power as 5th Kazekage that the village hidden in the sand ended the treaties of friendship and alliance with the Leaf Village. Gaara for the Konoha 12, who never turned their backs on the blonde, and Sasuke himself knew enough, although he wanted to kill the emo, he understood what was happening. The bulk of the fury came directly from Akatsuki and Megakure, the village hidden in the rain. Pain. Will Zetsu inform us what exactly happened to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Zetsu. Well, Leader Sama, what happens is that apparently the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was executed by Hada Kakashi after a successful mission to return the Uchiha child who ran away with our former partner Orochimaru of the Sannin. The village is celebrating for that, although not entirely. Itachi. What do you mean? Seriously, waiting for an answer. Off screen. Sasuke. I hope it's not what I think, brother. Itachi. As if it matters. Hiruzen. Oh, would think alarmed. Ares. Sibling fight. Oh, this is interesting. Loki. Enlighten me. On screen. Zetsu. All the Uzumaki disappeared from Konoha. That surprised everyone. The Senju district, since root Anbu of that guy called Danzo killed Tsunade of the Sannin, Conan was surprised. A woman of that caliber killed by root. What the hell was root? Although with Itachi, it's a different story. It is presumed that the rookies, among them the Uchiha boy, seeing this injustice, deserted the village. All the members of Akatsuki frowned while Itachi gave a small sigh of disappointment at what his foolish little brother did, because although he loved his brother, he loved his village more, and in the case of the leader of Akatsuki, he was furious, wanting to kill everyone in the village that delayed his plans for several years, since the Kyuubi is the Biju that would take the longest to reform, and now that stupid village delayed his plans, he will kill them for interfering in his peace plans. Off screen. Kurama. As if releasing the Kyuubi would bring peace and revive dead people. Toby thinks the fox is lying. Toby is a good boy. Kurama. You're not fooling anyone, Uchiha. Habarama. Oh, I like him. Hashirama. Brother. All Might. Peace with them. I don't understand. Ares. They want to put us out of work, annoying like the other gods of war. Kagaya. The infinite Tsukiyomi, Pimugent Tsukiyomi, is a key jutsu in Madara Uchiha's Moon Eye plan. By establishing eye contact with only a standard Sharingan, the user can create a void dimension under their control, which can be filled with content, using the power of the 10 tails. Tsukiyomi. And using my domain and name annoying. Artemis. Who do they think they are? On screen. Madara. You should kill the fool Uchiha for initiating that village to kill him. They have delayed our plans for many years. This is not just any Biju that will regenerate, but the Kyuubi. Hell, this is the Biju that will take the longest because of its power and the tails it has. Sasori. I agree with Dadara, the boy has to pay for starting the delay of our plans. If you wish, Leader Sama, I can go for his head. If you allow me, he would be a good puppet. Having the Sharingan, this boy would be one of my best puppets. Besides, we could ruin Orochimaru's plans and thus collect his betrayal. Zetsu. Don't be idiots, the Uchiha, although he didn't go with Orochimaru, deserted the village for having helped the Jinchuriki try to escape. He practically turned his back on the village with several of the rookies and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Haiden. Yes, we must sacrifice him for Jashin-sama, leader, let's go for that Uchiha, and for the traitorous snake Orochimaru, and then for the village. Bikuzu. I support Haiden, Orochimaru's bounty will benefit us, and together with the Uchiha, since Konoha will pay well for those eyes, we raise a large amount of these funds, not counting the Sannin subordinates having some of these good rewards like that Kabuto. Zetsu. Also the island of Uzushiagakure no Sado vanished completely. Pain was surprised. Itachi. Did anything else disappear from Konoha? Zetsu. Everything Namikaze, the Uzumaki grounds were sealed without being able to reopen, the Yellow Lightning Mansion and the Bloody Havana Mansion are among what is missing, in addition to the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha. Itachi. It's too much, damn you Sasuke, I watch over the village, and if you're not with me you're against me. Danzo-sama should have done the same thing to you as he did to me en route, he thought annoyed. Thanks Zetsu. Off screen. Sasuke. I confirm it now. Shisui. Me too. Makoto. I'm disappointed. Shisui. So you were with him that day. Itachi said nothing. On the screen. Pain. We won't hunt anyone for now. If we cross him we'll act, if not we'll do nothing. Now we need to locate the other Jinchurikis. The Kyuubi must wait until he regenerates. Itachi Kisame will go for him. When we feel that the 9 tails has returned we will go for the others, meanwhile keep an eye on the others. Okay, this meeting is over, you can leave, locate the Jinchurikis, in 3 years we will start the House of the Baiges. The other members of Akatsuki nodded and disappeared to search for information on the location of the other Jinchurikis. At the moment when all the Akatsuki disappeared, both Conan and Pain being the only ones who stayed, they saw someone come out from the shadows, but the Akatsuki couple did nothing, since they knew who the person in front of them was. It was their leader, the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Pain. I suppose you heard everything that was said, right Madara? What Zetsu told us is too worrying. We will lose a lot of time, since the Kyuubi will take too long to regenerate, and it will be very difficult to hunt it. Madara. It's a shame that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is dead, this delays our plans quite a bit. I want you to give the Snake Sannin a home and bring me those rookies from Konoha alive, they can be very useful for our plans. Pain the Uchiha child has potential not as much as Itachi, but enough to be able to rival some of us with proper training, the same goes for the rest of that group. That was not the only thing that happened in those lands, because thanks to Jiraiya being able to get the rookies to board a ship, they went to the neighboring continent, Earthland, where they settled in Fiori, while receiving financial assistance from Jiraiya and Koyuki, as well as information, seeing the possibility of starting a new life. Off-screen. Makarov. So they came with us, they will be welcome in the guild. Jiraiya. At least they're far away. Hiruzen. Damn it. Nezu. I hope they come with us, he whispered to himself. Izawa. This is giving me a bad feeling, he thought annoyed. On screen. In Yuzushi Agakure, near Japan. You can see 4 young people training hard because since the Yuzu agreements were signed, the Yakai faction, the fallen angels, Shinto, and several dragons, the island was having life again. In 6 months, thanks to the help of the Yakais who were beginning to settle on the island, several buildings began to rise again. Those already built under the traditional environment of a feudal Japanese were used for meetings and places of power. Only that a European Latin medieval-style building was raised on those lands, the Great Library. Simulating a church, it rose imposingly next to the Japanese traditionalism of the first city on the island. It was baptized as Whirlpool, according to Kurama's stories about the Uzumakis of yesteryear. Shinto's financial aid was very well received, since thanks to that, several settlements were planned throughout the island. Since various races began to arrive seeking refuge, the belief that humans with quirks were gods pushed several races to migrate, and the rapid connection of the supernatural world guided them to the island. Off-screen. Artemis. TSK just idiotic mortals. Izawa. Unfortunately it's true. Endeavor. TSK, let them adapt to humans and that's it. All Might. And who decides that? You. For that reason and reason, you'll remain number 2. Endeavor. Son of. Nezu. Enough. On screen. The first to arrive, a tribe of pandas. The pandas, originally from the most isolated regions of China, were expelled from their lands by humans. The emergence of licenses and government impulses to expel them prompted false heroes and villains to seek their departure. They were skilled in the use of the Bu staff, experts in kung fu, and were among the few races that knew about Kai and applied it medicinally. They enjoyed meditation and peace, but instead of being added to the world, they were banished from their lands. Upon arriving in Yuzu, they founded the city of Jade, along with 2 other races that arrived at the same time. Another of the races that arrived is a people of tigers. The fierce fighting-loving people from the Kashmir region, in areas disputed by India and China, they were experts in swordsmanship and martial artists, especially in Kalarippayattu, a rather ancient martial art originating in India. Due to military friction between the 2 countries and a slight clash with Pakistan, the people decided to leave the region. With the help of Yu Huang, a recent ally of Yuzu, leader of the Chinese faction, the Jade Emperor, they arrived in Yuzu and founded the city with the pandas. The last founding race of Jade were the fawns, close cousins of the satyrs for their humanoid appearance, but differentiated by a marked animal feature much greater than their cousins, and unlike these half-goat, these were half-deer. They were similar to the satyrs, they loved nature, they were a nomadic people who had just settled in Yuzu changed their situation, adapting to a sedentary life. They excelled in the bow and spear, and did not have a defined fighting style. Off-screen. Isaka. Wow. Amaterasu. Not bad. Auden. They progress quickly, I must say. Loki. I hope you don't do what I think you'll do, he thought seriously. Michael. Shit, annoyed. Searches. Threat to the underworld. Seraphol. Nothing to do with Siskin. Ajuka. Hahaha, never better said. Ashina. It's beautiful. Myth. Yes. Ashina. Seeing Yuzu full of life again is. Uzumakis. Comforting. On screen. Well, that's the past story, now let's return to the training of these 4, Issei, Vali, Naruto and Konohamaru were training with Sasaki Kajiro, the art of the sword, the old man's knowledge, made him a good swordsman, despite the nickname of the strongest loser in history, so he decided to teach them his own style, the Iwork, the combination of every sword style learned in his existence, in addition to analyzing his opponent in the mind. During this time they changed a lot, the three oldest were more defined in their physique while being stronger, they appeared to be 18, although they were 14 years old each, and Konoha despite his age appeared to be 13 when in reality he is 9. Off-screen. A single girl started shouting bricklayer compliments making the Uzumaki, the dragon duo and little Sarutobi feel uncomfortable. Issei. See you. Ollie. Hexy. Hinata. Hehehe taking photos with a camera made by Momo. Anabi did the same. Apollo. The training was good for them. Minato. Just like his father. On screen. With Tesla and Jack along with Hinata Hyuga, they had classes in every subject except for the physical, known in addition to strategies, which he did, added to the training with Tsunade and Kurama that made a normal school seem like an unattainable dream, since they did not make them take a walk in the park. In the case of Quin's training, it was Naruto and Konoha who received such training, since Quin only agreed to train both. Issei, Hinata and Vali trained with Kurama learning to control their new modes. Naruto's pieces have, like Konohamaru's, the ability to start from the human race as a base, add a random race or leave their original race. Naruto assigned his first pawn and queen pieces to Hinata. In Vali's case, his race, demon, was not touched, only that a control in some quite powerful blue flames was added, in addition to improving his swordsmanship with the katana, his natural strength without Albion is surprising, regeneration as if he were a Jinchuriki, in addition to possessing a great sensory ability. As the pieces add the ability to use chakra, it is related to the Kaiten, Raiten and surprisingly Futon elements. That added to his abilities as a hacker Yuku. With Issei becoming human, his race was randomized, becoming a demon, his magic is dark matter, being able to control it at will, in addition to using the flames of purgatory, a purple fire that burns everything. In chakra he is similar to Futon, Suiton and Raiten. Added to his abilities as a Sekiryu adds an important plus to his power. He wields Ascalon, known as the Dragon Slayer sword. Previously wielded by Saint George, the dragon-slaying saint. Hinata, despite her affinity for Suiton and Raiten, managed to do her Juken style with the help of Tsunade and Kurama, being the strongest in hand-to-hand combat of Naruto's current entourage, she is a good medical ninja. As a race, she had Yokai from the Nicuchio clan. Off-screen. Issei and Vali were surprised. Shiva. Wow, if those two dragons get stronger, they would enter the top in no time. Naruto, upon seeing Hinata, would blush and show signs of a slightly perverted side. Isaka. If more Nekamadas. Amaterasu. More kittens to pamper. The gods and demons. Crazy cat lady. On screen. The relationship between the three friends was good, so much so that Issei shared a perverted side in both of them, while Vali shared his passion for fighting. On Naruto's part, his great loyalty, his resilience, and his will to never give up. In the case of Kurama and Yusaka, they both dated for a while and managed to have a stable relationship, both ending up in bed and Yusaka pregnant. Yusaka also had a daughter, a little 8-year-old Kitsune, Kunu who after the relationship of both Kitsunes, adopted the surname Uzumaki, being the youngest of the three, although she always looked at Konoha with different eyes because she thought he was cute. This made the Sannin take advantage and both decided to share the Biju. The screen turns off. Apollo. Is that your idol? Because mine is. Hermes. You already said it. Kunu. Yes, I have my dad. Kurama. If little one, you see her with greedy or perverted eyes, and I will show you why I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune activating his overprotective father side. Maru. Pretty. Kunu would blush and Kurama would mark their relationship as approved since they both had different fathers, that would happen, and incest in shinobi clans was normal. Kushina. Wow, the furball didn't waste any time. Shiva. I'm surprised Yu Huang gave them an alliance. Sun Gukong. Oh, are you going to hold me back? Rudra. You're almost as carefree as Buddha. Buddha. A sweet. He offered without anyone saying anything and ate it. Chapter 6. Everyone was very tense because the Uzumaki and the dwarf Smurf after finishing the previous chapter and leaving, had their exchange of words where the dwarf could do nothing but curse the blonde. Minato jumped to his son's defense, but he didn't consider that a group of Naras were on the Tsuchikage's side, while Hiruzen was supporting the Smurf. This was going to go down the drain, but the new Naru squad came to the defense, avoiding fights and taking the blonde with them. The next day. Everyone was in the movie theater eating breakfast because of a huge buffet that offered everything, and if I say everything, I mean everything. Hestia. The food is delicious. Artemis. Aunt Hestia's cookies. Apollo. You already said little sis. Artemis. I'm older. All Might. Let's hope nothing bad happens. The screen would turn on. Chapter 6. Yuzu reveals himself to the world. Konoha gets even more in the red. Off screen. Izawa. Why do I feel something bad is coming? Zeus. I hope they are not a threat. Athena. Although her level of progress is interesting. Poseidon. Whatever the case, at least we could move there, right, son? Percy. Of course, Dad. On screen. Yuzu. Since the founding of Jade began to grow rapidly, the natural and wild prevailed by the work of the powers of Gandalf, deer, foxes, bears, some birds, wild boars, and even animals considered mythical had appeared and made their home in Yuzu, among them, the gigantic birds native to Persia, rocks, giant birds with the appearance of eagles, griffins from Greek lands, made their homes being welcomed in some mountains of the island. The sea was favored, a group of hippocamps settled in the waters of Yuzu surrounding the coast. If Yuzu were to open, the presence of such majestic creatures would attract many people. Humans also arrived in Yuzu, settling in a city. People considered villains for simply having a quirk like that, people with quirks that many consider useless, even quirkless people had arrived. Most of all, many were teenagers and children. Kurama opened the doors for them and gave them a place, a town they called Bianyang. Off screen. All Might. A quirk doesn't define anyone. Nezu. If you have a villain quirk, that's what you'll be. Society is the one that ends up making it real. Izuku. Villains are made, not born, director. Iida. What are you saying, Midoriya? Izuku. The truth is, something that surprises me is that being the most intelligent person, director, he doesn't know. Nezu. What do you base that on? Seriously. Izuku. That just like a hero, that's why we go to UA, according to you a hero is made so using your words the same thing happens with a villain. The gods looked at Athena for the intelligence of the freckled one. Athena. He is not my son, although he seems to be. The Kugo. The nerd was always very intelligent and strategic. Shoto. That has helped us a lot. Shoji. His analytical skills make him a formidable opponent. All Might. Well said. Shonen Midoriya giving a thumbs up. Nezu emanated a dark aura when he was ridiculed for his own arguments by a student. Oh yes, he would take revenge. Class 1A, many agreed with him, but others, certainly not. If society said so it was the right thing to do, in Iida's words. On screen. Within months, 10 to be exact, Yuzu was back in full swing. Even something that hit the supernatural world hard was the addition of the hero faction with its leader, the same was a member of the Cows Brigade. Initially upon arriving they planned to use it as a base, but upon seeing what was happening, they saw the 3 cities on the island, with Whirlpool being the most predominant, they wanted to attack, but observed a harmonious coexistence between supernatural beings and humans. Many did not believe it, but they listened to one of the meetings of the Yuzu Council. At first they did not believe it, because they thought that humanity was a saint that would not stain their hands, but when they heard the mayor of Bianyang about the mistreatment of people with quirk, heroes who because they have a license believe themselves to be gods, and aberrations of superhuman society, many could not be against that, they did not possess a quirk, and they saw human abuse firsthand. That is why Cao Cao, descendant of that hero from the period of the 3 kingdoms of China, decided to be part of this. At this point he was thinking if the end justified the means, because to demonstrate the supremacy of humans, they would attack children, women and the elderly, innocents, instead of going for those who should deserve it. Off screen. Hades. That's going too far, and I say this as the Greek god of hell. Ares. And I think like Uncle Hades, and I am a god of war. Nezu. The end always justifies the means. All Might. It doesn't make you director, and if that's the thought, I'll retire with those who follow me. Izuku. I'll go. The Kugo, Todoroki, Kirishima. And us. Momo, Kyoka, Koda, Shoji and Tokoyami. Count on us, All Might. Stain. Heroes. Ajiro. Sticking with that decision would make me lose my honor, so count me in. Ibara, Kendo, Yuikadai, Satsuna, Uraraka, Sayu, Hananuki, Hiryu. And Kanmigo. The big 3 of the UA. And with us. Nezu. What? Izawa. I join my offspring. Midnight. Same here. Present Mick. What colleague said. El Top, Ryukyu, Mirko, Edshot, Crust, Gang Orca, went with All Might. As was the case with the Hussy Cats. Stain. Heroes. Nezu. If that's your decision, upon returning you'll be arrested for conspiracy against the heroic society. Many said that was unfair. On screen. Cao Cao didn't agree with Kurama's vision, but he understood it. A society of harmonious convenience among all races seemed like a utopia. After seeing that, he decided to join Kurama's retinue, his piece, his pawn. Fortunately, his race survived, but he was given the ability to manipulate chakra, his element being Doton, earth, and at the same time, he obtained a power similar to magic through earthbending. Main residence. We can see Kurama meeting with Kaijuro and Cao Cao while they were talking about an important topic, the biblical factions. Fortunately Tsunade and Yasaka were not there since they were leaving for Kyoto, they were buying various supplies taking advantage of the Fuinjutsu, the ceiling. Kurama. Okay cow, I don't want anything from the Cows Brigade, at the moment it doesn't threaten our way of life, that doesn't mean we'll take it off the table if it threatens us, I want about the biblical factions. Kaijuro. Sir. Kurama. Listen carefully both of you, we will have an alliance agreement with Azazel, but I do not trust those around him, their laziness, perversion and carelessness will lead him to death. Off screen. Azazel. Ah yes I care about you. Kurama. Don't abuse it. Issei. Because I feel that in the future that will cost us. On screen. Kaijuro. You're talking about. Cow. Kakabiel. One of Grigori's cadres. Kurama. Yes, but I notice you as if you were expecting it. Cow. Kakabiel is a supremacist who firmly believes that the fallen angels are the strongest race and will strive to prove it even if a war is necessary. Kurama. Can you have your people investigated? Cow. As you order, boss. Kaijuro. One less problem. Off screen. Azazel. I feel grateful. On screen. Kurama. Demon theme. Cow. What do you want to know? Kurama. If we move the cards well we can get 2 of the 4 Mo's on our side. Cow. I doubt Lucifer Tomato will ignore that move. Kurama. We'll let Shinto and Kyoto pull the first strings. Cow. I understand, I'll move my people, do we need anything? Kurama. If you need to save someone, bring them to Yuzu. Off screen. Habarama. Now that's a respectable leader. Ashina. Without a doubt. Ashina. And she doesn't let herself be manipulated looking at Hiruzen. On screen. At the training camp. Naruto and Konohamaru can be seen facing each other while Quinn was the referee of the training match. Who? Ready. Naruto and Konohamaru. SI. Quinn. Start. Naruto. Chiyu armor form. Phoenix heavenly defense. Konohamaru. Chiyu spear form. Mount Tai dragon claws. Konohamaru lunges at his opponent at high speed, trying to stab him with his fingers, but Naruto avoids it with his defensive form, avoiding damage that would later heal. Naruto. Good attack. Konohamaru. Good defense. Naruto. Chiyu crossbow form. Turtle waves. Konohamaru would begin to evade Naruto's air shots with difficulty. Konohamaru. Curse starting to draw hand seals Futen. Tatapa. Sasaki. I'm analyzing the fight with his skills, if you don't stop them they'll end badly. Quinn. How? Both brothers were battling until. Naruto. Chiyu halberd form. White tiger moonbow. Naruto was stopped before landing the kick against Konohamaru. Quinn. Ready, enough using the celestial hand and stopping both of them. Sasaki. It was a nice fight haha, but now it's time to see mistakes and keep improving. Off screen. Goodbye. Shit. Itachi. I couldn't see anything, even though I could see with my MS. Shisui. Knowing Naruto he will take precautions, he thought. Hiruzen. They are powerful he said seriously. Jiraiya. Hahaha, those 2 will have enough to make me a millionaire. Zeus. Those techniques would harm a god he said seriously and paranoid. On screen. So time would pass, 2 years since that practice, where Naruto, aged 15, along with Konohamaru, aged 11, had to say goodbye, accompanied by Vali, Issei, Hinata and Kunu, to those men who were their teachers, because as they were dead in their world, they had to return to it by order of the primordials. Tesla. Don't forget it's not magic, it's all science. Everyone would laugh at that. Sasaki. I promised myself not to cry, but wiping away a few tears failure is not defeat but a teacher. Issei. Claro Kajiro-sensei. Sasaki. Kaijuro, in our fight I had as much fun as when I fought Musashi. Kaijuro. That's right, Sasaki-san. Quinn. Be good leaders. Naruto and Konohamaru. How? Jack. Well my young gentleman bowing chivalrously goodbye my students. Off screen. Naruto, Vali, Issei, Izuku, Bakugo, Shoto and Kirishima. Fine gentlemen dressing elegantly. Hermes and Apollo. Very fine. Artemis. Idiots. On screen. After that the Einarjars retreated while Naruto and Hinata held hands. It had been 1 year since they started dating and 4 months where Konohamaru discovered them in full sport and action, which fortunately the times they did the Biju had given him protection so he wouldn't be so horny and have a blessing at an early age. Konohamaru had lost his innocence that day without reading the Ichiha. It was after the week following the game that Yuzu came out to the world map. At first Japan, supported by suggestions from Nezu, director of the UA school, tried to make Yuzu a territory of the country, but they never could since there was no evidence other than the proximity to annex them. In addition, several nations together with the United Nations organization, supported by the symbol of peace himself, Toshinori Yagi, alias All Might. who under the criterion freedom is a right of all Yuzu, was left as a separate country with a Japanese hero commission and a director Nezu very upset about it. Off-screen. Nezu. Curse. Apollo. That's how it is said, freedom is for everyone. B. Not bad brother. Oath. We composed taking out notebooks and instruments. Kumo while Olimpo. No. On screen. This was an achievement on a global level, but striking on a supernatural level, since the powerful knew that they were not to be underestimated, since Kurama was in power a top 10 superior to Shiva, although they did not fight at the moment, since the Hindu faction was the first allied faction after coming to light, followed by Asgard, where between the three factions, they would organize fighting tournaments together as entertainment. Regarding Japan, Nezu investigated the island and its inhabitants, coming to the conclusion that they were not human, causing Japan to demand that a member of its inhabitants study in Japanese schools. To the fury of the rodent from the UA Academy, Kurama knew the intentions, because he would not let a power-hungry rodent followed by a commission full of corruption get away with it, because he chose the Kuo Academy to send two of his own, Naruto and Issei, while ordering Cao Cao and Vali to be attentive to the plays of these heroes. Off-screen. Loki. Curse old man. Orange Shiva. Interesting agreement. Izawa. He already has those guys analyzed, he has a good intelligence system. Nezu. I would say espionage. Kurama. And that's what it's all about, rodent, so much intelligence, but wasted by your ambition for control. On screen. Elemental nations Earthland. Well, this was happening in one world, in the other world. On the continent of Earthland, Kingdom of Fiori. Everything was complete jubilation in one of the guilds, Fairy Tail, as several of the former Konoha shinobi had joined, such as Sasuke Uchiha, who had a great change in attitude, leaving behind his emo style, for one close to that of Uchiha Shisui, in addition to changing his clothes. Off-screen. Several daughters of Aphrodite would start throwing compliments of a bricklayer, blushing the emo. Yugaku. What a handsome man. Shisui. Copying my style, how playful. On screen. Other former shinobi who joined the guild were Jiraiya of the Sannin and Ino Yamanaka, where they began to experience adventures with several of their new friends. In Sabertooth, Kibichouji and Shikamaru were the ones who joined, and rivalries with the rest of the former shinobi would begin. These parties lasted a week, where after that, save for Jiraiya who got along with Makarov immediately, they began their missions and training. Unfortunately, Itachi Uchiha, accompanied by several rude Anbu, attacked Fairy Tail, incapacitating many and taking information, but the two who were from Konoha were very close to death. At least Ino was relatively well, but the Uchiha was something else. Sasuke only heard, I hope that in your next life you are loyal to Konoha. Well, he was pierced by a sword near the chest, he could only see his attacker, his own brother, causing the definitive break of all ties between them. Off-screen. Makoto would start to cry, while Shisui held Sasuke back. Yugaku. Damn traitorous bastard. All Might. Seems like he is a villain sad. Itachi. But hero for Konoha. Makarov. Remind me to improve security, the guild nodded. On screen. Jiraiya, although he acted quickly, supported by Natsu Dragnell and Grey Fullbuster, who with a reverse summon were taken to Mount Mayaboku. Amabunta. Jiraiya. Seeing the situation, what happened to him? Jiraiya. There is no time, Gamamaru-sama must send us to the Gaki. Amamaru. And that's what I will do. Arriving with what I will do, they will arrive where the young son of the Yondaime is, but I will not guarantee that they will be saved. Jiraiya. It's worse not to try. Amamaru would begin to trace hand seals, while Senjutsu was channeled in large quantities so that a vortex would swallow the five who arrived at the place. Amabunta. Chief Gamamaru is fine. Amamaru. Using that amount exhausted me, I'm too old for it. Amabunta. Konoha will burn if it continues like this. The screen turns off. Now it was clear, Konoha would burn, and quite a lot, in a fire of their own making. Chapter 7. Everyone had one thing clear, Konoha was going to burn or at least suffer a lot. All Might. I know this is wrong, but… Gran Torino. Let karma act for good or evil. Toshinori. All Might. Yes, sensei. Minato. At least we know our allies aren't in the tree hugger village. Inoki. Copyright Yellow Lightning. Kuritsuchi. Let me see if I understand. Looking at Conan, I join Akatsuki. I can dress Dadara as a girl, and I can make men tremble if I get angry. Conan. Of course. Kuritsuchi. I'm interested in you. Akatsuki men Itachi. It's all over, gentlemen, we have no escape. Hera. And she said that Zeus was creating a drama. Zeus. Hey. Poseidon. Shut up, drama queen. Zeus. Grrrr. Hades. You're being dramatic. Searches. Grrrr, that Kyubi is a threat. Michael. Yes. Gabriel. Brother, behave yourself. Michael just looked at her seriously, scaring the seraph. Light. Okay, let's continue. The screen turns on. Chapter 7. Gala with the Aoi Rozu. A Raven Wing team. Off screen. Momo. With me. Naruto. That seems creative-chan. Sasuke. Why are you afraid of me? Dope. Naruto just shrugged. On screen. Previously. Amamaru had performed a special jutsu after channeling a large amount of senjutsu. Due to the overexertion, the old toad had to be held by Gamabunta, the current head of the Gamma clan. Amamaru. I'm too old for this. At the moment. We can see Kurama, Yasaka, Naruto, Hinata, Konohamaru, Kunu and Tsunade sitting having dinner since it was 9 at night, while they were talking volley and Issei had already gone to bed because they trained until late and were exhausted. Kurama. Guys. Konohamaru. Kurama-san, what's wrong? Naruto. Yes Kurama-san, what's wrong? Kurama. We have been invited to a gala of the current most influential families in Japan, the Aoi Rozu family. Both. Great. Kurama. If this agreement goes through, one of you may end up married to Lord Aoi Rozu's only daughter. Off screen. Naruto. Good thing it's me hugging Hinata and Momo on his sides and having Ria's Gremory on his legs. Will Kuroka approach the Uzumaki fox? Jiraiya. That boy fills me with pride. Kurama. Same to me. Minato. And Ami. On screen. Konohamaru. Well, I'm still little, so let's be nice-an. Naruto. Well anyway I have to enter the crosso. Kurama. Okay, and the craw thing goes for you too Konohamaru. And that they feel something. Naruto. Those presences. Tsunade. I would recognize those anywhere. In the patio. The portal would open while pushing one white-haired man and 2 young people of no more than 15 years old injured and another 2 without injuries. Jiraiya. That hurt then he sees Sasuke shit, I'm going to lose him. Jiraiya was putting pressure on one of the wounds. Naruto. Hiro Sennin. Approaching with his family, Kaijuro, Volley, Issei and Cao himself. Jiraiya. Naruto surprised Naruto my boy. Naruto. Hiro Sennin what happened to team worried? Jiraiya. Itachi he said seriously Itachi Uchiha and Anbu of Danzo apparently, his wound is deep but. Sasuke would wake up in that. Sasuke. Dope coughing blood I'm glad to see you once again. Naruto. Team, friend, you'll get through this. Sasuke. I thought I wasn't your friend that you hated me for. Naruto. No, I don't, I forgave you in jail when you came to save me that time, friend, hold on. Off screen. Yugaku. Where I die annoying. Itachi, for his part, was hurt. It hurt to see his brother die, but Konoha was more important. Izuku. What a good brother the one who did that he said sarcastically. Shoto. Not even my brother is like that. Bobby sneezed for some reason. Afo. These grays make me excited as they don't flatter anyone. Shigaraki. That's annoying. On screen. Sasuke. I'm sorry team. Tsunade. His wound is deep, I can't heal him at that level. Naruto. Shit. Konohamaru would take out a night piece and bring it close to Sasuke. Konohamaru. Sasuke, I know you want to continue living, please accept being my knight and you will be able to amend your sins, even though in our eyes none remain smiling. Sasuke. I accept looking weakly at Naruto who smiled at him. Konohamaru would bring the piece closer to him and it would fuse with Sasuke, making the emo boy glow. Sasuke's vitality was renewed as a pair of black wings appeared on his back, surprising everyone, while his wounds healed. Sasuke. I feel better. Everyone looked at him with great surprise. Sasuke. What's wrong with me? Is there something on my face? Naruto. On your back, he draws closer to one of the nearby mirrors. Sasuke. But what? Off screen. Azazel. Phew he whistled another fallen. Sasuke. Thanks boss. Konohamaru. You're welcome. Naruto. You better be loyal, team. Sasuke. Whatever you say dope. Searches. Threat to the underworld. Zeus. Threatens Olympus. Michael. Threatens heaven. Quetzalcoatl. They shut up sitting on Naruto's lap and rubbing their hips on an anaconda. Naruto. Don't wake up he thought nervously. On screen. Kurama. So your piece assigned you a new race changing your original one. How cow. A fallen angel. Kurama. Channel your power and think about hiding your wings. Sasuke would do as requested and channel his power by hiding his wings. Naruto. I'm glad you're okay, team. Sasuke. What changed? Dope, Redeed, and Konohamaru, blonde hair. Konohamaru. Story for another day. Kurama. Shisui that name puzzled Sasuke and Jiraiya take them to their quarters. Shisui. Of course. Sasuke. Shisui. Shisui. Here I am, dude giving him a snitch that's for being an idiot after that he hugs him, then you tell me everything about Itachi, okay. Sasuke would hug him and nod. Hinata. I'll take Ino to the infirmary carrying the unconscious blonde. Natsu. Oh, how cool was that? Ray. That's obvious, walking stove. Natsu. You want to fight Freezer. Jiraiya. Enough. Both. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Tsunade. And who are they? Jiraiya. He is Natsu Dreagnal, Fire Dragon Slayer. Off-screen. Athena. What is a Dragon Slayer? Makarov. A Dragon Slayer is a person trained in the arts of ancient and lost magic called by the same name, which has the meaning of Dragon Slayer magic. Annabeth. Interesting. Athena. No doubt. Greg. The only one who kills me is Albion. Albion. And if I'm stronger than your lizard. On screen. Natsu. Hey, you pointing at Kaijuro are strong, fight with me. Kurama. Dreagnal. Are you the son of the Ignell lizard? Natsu. Who are you and where do you know Ignell from? Kurama. He's an old friend, by the way, did you go to the Earthland continent? Jiraiya. Yes. Natsu. Ignell Tucson never mentioned you to me. Kurama. It was millennia ago that I met him. By the way, you look at my wife and friend pointing at Yusaka and Tsunade as Icha material, and I'll kill you emanating the power of Kyuubi. Jiraiya. Yes, and then he realizes the chakra you are the Kyuubi. How come you are out? Kurama. I'll do Minato a favor and take care of his cubs. Anyway, that talk for the morning. Jiraiya. And he is Grey Fullbuster. Off-screen. Natsu. Do you know Ignell? Kurama. That name doesn't ring a bell. Juvia. Grey-sama. Grey. Shit getting dressed for being naked. All. When did he do it? Fairy tale. Nobody knows, not even us, just get used to it. On screen. Grey. It's a pleasure. Naruto. Welcome to the new Yuzu. Kaijuro. Boss, I'll take you to your quarters so you can rest. Kurama. Please Kaijuro. After that Kaijuro proceeded to take them to their rooms inside Whirlpool City. Off-screen. Many. She is beautiful. The Uzumakis. Yuzu is returning to his glory. Hiruzen and Inoki. Shit. Jonshu. Nice city. Horus. Looks like Thebes in ancient times but more eastern. On screen. In Japan, UA. You can see a mouse, bear, dog, rodent analyze the patterns after what happened a few days ago in his academy. His most promising class of students, the 1A, attacked in the building owned by the UA Academy, Unit for the Simulation of Unexpected Events, USJ to simplify. This made him consider the situation of activating the plan they had, with the heroes commissioned to implant chips in the students to avoid any future insubordination, and so on, but he decided to discard it. Since in the week of rest that he gave to the students a gala of the Aoi Rozu family would be held, so he would analyze from now on the measures to take in the future. Off-screen. The heroes on All Might's side had enough, this already indicated complete madness. All Might. This is crazy. Azawa. You don't get my offspring high. Nezu. If I say it's done, Azawa. The students in the group looked at each other. All. We will abandon UA if we don't trust in the education of heroes, how can we be something like that? With that, several students from Class 1B left with him, this was already beyond logic. Amaterasu. If you want, I will protect you in Shinto lands. All former UA. Please. On screen. And Yuzushio. The next day, everyone was talking about what happened in the elemental nations. Cao hearing about what Danzo was like made him catalog him as one of the worst villains in history. If he had to compare him to someone it would be Joseph Stalin, with several ideas of Adolf Hitler, one of the worst combinations that can exist. Hearing everything about Itachi, Shisui was very surprised. He did not expect that the boy who was his best friend had joined the mummy, although it made sense. He remembered an Anbu kanji route that attacked him with a group. Off-screen. Hades. Those were my children. The heroes, upon hearing this, looked at the god of the underworld, while Naiko became uncomfortable. Nothing like a hand in the hand, synonymous with support from Naruto, could calm him down. Shisui. So you were there that day before I gave you my eye. Itachi. Yes. On screen. Naruto decided to go look for Konohamaru because they had to go to Kyoto with Yusaka for suits, so after finding him and seeing that Hinata was joining the trip, they left with Hiration to the Nippon island, while Shisui took charge of Sasuke's training, and Tsunade watched over Ino's condition. At the same time Kurama informed Jiraiya of what they would do, so knowing the Sanin's abilities, he sent him as a spy to the UA, he wanted to know every movement of that school. Especially its director, he did not trust him since their last meeting, despite sounding kind, he was ambitious, greedy, and did not mind sacrificing people for the common good, as he could do with his current symbol of peace, with the crime rate going down. Kurama knew that if that rate went down, it would cause the heroic society to collapse, so Yuzu would be prepared for whatever was coming. Time skip. Everyone was in Kyoto waiting for the two brothers and the princess of the Byakugan. Tsunade. They're taking too long wearing a traditional senju kimono. Kurama. Don't worry with a formal black tuxedo. Jiraiya. I'm not used to this wearing a white tuxedo. Kurama. Here they come. Off-screen. Kushina. Any cameras? Apollo. Have. Kushina. Thanks starting to take pictures. Rias. Not bad Naru. Quetzalcoatl. Violable. Hiroshima. Manly Naru bro. Percy. Not bad, my friend. Minato. Just like his father. On screen. Naruto. How are we? Jiraiya. Oh Gakkus, my perverted senses indicate enormous harem potential in you guys. Tsunade. Don't pervert them Jiraiya or you'll see. Konohamaru. The cut suits you, brother. Isaka. Wait, someone is missing. A pearly-eyed girl would begin to descend the stairs of one of the Kyoto mansions belonging to Yasaka, while everyone watched her arrive in her red dress. Naruto for his part was staring at her, devouring her, while Konohamaru and Kurama laughed under their breath. She had straightened her hair, with the help of Yasaka, and Amaterasu had done her hair and makeup. Konohamaru. Nai-san. Naruto didn't respond, he was enthralled by what he saw, it wasn't bad at all, because the color red on a young woman with a good butt and bust attracted and enthralled anyone. Konohamaru. Don't drool brother. Naruto would then come to his senses and apologize, after which they would board a limousine heading to the Yaoi Rozu Gala. Off-screen. Just like his counterpart Naruto was dazzled by what he saw until he felt several people wanting to hook up with his Hinata. Hera looked at Zeus who shamelessly moved his pubis to attract her, something that the Hyuga denied. You look beautiful Hinata-chan. Sakura. Yes. Ten. Beautiful. Damari. Very childlike. Samui. Not bad. Kuritsuchi. Yes. Himawari. Mom, you look pretty. On screen. At the evening. The Uzumaki family had arrived at the gala while being received by reporters and paparazzi, who from that day on classified Naruto and Konohamaru as the most coveted young people, so after saying goodbye to the press and Kurama, giving a few words to the cameras about Yuzu's future plans. Off-screen. Inoichis who appreciate Naruto. How envious. Momo. Haha this time they showed off a bit. Apollo. They have class, this deserves a haiku. Artemis. Shut up. Naruto. Dad, can we do something like that? Naruto. Of course. Iruka. I hope you have manners. Kushina. The place is nice. On screen. Naruto. It's a nice place. Hinata. Yes. Konohamaru. Very cute. Who knew? We should have a gala at home. Jiraiya. It's a good thing I left Natsu and Gray on the island, those two would fight without anyone controlling them and would cause quite a mess. Mr. Yaoi Rozu. Oh welcome Kurama-san. Kurama. Oh yes they are Mr. Levi Yaoi Rozu and his wife Akiko Yaoi Rozu. Levi. Welcome to the family gala. At that point a young black-haired girl starts looking at Naruto. Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you Miss Yaoi Rozu. Off-screen. Naruto. Beautiful. Goodbye. Old man who envies. Lee. I hope I find the right one. Soon there will appear the one who will fall in love with your flames of youth Lee. Niji. Not bad looking at Momo that dress would suit 10. Niji. Blushing. On screen. Momo, Naruto-san. Hinata. You're cute. Momo. Thank you. Naruto. Meet my current girlfriend, Hinata Hyuga. Levi. Girlfriend. Kurama. You see, my family comes from an ancient clan and is on the verge of disappearing. There is a law that indicates the restoration of members. As my sons Naruto and Konohamaru are the youngest, they will be in the restoration, therefore they must practice polygamy. Isaka. It's not that they are womanizers since they both have good values. Tsunade. And when they both accepted, they said they would fall in love as appropriate and would not force anyone. Levi. Oh, I see. Akiko. Momo, daughter, why don't you go around the evening with Naruto-san and Miss Hinata? Momo. Sure, follow me please. The trio would separate from the adults, walking around the gala while talking to get to know each other. Naruto said sweet things to her, making the aspiring heroine blush while she told them about going to UA and what they did. At the same time, the adults confirmed a marriage union between Uzumaki and Yaoi Rozu. While the band began their sonata. Naruto. May I have this piece? Receiving a feeling from Hinata. Momo. That's clear. Off-screen. Kushina. Not bad. Minato. Son of Galen. Kurama. Fine, gentlemen. Squid. Yes. On screen. You might be wondering how Naruto knows how to dance. Well, Jack's classes weren't purely about strategy. They also included teaching chivalry and how to treat ladies, in addition to dance. As the music continued, several guests joined the dance floor to the sound of the band playing. When the music ended, Konohamaru asked Kunu to dance, while Naruto and Hinata danced their piece together. The evening was going very well, without any setbacks, while the band continued with one of the pieces where Kurama asked Yusaka to dance. After the dance, food arrived to complement the evening, along with the announcement of the marriage between the young Uzumaki and Yayoi Rozu, something that the guests applauded quite well, saving a sector of wealthy families close to the Gremory family. They were not demons, but humans who have had their dealings, and thanks to that increased their pockets, among them the Monoma family. The screen turns off. Monoma. TSK. Naruto. I'll say it once, cheap photocopier, stay away from my girls or I'll kill you, taking out 4 tails from his back. Strange for his Biju to be outside. Monoma. Yes, yes. Kushina. Yes, someone educated, all that's missing is a redeed to make her happy. Minato. Something tells me it will come true looking at Rias. Chapter 8. Everything was peace and quiet in the room, Bakugo drugged with a dose of elephant tranquilizer, Kirishima and Lee having competitions to determine who is more manly youthful, Shoto talking with Sasuke, Izuku and Naruto talking, while Konohamaru was with Kota, Kitsune and Milika's Gremory doing some mischief. Kushina, for her part, seeing those interested in her son, put together the many grandchildren plan, with Minato in being a grandmother, has gone to her head mode. Kurama. You give me B, and you stay in Kumo with pleasant silence. A. Interesting. B. At least if we go together, Jayuki brother. Jayuki? Yes, and thinking, if you exist there, save me Superman. At that the screen would turn on. Chapter 8. Negotiations, starting the entourage. Off screen. Inoki. The Brad is already moving seriously. Michael. Yes. Hiruzen. Gentlemen, why don't we join forces against the Fox threat? Zeus. I think like the mortal. Searches. Agreed. Ajuka. Like Mao Belzebub, I reject that alliance. Searches. Don't you dare. Seraphol. How Mao Leviathan rejected that alliance. Metatron, Azrael and Gabriel. And us. Raphael. Well, and me. Kuritsuchi. Well, I'll pack my bags. On screen. After the end of the gala with the Yayoi Rozu, Naruto proceeded to make his plans. He had to put together an entourage, like Kurama, but now there would be other plans. In Yuzushi Ogakure 2 days after the event, things were going to change because events were taking place in various places. In the United States, the Olympians were dealing with a delicate matter such as the Titans, as they knew, the Pendragon brothers, Arthur and LaFay, both 2 young men of 15 and 13 years old respectively, descendants of Arthur Pendragon and Morgana LaFay, on orders from Cao Cao, were conducting research in said territory. It helped a lot that 50% of that country has the quirk phenomenon, and there are few heroes. In the Vatican, Michael, current leader of the Angel faction, had started the Sacred Sword project 6 years ago. Only one boy managed to escape alive. Jeanne d'Arc, descendant of the Maid of Orleans, was the link for Yuzushio to get another member. Off screen. Guraya. Efficiency, I must admit, Kurama-san. Kurama. Of course, he said proudly. Nezu. Pendragon and Orleans, you have interesting power connections, Kyubi-san. Babara. Holy Sword Project. Dibawai. It's torture, they kidnap children, angering many, and subject you to tests to recover the sword given to Arthur Pendragon. Hephaestus. The Excalibur. All Might. Even angels are monsters. Afo. Wonderful. On screen. In use. Sasuke was training hard with Shisui. He had things about his Sharingan to understand and perfect, in addition to joining Azazel's training every 2 weeks to learn how to use the powers of a fallen angel. A fact that surprised everyone was Sasuke's Mangekyo, which when reincarnated as a fallen angel, evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No one knew why, although it didn't matter. Off screen. Sasuke. Now I have absolute power and I don't give a damn, looking at Konoha, saving friends. Hashirama. You will not go against my village. Madara. And I grape without EMS, so you're missing something, kid. On screen. Boardroom. Kurama was meeting again with Cao Cao, who was giving him all the information about his spies and members of the hero faction. Kurama. Interesting, do you think you can attract Yudo Kiba? Kaijuro. And that would be it. Cao Cao. I have the same doubt. Kurama. If we bring him with us, we take away a potential ally from the effeminate man in heaven, and we prevent that sword from remaining in the power of Tomato Lucifer if it manifests in the Gaki. Cao Cao could only stifle a laugh at the insults. Off screen. Michael and Searches snorted in annoyance, while several laughed like retarded seals. Apollo. Artemis. Brother, you can laugh like a normal person. Apollo. You take the fun out of life. On screen. Kurama. Can you investigate human ties with the Gremory? Kaijuro. Whatever you say, boss. Pow cow. I'll tell Jean to locate and rescue him. On the outskirts of Yuzushio. The group of helicopters was approaching the island. In whirlpool. Kurama. Now what does that damn rat want? Tsunade. You better relax. Jiraiya. You must be calm. Isaka. Or there won't be any fun later he. Kurama. Oh, what a daring Haim. Off screen. Nezu. How kind he. Kurama. Grrr. Isaka. Kurama-kun. Kurama. Yes dear relaxing. Goodbye. Hahaha. Isaka. City. Kurama only took refuge in Isaka's breasts. On screen. Jiraiya. Do you want me to tell the brats? Kurama. Recruit and control Natsu and Gray. Naruto will leave with Shisui in 1 week to find more allies. Tsunade. Hestia-sama and Hades-sama requested a meeting with you. Kurama. Enviales una carta de aceptación para realizar unos negocios Estados Unidos en tus semanas. At the Yuzu heliport. The transport helicopter was descending as the companions slowed down and landed. Meanwhile, Kurama and his current wife, Yasaka, waited for them to disembark. The bear, a dog and a rodent were getting out of the vehicle, accompanied by a guy who looked like a drugged-up vagrant, a woman in a dominatrix outfit, and a guy who could barely stand because of his skeletal appearance. Kurama. Mr. Nezu, I didn't expect to see you in person. Nezu. Oh Kurama-san, it's good to see you personally, this island is a beautiful place. Kurama. Would you like to chat in my office? Name. Claro. Kurama. Meet my wife Yasaka Uzumaki. Yasaka. It's a pleasure. Tsunade then went with Kaijiro to prepare the meeting room. One thing was certain, it was not a social visit. After the USJ attack they have been weakening, and the director thought that perhaps with the supernatural on his side, he would be safe from the press and from villain attacks, although that thought was disguising another. Off screen. Izawa. The director plays his cards very well. Hermes. Looks like Amanda Waller. Ajuka. The woman of DC Comics. Hermes. Yes. Hot. Interesting woman. Loki. Demon's wife. Thor. Interesting woman. On screen. Meeting room. The group entered one of the meeting and business rooms in the Uzumaki residence, where they took seats to discuss what they had come to do. Nezu. Kurama-san has a good place. Kurama. I really appreciate the compliment, so let's get to the point. Nobody wants unnecessary chatter. That sometimes costs time, and time in business is money. Vagabond. Director, I like him, said the drugged vagrant in a sleeping bag. Nezu. Silencio Izawa. Skinny. He calmed down director. Kurama. Toshinori Yagi, alias All Might, #1 hero, I'm surprised you come across like that, although I don't judge anyone. Toshinori. So how do you know that? Nervous. Kurama. I have informants all over the world, as well as alliances, I'm not an isolationist guy who cares about his people and plunges them into ignorance. Nezu. Interesting, he thought well, what we're here for, as you probably know, the UA Academy suffered an attack on its facilities a few weeks ago. Kurama. They're talking about the unexpected event simulation unit. I learned of the attack thanks to my agreements with the Aoi Rozu, an unfortunate event, if I do say so myself. Izawa. What are you implying? Kurama. Isn't their security the best? They say it compares to the security of the Tartaros prison in Japan, when those of us here know that All for One, villain #1, symbol of chaos, has escaped many times. Off screen. Athena. She has a good spy system to know that. Brah. Not bad at all, no doubt about it. Anubis. He has them where he wants them. Shiva. Haha not bad Fox. Rudra. Haha not bad. All Might. What do you mean? On screen. Toshinori. I didn't know that. Kurama. Do you know that's because help comes from within the system? The existence of the symbol of peace depends on the continued existence of a nemesis to confront and defeat. Without it, it's meaningless. Nezu. Shit, he's taking away my game arguments. If I fail, I'll have to talk to the commission and they'll try to remove him from power. He thought. Toshinori. Wow knows a lot about the heroic system. Kurama. A system doomed to fall. Nezu. Izawa. How do you? Kurama. You humans, because of your evolution with quirks, believe yourselves to be gods, that you are all might. Toshinori. Human. Kurama. Tell me what would happen if a god bled. Izawa. I would topple the system like dominoes. Kurama. Do you understand my point? And about my help with the UA, what do they want so that it is fulfilled? Nezu. Let his children go to UA Academy smiling, if the supernatural is controlled, victory over the League of Villains is guaranteed, he thought. Kurama. I refuse, my children are not bargaining chips and they have already chosen to go to Kuo Academy. Nezu. You know I can change your roles, right? Ashinori. Director, seriously, this is not what we came here to do. If we are going to threaten under the excuse of being heroes, I will withdraw. This is not how heroes should act. Nezu. The needs of the many outweigh those of the minority. Izawa. Are you telling me that seriously the end justifies the means? Ashinori. I'm sorry but this is not what was agreed, I'm leaving. Off-screen. Kurama. Thanks, I give classes on Thursdays, I don't charge much. Ridiculed, a most intelligent being with only arguments and logic. All Might. Amazing. David Shield. Fascinating. Nezu. Grrrrrr. Afo. What's up, rat, don't you have someone supernatural? Hahaha. Shigaraki. Hahaha, the rat is worse than a villain. On screen. Kurama. Can you leave me alone with All Might? Tsunade. Do you want me to give you a tour? Izawa and Nezu. Please, I want to sleep. The headmaster and the wandering hero would retreat. Kurama would make hand seals, applying a barrier of silence. Ashinori. Who wants to talk, amazed. Kurama. Don't trust him, I know he runs the best hero school in Japan, but that thought, in my opinion, isn't for heroes. Ashinori. I support you on that. Kurama. I want you to know that if anything happens, Yuzu is open to you and your allies. Also, maybe we can heal your wounds. Ashinori. I appreciate the gesture, and time will tell about the rest. Both would shake hands, leave the room and meet at the helipad, where the helicopters would take off for Japan. Off-screen. All Might. Thank you very much, Kurama-san. Kurama. You're welcome. On-screen. Kurama. Tsunade, I want you to prepare an area for the construction of one more city. Tsunade. I'll talk to Gandalf. Time skip 2 days. You can see Red Naruto and his current entourage, to whom since they met, he would trust more than his life, his queen, Hinata Hyuga, his piece became Mikasho. His first knight, his older brother in everything but blood, Shisui Uchiha. His first rook, the dragon slayer of fire, Natsu Drignell, a kind of friend addicted to fighting at a good level away from volley, since at least Lucifer knows how to control himself. His current pawns, Grey Fullbuster, Volley Lucifer, Issei Haidu along with the adult companion of the group Jiraiya the Gama-sanin, who would go to their first destination Paris, France, their objective, to help a boy escaping from the church for an inhuman experiment, in addition to recruiting a powerful evil dragon, Krom Kruch. Off-screen. Nezu. Something will happen. All Might. Yes. Shigaraki. Kukuku, it seems we'll do something. All Might. Who? Searches. Will you go for Krom Kruch? Azrael. I was in Paris surprised. Hiruzen. This is bad, Naruto will have heavyweights. On screen. Kurama. Caretaker. Tsunade. Jiraiya shouldn't take them to brothels or else clenching her fist. The friends and Naruto would make a military pose, whatever you order, ma'am. Isaka. How good. The group would board the plane and depart from Tokyo airport. Kurama. Well, it's time to go see that festival. So those who stayed would go to see the UA Sports Festival, carefully observing the commission's intentions while remembering Naruto's words. Off-screen. Artemis. I would like her as a hunter. Zo. Yes. Phoebe. He's got them under control. Tsunade. And I don't let them be like the rest. Parvati. They called you ma'am. Durga. It is synonymous with old woman. Tsunade would stand up and approach some Naruto, Issei, Volley, Shisui, Grey, Natsu trembling in fear. Tsunade. It is yes miss. The fearful ones. Yes miss. After that he would retire. On screen. Flashback. Kurama. I'll help you build your entourages, but who do you want to recruit? Naruto. We both know that we have the Greeks in a threat of civil war. Zeus is so paranoid that despite having to face the Titans, he will wait for the waters to calm down and will kill those he considers heroes for Olympus, and even more so if they are children of Hades or Poseidon. Kurama. I'll meet with Hades and Hestia in 2 weeks, and I'll see about that. By the way, who are you planning on visiting? Naruto. I will speak with Tiamat and the Dragon Kings so we can get them on our side. Kurama nodded that this would be the best plan of action to increase his military power, since he knew he needed backup in case the tomato, the effeminate, and the paranoid tried something against Uzushio, and if they did, they wouldn't have a good time. Naruto. I'll go to France to look for that boy you mentioned from your meeting with Cao Cao. I'll also go for Krom Kruch before the Cow's brigade defeats him. Reports say he likes to fight, and the tournament between us, Asgard and India, will catch his attention. Kurama. And then with interest. Naruto. I will go for Azrael, Archangel of Death, heaven despises him without being a fallen one, so, and in case his loved ones want to come, then I will bring them. Kurama. According to Cao Cao, Metatron, Raphael and Seraph Gabriel support him. Naruto. We'll offer them Yuzu's protection in case anything happens to the sissy. Off-screen. Odd and interesting strategy. Thor. Any fight lover would accept. Shiva. The tournament fight will be good. Azrael. I join you boy. Naruto. Thank you. Michael. GRRRRRRRRRRRRR. On screen. Time skip 3 days. On the other side of the world, more specifically in a church in Corbeil-les-Sons, you could see a boy with grey wings who appears to be about 18 years old. This boy is Azrael, the angel of death. He was not a fallen one, but he had grey wings. He was with a very hidden sadness on his emotionless face, since heaven constantly rejects him despite not being a fallen one, and that gradually filled him with indifference towards heaven and its people. He only wants his brothers Raphael, Metatron and Gabriel, since they are the only ones who accept him and treat him in a polite way. He just wants to be accepted, but heaven apparently will never accept him. He recently fought with Michael, and he thought that it was time to retire from heaven. Maybe it would only be better for him than being allied with heaven and his brothers. In addition, his brother was increasingly greedy for power, justifying everything in the name of his father. He had recently encountered a 14-year-old boy, Yudo Kiba, and had rescued the boy from a sect of priests eager to kill him, considering him a failure of the Holy Sword Project. Azrael at that moment knew that heaven had ended on a worse path than it was on before Lohim's death, so he would wait for the arrival of the people of Yuzu. He had felt presences arriving in France, now he would find out what would await him by allying himself with them. Off-screen. The Bara. And they are priests, they are nothing more than sinners. Priest 1. Blasphemy. Priest 2. Witch. Hitsuki. Touch a hair and they die. The Bara would blush, and a Redeed and a Sand Princess would feel jealous. Azrael raised his power and brought down the priests under Michael's annoyed gaze. On screen. In Paris. Off screen. The women of Fiori and the elemental nations were amazed by the city of love. Aphrodite. The city of love. On screen. Naruto's entourage can be seen searching for a white-haired Sannin, as they had lost him a day since they arrived. Naruto. Where the hell is Hiro Sennin? Hiro annoyed, although his instincts told him to head south, towards Corbeil-les-Sons. In a nearby theater. Jiraiya was writing a new series of Icha Icha books, taking notes of a traditional dance in his eyes from the French. Jiraiya. Hehehehe watching the dance. Off-screen. Icha Icha readers were applauded by the dance performance, as the women chased a white-haired Sannin with torches and tridents. On screen. The notebook of the perverted Sannin emanated fire due to the speed of writing the dance, whose origin was the French brothels of 1830. But the entourage. The boys were passing by the Eiffel Tower, a place considered romantic by many, while looking for access to the TGV, the high-speed train that operates throughout France and beyond its nearby European borders. Jiraiya. Hello, arriving with the rest after their search for information. I got lost. After that, the entourage each hit him on the head for searching for them for no reason, in vain. The screen turns off. Women. He deserved it. Jiraiya. How much violence. Men. Naruto's friends. History will not forget your valor and courage, soldier. Entourages. Konohamaru 1. All the women looked with golden daggers at the white-haired Sannin who was hiding behind the Kyuubi, while Kakashi raised a hand in a military pose, remembering the noble sacrifice. Nagato. Did anyone see Conan? Toby. Me, boss. Nagato. Stop acting. Toby. Okay, I saw her there pointing at the mob. Nagato. You know something, I learned something with Yahiko. Haiden. And that would be it. Nagato. Don't make her angry. Bikuzu. She is violent. Sasori. His blows hurt me and I'm made of wood or something like that. All of Akatsuki was afraid of their female companion. Light. Well, gentlemen, today we will not see an episode, today we will see the entourages. Naruto. Who will be first? Everyone would pay attention to the answer. Light. Little Konohamaru's. Konohamaru. Sugoi. On screen. King. Konohamaru Uzumaki. Race. Human monkey yakai. Chakra. Three-tailed Sanbi level reserves. Affinities. Kaiten, Suiton, Futon, Raiten and Doten. Ifted Keke Genkai. Yoten lava element. Summoning contract. Polar bears. Arms. Sansetsuken. Katana. Sword. Kunai and Shuriken. Magic. Snatch. Can steal items, power, abilities and energy from his opponents. Off-screen. Aphrodite. If that's how it is. Light. 16. Aphrodite. That kid Yuke becomes that. Konohamaru. Great. Light. And that's your human form, as a yakai you are more simian. Naruto. Not bad little brother. Izuku. You're amazing, dwarf. Hoda. I hope to be there. On screen. Queen. Hanabi Hyuga. Race. Human, for now. Chakra. A stranger. Elemental Affinity. Doten. Heike Genkai. Dijutsu Byakugan. Arms. A Stranger. Magic. A Stranger. Off-screen. Hanabi. Your queen blushing and fainting. Hinata. Oh he copied my style. Brias. She's your little sister. Momo. They both look alike. Quetzalcoatl. It seems that both have a weakness for the Redeed and the little one. Kurama. As puppies, they have a soft spot for Hyuga girls. On screen. Bishop. Will Solace. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental Affinity. Unknown, suspected Kaiten and Futen. Medical Ninjutsu Specialist. Arms. Bow and arrow. Short sword or dagger. Magic. Bane. Will can imbue different weapons with his magic which, when in contact with the target, force him to use greater amounts of energy for his attacks, depending on how many times he was hit by the magic. As a son of Apollo, he can use music to heal, he just needs to play any instrument. Off-screen. Pamp Half-Blood. Will. Lee Fletcher. Not bad bro. The NHA. Demigod. Apollo. That's my son beating his chest with pride. Will. Looks like I'm with you, boss. Konohamaru. Yes. All Might. Amazing. Izuku. Seriously, those are his skills. Ioka and Present Mick. Can you really heal with music? Will. Every son of Apollo can, but yes. On screen. Bishop. Sting Euclid. Race. Human Dragon Slayer. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental Affinity. Raten. Weapon. Knuckle Dusters. Magic. Dragon Slayer White. Allows the user to generate, manipulate and consume the element in question, which in this case is light and everything white. Off-screen. Sting. Wow. Natsu. Not bad. Nezu. Dragon Slayer. Arching eyebrow. Ibara. Interesting. Bakugo. Not bad, he looks like he wants to give good shinios. Afo. Shit, powers I can experience and I can't steal smiling. Shigaraki. Keep talking about your powers, sensei is stronger. Sting. Even Salamander is stronger than him Manolo. Shigaraki. Manolo. Bakugo. I like him. Natsu. You have many hands on your body. On screen. Knight. Milika's ex-Gremory. Race. Demon. Chakra. Junin level. Affinities. Kaiten and Suiton. Weapon. Katana. Magic. Power of Destruction. There is not much information, but Milika's rejects this power. Flame breathing. Despite being a demon, after an event he becomes Kaijuro Rengoku's apprentice, whom he takes a great liking to. Off-screen. Searches. Milika's. Annoyed you're not going to join them. Amaterasu. And why not bothers. Konohamaru, Koda, Kitsune, Sting, Will, and Naruto's group stood in front of the boy. Bria's calm down Millet, I will protect you. Milika's, thanks Aunt. All Might. Despite being a demon, he's amazing. Ibara. It's adorable for a demon, I thought they would have horns and a tail besides being red. Seraphol. The tomato is like this. Searches and Zeodicus were burning with fury. Knight. Sasuke. Race. Human fallen angel. Chakra. Level. Sanin. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Raten. Heike Genkai. Dijutsu Sharingan. Weapon. Katana. Gunai and Shuriken. Magic. Light. As angels who have not yet fallen can use and manipulate the light, which is harmful to demons. Off-screen. Everyone. That was already known. Sasuke. At least I'm on the right side. Hiruzen. Shit. On screen. Tower. Kota Izumi. Race. Human Dragon Yokai. Being one of the humans with a quirk, it is called Water Gun, which allows him to manipulate water. Chakra. Junin level. Affinities. Futen and Suiton. Weapon. Dagger Short Sword. Magic. Ocean. Allows him to control the water at will as if he were a son of Poseidon, while also being able to turn his body into water. As its hybridization to Yokai is dragon, its species is a sea dragon. Dragon form. It has armored dragon organs to the point that normal human weapons cannot harm it, even in human form. It has an additional organ in the area of its throat that allows it to heat water that the body absorbs and expel it through the mouth at high pressure and temperature, making it seem acidic. Off-screen. Mandalay. Kokoda. Ragdoll. Interesting kitten. Tiger. Not bad. Koda. Not bad. Kitsune. Wow. Izuku. Amazing. Natsu. An amazing type of dragon. Gray. It's interesting. On screen. Tower. Charles Beckendorf. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Level. Jounin. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Doten. Arms. Sword. Magic. Blaze. Grants the user the ability to generate and manipulate fire. As the son of Hephaestus, he can manipulate machines. He can detect flaws in metal ore and identify the type of machinery by touch alone. His ability is known as technokinesis. The screen turns off. Charles. Not bad boy. Konohamaru. Interesting. Nezu. That boy is very prepared. Afo. 2 demigods so far, 2 powerful yokai, 1 fallen, demon, and dragon slayer, they are interesting. All Might. And they only serve him and not you. Chapter 9. The room was a bustle as Konohamaru's entourage gathered and talked openly about what they would do in the future if their worlds were to unite. Apollo. My LGBTQ+ son squared fills me with pride. Will. Dad. Madara. Are you? Will. Yes, I'm gay. Nico. And it's mine. Naruto. To each his own, and I respect you for that, both of you in fact. Izuku. To each his own. Monoma. Ha 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 ha, the devil is looking for phenomena, ha 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 ha. Lee Fletcher. What did you say about my brother and his friends? Stoll Brothers. What did you say about your cousin? Leo. What did you say, copyman? Lighting fire in his fists. All members of Cabin 7, Cabin 11 and Cabin 9 stood up in defense of their cousin. Apollo would launch an arrow almost sterilizing the student of Class 1B. Vlad. How dare you, annoyed. Nezu. Silence Vlad. Izawa. If he were my student, I would send him to general courses. Shinzo. With that character, I can see why Stain kills heroes. Stain. Sindudas. Naruto. And what will we see today? The screen turns on. Chapter 9. Archangels, Dragon and Alliance. Off screen. Naruto. Interesting. Azrael. It's coming for us. Raphael. I have a very bad feeling. Metatron. Me too. Madara. Why do I feel like I should change my religion, she thought fearfully. On screen. We met on the TGV Paris Corbeil-les-Sons, where Naruto's current entourage was traveling. Jiraiya was taking notes of the towns and landscapes of France to include them in his new Uchiha titles, since it was impossible to do anything else, facing young people in their adolescence who do nothing but be with their electronic devices. He still wondered why Kitsune made him have one, but he didn't ask in view of the tone of voice of the Sannin of the Slugs, since it was in a tone of order rather than suggestion. Off-screen. Jiraiya, Makarov, Gran Torino, and several adults. Today's youth. Tsunade. The well-domesticated Jiji. Jiraiya. Haim-sama. Oh. Amazing. Artemis. Maybe I should ask for advice. Apollo. This is going to get ugly. Michael. They're close to Rome, maybe I can, he thought gloomily. On screen. Everyone was doing their own thing, Volley and Naruto playing Mortal Kombat 11 on cell phones, Issei looking at girls on Instagram, Shisui in his fifth dream, Natsu fainted from dizziness, Gray trying not to lose his clothes because he was a nudist. Volley saw Naruto worried although he knew why. There were people who still worried the blonde, although Lucifer does not admit it. Naruto was his best friend, partner for fights, because the times they went to Japan, they participated in clandestine fights, earning a couple of yen, which they used for the trip and hotels. Volley. Hey, getting the blonde's attention, they're going to be fine, don't worry. Naruto. Thanks friend. Off screen. Volley. Always with you friend. Issei. I say the same. Urza. Interesting. Natsu. Demon vehicles. Izuku. Yes, it affects them. Ray. Yes. On screen. 2-hour time skip. Speakers. We are reaching Corbeil-les-Sons, please prepare for the descent. The group would proceed to take their luggage to get off at the station. Issei. Okay, now where to? Naruto. Let's see using his sensor abilities. I feel 3 pure presences in that direction, pointing towards the outskirts of the city, and 1 dragon approaching from that direction pointing to the center. Issei. What do we do? Shisui. What if we go to the outskirts for the angels? Carrying a tied-up Jiraiya being seen by an officer. Police. If I hadn't heard him say something perverted, I would have arrested him, he thought with a drop of sweat. So they began to head towards the outskirts of the city. Off-screen. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Jiraiya. See. At that Tsunade would punch him sending him flying. Bakugo. See va. Hiroshima. I va. Haminari. He's gone. All the women held up signs with a 10. On screen. Church of the Outskirts. Kiba. Thank you Azrael-san, thank you for saving me, ready to leave. Azrael. Don't worry, I will always stop my brother's injustices. He is an angel, but he has sinned more than humanity has in 3 centuries. At that the door would suddenly open. Azrael. Raphael. Raphael. Brother, there's no time, taking him to a car, a Lamborghini, happy with what you'll see. Azrael. What happened? Worried. Raphael would pull out a Gabriel, but his face reflected terror and possibly trauma. Azrael. Raphael, what happened to him? Raphael. Michael, that's what happened. He tried to be clever and when she rejected him, the effeminate bastard raped her. Azrael. Damn son of a bitch. I'm not going back to heaven unless that effeminate bastard is dead. Raphael. You have my support, but we need a shelter. I doubt the boy in that project is safe. Azrael. I feel several powerful energies coming. Both would lay down a traumatized Gabriel, while the Archangel of Healing performed several spells and healed the Seraphim. Off-screen. Artemis and her huntresses. That pig. Naruto. He's an angel, how the hell doesn't he fall? Azazel. This time he really went too far. Seraphol. Gabriel. Mate Terumi. Damn sissy. Minato. Who me? Mate Terumi. Not the other effeminate one. Minato. Oh well. Tsunade. Damn angel. Izawa. You are despicable. Ibara. The sky is so corrupt. Priests. Blasphemy. Azazel. Oh poor favor Callants. Hera. Everyone knows that even the biblical heaven was bought. Anubis. It's true. Quetzalcoatl. It's too true. Odin. Without a doubt. Shiva. Absolutely true. On screen. Outside the building. 30 minutes had passed since they brought Gabriel in terrible condition, while Azrael hit a tree in his fury against the one who rules heaven after the death of God, but to the surprise of those who arrived at the place. Azrael. So I wasn't wrong, they were coming here. Naruto. So you're an angel. Azrael. How perceptive you are, Yakai, Azrael, Archangel of Death. Naruto. Soy Naruto Uzumaki. Off-screen. Aphrodite. Fufu, what time are you going for the bread? Mount Lady. I give it, not advice. Midnight. If you need to sharpen your pencil, you know where the sharpener is. Mate Terumi. Something is missing from my bed and that something is you. Naruto would blush at the bricklayer's compliments, and Artemis felt that the boy was a virgin, she felt her dominance being lost. Kushina. Stay away from my baby, you cradle-raiding bitches. Naruto. If dad is like this, I don't want to think about what I look like blushing at his father's compliments. Naruto's harem. It's ours hugging it possessively. Naruto was caught in the middle of a feminine embrace of well-endowed women. Mineta. Lucky bastard. Issei. That's my friend, he makes me proud he said crying in a very funny way. All Might. This just got awkward. Sasuke. And let them say it. On screen. Azrael. So you're from the new faction. You're powerful, and rumor has it you're among the top 10 most powerful beings. Naruto. That won't be known until the top comes out. Azrael. If you're here, I doubt you're just coming for a social visit. Ali. Perceptive. Azrael. So you recruit demons. Naruto. I am not racist, and even less with my friends, even though I use a system of pieces like those of the demons, I do not proclaim myself as a king who must be obeyed, I only ask for loyalty and companionship, and time reveals if it is possible to be friends. Azrael. I thought you would be like Tomato Gremory, my apologies. Naruto. Apology accepted with a tick on his forehead at the Uzumaki's natural aversion to the word tomato. Off-screen. The Uzumakis glared at the Archangel with daggers for the forbidden word in the Uzumaki dictionaries. On screen. Azrael. Okay, if I join you, I want two things. Naruto. Go ahead, I hear you. Azrael. Your protection for me and my family behind. Naruto. Done and. Azrael. Help me break a seal. Michael sealed my brother Metatron out of jealousy and paranoia of his power after his father's death. Naruto. Of course, I also want something other than you joining my nobility, I want the location of Bahamut. Azrael tensed and Natsu wanted to scream I'm turned on. Azrael. Okay, I accept. Naruto would bring his bishop piece closer, which upon entering Azrael, he felt that his power increased, so after clarifying things about it, they entered the place where Raphael was made the offer to Azrael, whereas his angel brother, he joined the Yakai Uzumaki as his bishop. After meeting Kiba, he would join Uzushio to be protected at the same time that he joined So together with 3 archangels and Naruto's entourage, they decided to spend a few days at Prado Beach, located in Marseille, facing the Mediterranean Sea. Off-screen. Michael. Wants to free Bahamut. Altered. Nezu. Who is that guy? Afo? Interesting. Searches. He is the king dragon of the silver dragon gods, he is considered the dragon of the apocalypse. Odin. But he is also the dragon god of justice, a benevolent dragon, until Elohim sealed him away. Ibara. Why did you seal it? Priest. For being a danger to his work. Odin. Out of pure paranoia, plus he refused to serve him in the war against the first Lucifer. Zeus. Grrr that Yakai is a threat. Naruto. A well-deserved vacation he. Ollie? Yes. On screen. In Los Angeles, and Center Building. We can see a fox in human form dressed in a suit waiting for one of his 2 meetings of the day. 2 weeks had already passed in Yuzu, where Naruto had spent a week and a half in Europe traveling around various places, often spying in Rome. Kurama. They will arrive. Secretary. Lord Kurama is here. Kurama. Haslow's Market. 5 figures would begin to enter the room where the secretary withdrew. The first figure was a tall, imposing man with exaggeratedly white skin, intense black eyes that glow like frozen tar, and a wild, mad look, while his black hair falls freely over his shoulders. Kurama. Lord Hades, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. Off screen. Hades. Wow. Zeus. He wants to take my throne away from me, he said in paranoia. All Might. What's wrong? Poseidon and Hades. Shut up, drama queen. Hera. Both enough. On screen. Hades. The pleasure is mine, Kurama. Dono, I hope they don't bother us, pointing to his brother Poseidon and Apollo. Kurama. On the contrary, please take a seat so we can get to business. The second figure was of a woman, her blonde hair denoted brilliance, like golden fire, her eyes looked like 2 burning bonfires, and her bearing resembled that of a mother worried about her home and family. Off screen. The Olympians. And Sister Hestia. Perverts. Look at those. Issei was the only one who stopped himself from screaming, he wasn't suicidal. Kurama. What did they say? Perverts. You swim. On screen. Kurama. Lady Hestia, it is a pleasure, as it is to you, young Apollo and young Artemis. Off screen. Apollo. Look, Artie, it's us. Zeus. Betrayal. Artemis. What will I do there? On screen. Apollo. I, the Greek god of music, light, poetry, arts, medicine, herds and the sun, greeted him animatedly. You are powerfully brilliant. Kurama. Of course I am. Artemis. For a fox, you disguise yourself well among mortals. Kurama. I'll take that as a compliment, and Lord Poseidon, it's a pleasure. Poseidon. Also Kurama owner. Off screen. Percy. Dad. Poseidon. So I'm there. Zeus. So they will betray Olympus. All Might. I hope there's no war. The 3 greats of Olympus looked at each other seriously. On screen. Kurama. Well, that's what we can talk about. Hestia. Well, you see, Olympus is crumbling. Zeus has been more paranoid than usual ever since the lightning bolt was stolen and returned. He accuses at whim, and many are being bootlickers. Olympus is no longer a family like it used to be. Kurama. I understand. Hades. At least we want to put our demigod children to safety. We know that despite being new here, in your case you are top 5 at Shiva's level, that is why we implore you that if necessary. Kurama. They want the doors to open, right? Apollo. Yes, it happens that despite the ancient laws that Zeus imposed not to raise our children. Poseidon. We want to save them from a fate that will surely bring misfortune. Artemis. It turns out that Zeus justifies himself with a prophecy. Kurama. What does he say? Getting an idea, he wasn't stupid, the toads gave prophecies from time to time. Hades. Of the oldest gods, a half-blood will reach 16 against all predictions. In an endless dream, the world will be revealed. The hero's soul will be cut down by a cursed blade. A single decision will end his days. Olympus will either preserve or ravage. Poseidon. We want to preserve them. Hades. I've already lost my daughter Bianca, don't ask me to lose my son kneeling. It's humiliating for a god to bow, but a father gives everything for his children, I implore you. Off screen. The demigods felt loved by those words, while Nico hugged Hades tightly, as did Percy with Poseidon and Cabin 7 with Apollo. Zeus. Violation of the ancient rules. All Might. What kind of king forbids his children from seeing their parents? Hiruzen. I would do it, he thought. Minato. I'm not even that heartless. Naruto. You died the day I was born. Kushina. Details he. Light. The truth is a law made by Zeus because he thought the gods would neglect his domains, in addition to being able to link up with his daughters more easily. Their many looked at Zeus badly, while the aforementioned gave them a look and a smile of superiority. Luke. So they worry, but it's too late, Lord Kronos will rise again, he thought. On screen. Poseidon. Did Hestia fix their relationship? Hestia. It took a few months, but I managed to make them forgive each other. Kurama. You don't have to kneel, I'm a father, and I understand that, that's why Yuzu opens the doors for you. Artemis. My hunters will be at your disposal. Kurama. As long as you say everything and leave that irrational hatred of the male hex behind, it will be fine. Artemis. Okay. Kurama. Tell me who else, because I doubt that only you will advance. Hestia. Hermes, Hephaestus and those present, Demeter neutral as well as Aphrodite. Off screen. Demeter. Well, no more neutrality, I'm with you. Aphrodite. And me. Zeus. Grrrr. On screen. Artemis. Athena will support Zeus. Poseidon. It's the most rational and logical thing for her, damn owl brain. Kurama. We'll do this taking out a pawn piece, one of you will be acting as my informant, when the time comes you will send every half-breed, regardless of the father, who wishes to support you straight to Yuzu. Any volunteers? Apollo. I will do it. Artemis. But brother. Apollo. I'm sorry Artie, but that's how things are. The piece was delivered and would enter the god, who saw his power shoot up to levels of the big three, which was felt by the paranoid, but when the increase ended it stopped, returning everything to normal. Off screen. Zeus. Betrayal. I expected it from Ares, not from you, Apollo. Apollo. For my children and sister I would do it. On screen. After clarifying the matter, the meeting ended, where the Biju would proceed to go buy the car that he would give to Naruto for his 16th birthday. An orange Camaro with black spokes on its doors, white wall tires, and an upgraded sound system. The screen turns off. Naruto. Wow. Naruto. Dude, that's amazing. His harem imagined unholy things inside that car. Chapter 10. Everyone was talking to each other. Zeus, Searches, Hiruzen and Michael were making plans to stop the deed, while the others were enjoying themselves, Jiraiya offering Ichigo books to all those he could, with Poseidon, Dionysus, Ares, and Odin being the first to acquire their own collection of orange-covered books. Percy. Dad. Poseidon. What, it's reading. Athena. For your safety, don't read it, little seaweed brain. Percy. Oki. What will we see now? On screen. Chapter 10. Naruto's 16th birthday. Crom Cruch. Off screen. Kushina. Why do I suspect I should hit the furball after this? Madara. Let's hope for something good. On screen. Prado Beach, Marseille, France. We see a group of friends enjoying their last day on the Mediterranean beach before returning to Japan. At this point, we see Natsu being stared at by French girls who offered him unholy compliments. Girl 1. My love, the one who was the cement to support this monument, my love, who was the cement to support this monument. Girl 2. If I were a plane and you were an airport, I would spend my time landing on your beautiful body. Naruto. What a salamander stealing hearts. Natsu. I didn't steal anything. Jiraiya. Gaki, in my experience of seeing life, I can safely say that you attract many girls and they fall in love with you, while I was typing like crazy seeing the beautiful French ladies in bikinis. Ray. Wow, salamander, you're quite the heartbreaker. Natsu. Well, the only one I want is Lucy. Naruto. What a friend. Ray. That's amazing. Ollie. Stop talking, they won't let me tan, leaning back in a chair with a tanning mirror. Issei. You guys break hearts and I'm taking care not to be perverted. Shisui. And I seeing some Spanish women making obscene gestures and throwing bricklayer compliments. Girl 1. Hey man, something's missing from my bed and that something's you. Girl 2. Nice pants, they would look great on my bedroom floor. Naruto. Wow, I understand team. At that moment he felt some Latina girls looking at him, so he simply gave them a pose, sticking out his biceps and giving them a panty-wetting smile. Off screen. Seeing and hearing the compliments towards Natsu, Lucy would get upset but would blush when she heard the salmon-haired man. Natsu. Haha, blushing. Artemis. Because of girls like that, I'll be left without a jacket. Aphrodite. And it's not my fault. Shisui. Oh come on, annoyed, I've already passed the fangirl stage. Sasuke. Thanks dope. Naruto. TSK, stupid team. Hinata, Riaz, Momo, would faint with nosebleeds. Quetzalcoatl. My fufu hugging Naruto. Minato and Kurama. That boy fills me with pride. Tibai. The truth is, Naruto changed a lot. Special. Yes. Niji. Without hesitation. Lee. His flames of youth burn brightly. On screen. Boy. I play football, a Portuguese boy would speak. Naruto. Yes, I'll play, let me call my friends. Since Yuzu revealed himself to the world, Kurama made Naruto and Konoha learn several languages, something that thanks to the use of shadow clones, due to their ability to gather information, was simple and at the same time exhausting, his native language being Japanese as it was known in the New World, with the additional languages of English, Portuguese and German. Together with Vali and Issei and the boy, they decided to participate in the game of which they only knew their language, Portuguese. Off screen. Kurama. I feel proud. Iruka. How did you sit him down or prevent him from falling asleep? Amazed. Those words made the demigods look at him. Iruka. Naruto is hyperactive and never pays attention in class. Percy. My best friend. Grover. Oh my little heart. On screen. Naruto caught the attention of many girls, mainly German and British due to his physique, in addition to being relatively a kind of playboy since he arrived. Unlike in Konoha, Naruto could be himself. If Iruka saw him, he would give him a sap for being a playboy, to bring that empty-headed blonde who made Anbus look ridiculous, with itching powder on his clothes, or escaping from Hyuga elders dressed as clowns in pink robes. Or even escape after having painted the Hokage's faces with neon orange in broad daylight and without anyone catching him. A situation that Jiraiya took advantage of for future Ichigo when he published said books again in Elemental Nations and returned to Yuzu enjoying the royalties he obtained. Off-screen. Iruka. I'd give it to you, you know. Naruto. But you still love me, Iruka-sensei. Travis. You did all that. Hiruzen. What didn't he do remembering the jokes? Tibai. The best part is that no one noticed until they caught him after finishing the Hokage monument. Ishina. That's my Sachi. Isaka. Our Sachi with a strange face. Makoto. Okay, that scared me. Habarama. Women. At that several arrows passed around him, while the sorcerer did not even flinch. TB. Pig. Connor and Travis. Ticha-sensei kneeling in front of Naruto. Tyron. Oh no. On screen. Uzumaki House of Marseille. Since arriving in France, Naruto had been able to buy fairly well-kept places for spending most of his time in Asia. One was his house in Marseille, 3 blocks from the beach with a sea view and a gym he stocked with seals to fight powerful beings without attracting attention. He had dressed for combat and was waiting for his spotter to come out. Naruto. Wow, you've arrived. I was wondering when you'd come out, Crescent Circle Dragon, Crom Cruch. Off screen. Michael. We'll see if he recruits him here. Ares. Oh yeah, I have a feeling there's going to be a fight. Naruto. You can do it, father. Himawari. Vamos Poppy. On screen. Crom Cruch. Wow Kitsune, I'm surprised you know me and I see you were aware. Naruto. Yep. Now you've also saved me the trouble of looking for you. Crom Steel. Para. Naruto. I want you to join me, the Uzumaki faction. Crom. Do you know what they'll do to you with an evil dragon? Naruto. The Nordics, Yakeis, Shinto China and India nothing, since they are allies of the new faction, my faction. Crom. I'll only join you if you give me a decent fight, Gaki. Naruto. Wow, you're proud. Crom. By my pride as a dragon, if you prove yourself worthy, I swear to serve you. Naruto. How? Off screen. Amaterasu. He knows we won't do anything. Prohibited. Yes. Auden. With Thor, I doubt they'll do anything. Searches. Let's hope he doesn't recruit him. Shiva. Fighting with him in Yuzu, that would be exciting, wouldn't it Rudra? The aforementioned agreed. On screen. Crom would start the fight by throwing fire from his mouth while Naruto adopted the style of his master Quinn. Naruto. Chiyu form armor. Phoenix celestial defense. Naruto would deflect Crom Cruch's attack with his hand, leaving him surprised and excited. In his eyes, the boy could guide him in fun-filled fights. Naruto. What do you think? Crom. I hope that's not all. Naruto. Namantai. Crom would engulf his fists in dragon aura and begin to fight, punching and kicking Naruto. Naruto. Chiyu spear form. Mountai dragon claws. Naruto would hit Crom's abdomen with a blow causing pain to the dragon who instead of bothering him, began to give a Lubu Hausen-style smile. Crom. I must admit it boy, you are definitely amazing ha 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 ha. I have never had a fight that filled me with so much fun. Naruto. How? Crom. You know it's time for one last blow, whatever the result I'll join you, something tells me we'll have great fights. Crom would give a roar alerting everyone in the house who came to see the fight and were greeted by the sight of the fight ending. Naruto. Chiyu forms crossbow. Turtle waves. Launching an apparent 5 spheres of air, Naruto would impact against Crom, leaving him breathing very heavily. Naruto. Due to your combat and due to an oath on your dragon pride, I Naruto Uzumaki, give you this tower piece, being one of my strongest pillars of strength, as well as a friend, not a slave as happens with certain demon houses. Crom. I, Crom Cruch, evil dragon of the Crescent Circle, by my dragon pride, swear to serve and protect you as your rook. The piece would enter Crom, and he would begin to emanate chakra in a very abysmal way. Off screen. Everyone. It was a great fight. Crom. That was exciting. Shiva. I want to fight you. Thor. He's on par with the top 10. Hiruzen. Oh shit, he thought seriously. Inoki. This is bad, he thought paranoidly. On screen. Jiraiya. Shit, he looks like your psycho friend in reserves. Naruto. Gaara. Crom. I feel stronger. Naruto. My pieces add the function of using chakra like the Yakeis. Chrome. Interesting. After that, everyone would meet the dragon and new member of the entourage, while Naruto gave the dragon free rein to take the training of the carriers of Drake and Albion, something that made Issei and Volley swallow dryly. Off-screen. Bara. What do you mean, psychopath? Jiraiya. Sorry. Issei and Volley shivered from the cold. Prom. So, free way to train those two smiling prepare to suffer. Issei. I want orange-covered books at my funeral. Volley. I want boxing gloves on mine. On screen. Time skip, the next day. It was 8 in the morning while the group along with the new members boarded a plane, in addition to knocking out Natsu for the mess he would make to not fly due to Dragon Slayer's problems, while the plane departed back to Tokyo on a 19-hour trip, arriving 2 days before the Redeed's 16th birthday. The invention of the gods. Kurama was waiting for the return of Naruto and his entourage as they would arrive at the ports due to a cruise they took from Tokyo to the island. Off-screen. Kurama. I look good. Inko. Hexy. Izuku. Mom. Bitsuki. Bucking Hexy. Bakugo. Old. Ray. It warms me more than the summer sun. Shoto. Will I have a new dad? Enji. What? Abi. That's not it. King. Tuya seriously. Abi calmed down and sat down. Shoto. Haha, they challenged you. Ray. Do you want a teapot? Shoto fell silent. On screen. The ship would anchor in the port and there he saw the boys arrive. Kurama. Welcome back guys, I hope your trip was fruitful like mine. Naruto. Of course dad. There he saw 3 angels and an evil dragon arrive, making him feel somewhat happy about what awaited Konoha having guys like the ones he recruited. He knew the Crom Cruach was a top 10 strongest entity. He even knew that despite being human, All Might would give him a bit of a fight, since the #1 hero of Japan was a top 20 among the most powerful entities in the world. The Norse leader god, Odin, would descend from the same ship along with his companion Rasues, where a certain short-haired Uchiha received Cupid's arrow. Off-screen. Odin. Haha I appear. Those mentioned would blush. On screen. Odin. Kurama Dono it's good to see you again Jojo. Kurama. The pleasure is mine Odin Dono. Rasues. My name is Rasues and I am one of Odin-sama's Valkyries. Shisui. Shisui Uchiha at your service smiling and making the Valkyrie blush. Odin. Jojo, does anyone have a boyfriend? Blushing both of them. Mentioned. We are not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. Off screen. Naruto. Shisui has a girlfriend he started singing. Shisui. Shut up giving him a sniff. On screen. Nezu, All Might and Izawa would also get off the ship, accompanied by the Aoi Rozu family where Hinata and Momo went to talk about a gift for their shared read. Wow, it seems that the tournament is held on that day, right? 2. Come on Shiva this will be fun. Kurama. Shiva Dono and Rudra Dono, it's a pleasure to receive you. Off screen. Rudra. Prominence. Shiva. See. On screen. After the introductions and a rodent in a suit feeling intimidated, they would retreat to the chambers where several would be housed. Saved by 2 girls who already had their read against the bed. Naruto. Girls blushing. Hinata. Just relax taking off her bra. Momo. We'll give you your early gift lowering her panties blushing. Thus, both women would begin to give him a night of love and passion, revealing another use of the shadow clone in the read. The screen turns off. Aphrodite. Fufu how daring. Parvati. How incredible. The aforementioned were read. Zeus. I'll take away his women, you're so smart Zeus, he thought. Naruto. Dad, what are you doing? I would ask innocently. Naruto. You'll know when you grow up. Nezu. Wow, what a mess we've made, ha 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 drinking tea. Chapter 11. Everyone was watching the brunette and the Hyuga while the redeeded Uzumaki was being lectured by his mother due to being a playboy in addition to giving him advice on hex, taking care of himself and using contraceptive seals since she was young to be a grandmother yet. Jiraiya. Haha this is progress taking notes of the daring. Aphrodite. Fufu what daring girls. Ares. Dominated. Hera. As far as I can remember, Aphrodite always dominated you, son. Hermes and Apollo. Ha 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 ha. The Bara. Are they really gods? Looking at Gabriel. Gabriel. Yes, they are rare, but they justify being so thanks to their power. Naruto. Well, what will we see today? On screen. Chapter 11. Celebration and start at Kuo Academy. Off screen. Riaz. I'll meet Naru. Quetzalcoatl. It's not fair he said in a childish way. Kurama. Hehehehe something is going to please me and make me proud. Jiraiya. What he said. Matatabi and Tsunade. Pervert. Hitting him sending him to the wall. Vegito. What right do you have to say that, Iro Nico? Pointing at the 2-tailed cat. Matatabi. I'm a woman, so put the night of love and passion of those three. Aphrodite. Someone who speaks my language. On screen. After the arrival of a group of guests, the Uzumaki mansion was filled with relative life. Many people walked the halls of Whirlpool, the most important city in Yuzu. Said life knew how to interpret itself very pleasantly on the first night, where its first two couples truly felt the pleasure of being pleased by a male Uzumaki, with a good size endowed with his Namikaze genes, and the resistance typical of the Uzumakis. All Yuzu must have been grateful that in each room, there were silent seals. Since the Nico Hyuga and the aspiring heroine Creati screamed at the top of their lungs and demanded their piece of meat from their Uzumaki. Konohamaru could have gone for the same if it weren't for the fact that Kunu hadn't yet released her pheromone signaling her heat. Since the yokai, being part animal, have a heat period, it was well known that the little Kitsune was in love with her middle brother. If the monkey yokai were to express his feelings for his 9 years, he would be in love, in addition to holding back his hormones, because despite their 5 years difference, the little Kitsune. Off screen. Hot. Uzumaki resistance applies even to Hex taking notes. Hinata and Momo were blushing. Naruto. Was it necessary to reveal my Hex life? Uncomfortable. Aphrodite. Yes. Ino. For gossip. Selena. It's very important. Parvati. Without a doubt. Many. Gossipy women. On screen. But that's no reason, we're currently in the room where All Might was talking animatedly with a blushing Tsunade, while several little foxes with different amounts of tails entered delivering food and drinks. Kurama. Well, thank you for coming. Naruto. Good morning, carrying 2 clones of his fiancées who were very blushing. Kurama. Good morning and happy birthday, son, throwing him a pair of keys. Naruto. Thanks, Tusan. Konohamaru. Hey, let's see it. In the garage. Off screen. Aphrodite. The skeleton with the healing. How horrible. Freya. And you are the goddess of love, you are a disappointment to the domain of love. Aphrodite. Bitch. Freya. Puta. Artemis raised a flag saying Team Freya. Tsunade and All Might were blushing. Gran Torino. It's about time you settled down, Toshinori. Hashirama. Take care of my granddaughter or else raising a finger and his power I will make you see why they call me the Shinobi no Kami. All Might. SC. Hiruzen. Shit, although if I manage to take his offspring Konoha will have a being with a quirk, how smart you are Hiruzen, he thought. On screen. Everyone would go to the place to see the Redeed's vehicle, which would remove the blanket that covered the vehicle. Naruto. Wow. Konohamaru. Let's go for a walk. Naruto and Konohamaru would get in and go for a ride trying out a new toy. All Might. Will they be safe? Kurama. The. Thor. Not bad. Aden. Definitely a good gift, although I thought you would give it to him at 16. Kurama. It will start next week in Kuo, and since there will be a bridge connecting Japan and Yuzu, I have no problem with him driving. Off screen. Naruto. It's amazing. Apollo. I prefer my gold Maserati MC20. Artemis. You drive like a madman. Apollo. Lil sis style. Leto. I should take away your license, son. Apollo. But mom, your hunters drive worse than me. Percy, Anabt, Thalia and Grover. We confirm. Leto. Fine, no vehicles for both and hunters. The punished. But. Leto. But. They said, but taking out the sandal. Those affected. And no mom. Leto. They better. On screen. Shiva. Not bad, now, we will prepare for today's fight. Or. They said it with their bare hands, right. Kurama. A mixed martial arts tournament to see how the others are doing. Aden. How have you been with us for a short time? Kurama. I told Kaijuro and Shisui to travel around Japan and learn martial arts and fighting styles. One of the ones they managed to learn with Yuzu's strategies was boxing. He thought, I can't tell you about the Uchiha Sharigan, especially with that rat. Nezu. Very interesting, Kurama-san. Off screen. Or, Shiva. I can feel the fight coming soon, excited. Rudra. They are hopeless. Chouji. I'm like a fat dancer who cuts hair and cuts throats. Whoever catches the reference above gets a shout out. All the shinobi looked at the Akamichi. Chouji. What? Ino. If someone calls you fat, you hit them. Tibai. But you called yourself fat. Chouji. Chouji.exe has stopped working. Reboot system crashing. On screen. Shiva. There will be a fight soon. Rudra. That's all you think about, right, Shiva? Or. If there is a fight I will take a disciple, I swear by Aden's beard. Aden. I'm not that old. Off screen. Loki. Soon the whole room would burst into laughter, except for Aden who went off to mutter Hashirama style, saying things about how he wasn't old. On screen. After that, hours would pass where the fighting tournament would take place where Shiva, Naruto, Cao, Thor, Sasuke and Konohamaru would fight 1 versus 1. There was no reason to do so, simply in the Yuzu Asgard India agreements it mentioned an entertainment tournament to be able to demonstrate competence despite being allies in addition to having a muscular arm. The first to fight would be Naruto and Sasuke to everyone's surprise. Fortunately, out of all the martial arts that had been included in Yuzu, the two decided to face off in boxing, while All Might was chosen to introduce the contenders. All Might. In this corner, 16 years old, raven-haired, from the lands of Yuzu, the shonen Uchiha Sasuke. The aforementioned entered the ring smiling at being able to fight his rival. He could not call him a friend yet because in his eyes he owed him a lot and 2 chitterus to the chest and being relatively killed in Konoha. Off screen. Aphrodite. I came blushing seeing the black-haired man. Lenny. Damn miss. Valentina Diaz. It's beautiful, mom, please leave it here hugging Sasuke and putting him in her breasts. Sasuke would blush from the contact with the daughter of love while his mother would squeal with excitement. Sarada. It seems I'll have another mother he. Naruto. Yes it seems so, although I hope dad wins. Sarada. Shut up dope, dad's going to win. Kushina. You heard me Makoto, my son is going to win. Makoto. You wish Kushina, my son is going to win. Sasuke-chan makes mommy proud. Aries. Hehehehe mommy's boys. At that moment both ladies would throw frying pans at the god of war, leaving him in the arms of Morpheus. Zeus. They're scarier than mom. Poseidon. This time I agree, Pikachu. Hades. What Ariel said about Pikachu. Zeus. By Ariel do you mean woman, man, mermaid or detergent? Many would burst out laughing at the mockery of the god of the seas. Haminari. Zeus is great, he controls lightning. Zeus. Come on, I like him, just for that I'll let you play with my master bolt. Haminari would take it and immediately say yay with an idiot face. Jiro. I'll give it back to you Lord Zeus, but my partner with an overload of electricity and lightning shorts out. On screen. The girls, several invited humans, blushed upon seeing him, except for those who had a partner and those who knew him were surprised. He had even changed his haircut. All Might. And on this other side, also 16 years old, prince of the lands of Yuzu, the Crimson Flash, the shonen Uzumaki Naruto. The aforementioned entered attracting the attention of his lovers. Off screen. Hinata and Momo. Dear. Rias. Naru-sama. Naruto and Himawari. Dad. The Uzumaki family. Good luck. Quetzalcoatl. One hit from Naruto-kun will be enough. Minato. Just like his father looking at Fugaku. On screen. All Might. I want a clean fight, no rabbit punches, eye pokes, or use of magic powers, and that goes both would nod and prepare for the assault ready both would nod, with Jiraiya and Natsu behind each one as their trainers begin. Off screen. Aries. Buo where's the joke, the fights aren't fair. The Inicio. Looking at a wine magazine. Tsunade. Here you go, Mr. D. The Inicio. It's not wine, but met taking a sip it's exquisite. Tsunade. It's ache, so it doesn't go against your domains or your punishment, you said you couldn't drink wine as punishment from Lord Zeus. The Inicio thought about it for a second and something clicked. The Inicio. Why didn't anyone tell me, I might have looked like an idiot. On screen. The first to jump and hit was Sasuke, who connected several punches to Naruto, having seen several times with his Sharingan the fights of Rocky Balboa helped a lot, which could return a blow for every 10 he received, but to luck, Naruto managed to start hitting himself making Sasuke back up. Naruto continued hitting Sasuke, but in a stroke of luck, he took the retreat and changed places with him, beginning to massacre the Uzumaki again, where with every 10 blows he returned to give, only 1 or in the best case 2 he received, but luckily for Sasuke he began to receive for each blow he gave about 8 hits, until both began an equal exchange of blows, taking out a lot of blood from their mouths and noses, while they had some cuts on their eyebrows. Until an uppercut to the lower jaw of the Uchiha left him out of combat. All Might. Winner Uzumaki Shonen. Momo and Hinata. Yes Naru won. Thor. That was a worthy fight, here's to you my little friends raising a glass of beer. Shiva. It was exciting. Off screen. Uzumaki family. In your faces losers. Watching the Uchiha family. Uchiha family. Stupid dopes. Thor would raise a jug of beer while Shiva celebrated excitedly. Konohamaru. Is it Naruto Naisan? On screen. The next fight was Konohamaru vs Thor. At the age of 9, the young Uzumaki Yakai monkey gave battle to Thor, demonstrating ingenuity and strategy, although the Nordic ended up winning by cornering the boy and hitting him with the necessary force, not as 100% because he was facing a child, which left him quite surprised. He was even about to make him his tutelage to take him to be a future top 10 for his abysmal potential. Off screen. Or. That child surprised from now on seeing him you are my apprentice. Konohamaru felt happy and excited that a god would protect him. Thank you. I'm Kono-kun. Athena. For a 9-year-old, she managed to corner him, that speaks very poorly of Thor. Loki. Smells like threat. Ursivam. Surely. Inoki. This is wrong, they will become stronger than we expect, he thought seriously. On screen. The final battle was Cao versus Shiva, where both men made it clear they weren't to be underestimated, one by the Hindus and the other by the human side. It goes without saying that Shiva's dance was rather catchy. Off screen. The Hindu faction would start shouting. Teachers. The food is delicious, the food is delicious, the food is delicious. Shiva. That was exciting. Endeavor. A human fought a god. Surprised. Ibarra. Incredible. Percy. It was catchy, I'm surprised that. Apollo. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Annabeth. Forget it, seaweed brain. On screen. Naruto. It's a Pegajosenishishishi. Natsu. You already said friend. Issei. Incredible. Ali. That's the power of a top 5. Incredible watching his hand tremble with excitement. Nezu. Top 5. It must be a top like the one for heroes, but oriented towards extremely powerful beings, more than the entire top together, if they are not controlled they are a clear threat, the rodent thought. Off screen. Izawa. What is the meaning of serious? Present Mick. Even I know where to go and where not to go, director. Stain. I already said that heroes are not like before. Artemis. Heroes have their bad side. Stain. What do you mean, Lady Artemis? Artemis. Hercules, she said with venom. Izuku. Many say he did bad things, but they are not reflected in the myths. Artemis. If someone had left them looking at Zeus they would appear, since he has graped women and my maid surprising Stain. Frankly it seems that heroes never existed, his doctrine fell apart, again he murdered his family because of a certain goddess that I will not name, who does not know how to control a husband who will not keep his third leg in his pants. Hera. But they are creatures that should not exist. Auden. A child should not have to bear the sins of Father Hera, if that is your thinking, it justifies your pantheon being in decline. Hera. Grrrrrrrrrr, annoying. Poseidon. We'll meet up with the others and see about allying with the whirlpool. Athena. What are you saying? Hades. They will lead us to ruin, Athena. Hestia. I've endured so much and you've done some very questionable things. Athena. What did I do? Pretending to be innocent. Hestia. Arachne, Medusa, Troy, do you want me to continue? Athena. No, looking at the ground. On screen. After that celebration, the week would pass and it was time to start in Kuo, at least it could have gone better, although the Hero Commission would not give up on having any of the newly discovered. Naruto. Well, it's time to start again, getting into his car. Konohamaru. Yes, but at least we'll keep the jokes quiet, hahaha. Naruto. It's not Konoha, little brother, so forget that here. Konohamaru. Oki. Issei. Wait for me running. So the trio would set off for Kuo. At the mansion. Kurama watched all this seriously, he knew that the commission would send their pets after them, and if they didn't get one of them they would kill them. He was thankful to be able to make several quirkless humans awaken their chakra and impose the Anbu service. Kurama. Anbu. Anbu. Kurama-sama. Kurama. Send 5 of your best men to Kuo, keep a close eye on that duo for their safety and to ensure the commission is not interrupted. Anbu. As the words. The Anbu would disappear in a ball of smoke. Off screen. All the heroes knew that the commission was doing villainous things, but those who spoke out disappeared without a trace or turned up dead. On screen. Time skip. 2 hours. Academia Kuo. The brother duo were arriving at the school they were assigned to, many already knew that the Prince of Yuzu would arrive in agreement with Japan, many wondered why not go to UA, but well, here we are. Naruto. Luck. Konohamaru. See you at lunch. Naruto. Of course. Ara, looks like the new guy has arrived. 3 seems to have arrived. 4, that's Butchu. The screen turns off. Rias. So I'll show up. Momo. We see that, sister. Hinata. Let's just hope someone doesn't get angry. Rias. Huh. Seeing her mother, father and brother tied up. Ajuka. They deserved it. Seraphil. Without a doubt. Michael. Let's hope he continues thinking they'll kill him. Entourage. Konohamaru too. Everyone was worried about what they had seen. Yuzu was not only a strong faction, but they also brought the Shinto and India into the alliance, but the Nordics were truly to be feared. They were powerful and had powerful allies. Hiruzen. Oh shit, he thought. Inoki. Iwa and Konoha will be doomed if we don't do something, thought the old smurf. Pain. Do you swear to belong to Akatsuki and only serve the purposes of seeking peace? Kuritsuchi. Lo Juro. Pain. As leader, I welcome you to the group. Conan. Yes, another woman in the group. Pain. And you pointing at Obito. Toby are out. Toby. What a bad boss. Minato. Obito stops acting. Death. Sensei, seriously, I will not apologize for what I did. Naruto. So it was you smiling next to his son in a macabre way. Enjoy what you have left because I will kill you painfully. Naruto. And we're going to enjoy it like you can't imagine. Kakashi. Naruto, you can't, he can be. Naruto. Shut up. Unlike Gaara and Zabuza, other people cannot be redeemed. Izuku. Need backup with an electric touch and green fire coming out of his nose, plus strapped eyes. Naruto. Guys. Seeing Volley, Issei and Todoroki ready to fight. Bakugo. Let them arm themselves. And that a sound would catch their attention. On screen. Konohamaru's Entourage Part 2. Off screen. Oh, let's see who else the brat has. Konohamaru. We will be strong. Naruto. I'm already looking forward to seeing my entourage. Minato. I see my youngest son is great and the oldest will be amazing. Kushina. I say he needs a beautiful redeed like Naru-chan. Naruto. Mom. Embarrassed by the nickname. Mr. 9 is powerful, but he can't stand up to a powerful mother. Kumo plus Matatabi and Jayuki. Calate B. Apollo. 7 out of 10 for your rap. On screen. On 1. Leo Valdez. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Doten. Heike Jinkai. Kumton, Metal Liberation. Weapon. Utility belt. Magic. Technokinesis. She can build and repair almost anything, understand and sense the inner workings of things. She can also communicate with machines, fly, or drive any mechanical vehicle. She can detect all types of malfunctions and identify the type and purpose of machinery by touch alone. She can detect traps. Pyrokinesis. Her abilities can go so far as to shoot flames, balls or columns of fire into the air, although she sometimes has trouble controlling it when she gets excited or scared, starting to overheat and release smoke. She is fireproof. She can increase the heat of her fire to such an extent that it basically becomes a supernova. She can sense heat, flames, and metals. Function. He is in charge of the technical support of the entourage. Off screen. Leo. Well, in that case, the Hexy Leo Valdez is joining you, boss. Konohamaru. Jejij. Nezu. Son of the god of the forge. Hephaestus. As long as the fire of London doesn't happen again, everything's fine. All Might. Excuse me, Mr. Hephaestus, but who caused it? Because even today there are many versions and doubts. Hephaestus. Thomas Fainer was born with the ability of Leo, but lost control and caused the Great Fire of London in 1666. Endeavor. So your son is a. Apollo. Take care of your mortal mouth giving it a rash. Shoto. 8 out of 10, Mr. Apollo, can you give him something stronger? Apollo. Let's see, I know, snapping his fingers and making Endeavor have a fever or pus coming out of his hives in a painful way there. Shoto. Perfect smiling. Abi. He deserves it. On screen. Hion 2. Kitsuma Shimano. Race. Human. Chakra. High Chunin level. Suiton and Raiten affinities. Heike Jinkai. Medical chakra. Quirk. Cell reactivation. Allows him to accelerate the activity of cells in the body of anyone he touches. Skills. Having spent a lot of time since what happened on Naboo Island with his current older brother figure after the death of his father at the hands of 9, since Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo took custody of both Shimano brothers, he became closer to him and adopts a personality similar to Deku, being quite analytical, understanding and intelligent, added to the fact that he began to learn martial arts, along with acquiring other skills, after seeing the hero Edshot in action. These include acrobatics, aikido, savate, judo, capoeira. Izuku's attacks thanks to devices designed by Mei Hatsum. Anfa's Kitsuma prefers weapons of this style when fighting, although he also learned to use magic. Tempest. Grants the user the ability to form and control violent cyclonic winds. Off-screen. Izuku, Mahoro, Inko. Kitsuma. Kitsuma. Yo Sanrahado. Izuku. Not bad little brother. Hoda felt a little jealous, but he held on. Izuku gives them both the same attention and they're going to be partners so he can't get along with him. Deadshot. Not a mal. Hiruzen. Cellular reactivation. Should I kidnap the child, he thought. Tsunade. It would be good if he learned to use his power as a doctor. All Might. His magic is powerful, but knowing the guidance he has he will undoubtedly be a great hero smiling. Kyoka. It seems that they admire Izuku, since. Mina. They wear those red sneakers a lot. Aphrodite. They are both similar, so Ukes, so grapeable throwing herself to grape both. Artemis. Hunters, they are virgins and bred of God from what I investigated. So. Phoebe. Too innocent. Artemis. Defend innocence. The hunters would form a circle, keeping Aphrodite away. Izuku would be embarrassed and show an aura of innocence that would make Artemis give him a bow and leave everyone stunned. Artemis. From now on you both will be my male hunters, Zo will be the one who trains and polishes you. Zo. Intelligent my lady, she thought, she wasn't stupid, hatred towards an entire gender is stupid, but nobody says anything about training and eliminating traces of that feeling yes my lady. Phoebe. Genial. The hunters understood their mistress and ignored Phoebe, since Light told them the events of the Atlas curse, they had begun to change. On screen. On 3. Clarice LaRue. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Low Chunin level. Affinity. Doten. Weapon. Spear. Magic. Kinesia. Being a daughter of Ares, god of war, makes her an expert in all uses of weapons and may even have some degree of magical control over them. Necromancy. Can revive dead people who have perished in battle or war, being warriors. Off-screen. Ares. My daughter. Annoyed. Claris. Me. Surprised. Konohamaru. Welcome aboard war girl. Claris. Oki monkey boy. Athena. Several demigods are with them, perhaps, she thought, getting an idea. On screen. Part 4. Chouji Akimichi. Race. Human. Chakra. Level. Medium Jounin. Odin elemental affinity. Akimichi clan skills. Weapon. Mace. Magic. Critical finale. Increases the user's physical strength to its maximum limit. Off-screen. Hut. My son surprised. Chouji. Go on opening his chips. This. Chouji. Sakura. At least it's a good addition hugging Kirishima. On screen. On 5. Kiba and Yuzuka. Raza. Yakai Lobo. Chakra. Level. Low Jounin. Affinity gift. And Yuzuka clan skills. Partner. Akamaru. Weapon. You are a warrior. Magic. Creation. Allows the user to control and shape the land as they please. Yakai abilities. Human animal form. Animal form. Werewolf form. Enhanced strength, enhanced senses, enhanced agility. Off-screen. Kiba I. Oh I'm so broken. Akamaru. Wow. Han I. Not bad little brother. Soon. The cub will become an alpha. Kendo. And what an alpha blushing. Kiba I would see Kendo and blush. Mina. I see a ship. Toru. I remind you that you went out with Izuku and you were unfaithful to him with Kendo's ex. On screen. On 6 and 7. Stoll brothers. Connor and Travis Stoll. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Low Anbu level. Elemental affinities. Travis Suiton. Connor Futon. Weapon. Sword and dagger. Magic. Theft. They are able to steal without being detected. Lockpicking. They sense the internal structure and mechanisms of any type of lock they touch. They can identify any curses or traps placed on locks. With enough concentration, they can deactivate them. Money manipulation. Hermes is the god of merchants, both are quite good with money and are very fond of playing poker and gambling. Off-screen. Hermes. Wow, my kids are going to be amazing. Luke. Now you're worried, he thought annoyed. Konohamaru. Friends for jokes smiling. Connor. No doubt about it. Travis. The best friendship of life. Naruto. Looks like I'll have to teach them, huh? Konoha felt terror. Half-blood felt the terror. Jason. I don't know what's going on with this. On screen. On 8. Yudo Kiba. Race. Demon, the piece assigns one at random. Chakra. Joint Jounin. Affinities. Kaiten and Suiton. Hekkei Genkai Blue Flames. Weapon. Swords. Magic. Wielder. Allows you to wield holy and demonic swords without suffering damage to your body, mind, or soul. Link. Creates a magical bond between anyone who aligns themselves with the user through the use of an orb. The user can evoke the powers and abilities of anyone who comes into contact with the orb. The screen turns off. Kiba Y. Well, in that case, boss, I'm with you. Naruto. Your entourage is really powerful, little brother. Konohamaru. General. Hiruzen. Damn if Konohamaru is strong, I can't imagine Naruto, he thought alarmed. Inoki. Shit, he thought fearing for Iwa. Chapter 12. After finishing watching little Konohamaru's entourage, many remained serious, and 2 villages were hoping to be able to stop the little boy who was with his smiling group. Hiruzen. This is very bad. Inoki. I believe it. Toby. Yes, in that case will you support me? Both. Without a doubt. The unexpected alliance arose in the elemental nations due to the fear that one of them presented. Aphrodite. If several of them are good and he points to Konohamaru will be beautiful, so call me boy, she said sensually. Izuku. My lady. Tatsuma. Order. Artemis. Well-trained Zo. Zo. Without a doubt my lady, it was hard but they endured it and they always passed without difficulty and when the subject of the unmentionable was touched upon. Artemis. Who responded from Zo. That they would kill him without hesitation. Artemis. Fabulous, welcome to the hunt my first male hunters. The hunters. Welcome, don't let us down, don't fail us. Apollo. Well, I'm cool, dude. Artemis. What? Apollo. They will be the closest thing I can have to nephews, so. Artemis. If you teach them something they shouldn't, I'll break all your Maceratus. Apollo. Yes, sister. At that the screen is activated. Chapter 12. Kuo Academy. Greek in the Eastern lands. Off-screen. The Olympians paid a lot of attention to that. Rias. Wow, it seems we will be there, Neru-kun. Kushina. If my baby has a redeed as his mother. Fugaku. Tomato silence. Kushina. What did you tell me, Emo? Fugaku. Dope. Kushina. Fear. Sasuke and Naruto. Dad, Mom. Sarada Baruto. Grandfather, grandmother. The mentioned. Sorry. On screen. Previously. The brother duo were arriving at the school they were assigned to, many already knew that the Prince of Yuzu would arrive in agreement with Japan, many wondered why not go to UA, but well here we are. Naruto. Luck. Konohamaru. See you at lunch. Naruto. Of course. Ara, looks like the new guy has arrived. 3 seems to have arrived. 4 that's Butchu. Present. Naruto and Konohamaru were surprised as they hadn't expected the welcoming entourage. One of them was a busty redeed with grayish blue eyes and a peachy butt. God, if Naruto were an angel right now, he'd have the tomato sister in bed. Her red hair gave her away and her demonic aura confirmed it. Off screen. Zeus. Hey little devil, why don't you go out with a great god? Hera. Zeus. Mineta. But look at that tit receiving a lick. Sai. Pervert Kiro. Naruto would emanate chakra at the invasion of what was his, making his point clear, exciting his own and surprising his relatives. Naruto. Mine kissing Ria's on the lips. Hinata Kuroka Quetzalcoatl Momo. And us they said with a pout. Naruto would fulfill that whim, feeling Issei give him a thumbs up and wipe away a tear of pride. Haminari. That look is not bad, but it's not my type. Kyoka. Who are you and what did you do with Denki? Haminari. I'm stopping being perverted Kyoka. Kyoka. Izuku, can you tell me that? Izuku. It was true. Apollo. The most sincere truth. On screen. Konohamaru simply watched Ria's and how Naruto devoured her with his eyes, while Issei felt proud of his best friend, little by little, he taught him to be a pervert, of course with his restrictions. The second girl was a black-haired brunette with pure corrupted energy, since she was very obviously a fallen angel, decent breasts, violet eyes and a peach butt. Off screen. Naruto would look at the screen and the real one and would wink blushing at the aforementioned, causing Jiraiya and Kurama to score another one and the girls to invite their little family to the fall, giving her their membership as harem sisters. Naruto. And so it grows amazed, maybe having extra mothers and brothers wouldn't be bad, it's not that I don't love Himawari, but a male brother sounded really good. On screen. Naruto. What do I owe this welcome to, Gremory-san? He said politely, although remembering the few politics classes he attended with Hiruzen and a couple of teachings from Quinn, he was undoubtedly planning something with the sister of the tomato siskin. Rias. It seems you know me, Uzumaki-san. Naruto. Let's say I know all the territories I want. Rias. Well, as you know, this is the domain of the Gremory clan, although the government doesn't know it. Naruto. If you know, and with the commission behind everything they want to obtain, whether good or bad, you'll already know. The Keno. By the way, you haven't introduced yourself. Wasn't it that manners formed the man? Naruto. Same for you daughter of Baraquiel taking a tick from the girl, although if I see something it is that I do not know how he managed to give such beauty blushing the girl. Konohamaru. Bro, really? Playing Casanova here. Off screen. Jiraiya. I feel so proud. Kurama. Come on, puppy. Issei. That's my friend. Izuku. Noseborn how handsome. Hiroshima. They call him Romeo. Ali. The three-legged one. Poseidon. Son, I love you, but. Percy. I know what you're going to say, but I'm happy with Annie. Annabeth. You better be seaweed brain. Athena had a twitch in her eye. On screen. Issei. Not bad friend bumping into a girl. Oh I'm sorry. Issei. Don't worry, I didn't see you congratulating my friend Casanova. Haha I'm Yuri. Issei. I am Issei Haidu, at your service precious winking at her. Naruto. What a handsome man. At that moment, Naruto sensed several presences and realized he was being guarded by Anbu. Konohamaru sensed it as well, but they both dismissed it as they could defend themselves, and even if they didn't want to, they knew who had dark intentions toward them. Off screen. Nezu. Shit, he thought seeing the fox. Kurama. Kukuku intimidated my dear rodent. Izawa. The fox is waiting for something, he thought. All Might. Wants to make the commission go ahead and do something they won't like, he thought. On screen. Naruto. Well I think it's best to introduce myself, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this is my little brother Mary Uzumaki. Konohamaru. Yes, it's a pleasure. Akeno. Akeno Himejima. Rias. And you already know but let me introduce myself, I am Rias Gremory. Konohamaru. Well, I'm leaving. It's my turn in room 1A. Rias. Kaneko will accompany you calling an albino loli who would blush upon seeing the blonde-haired boy. Off screen. Konohamaru. Cute. Kaneko. Baka blushing, sticking out cat ears. Konohamaru would caress her making her blush and hug him. Naruto. Grew up fast crying with pride. Kurama. Not bad puppy. Matatabi. Oh we lost him. Minato. My children are barbarians. On screen. Konohamaru would have a pink tinge because in words that he would not admit since Naruto and Issei have their perverted fetishes and that he saw Naruto and Hinata in full sport action, he was attracted to the female figure. Konohamaru. Hello, I'm Mary Uzumaki. Kaneko. I'm Kaneko Taojo Maru-kun. Konohamaru. A pleasure Kaneko-chan. So they both left while Naruto gave a proud smile because the blonde had a certain weakness for Nekomatas and he inherited it to his little brother, now he hoped he had a weakness for the Hyugas. Rias. Which classroom does Naruto-kun have? Naruto. In room 3A. Rias. Follow me. They would both nod and be guided by the girls. The four would go to the same class, where by chance it was music, this made Naruto curious because he had never been interested in the elemental nations for that reason, but having a music class interested him and it would be a good pastime. For his part Konohamaru would be guided to his classroom, whereas his first class he would have mathematics. Akeno. We'll wait for you inside. Issei and Naruto. Of course. Teacher. So you're the new ones, huh? Naruto. Yes, sir. Issei. That's right. Professor. In that case, wait while I tell you when to come. The teacher would enter the classroom where he would inform them of everything, where after calming the waters and silencing all existing rumors, he decided to let them in. Teacher. You may come in. Both would pass by and leave several girls blushing and the boys cursing their luck. Naruto. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, my likes are training and spending time with my friends and family, my dislikes are traitors, and my dreams are to crush certain people from my past and start a family. Issei. My name is Issei Haidu, my likes are things for adults, my friends and family, my dislikes are those who abandon their friends and betray their trust, and my dream is to be the king of the harem. Professor. That last bit was unnecessary. Extra student. Cool pretty face and pervert. Extra student 2. They're coming to steal our girls. Student 1. Are you guys single? Naruto. I have 2 beautiful fiancés. Teacher. What is the reason for that? Naruto. A party with too many drinks from our parents and legal approval. The girls were disappointed while Aridid felt something strange, something noticed by Naruto who would wink at her and blush. Off screen. Minato. Well lied and saved in time. Naruto. Thank you. Konohamaru. Not bad Nai-san. Sasuke. I would like a brother like that, but I got a traitor. Itachi. Ahu. Tobi. Health. On screen. Issei. I don't have one, but I do know this, even if it's one or several, I will give my soul and life to all the girls who wish to protect them. After that, classes would begin, with Naruto sitting next to Rias and Issei next to Akeno. The class was entertaining, and although he wouldn't admit it, he liked it. It was different from Iruka's long, boring lectures on shinobi history and remembering fights of a guy like Hashirama against Madara, as if it were that important. I mean, history is made up of many events, and a legendary battle isn't the only thing. Music class consisted of learning to use instruments, singing, learning all the rhythms of the world, dance, and the history of music itself, which surprised Naruto, who became interested in the guitar and another couple of string instruments. While Issei felt comfortable with singing, the two of them and some kids on other instruments played Sunset. Off screen. The girls. Kai-ai-ai. Hyoka. That was great. Apollo. That's a gift, from now on you are my champions, making Naruto shine and giving him a tattoo on his chest. Naruto. Not bad. Kushina. No, my baby became a rebel. His girls went to see him and unconsciously bit him, eliciting a slight moan of pain pleasure from him. Apollo would give him a thumbs up. Lee. We could put together a band. Ioka Kayla Will Austin. Were we signed? Naruto and Issei. It will be fun. On screen. The girls felt warmth from the voice and the feeling that both of them conveyed in that song, and they earned a 10 for passing the subject that month. Later on. The end of school alarm would ring. Naruto. Well, in the end it was fun. Issei. Says the prodigy guitarist who released a song the same day he picked up the instrument. Naruto. Tush, my perverted friend. After that, Naruto and a very kissy Konohamaru left to return to Yuzu. On the other side of Japan, Tohoku region. Off screen. Athena. Now, someone Greek in Shinto lands. Susanoo. Let's hope it's not something bad. All Might. I have doubts. Apollo. Let's hope it's not something bad. On screen. All Might can be seen walking toward a secluded residence, climbing a mountain surrounded by small towns and cherry trees. Many always said it was a copy of Osaka Castle, but it was the original castle. This place was inhabited by the oldest being in Japan. He had arrived in the Sengoku era and had served as a samurai in the Tokugawa clan from its origins until its fall in the Edo era, being known as the last Ronin, samurai without a lord, and maintained that status to the present day. He was considered a monster in his hometown and the best warrior in ancient Japan, being on equal terms with Miyamoto Musashi. Few gods knew where he came from, for he was a minotaur who, unlike his peers, he was rational. In his eyes he was blessed by the gods for this ability. He came to the east escaping from humans, because in those times they destroy and try to eliminate what they do not understand, supported by the god Apollo and a surprised Athena, curious about how far he would go. Adopting the name of Yamamoto Tokugawa, he arrived in Japan and became a samurai, earning the respect not only of humans, who appreciated and admired him, especially children, but also of all Shinto, especially Susanoo no Mikoto. Off-screen. Apollo and Athena. Rational Minotaur. Annabeth. Do you see the same thing as me? Percy. Yes, compared to the one we found on missions it is more. Nico. Civilized. Jason. No doubt about it. Susanoo. Interesting. Nezu. The last samurai. Izawa. And from the Tokugawa, not bad. All for one. He's older than me. Shigaraki. I see him and he transmits a lot of courage and honor, I hate him. Susanoo. Samurai were always people of honor. Athena. As we see. Thoth. He will see his fellow countrymen as mindless barbarians. Luke was shocked and angry, that guy wouldn't obey Kronos and would choose the god side. On screen. Yamamoto. It's been a while, All Might. Ashinori. That's right, Yamamoto-san. Yamamoto. What brings you here? It's curious that you're coming if the commission doesn't send you. Ashinori. I actually came for advice. Yamamoto. If it's to fight all for one, as I've told the previous wielders, my answer is no, I won't fight. Ashinori. Yes, I know this well, sitting down and receiving tea, even if it's all for one, you won't choose sides unless your lands are threatened. Yamamoto. Funny you should say that, after all, since the beginning of the quirks, the endless war of all for one versus one for all exists and no one stops them. Ashinori. I know, but locking him up, he gets out with the help of the commission to justify the era of heroes. If they kill him, whoever kills him is hunted by the commission, villains and others. Off screen. All Might. He knows. Light. Yes, he knows, since from the first one in him, they seek to have it in their favor. Shigaraki. What if we force him? Afo. No, it's no use dealing with men of honor like that, it's earning you certain death. Nezu. This guy is calm and speaks with knowledge. Hawks. He lived before the age of quirks and is old and wise because of it. Izuku. Will he ask something related? Looking at his mentor. All Might. I don't know. On screen. Yamamoto. The crossroads will always be there, but you decide where to aim. Besides, you chose 9th grade, right? Ashinori. How? Yamamoto. With age comes abilities, I can see the aura and yours fades. Ashinori. Yes, he is currently training with my master. Yamamoto. Gran Torino, a wise choice, although insufficient. Ashinori. What? Yamamoto. What you heard is insufficient, you know as well as I do that power isn't everything, but that skill is necessary. I've seen how you inspire others, telling them to clench their buttocks and shout smash from their hearts only stunts their growth. Ashinori. I see, I have been a terrible mentor. Yamamoto. Don't be depressed, you're just starting out, a master isn't born overnight. I've seen novice heroes come to me for advice to protect the surrounding villages. We're not Musatafu, but the few heroes there are have something that many lack and even Stain himself lacks, vision and humility. They don't look beyond what they see and focus on their thoughts. They don't analyze what they see, but they don't show modesty either and put aside the self to worry about others. But on the contrary they are self-centered and egotistical. Toshinori. What do you advise me? Yamamoto. Help him, guide him, be his support, and if it's about skills, have him practice more than one martial art. A weapon is also a good option, something non-lethal. Tonfa staffs are good additions. Toshinori. I see, thank you very much. Off-screen. Gran Torino. A great master's temperament. All Might. Without a doubt. At that All Might would curl up into a ball, and Izuku would be left blank. That guy guessed at first what he told him before entering UA. Stain. What? Amazed vision and humility. Spinner. That's stupid, there's only one. Stain. No. Spinner. What? Stain. You're right, killing wasn't the solution, just incapacitating and beating them to understand, but I never investigated, I was blinded by my own doctrine, and without investigating I attacked possible true heroes. Izawa. You're right, the best heroes aren't in the big cities. All Might smiled, he listened to the most advice he could get, so he decided to change tactics with the young Midoriya. Izuku. Sticks or tonfas, they wouldn't be bad, he thought. Endeavor. Power and skill. On screen. Yamamoto. Now I estimate that this is not your only concern. Toshinori. Well, you see, telling everything he sees, the situation is becoming uncontrollable and there is increasing apathy, lack of concern for the common good, image, and so on. Yamamoto. I'm stroking his beard to know the right side, you must look beyond what you see. Toshinori. What do you mean by that? Yamamoto. You are a hero, you don't let yourself be guided by the rules, you save those you shouldn't, as you have tried to do with villains so they leave that life. You never guided yourself by what the directors of schools for heroes, the vast majority of heroes, the police and the commission, you will never believe that the end justifies the means, because you try to prevent that from happening. After those words, Toshinori thanked them and withdrew, thoughtful. What would happen next? What role should he play in the future? Yamamoto. If he came to ask me for advice, it means something big is coming. Maybe going to Yuzu doesn't sound so bad, he thought out loud before going to take a sword class, because despite the end of the samurai era, he decided to keep that tradition alive. The screen turns off. All Might. I told him my concern. Travis and Connor. I got the reference. Read F. The Lion King 3. Hakuna Matata. Apollo. It's a great movie. Rock Lee. Guy Sensei, look at those wise words. That's right. Hashirama. I like that guy. Habarama. The end does not justify the means. Madara. Interesting. Nezu. Shit, knocked down so we have All Might on our side, he thought. Susanoo. Oh, I like him, keeping the tradition of this art. Yugao. Kinjutsu. Hisam. I want to face him. Kurama. Let him come to Yuzu, we will welcome him. Chapter 13. Everyone was talking about the samurai Minotaur, the leader of the Iron Village. Mifune was surprised, and his master's temperament was admirable. Izuku, for his part, spoke with his mistress to improve, coming to the conclusion that he should include weapons and define his fighting style based on combining several. Light. What do I see? They're creating a Dick Grayson, he thought, amused. Zeus. Hey girls, come with a real god, he said sensually. Rias. No. Hinata. We passed. Quetzalcoatl. Why, if rumors say you have it the size of a peanut. He said shamelessly. Hera. PFFFFF, ha 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 ha. The men were laughing quietly. Zeus. How dare you trying to hit the goddess? Buddha. Short Hennis. Zeus. What did you say, idiot? Buddha. Short Hennis. Zeus. Old fool. Buddha. Short Hennis. Zeus. Your mother's shell. Buddha. Short whistle. Zeus. You have no other insult than a short whistle. Buddha. Short whistle. Zeus. Come on, stop bucking around. Buddha. Short Hennis. Poseidon and Hades. Ha 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 ha. Light. Well, let's put that aside and see, he said with a drop of sweat. On screen. Chapter 13. Trouble on Olympus, friend in trouble and ally. Off screen. The Olympians. EHHH. Luke. What will happen? Something happy. Demigods. Waiti. Nezu. Interesting. Shiva. Oh come on, they always have problems. Amaterasu. The truth is, with the king they have, I don't blame them. Auden. It's true, very true. Michael. Without a doubt. Azazel. Yes. Isaka. Without a doubt his faction because of his leader is like that. Searches. Without a doubt. Zeus was purple with fury. The others agreed with him, denied his point, but deep down they knew it was the main reason. Zeus wasn't a good king. On screen. After Naruto's first day in Kuo, 6 months would pass where things started to get interesting. He was at the top of his class, in each and every subject, the simple reason, like little Konohamaru they used shadow clones to study, although Naruto also used them for his fetishes in private, because his personality, happy, joker and even airhead that he had in Konoha had vanished, on the verge of only showing it with his trusted people, along with his perverted fight-loving and loyal side. But those he didn't trust he treated with formality, something normal until he gained their trust, but with those he didn't get along with and with the traitors, he had become sarcastic, calculating, sadistic, and above all even resentful. Off-screen. Naruto. Clones, what wouldn't I do with them? Kushina. Don't be perverted Sachi she said with her hair in 9 tails. Minato. If I say something I'm dead, he thought terrified. Jiraiya. That's my godson. Kurama. Without a doubt you fill me with pride. Aphrodite. Phew how interesting. On screen. Kuo Academy. We can see the physical education gym where Naruto was waiting for the arrival of the teacher when on the news through the loudspeakers something was heard that worried him. UA attacked during the camp, clearly Naruto trusted Momo, and the boys he met when Momo went to see him in Yuzu and took with her, Kirishima Ijiro, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. At first Naruto was distant and formal with them, until little by little each one gained his trust. To the point of having in mind in the future to recruit them into his entourage. Rias. Worried about Momo-chan. Naruto. I'm so obvious hugging the Gremory. Rias. Not here, there are many followers of my brother and they will reveal our secret. Naruto. Come on, don't be like that, although I want to see the chicken that wants to take you away from me smiling sadistically. Rias. Haha, don't change Naru. Off screen. Izuku. Boss. Kirishima. Boss. Shoto. Boss. Bakugo. Fox boss. Rias. Haha. Searches. So, a little secret he said annoyed. Razor. Let go of my fiancé. Naruto ignored it and began to grope the Gremory, angering Searches and Zeoticus, while the minors received hands on their eyes so they wouldn't see. Rias. Kaiaya. Naruto. Mind doing the great Meliodas. On screen. At that moment the teacher would arrive and start the classes with one of the well-known sports, basketball, one of Naruto's favorite sports, since Volley and Issei gave him a Lakers jersey. Off screen. Naruto. Thank you. Issei. You're welcome. Volley. Anything for a friend and rival. On screen. Issei, for his part, fell in love with a girl he stumbled upon, falling in love with her breasts, while Naruto saw him as an idiot. Issei knew how to feel, he knew she was a failure, but he decided to act based on his perverted instincts. Off screen. Naruto. Friend, think with your brain, not with the one below. Issei. Yes friend. On screen. Unfamiliar with Japan and the United States, something was happening. At Camp Half-Blood, Long Island, New York. It had been a while since the theft of the Master Bolt from Zeus, one of the most dangerous divine weapons. Since that day, several things began to resonate throughout Olympus, the differences were palpable, and more since the betrayal of Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, to serve the Crooked One, the Titan of Time, Kronos. Some even increased with the awakening of the daughter of Zeus Thalia Grace, a demigoddess turned into a tree to avoid the breach of the oath of the river Styx. And an annoyed Poseidon and Hades for the breach of the oath. Of course Poseidon later broke it with Perseus Jackson, but at least it did not go any further. It was only after the death of the lieutenant of the hunters of Artemis at the hands of Atlas, when a group of demigods went with the hunters to rescue Artemis, who was kidnapped by the Titan condemned to carry the weight of the world, after the arrival of the D'Angelo brothers, sons of Hades. Off screen. Luke. Shit. Thalia. Luke. Upset, sad. Ibarra. Wow, that must have been tough. Thalia. Yes, you have no idea. Hades. Speaking of hypocrites. Poseidon. I'm sorry. Artemis, the hunters, Kitsune and Izuku. Zo's Oni. On screen. Olympus was gathered while everyone argued among themselves. Zeus. Silence. Each of the Olympians were sitting in their seats, including Hestia, Hades, and Persephone. Zeus. We're here to see what we do with the present demigods pointing to the children of Hades, Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase and Thalia Grace. Although they have been successful in the mission, something always goes wrong with them, so options. Athena. I say we just have to eliminate them that broke Annabeth's heart, they are too reckless, they are guided by their emotions, and they don't act logically. Ares. If I say we kill them. Off screen. Annabeth. Mom sad. Athena. I learned several things, so if that happens, tell me from your side. Many could not believe it, the gods wanted to kill them for doing nothing and doing their job. Shigaraki. Gods are worse than heroes. Luke. No doubt about it. Hiruzen. Wow. Inoki. Meh, not very different from what we cages do. Naruto. Danzo likes it, he said annoyed. On screen. Apollo. They realize how they are acting defending the demigods as best they can. Artemis. They realize they act like mortals. Ares. What did you say, damn virgin? Apollo. Watch your tongue, Ares. Zeus. Humans. Artemis. They act more like mortals, they let their thoughts dominate more than reason, and more than you Athena, and seeing that you cause pain in your daughter, you prefer to think without processing her feelings, of how she sees that her mother sees her as a simple pawn in a chess game. Athena. And if that were the case, what? Percy noticed Annabeth was sad so he would hug the girl. Aphrodite. So much sadness, so much distrust makes me sick, and even more so from you, goddess of wisdom, who possesses nothing of wisdom, you act like a mortal, with prejudice, and you are guided by a thought that is not necessarily correct. Athena. How dare you, bore. Artemis. I'm with Aphrodite on this. Athena. You disappoint me. I thought you would support me. Artemis. Oh great goddess of wisdom, he said sarcastically, if you are so wise, what has she done for you to denigrate her and all your children with that bucking mark that kills them when they fail your expectations? Athena remained silent. Off screen. Inko. What a great mother, sarcastically seeing the goddess. Athena wanted to curse her, but she didn't have her powers, and Artemis had put her blessing on Midoriya to protect her. Luke. It seems like they do care about us. Apollo. Yes, blame Sparky for that law, if it weren't for that. Hermes. We would be with you. Hephaestus. No matter what. Aphrodite. Supporting them and being the parents they deserve. Poseidon. Yes. The demigods smiled except for some, the unclaimed ones. On screen. Zeus. You're going too far, Artemis. Hermes. Uncomfortable. Hephaestus. Yes. Hades. Enough, you are the king of Olympus, act like it. They realize that they speak as if there were no latent threat, they know perfectly well what happens if he returns. Zeus. You're delirious, father is more than safe in Tartarus. Percy. That's why Luke had him in Florida a few years ago. Zeus. Silence. Poseidon. Touch a hair on Zeus's head and there will be trouble. Zeus. Vote well. Poseidon, Hephaestus, Hermes, Apollo, Artemis, Hestia, Demeter, Aphrodite, Hades raised the sign of life. Zeus to Thalia's pain, Athena to Annabeth's broken heart, Hera, Dionysus and Ares raised a sign that said death. Zeus. Well annoyed, the council has spoken, if you want to talk to your children you have some time. Several gods left while the parents stayed with their children, while Athena left thoughtful about her decision, she was her daughter, but she acted according to her brain not her heart, she felt hurt to say those things, but she dismissed it, of course Annabeth felt those thoughts, being a little happy, but at the same time somewhat annoyed that for being a goddess of wisdom, she acted with some hypocrisy. Off screen. Kurama. For being the goddess of wisdom, you don't act like one. Athena. What do you mean? Thought. It's obvious, you're not a wise person. Athena. But I have knowledge. Pureya. Having knowledge makes you intelligent but not wise. B. Wisdom is knowing where to apply that knowledge and where to be guided by it. It is even wise to know where to act with the heart and not with the brain, he said, making ridiculous poses and giving an atmosphere of genius. Apollo would start clapping for such beautiful words. Afo. And I thought Rubiales was ridiculous. All Might. I'm very offended. Luke. So I know who they are, but they are gods and they deserve to die, he thought seriously. On screen. Hades. What do you think? Poseidon. I don't know about you, but I'll send him to Yuzu. Annabeth. Japan's new island. Poseidon. Percy, I know I may not be in your life as a father and all, but I want you to take your family and move to the new island near Japan, I've already covered everything, and… Percy. I appreciate the gesture, hugging his father. Poseidon would reciprocate the gesture. Apollo. I will tell my people to go to those lands. Artemis. Good luck on your trip, I'll see about sending my hunters there. Hestia. The home is extinguished on Olympus, she said sadly. After that, everyone would retire from Olympus. Off screen. Zeus. Betrayal. Hera. Are you sure of your decision, Hestia? Hestia. Yes. Ares. Let's kill the children of the traitors, he said, crying for blood. On screen. Akenkuo. Issei was dating Yuma, a hot girl in his words, a fallen angel who felt her pure energy corrupted. Naruto. Issei, will you go? Issei. Of course, senpai. Naruto. I'll go after you, because I want to know something with Rias. Issei. Do you want to? Naruto. Don't think like a pervert hitting him. Issei. Aight. It hurts rubbing his bump. You're calling me a pervert because I have the fetish of doing the same thing as a certain anime demon. Naruto. Tush. Greg. Buddy, remember the girl is waiting for you, he would say, not very convinced. Naruto. Anything you need, you'll have me near you, just scream. Off screen. Say. You call me a pervert, what right do you have? Naruto. Tush. On screen. Time skip at night. It was a very beautiful starry night, the crickets were chirping animatedly while in a fountain. Issei. What a beautiful night. Yuma. Nina Issei-kun. Issei. Tell me. Yuma. To celebrate our first date, would you do me a favor? Issei. Will he kiss me? He thought, but he realized the intentions, so you want to kill me, huh? Fall, thinking while he looked for one of his swords, to say what is it about? Yuma. Please, would you die for me? Issei. Can you repeat that for me? Yuma would approach his ear. Yuma. If you could die for me? Issei would notice the evil in his eyes as he emanated magic, putting an Uzumaki demon on alert, so to avoid problems with the demon faction, Issei and Vali formed their own demon clan in Yuzu. Issei. So you have wings. Not at all surprised. Greg. Made I feel Naruto and Ria's approaching. Yuma. I had a lot of fun with you even though our time was short. Off screen. Naruto. Without a doubt a friend. Percy. Dude, you're absent-minded. Naiko. And carefree. Koda. Ha 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 ha. Itsuma. Hump, it seems like a P, why can't I insult? Artemis. Because you're still little. Itsuma. Okay. On screen. Issei. You are sensual, seriously speaking I saw your breasts and everything when you transformed, but activating a dark mark on his forehead, a symbol of distinction of the Yuzu demons. Yuma. What are you feeling his power? Issei. No one introduces themselves without doing so first. Yuma. I am Rainer, fallen angel. Issei. I am Issei, demon of Yuzu taking out a sword from his chest wrapped in darkness. Rainer. I'm sorry but you're a danger to us, so I must eliminate you. If you're going to blame someone, blame Elohim for giving you a sacred gear at birth, creating an energy spear. Rainer would jump and clash her weapon with Issei's. Off screen. Searches. Demon. Annoyed. Light. A real one. Babara. That mark transmits a lot of bloodlust, she said fearfully. On screen. Naruto. Enough. Stopping the fight between the two while appearing with his Yokai mode. Naruto's current 6 tails swung menacingly. He may have still needed some development to achieve his 10 tails, but he wasn't weak at all. Off screen. Isaka. 6 tails at that age. Kurama. The Gaki is definitely strong. That Atabi. Is going to have. Jayuki. 10 tails. Hagoromo. This is very bad, he thought seriously. Hiruzen. Oh, shit. Inoki. Shit. Tobi. We're in the hole of misery. Shukaku. 6 tails at such a young age. Seiken. What did you expect? He's Kurama's son. Ashina. Interesting. Madara. Oh, he would give me a good dance. On screen. Rainer. Yokai fearful because Naruto was expelling chakra. Rias. What are you doing here, Fallen? Rainer. I don't know what you're worried about. Issei. He was going to kill me, boss. Naruto. So you, essentially beautiful girl, trying to kill my brother from another mother forming a Rasengan, I think I could have fun. Issei. Boss, don't do it, after all, she is one of Kakabiel's pawns. Rainer opened her eyes, perhaps they discovered her. Naruto. As you wish, stopping forming the Rasengan, I will give you the option, serve the whirlpool, and you will live. Rainer. I can't fail, Kakabiel-sama promised. Naruto would take out a folder and throw it. Naruto. Read. Rainer proceeded to read the folder, word by word, atrocity after atrocity, plan after plan, from the fallen angel she served out of fear, on the verge of being raped by him and his male subordinates as well. Rainer. I accept Naruto-sama. Issei. Fine, deactivating his mark, but there will be a condition, seriously. Rainer. Which one? Issei. Be my girlfriend without killing me. Rainer would accept even if she didn't admit it out loud, she felt attracted to the brunette. Off screen. Kurama. It seems that crow is playing behind your back, Azazel. The aforementioned would agree. Gabriel. What a monster. Artemis. That pig. Izuku. I want that crow on my wall, my lady. On screen. UA. Nezu was doing his paperwork when he received a message due to the situation, it was from the Hero Commission. Nezu. Nabu Island, maybe I can send them, I doubt the League will go there. The being would say in a dubious way, being one of the most intelligent on Earth, causing Murphy's Law to take effect. The screen turns off. Anubis. Really rodent. Thought. And you are the smartest in your world. David. Nobody messes with that Nezu law. Konohamaru. And so class 1 ended up facing a clone of him pointing at potato face, I mean AFO. He said, breaking the fourth wall and having a red suit with black eyes and 2 katanas on his back. The entire UA. What? Chapter 14. The UA was shocked, an AFO clone, that was not even possible. AFO? What the hell did the doctor do? Clone me, the great all for one. All Might. I ask, I know you don't like me, I don't like you, but have you ever had blood drawn? Recovery girl. Because it is possible to replicate someone's quirk with the right host, so it could be a test for what the youngsters will face. AFO? It's possible, the doctor is the one who creates the nomus, I only give the quirks. Shigaraki. Sensei. AFO? That bastard, when we get back, I'm going to kill him, that bastard. Hiruzen and Inoki were already making plans to recruit such a brilliant doctor and equip themselves with a wide range of quirks. Light. You better start watching. On screen. Chapter 14. Marriage Agreement. The Olympic City of Yuzu. Off screen. Poseidon. Thank you Kurama Dono. Hades. Same here. Apollo. I appreciate everything. Kurama. You're welcome, giving a Maui-style smile. Inside the screen. After the attempted attack on Issei, we can see her being taken by Naruto to the occult club room in Kuo. Rias. Naru, what will you do? Naruto. I'll tell you when we arrive. Akeno. Ara arriving with Sona's entourage, what are you doing guys? Rias. Nothing, that generates chaos. Akeno. Naruto. It will be interesting, but if you are going to be there I need absolute silence. Saji. And why is that? Naruto. Because I require concentration, and to whoever asks stupid questions showing a red look with a slanted pupil, let's just say that I won't give him a good time. Rias felt a little crazy at that look. It told the Gremory girl who hadn't yet debuted with her little fox that he was in charge, he was the one who subdued, not the one being subdued. If only she knew that Momo and Hinata subdued him when they wanted to have hex. Off screen. Momo. Haha. Hinata. Who's in charge? Naruto-kun. Naruto. You guys, he whispers to his son, promise me that you will dominate. Naruto. Yes, he said, surprised. Naruto. That's my son. Enko. That gaki look, hahaha. Iruka. I remember seeing her when she painted the Hokage monument. Hashirama. How did he paint it? Shikamaru. In broad daylight. Kiba. And without anyone catching him. Hermes. That boy fills me with pride. Apollo. Come on, teach him how to steal cattle now, Hermes. Not a bad idea. On screen. Upon arriving at the occult club room, Naruto had Rainer lie down on a bed while he began to draw kanji with great care. This would attract the attention of everyone who watched him patiently out of curiosity. Issei. Seals for what? He thought. Sona. Interesting. Rias. Surprising. Naruto. Good, tracing hand seals in Kitsune form Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. Curse release. Rainer, to Issei's concern, writhed in pain several times until she relaxed while breathing heavily. Rainer. What did you do to me? Panting. Naruto. I removed every cursor charm used against you. Rainer. Thank you. Naruto. Well, now to Yuzu. Off screen. Naruto. Sugoi. Kushina. Now that's in Uzumaki. Myth. Your son Kushina is not bad at all. Kushina. He is a good Uzumaki who follows his roots. Karen. I would train, but in Kusa they didn't let me, and the pedophile snake has no stamps and all that. Orochimaru. I have more henchmen who respect me. Heiaya. Do we tell him that only Kagaya respects him? Kabuto. No. On screen. In Yuzu at the moment. We can see Kurama accompanied by his most loyal companion and friend, Kaijuro Ringoku, in front of the Yuzu airport as a plane arrived from Mexican lands. Ambassador. Welcome Lady Quetzalcoatl, leader of the Aztec faction, goddess of rain, wind and creation. Off screen. Mineta. But what tits? I would lick him while Izuku shot a fist-shaped arrow at her jewels. Mineta. Ah, my pitula. Ureya. Not bad gaki. Naruto was squeezing Quetzalcoatl's chest while Boruto took notes of everything. Kushina. Son. Naruto. What? She's one of my hexy girlfriends. Momo. Someone wants a gift. Rias. Yes. Hinata. We'll have to please him. Akeno. Ara. Minato. That boy fills me with pride. Inari. And Konohamaru. Konohamaru was kissing Kaneko while playing a little with her small breasts, making the albino loli feel loved. Issei. They grow so fast. Minato. There's something that duo doesn't do well. On screen. Quetzalcoatl. Thank you for receiving me, Kurama Dono. Kurama. Please my lady, make yourself at home. Kaijuro for his part bowed in respect. Quetzalcoatl. Well, the place is nice, lots of nature and quite a balance with civilization. Haijiro. Quetzalcoatl-sama, we appreciate the compliment. Kurama. Please come with us. The Aztec entourage consisted of security, 15 well-trained jaguar warriors, plus human diplomatic personnel. The group followed the 10-tailed fox to the meeting room. Quetzalcoatl. Modern, has its level of Kurama dono combination, the traditional and modernity come together quite a bit. Kurama. Thank you for the compliment, please take a seat. Quetzalcoatl. Well, here we are to ally ourselves he. Kurama. That's right, Shisui calling the aforementioned Tel Cao Cao to prepare the island security, I don't want any altercations. Shisui. Hi disappearing in a shunshin. Quetzalcoatl. Interesting. Kurama. Well, Lady Quetzalcoatl, let's get this started, to be allies both parties will give something, so that it is a reciprocal agreement. Quetzalcoatl. Well, the reality is that I want to ally myself, and I offer everything. I know that we have little to ask for, but we want to ally ourselves. Just as you also have your interests, we have ours. Kurama. I see. Quetzalcoatl. I offer an alliance that will unite both pantheons, I offer my own hand in marriage, I have heard and seen the things done by her cub and a picture of him, and I must say he is bucking Hexy. Kurama. I see, it's interesting, he thought. Quetzalcoatl. So I offer a union and a political marriage between your son and me. Kurama. I know Naruto is being somewhat perverted with his partners and he is attracted to the female figure like any non-homosexual man, he thought you see my lady, I want you to know this, my son, because there are few pure-blood Uzumaki lying a little is enrolled in what is called the Clan Restoration Act, which implies that my son has many wives, at least 7 is a minimum. Quetzalcoatl. Interesting, I don't mind sharing it. Kurama. If you agree. Quetzalcoatl. I accept. After those words Naruto gained a new fiancé, while Jiraiya upon hearing what had happened could feel nothing but pride, while Tsunade chased him for perverting Naruto. Off screen. Jiraiya. I like him pointing at the fox. Tsunade. I don't know who is more perverted of both of them. Matatabi. Hehehe nervous. Ichigo. What did you think now, Ironiko? B. Mr. 9 is powerful, he puts them all in his hands and rules them with his. Kumo. Shut up B. Apollo. Not bad that composition. On screen. In New York. We can see Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, in front of a door in the house of his human mother and stepfather. Percy, I got home Mom Paul. Sally. Percy, you're here, what's up? Percy. You and Paul better listen to this. Upon entering the house and seating them both in the living room, Percy decided to tell everything without holding anything back and what his father had asked. Sally. No, I don't know what to do. Paul. This is serious. Percy. Dad wants us safe, that's why he decided to send us to Uzushio, the new country on the Japanese coast. Sally, do you know who's going? Percy. So far, my girlfriend, Apollo's children, my cousin, Artemis's hunters, Aphrodite's children, Demeter's children, Hephaestus's children, Hermes's children, plus Clarus and a few more. Paul. It's serious, what do the other gods say? Percy. I wish I knew. Sally. And work? Paul. I got a letter with Yuzu's stamp offering me a job at Remolino as an assistant. Sally. In that case, let's go. Off screen. Poseidon. Seriously, thank you very much. Kurama. No reason. Percy. Thanks friend. Naruto. You're welcome coming back and his girlfriend's limping. Jiraiya. What happened to them? Light. Did they use the time room? Momo. The best 3 days of my life. Rias. Yes. Hinata. He's pretty tough. Quetzalcoatl. And his friend is huge. Those who were enemies of the Uzumaki felt jealous upon hearing that. The Keno. And without detracting from the fact that it lasts much longer than any demon. Searches got angry. At that the door closes and Konohamaru and Kaneko were not there. Naruto. That's my little brother. On screen. Time skipped 2 weeks. Everyone was boarding one of Poseidon and Apollo's ships, saying goodbye to the gods and preparing for their new lease on life. Of course, some groups didn't believe what had happened, so at least Hephaestus, Apollo, Hermes and Aphrodite didn't have many problems. The topic came up with Chiron, who said he should report what had happened to Olympus, even though Dionysus didn't like it. The group was composed of Haben 7, Apollo, Kayla Knowles, Austin Lake, Will Solis, Michael Yu and Lee Fletcher, who were at the camp when they were found and possibly the only ones after a monster surge on Zeus's orders. Off screen. Apollo. Those are my great children. Mina. They are handsome. Ino. Without a doubt. Will. I'm gay. Many girls complained about that. On screen. Haben 9. made up of Leo Valdez, Charles Beckendorf, Jake Meeson, Nissa Barrera, Harley. Haben 10, Aphrodite, consisting of Piper McLean, Drew Tanaka, Mitchell, Lacey, Valentina Diaz. Haben 11, Hermes, consisting of the Stoll brothers, Cecil Markowitz, Chris Rodriguez, Julia Feingold, and Alice Miwazawa. Haben 4, Demeter, with members Miranda Gardiner, Billy Eng, Meg McCaffrey. Plus the Hunters of Artemis, led by Thalia Grace and Nico D'Angelo as son of Hades, plus Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares. All the families took one last look or hoped to be able to return, so they left without further ado. Off-screen. Many Olympian gods became angry as Athena sent a message to the rest of her children to join them. Zeus. Grrrr. Hera. Betrayal. Ares. Death. Luke. Well, fewer enemies and more chances of knocking down Olympus, he thought. Light. Poor thing, he thinks he'll do it, he thought. On screen. Then Yuzu. Naruto was informed of everything, and even more so when he learned about Olympus, so he would be the one to welcome those who arrived to the new city. Regarding Quetzalcoatl, he was dazzled by her beauty, so gathering his girls with his father, they all welcomed their new harem sister, causing a blush from the lustful glances that the Grimoire, the Nico Hyuga, the Aztec serpent and the aspiring heroine sent her. Naruto. Today I die in the most macho way possible. After that, the girls took their Uzumaki away, well for some strange reason Jiraiya in the forests of Yuzu felt very proud. Off-screen. Jiraiya, Kurama and Minato. Those boys fill us with pride, while they also watched Konoha leave with blushing eyes. On screen. Time skip 1 week later. The cruise ship was arriving at the newly built city that stood on the east side of the island, Olympus, built by Hephaestus, hundreds of clones of Kurama, Poseidon and Apollo. It was a complete beauty. Percy. Wow. Nico. So here we start again. Will. So it seems taking Nico's hand. Clarice. I hope to experience battles. The screen turns off. Kurama. Welcome to Yuzu. Percy. New life, new adventures, right? Nico. Yes. Naruto. Welcome to the ship, friends. Naruto Entourage Part 1. The demigods were discussing leaving for Yuzu, where they would be safer than the camp. Zeus was furious, his fury so intense it was crossing the entire red palette. Hera saw betrayal, while Ares demanded blood. The rest supported that decision, and Athena showed complicity and switched sides. Ares. Well, I want to see a fight. Hiruzen. I want to see what will happen to my village. Aburama. And now you want to know, they literally sent him the death sentence. Madara. Aren't you worried? He said, seeing Hashirama crying for his village in the fetal position. Aburama. 1 I'm dead, 2 they earned it, and 3 everything has an end, they just brought it forward. Izuku. What will we see? Light. We will see his entourage pointing to the older Uzumaki or well, the first part of it. Inoki. This will be interesting, he thought analyzing. Hiruzen. I hope those who support me take note, he thought seeing Shikamaru prepared. On screen. Rei. Naruto Uzumaki. Raza. Humano Yakai Kitsune Futuro 10 series. Chakra. UB level. Effects. Suiton, Futon, Kaiten, Doten, Raiten. Heke Jinkai. Diamantine Cadenas, Curative Mood, Kagura Ozone. Summoning Contract. Wolves, Lions and Toads. Toad Sage Mode. Weapons. Katanas. Sword. Kunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Infinity. She can perform all the spells she learns without getting tired, learn different types of magic, except for those that require physical effort like Rapture. Skills. Ayu, Kitsune and Uzumaki fighting style. Genius level strategist, honed by Jack the Ripper. Rising scientist. Master swordsman in Uzumaki styles and styles taught by Sasaki Kajiro, there are many. Scanner similar to Kajiro Sasaki, but much smaller. Off-screen. Hiruzen. Shit, amazed at the power. Inoki. Oh no, Iwa will fall. He thought terrified. Minato. That's my son. B and Apollo. Mr. 10 is powerful, he will be the judge and will only forgive childhood. Artemis. Oh for chaos. A. How do you put up with your brother? Artemis. Same question for you. Both would sigh. Kushina. Now that's in Uzumaki. Naruto. Dad is great. Himawari. CE. Jiraiya. 3 summoning clans. That's a lot. Ashina. Digno Uzumaki. Nezu. Anjinyo. Naruto. I apologize sir serving himself some tea with his friends, but it's tea time. Nezu. A lump of sugar for me, if it's not asking. Naruto. Of course adjusting a monocle that no one knew where it came from. Afo. The redeed is clearly a threat. Shigaraki. Yes, for both heroes and villains. Stain. I'd like to see that sword skill. On screen. Reina. Hinata Hyuga. Braza. Humana Monster Cat. Chakra. Level Nico no Nibi. Affinities. Suiton and Raten. Summoning Contract. Wolves. Classification. Martial Arts. Medical Ninjutsu. Weapons. Hands. Kunai. No. Magic. Disaster. As if she were a daughter of Demeter, she can manipulate plants and trees to make them grow and use them as weapons. Yakai abilities. Size change. Feline language. Understands all domestic and wild felines, similar to horses with Poseidon. Off-screen. Hanabi. Sugoi 1 Sen is strong. Niji. I'm scared. Lee. Calm down friend. Niji. No, I'm scared. Madatabi. She's cute like Nico. Vegito. At least. Madatabi. With Byakugan anyone is perverted jijijijiji. Vegito. Ureya. Tell me what you see there pointing to a girl, Kinoko. Niji. What for with Byakugan active? Ureya. Tell me what color his underwear is taking out a notebook. Kinoko. Pervert. Tsunade. Stop corrupting young people giving him a smack and slamming him against the wall. Ureya. I recognize the letter. Shikamaru. This is bad, they are both at the Biju level chakra, if this continues Konoha will be destroyed, he thought, writing everything down. On screen. Bishop 1. Azrael. Brace. Archangel. Chakra. Yonbi level. Affinity. Raten and Futen. Heike Jinkai. Light element, unknown abilities. Weapons. Sword. Lanza. Shield. Magic. Light. Being an angel, he can use the power of God's light, creating weapons at will and being very harmful to fallen and demons. Off-screen. Raphael. Look, brother. Azrael. Yes. Ibarra. Does light damage fallen? Azazel. Meh 50-50, since we also use it, also if you were buried with a spear, who wouldn't it hurt sounding logical, while reading Icha. All Might. With 3 they are powerful, I doubt the top can stand up to him. Endeavor. Has a top 10. Hawks. The boy could be a danger. Izawa. Only if they bother him. Rumi. Now shut up, bird. On screen. Bishop 2. Raphael. Brace. Archangel. Chakra. Yonbi level. Elements. Futen and Couch. Weapons. Lanza. Dagger or short sword. Magic. Light. Being an angel, he can use the power of God's light, creating weapons at will and being very harmful to fallen and demons. Medicine. Being the archangel of healing and medicine, he can soothe ailments and eliminate diseases and knows all the medicinal uses of herbs. Ships. Being also known as the archangel of dating, he can put together couples. Off-screen. Gabriel. Brother surprised. Michael. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr teach us. The 3. Please. Raphael. No. Aphrodite. It's simple, you two snap this, and that's it. Ino. What ship was formed? Hiroshima was kissing Sakura. Mina. We have a ship. Hagakure. YESSSS. Sakura. Huh. Naruto. Not bad Sakura. Hiroshima. Heh sorry. On screen. Caballero 1. Shisui Uchiha. Race. Human. Chakra. Take level. Affinities. Kaiten, Futen and Doten. Classification Genkai. Dijutsu Sharingan. Weapons. So much. Katana. Kunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Copy. Can copy any non-magical power, for example mutation type variants, and can replicate them for a period of time. Elemental abilities can be copied and maintained for a relatively long time, no longer than a day. Works when using Dijutsu. Off-screen. Monoma. Her magic is like my gift. Shisui. Finally a protagonist. Sasuke. No problem. Itachi. Traitor, he thought annoyed. Fugaku. Not bad. Kaburama. At least he's strong without his eyes. Naruto. Shisui Nison is a genius. Umi. She looks hexy in those clothes she said bluntly. Shisui would blush upon seeing the rabbit and a certain Nordic Valkyrie would feel jealous. Hawks. Not bad bunny, I thought you'd be single all your life he mocked. Mirko would simply kick him in the guts. Hawks. Enko. I like her haha. Name. Enko. Mirko. Friend. Ryukyu. You also endure a crazy truth. Kurenai. The. Mandalay. There are 3 of us watching Pixie Bob approach a random demigod. On screen. Caballero 2. Izuku Midoriya. Race. Human Dragon Yakai. Chakra. Level. Gobi. Affinity. Raten, Suiton and Futen. Deke Jinkai. Storm element. Quirk. One for all. Being one of the humans with quirks and being the ninth and final wielder of the power known as One for All, successor to All Might, he can increase his abilities such as strength, speed, and reflexes by raising the activation percentage of his quirk. He has access to the other quirks of the former wielders. Float. The quirk of the 7th user, Nana Shimura. This quirk allows Izuku to hover in the air. Earshift. The 2nd user's quirk. This quirk allows Izuku to change the speed and/or velocity of any target he touches, including himself. This allows him to greatly accelerate his own speed and/or that of his target and increase the impact force of his own blows. Hajin. The 3rd user's quirk. This quirk allows him to temporarily accumulate a quantity of kinetic energy when he repeats the same movement over and over in order to release it later. Danger Sensor. The quirk of the 4th user, Hikage Shinomori. This quirk allows her to detect any potential threats in the surrounding area, giving her the opportunity to react appropriately and quickly, similar to having a sixth sense. Detecting a threat is described as a sharp stabbing sensation in the head. Black Whip. The quirk of the 5th user, Dagoro Banjo. This quirk allows its user to generate a type of dark rope from any part of their body, which adheres to objects and surfaces and can be manipulated in any way. It is very useful for grabbing objects from long distances and also improves mobility. Smoke Screen. The quirk of the 6th user, N. This quirk allows him to generate a large amount of smoke that comes out of his body to confuse the enemy by obstructing their vision or create a distraction. Yokai abilities. Being a human dragon hybrid, storm dragon species, his organs and are armored to the point that human weapons do not affect him, even weapons designed for demons. As a storm dragon he possesses the manipulation of lightning throughout his body, similar to Ghidorah for fans of Godzilla and the Monsterverse. He can camouflage himself in the air, while he can fly with his wings. His dragon form is that of a black dragon with touches of jade green, quadruped and with 2 wings. Plus scales that shine like jade gems. In that form he can exhale a green fire that burns whoever he chooses. Magic. Thunderbolt. Allows him to generate and control lightning for various purposes, both from his body and from the clouds above. He can create thunderstorms, summon lightning and shape it into bindings for his opponents, imbue his weapon with lightning to enhance his attacks, and wrap himself in a cloak of lightning as defense and to increase his speed. Breathing. Due to Kaijiro Rengoku being there, he teaches him the basics of breathing, and having the copy of the postures, he gives the young Midoriya the scroll. He is the 3rd strongest of the entourage. Off-screen. Ue. Deku. Midoriya-san Izuku Deku kun Izuku-chan Izuku-san Ritono. Hunters. Izuku. Zo. He's so hexy like that, she thought with a blush, but she would realize. Zo reacts, he's a boy, he may be my lady's hunter, but. Artemis. There's Zo, she thought somewhat amused. All Might. I've never felt so proud. Gran Torino. Wow, that Zygote is interesting. Sir. And he brought out the quirks of the previous carriers. I already said that Mirio was a better option, but he shut me up. Eri. Look Izuku Nai, now you can give me a piggyback ride. Kitsune. Izuku Nai, it's true now we can take dragon rides, he said excitedly. Koda. Sirdo Deku Nai. Natsu. I want to fight him now. Prom. Interesting, it seems that he adapted to my training if he reached such power. Zeus. Use my lightning bolts. How dare that wretched mortal. Hiruzen. Oh, this is getting more and more complicated, he thought fearfully. Hashirama. Maybe my Mokuton will stop him, he thought out loud. Madara. Not bad, the brat has powerful people. Pain. Shit, this is going to get out of control, the Kyuubi brat has powers beyond mine, maybe, looking at Zeus. Death. Shit damn, I should have killed you when you were a baby, he thought angrily. Kurama. I should see about freeing Grandma Kagaya and adding her to my entourage, thought the fox. Hagoromo. It's getting more and more dangerous. Hamura. Oh no, I'll pass this time, you face this alone. Bakugo. I hope to be number 1, he smiled while receiving a punch from Aridid. Urza. Silence, bombs. Bakugo. Okay, looking away blushing. Mitsuki. Go Bakugo's lineage, it attracts strong-willed women, he thought smiling. On screen. Tower 1. Steel Tower. Brace. Dragon. Chakra. Level. Ichibi. Affinity. Cotton and cotton. Peke Jinkai. Elemental lava. Weapons. Knuckles. He is a hand-to-hand combatant. Power and ability. Immense strength. As the strongest evil dragon, he surpasses Drake and Albion at their peak thanks to conscious training. Immense durability. As a human or dragon, Crom Cruach has immense resistance to pain and damage, which he strengthened with training. Immense speed. It is proven to be extremely formidable in terms of speed, being able to counter and defend against light speed attacks. Fire breath. Can breathe immensely powerful flames, which could expand to where they could cover the sky and be strong enough to melt the Albion wearer's armor. Dragon aura. Crom Cruich can imbue his punches and strikes using dragon aura to enhance them. He can shape and release his dragon aura as bullets. Shape-shifting. He has the ability to transform from dragon to human form. However, according to him, there is no substantial difference in his combat strength, regardless of which form he chooses. Master hand-to-hand fighter. Overwhelming combat experience. Stealth expert. After Naruto, he shares second place with Azrael in power. Off-screen. Izuku. I'm third in power, I like that. Crom. Not bad, plus they should say several things about my training hahaha. Michael. He's powerful, he thought scared. Searches. No, not that power must be mine, he thought annoyed. Zeus. They will destroy Olympus and my throne, he thought in pure paranoia. Hiruzen. Konoha is doomed, he thought. Inoki. Iwa will fall, terrified. Pain would send a message to the village leaders from heaven, the Mao Lucifer and the Olympian. After that they would draw up their plans to stop the Uzumaki at all costs. Only Kumo, Kiri, Iron and Suna did not want to participate, the rest did. On screen. Hori 2. Natsu Drignell. Race. Human Demon Dragon Slayer. Chakra. Level. Knowledge. Affinity. Kaiten. Weapons. Sword. Magic. Being a dragon slayer, a dragon hunter, he possesses magic capable of killing dragons. Fire Dragon Slayer. This type of magic uses fire, created by the user, as an offensive and supportive element, as ingesting it makes them more powerful. Despite this, they cannot eat their own fire. Their energy seems to increase the more emotional they become. They also possess their own secret arts. Fire God Slayer. Not much information. Electric Flame Dragon Slayer. After consuming lightning in a past fight, he learned this magic, but as he failed to master it, he fused it with his fire to increase its capacity. Although it was temporary, he is able to summon this power when he is in a state of rage, but it has a massive drain on his body. He possesses his secret arts. Dark Flame Dragon Slayer. After defeating and eating an enemy's black fire, he is able to combine it with his own fire. Includes his secret arts. Star Flame Dragon Slayer. After eating the liquid from the beast spirit's core, Natsu is able to combine star magic with his fire. You can become a dragon, but there is no return. Enhanced senses, durability, reflexes, speed, and strength. Hand-to-hand fighter. The screen turns off. Natsu. I'm broken, in your face eye stripper. Ray. What did you tell me, torch with legs? Natsu. I'm stronger than you, nudist refrigerator. Urza. They shut up hitting them both. Both. Yes, Urza. Naruto. I have my nakamas not bad at all. Light. Can you lend me this? Taking out Luffy brand pills thanks. Naruto. Dad is strong, but my entourage will be even more powerful. Shiva. Not bad, I feel like dancing. Thor. Interesting. Chapter 15. After seeing the first part of the blonde's entourage, there were various expressions. Fear, excitement, paranoia, envy, but above all, interest in certain people. Naruto. Now I have absolute power and I don't give a damn looking at his traitors. Shikamaru. Konoha will win demon. Naruto. Rot taking out a kunai. Hinata. Son, who taught you that language? Angrily looking with Byakugan active while her harem companions looked angrily at this. Naruto. Hehehehe he pointing at Ares. Ares. What am I doing seeing the end? 5 minutes later. Hermes. Ares, are you alive? Poking him with a stick. Ares. MMHMHMHHH. Apollo. It seems so. Hiruzen. I hope Danzo knows how to contain him. Danzo. And I'll be their friend appearing behind. Inoki. Iwa offers alliance. Big. A cat. Pain. We'll be neutral and if you want to go, it'll be you alone. Itachi. Abandoned Akatsuki. Pissum. Meh, maybe I'll find some fun with Irideed. On screen. Chapter 15. New members. Off screen. Percy. Looks like we'll see which of us will be part of an entourage. Nico. That's what it looks like. Apollo. I hope the acquisitions are interesting. On screen. We are in Olympus City, located in the easternmost part of Yuzu Island, where several people were waiting for a boat to dock. A ship would dock at the ports of the island, leaving everyone in awe of the city built by Hephaestus, the Juubi lord of the island, Poseidon and Apollo. Percy. We arrived. Sally. It seems so. Nico. We'll start over with his current partner. Will. No doubt smiling blushing at his boyfriend. Travis. Hey, do you think we can? Smiling. Connor. You already roared, brother, hahaha. Alia. Why can't this duo just stop making jokes? Rubbing her temples. Off screen. Half-blood felt chills thinking the Stolls were pranksters. Naruto. Why the hell weren't they in Konoha? Travis. Because we didn't know. Connor. But if we can, we should go. The three kings of jokes. All of Konoha broke into a cold sweat at that. On screen. Upon getting off the boat, everyone saw the procession that welcomed them. It was made up of a kind of humanoid redeed with fox-like features, a brown-haired man with a sinister aura of power on par with the god Hades, a silver-haired man with similar conditions, an emo man with black wings, and a smiling black-haired man, the oldest of all. Redeed. Welcome everyone to Olympus City, located on Uzushio Island. Percy. Thank you, my name is Perseus Jackson, being polite under the watchful eye of his mother, son of Poseidon. Redeed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Yakai Kitsune in development, showing 6 reddish-orange tails. Off screen. Quetzalcoatl. Fufu Hexy. Hinata. Violable. Rias. Dominant. Momo. Hot. Bekeno. Ara where is Naruto-kun so hexy? Naruto. If they get jealous, no hex for 3 months. The girls looked away. Men. The macho. Apollo. Eggs that big, pointing to his hands. Hermes. If Naruto were Adam like that leaf, he would hold those eggs. Anubis. Wow, they really like that series. Hades. Many die and the sushi on my side is an apathetic emo with perfection stuck up his ass. Poseidon. It was not a son of his who created her, pointing to Apollo. Luke. The best was the appearance of Zeus as an old man. Shiva. Although I didn't like seeing that old man treat me badly. Thor. I would have liked to meet that Lubu in our reality. On screen. Annabeth. Are you a Yakai? I thought so. Naruto. Yusaka Oka-sen is in Whirlpool City with my father, so I'll be in charge of welcoming them with some members of my entourage. Annabeth. Entourage. What's that? Issei. We are a group of people who accompany our leader and friend. Ali. We use a similar P system to the demons of the biblical faction, surprising the Greeks, who didn't know that only ours come prepared with much greater strength and greater power. Naiko. How do you compose it? Naruto. Using the chess pieces to give you help. I am your king, my first girlfriend is my queen. Claris. You have more than one girlfriend, fox boy. Naruto. Of course, after all, I am one of the last Uzumaki left, so I have to practice polygamy, but we stray from the topic. So. That's what it looks like. Serious, the fox boy was a bit strange and she didn't like that. Off screen. Isaka. Calm down, dear. Kushina. Give him the love I couldn't. Isaka. Safe. Naruto. My moms are weird. On screen. Alia. Continue. Naruto. My 2 bishops are the archangels Raphael and Azrael, making the older hunters pale. They knew about the existence of the top of existences, my knight, pointing to Shisui Uchiha. Shisui. It's a pleasure. Naruto. I have my 2 rooks, the dragon Crom Cruich. The hunters were about to feign to fire Dragon Slayer as my second rook, and 3 pawns, 2 of them being Volley Lucifer and Issei Hyodo. TB. The Lucifer. Ali. My great-grandfather, the original Lucifer. Naiko. You're a demon, amazing. Ali. In addition to carrying Albion. Issei. Why yo a drag? So. Securite and Hakuryuku. Off screen. Issei. How rare that they fear us. Greg. They fear a dragon and the albino lizard. Albion. Who are you calling that underdeveloped Charmander? Ali. Haha, it seems that the rivalry between those 2 will make us fight. Issei. And we're on the same team. So. She has a good team and even more so those guys. TB. They're top 10 at least. On screen. Paul. And where will I work? Naruto. Mr. Paul Blofus. The aforementioned nods I see. I was informed that you would be the director of the first educational institution on the island. Paul. Wow, I didn't expect that. Thus Naruto would begin to explain the origins of Yuzu, the life they lead, how they accept various races, as well as their defense systems to make them safe and comfortable. Everyone was amazed. The life, the nature that lived there, were things that enchanted everyone, especially the hunters. Shisui. One rule we have is not to disturb wildlife. TB. What's the reason for that, man? So. Say it and you'll be kicked out of this area. TB. What's the reason for that, Guide-san? Shisui. To him, pointing to a dragon. So. Gandalf-sama. And if. It seems that the hunters of Artemis recognize me. The huntresses would bow before the great dragon of the forests. So. Gandalf-sama will understand that as hunters it is impossible for us to stay in a city. And if. I understand, but that doesn't mean you can hunt animals, whether normal or what you consider monsters. Do I make myself clear? The huntresses. Yes, sir. Phoebe. And how will we do it? And if. I've prepared your area so you won't disturb the other wilderness areas. The hunter's area was a replica of Konoha's Forest of Death, even with the grotesque animals that lived there, insects the size of cars, bears more aggressive than usual, it had everything to not bore the hunters. Off-screen. Artemis. At least they will stay in their areas. Oh. But Gandalf was clear. Phoebe. It's very intimidating. Izuku. At least they'll hunt smiling. Oh. That angelic smile, it's so innocent, she thought blushing. Chouji. Not bad Naruto. Bara. Let's hope there's no one from the sound department haha. Orochimaru. Interesting light. On screen. Naruto. Can I talk to you Perseus? Percy. Yeah, sure, by the way tell me Percy, I'm not used to being called that. Naruto. Of course. They both left the area to talk quietly. Naruto. First of all, I like you. You're one of those people who, like me, don't show respect to anyone. Percy. Wow, the wise girl said he was unique. Naruto. Are you talking about Athena's daughter? Percy. Yes. Naruto. It's not bad for you, so don't be an idiot and don't lose it. Percy. Of course. Off screen. Percy and Naruto. Brother hugging. Annabeth. Thanks for holding my seaweed Naruto. Naruto. You're welcome. Apollo. I can only say you're welcome I hum a song. On screen. Naruto. Now I would like to offer you something, I want to propose that you join my entourage, we will both become stronger this way. Percy. I would gain strength, but for what? Naruto. Strength is gained when you have someone important to protect and it would also help you not to rely solely on your demigod abilities. Percy. Will we have to study? Naruto. No, since I personally don't like that. Both. Brother hugging each other. After separating. Off screen. Athena. How horrible. Percy. I like him now. Naruto. Haha. Percy. Although I do think I would join you. Sasuke. What did you record? Naruto. Sip. On screen. Percy. I accept. Naruto. In that case taking out a pawn piece Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, I invite you to be my pawn, not as a subordinate but as a friend, a brother in arms. Percy. I accept. The piece would enter Percy, strengthening his body, his muscles widened a little, the curse that Ares gave him to wield swords faded, he felt stronger, more powerful. Off screen. Annabeth would blush next to a couple of Aphrodite girls. Percy. Well, I'm your pawn friend. Naruto. Of course. Zeus. Olympus will fall, he wants my throne, kill Poseidon's bastard, he thought paranoid. Ares. My curse he roared angrily who do you think you are, stupid fox, don't you know who I am? Naruto. The #1 ninja and surprising people, and you my friend, are my bitch. Friends of the blonde. Apollo, Hermes, Kurama, Horus. Poseidon. That's my son. On screen. Percy. I feel stronger. Naruto. The pieces help you become stronger, allowing you to use chakra and energy that we use here, and if you are human your race changes, but in your case, being a demigod, this cannot be changed. Percy. I'm curious to know how strong I am. Naruto. We'll know when we train and break your limits, now I need to talk to your cousin. Percy. I'll call Nico. Off screen. Hades. Son. Nico. I'm joining. Zeus. This is wrong, 2 of their children against me. Luke. Not bad boy. Naruto. Just join Yuzu and we'll achieve wonders. Ashina. Not Amal Uzumaki. Habarama. He has the gift of leadership. Hashirama. He would have made a good Hokage. Madara. Hahaha goodbye Konoha. On screen. With Konohamaru. The little blonde Uzumaki had introduced himself to everyone, making the daughters of Aphrodite see him as grapeable, but they showed him where his brother Naruto was, while calling 5 demigods and offering them to be part of his entourage. On one side Leo Valdez, as his pawn. Being a son of Hephaestus, he was somewhat crazy about inventions. And his second addition, Charles Beckendorf, another son of Hephaestus, like his rook. Both had natural strength and a great deal of skill with their pieces, so of course they had to train them. After that came the Stoll brothers, Connor and Travis, sons of Hermes, whom he found to be the most pleasant of the group, perhaps because of their similarity to Naruto in Konoha when he played his pranks, such as the infamous painting on the Hokage monument, or when he broke into Anbu quarters 6 times, painting their outfits with neon orange, putting itching powder on them, among other things, or when he broke into the Nara compound and made all the coffee disappear. Off screen. Hermes. Apparently several are with the little one. Apollo. Yes. Travis. Wow, you did that. Naruto. What didn't I do? He said unconcerned. Shikaku. Monster, you finished all our coffee. Jiaoji. I hope they show the mega joke you made. Naruto. Are you talking about the time I made an Akamichi scream for not finding the fridge full of meat or the time I put fleas in Kiba's bed? Kiba. Damn bastard, that time I was scratching myself like crazy. Shigaraki scratched himself because he felt someone insulted him. Hiruzen. There is paperwork that feels good to die and not sign. Ashina. Digno Uzumaki. Madara. Hahaha, that would have been worth seeing. On screen. Next was another demigod, a son of Apollo, Will Solace, who thanks to a talk with a newly arrived Tsunade Senju, the blonde would accept to be part of the younger Uzumaki's entourage as a medical member, in addition to learning the medical ninja art from the woman, amplifying his healing abilities to a different level than the other children of Apollo. With Naruto. The red-haired Kitsune was talking to Percy while he took him with Issei and volley so that they could inform the demigod of the sea about the entire entourage while he went for the son of the underworld, Nicholas D'Angelo. Naruto. So there you are looking at the emo kid sitting. Naiko. You were looking for me, right? Off screen. Naiko. Thanks. Tsunade. Well, the boy has a future as a doctor. Apollo. Well, he's my son. On screen. Naruto. Yes, but why so depressed? Naiko. I miss my sister. When we were taken to Camp Half-Blood, she joined the Artemis Hunters and I haven't seen her again. Naruto. You know, it's normal that you miss her since you lived with her. Naiko. Do you have brothers? Naruto. Konoha Uzumaki, my little brother, and I truly love him to the point where I'd give my life for him. Because that's the duty of an older brother. Off screen. Konoha, the best older brother. Naruto would pet the little one's head. Sasuke. Why doesn't my brother look like that? Shisui. Don't be chill. On screen. Naiko. So why did you leave me alone? Naruto. Sometimes being the oldest causes us to have overloads, which makes us more vulnerable mentally, so we require time. Naiko. So she. Naruto. You can see it this way, she was playing a mother role with you, wasn't she? Naiko. Yes, since mom died. Naruto. You know, it's difficult for someone to fill that role, in my case I would have liked to at least have my parents when I was born. Naiko. How? Naruto. When I was born my parents sacrificed themselves to save my previous home, some friends and emo Avenger probably released Kurama Tosen to attack the village where I lived and when that guy ordered me to be killed, my parents stood in front of me to save me as a newborn. Off screen. Toby. What do you mean friends and Toby thinks you're lying, he said annoyed. Kurama. You're not fooling anyone, bastard. Minato. Obito, can you stop making a fool of yourself? Death. See sensei. Minato. I'm not your sensei anymore. Kushina. Rin-chan would be seriously disappointed in both of them. Death. Don't talk about her as if she were going to come back to life. Kakashi. And we deserve it. On screen. Naiko. I'm sorry but release. Percy and the others in the entourage had followed their leader's instructions to never repeat their story again. So when the Redeed told the boy everything, the dark-haired boy and the son of the sea were shocked. He endured so much in his childhood and they caused so much harm by not following his parents' simple request to see him as a hero. Furthermore, the person who would be their prisoner ended up being the one who cared for and taught him the most, the boy's father. Naiko. You suffered more than me. Naruto. And yet, I stood up and kept going. Naiko. That's good advice, and I'll follow it. Naruto. In that case, allow me to be the one who accompanies you, join my entourage, together we will have adventures, fights, fun, we will support each other in times of pain, what do you say? Naiko. I accept. Naruto would extend a pawn piece, which when inserted released great pressure, causing the black-haired man to increase his size a little, his body to become defined to be 11 years old, and to acquire extra abilities. Naruto. We will train until our bones break, Kaijiro-sensei, expect the entourage tomorrow, so we will go with him to Whirlpool. The screen turns off. Naiko. Thanks. Naruto. Whenever you want. Naruto-kun has said so many youthful things, so many flames of youth. Lee. See Guy sensei. Izuku. It literally seems like that training paid off. Chapter 16. Everyone was talking about what happened with the new members of the Uzumaki's entourage, Iwa, Konoha, Obito, Zeus, Michael and Searches were talking about an alliance between them to stop the red-haired bastard, the demon fox and the potential throne thief. Naruto. Should I be worried about what they're up to? Kurama. Nah, they'll step on the stick by themselves. Minato. Without a doubt, they themselves will fall. Kushina. I'm worried about Danzo, but we'll see about that later. Konohamaru. I'm surprised by something, and that is that despite using the time room and having intimacy, none of them have finished. Kushina. If it's true, it's strange that both of them don't get anyone pregnant since their Uzumaki side is that they are extremely fertile. Naruto. I'm a seal master, so I have intimate protection seals. Kushina. That's not much use. Naruto. I have condoms, morning after pills for the girls, and I usually use more than one at a time. Minato. So far you're protecting yourself well. Kushina. I doubt it's enough, you're still too young to be a father, and I'm not old enough to be a grandmother. Light. Well, I think we'll keep watching. Everyone sat down while eating something, or drinking juice or soda. Dionisio came, his prohibition did not affect him being there. On screen. Chapter 16. Phoenix vs Yakai. Off screen. Razor. So I face him, ha, a fox is no superior to a high-class demon. Issei. I'm going to the boss delivering money. Ali. No doubt, I bet the boss handing over money. Bikuzu. Bets. Hermes. Place your bets. Both. 40% goes to the house, the rest goes to the winner. Zeus, Obito, Hiruzen, Searches, Itachi, Michael, Orochimaru and Danzo bet on the Phoenix. All the rest of the room buy the Uzumaki. Bikuzu. A lot of money. Hermes. Well said. On screen. After the arrival of the demigods to Uzushio, there were several changes on the island. With 4 cities and a 5th in the making, an expansion was necessary, nothing that Gandalf and a couple of Doton Jutsus and nature magic couldn't fix, in addition to channeling several species that were believed to be extinct in other areas, such as some antelopes, deer and wild boars. The population of Uzushio had risen to approximately 250,000 inhabitants. The birth policies under Kurama's command were good, in addition to allowing crossing. Since many couples of different races lived together, Kurama allowed it, that each race accepted it, it fell to their leaders, he would respect their freedom of clan and race. Off screen. Ashina. No problem Kurama-san. Habarama. These are worthy measures of a leader. Hashirama. Without a doubt. Madara. I guess that fox got it right. Inoki. Just make more weapons. A. It's interesting. B. It's interesting. Meitarumi. Without a doubt. Aden. No doubt. On screen. Naruto decided to put all the new ones in training with those who could help them with their powers. One of them would be Kaijuro Rengoku, who would help with the development of the breathing. He had scrolls for the breathing of lightning, water, mist and the breathing itself, so he had resources. Tsunade Senju was in charge of supplying the knowledge about chakra, while Shisui and Crom Cruich had fun with the physical. So 2 weeks passed, where due to a Nomu attack near Kuo, classes were suspended. Naruto. Nomus Konohamaru. What's up Nai-chan? Naruto. Weren't Nomus the things that attacked Hosu and the USJ? Konohamaru. If Momo told you, it must be like that. Naruto. Anyway, I'll figure it out later. Kurama. Puppies it's time to go to school. He would shout from the dining room. As per routine, escorted by 5 Anbu, the trio departed for Kuo for their day of classes, in addition to helping for something against a crazy fallen, and possibly assassins from the Hero Commission, who Anbu subdued and interrogated. In truth, the eldest Uzumaki was disappointed, so much so that he wanted the commission and Nezu to go to UA, and not even a challenge, all kind of long-range attack with sniper and tranquilizer darts. Off screen. The new members gulped as they watched Crom, Shisui and Tsunade smile sinisterly. Naruto. Seriously, how stupid are they? Afo. Don't look at me, I'll just give you the Noma seeing the whole UA looking at him. Shigaraki. Hehehehe. Naruto. Take over the League of Villains he noted smiling innocently and clean up the hero system. Nezu. Oh, shit. Izawa. This already makes me think about choosing sides. Several people thought the same. Percy. Would they do something to you? Naruto. I think I can repel even a dart with elephant tranquilizer, so maybe, the dose they use wouldn't do anything to me. On screen. When he arrived he saw one of his girlfriends running into the occult club, which made him worried. He had already made her his by sleeping with her, so he was worried. After all, she is part of his harem. Naruto entered the classroom and hugged one of his girlfriends who hugged him back and cried inconsolably. Rias. Thank you for being there for me, Naru-kun. Naruto. No problem, but tell me everything. Rias. It's that my parents engaged me, annulling the fact that you already claimed me as yours. By having heck she complained crying they engaged me to the womanizing bastard Razor Phoenix just for power and prestige, in addition to being an order from the council mummies. Off screen. Searches. Something is going to happen. Razor. Hahaha I won. Artemis and her fighter were about to attack, but the atmosphere became tense, the temperature suddenly dropped, while the eldest Uzumaki's entourage positioned themselves as his escorts, framing the fact that he was making the golden chains of his bloodline come out of his back. Oh. My lady. Artemis. I can't move. Naruto. What did they say about one of my girlfriends? He said in a cold tone, colder than death. Hades raised a cup to him in praise. Razor. What's mine? The chains trapped the chicken, while under the watchful eyes of everyone and the need to separate them by Endeavor and Hawks, Naruto would massacre the demon with blows, no one but him touching his women. Only a mass of bloody flesh remained. Hinata. That. Quetzalcoatl. Was seen. Rias. Hexy. The Keno. Fiery. Momo. Dominant. They had a determined look, crying out for blood and Naruto Jr. Madara. Well, who's hungry looking at the rest? The heroes were terrified, the gods present were amazed by the reaction of the little Kyuubi, the villages opposed to the Uzumaki were afraid, Endeavor wanted to go out and arrest him, but his legs did not react. On screen. Naruto. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr raising his 6 tails in a threatening manner that chicken is going to know me. Applause. Issei. Who is it? Preparing his sword. Applause. Oh Yakai, I didn't know you wanted to take what's mine. Naruto. What do you want, chicken? How dare you, I am Razor Phoenix, heir to the Phoenix family, a high-level demon he roared angrily and arrogantly. Off-screen. Naruto. Who? Razor? Root. Naruto. No, who asked you? Absolutely everything the Uzumaki entourage. Searches. Damn fox. All Might. Shonen. Izuku. I'm sorry, but that humiliation from such injustice is impossible to let go. The Kugo. In your face, booking extra. Natsu. Hehehehe. On screen. Naruto. And I am Uzumaki Naruto, Prince of Yuzu and Rias-chan's boyfriend. Razor. This won't stay like this, raising his power. Naruto. Ah, you threaten me raising his chakra. Rias. Enough getting everyone's attention, since they were sweating. I already told you, Razor, I'm not going to marry you. Enough. Rias. Graphia. Surprised. Off screen. Searches. That's my queen. Mineta. What guides you? Izuku. Pig hitting him with his bow. Oh. I admit that was cute, blushing. Artemis. Well done, Hunter. On screen. Graphia. I'm sorry to come, but both of you raised your power, but we have come to offer something. Rias. Oni-sama. Naruto. Searches Lucifer, to what do I owe Mao's visit? Searches. I was just coming to see my sister, and I discover annoyed that my little sister is not a virgin, and that she has a boyfriend, and not the one that suits us as demons. Off screen. Aphrodite. I hate those guys. Apollo. She's your sister and you're betrothing her to the first idiot who comes along. Artemis. There are honorable guys, but you are worse than a pig. Naruto. Hey Mao touching Ria's breasts. Searches. Damn fox. Rias. Kaya blushing. Ara. He is. Percy and Leo. The man among men. Apollo. Very good reference, he said, giving a thumbs up. On screen. Razor. I challenge you to a rating game. Naruto. Chicken. Issei. Pock. Razor. What did you tell me? Naruto. Chicken, you are so little man that you hide behind your entourage, face me as a man to chicken, sorry, man to man. Searches. We'll do it like this, each 1 plus 2 more, a special 3 versus 3 rating game. Razor. I will defeat you, Zoro. Naruto. We'll see, chicken. Rias. Sign this and we'll do this, handing over a paper. Searches. Well, the annulment of the marriage and a couple of other things, signing without thinking. The fight will be in a week, get ready. After that, Searches, Graphia and Razor retreated in a magic circle. Off screen. The whole room burst into laughter. Madara. Ha 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 from man to chicken, that was a good one, ha 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 ha. Hermes. 10 out of 10 for the insult. Luke. He. Rias. An interesting special rating game. Searches. That plan, oh no, what the hell, he thought reading the words he signed without reading. Milikas. A. Naruto. Come little one, taking it. Rias. Good play, another me. Amaterasu. Lucifer the tomato will undoubtedly have a tough time. On screen. Naruto. Let me ask, what did you make him sign? Rias. Simply smiling, the custody of my nephew, since he hits him for being weak, and a couple of million from the family accounts for me, and since the signature is authentic and will be carried out if you win the rating game, which I know you will do. Naruto. Have a prize, kissing her on the lips. Issei. Ito. Yuma. It's uncomfortable. 1 week later. The week for the confrontation had ended when they made the rating game. Naruto had not been left behind. He had also trained, along with his most companions, these being Gray and Natsu, due to their experience, in addition to having taken his entire entourage to the place. Off screen. Ajuka. This will go wrong for them. Seraphil. Without a doubt. Searches. Oh no, they'll discover my move, he thought terrified. On screen. In the underworld. Against all odds, the councils and searches would have the wedding whether they wanted it or not, so Naruto had to crash it, while his entourage immediately supported him. It was full of high-class devils, everyone was watching how Rias had appeared, Razor seeing how Naruto's entourage looked at him angrily entering the same wedding. Razor. Change that face, accept your defeat for being weak, he said arrogantly with everything he wanted to do. Naruto. Percy, Issei, Volley, Naiko take down the guards, Natsu, Gray, let's go get the chicken. Razor. Detenganlos. The fight would start where several guards were sent to the dream world. Naruto. So you were a bad guy searches, I thought the Moes were of their word, but it seems that only Leviathan and Beelzebub are the ones who really keep their agreements. Searches. Be careful what you say, Kyuubi. Off screen. Ajuka and Seraphol. Thanks. Artemis. Grrr stupid bat. Izuku. Mate Nais Paharako. On screen. Razor. We'll do this, I'll kill you and make you beg for mercy, stupid fox. Searches. Then we're going to your battlefield, he said to teleport everyone to a field where there were stands. Razor. They are my fighters. One of those mentioned was a woman with large noticeable breasts, long, wavy purple hair falling all the way down her back, and matching eyes. In the front, the right side of her hair falls over her chest and covers her right eye, while the left side falls near the top of her skirt. Her outfit is a dress consisting of a blue top, a navy blue tunic with gold detailing, and a light blue skirt with open sides. It also includes black shoes. The top shows much of her cleavage and features a gold necklace with blue and red gemstones. Over this, she wears a white coat with black and gold detailing and matching shoulder pads. The second is a woman with short light brown hair and gray eyes. Her hair has 3 red highlights, and she wears a white mask that covers only the right side of her face. Her outfit consists of a black jacket with jeans. The jacket has broad shoulders and a collar, featuring 3 leather straps on both arms. It also has a slightly open neckline, revealing a glimpse of her large breasts. Off screen. The perverts except for Issei would start to have nosebleeds, while Zeus would shake his pubis, enraging several women. Natsu. I'm fired up. Gray. Let's see what you do, stove. On screen. Natsu. I'm fired up. Gray. Calm stove. Naruto. Calm down both of you. Searches. Well, this confrontation for the hand of Ria's Gremory will begin between the 3 best of each team, Razor Phoenix vs Naruto Uzumaki. The first to fight were Isabella and Gray, where the Ice Mage demonstrated his superiority by leaving Razor's tower defeated in a block of ice. Gray. Ice make freezing spears. Searches. The first victory goes to Naruto Uzumaki, he said annoyed. Off screen. Izawa. That was fast. Toga. Moo, there was no blood. Haiden. Give blood for Jashin Sama. Naruto put a sign in front of Razor with a counter just to annoy him. On screen. Razor. You better not lose Ubaluna. Ubaluna. As you command, master. Searches. Well, the next ones to fight are Natsu Drignell and Ubaluna. Natsu. I'm fired up. Ubaluna. We'll see, kid. Searches. Begin. Ubaluna would begin to cast fire spells, but under the attentive, surprised and disbelieving gaze of everyone, Natsu would eat him literally. Natsu. Buage, that fire tastes horrible. Ubaluna. How? Natsu. Roar of the fire dragon. Ubaluna would receive the full impact and be severely damaged, leaving everyone surprised. Razor. Damn, clenching his fists. Searches. Winner Natsu clenching his fists in anger. Off screen. Seeing what Natsu had done, everyone's faces, except Naruto's group, who were used to seeing the impossible become possible, were pure disbelief. Leo. That was great, I wish I could do that. Natsu. Hahaha, he laughed embarrassed. All Might. Interesting ability. Athena. No doubt. Endeavor. Hey, you looking at the salmon-haired man here throwing fire. Natsu would eat it. Natsu. That fire is disgusting, his face was green, implying that he wanted to vomit. On screen. Naruto. Looks like we'll be next. Natsu. Good luck, boss. Gray. Tear it apart. Razor would come down to the arena with a look that radiated hate and anger. He frankly hated the Uzumaki. He took Rias away from him, now he humiliated him, being him, a high-ranking demon, being humiliated by a pathetic yakai, a Kyuubi. Naruto, thanks to his Haration, would come down with his combat suit ready, while releasing lightning by molding chakra in that way. Off screen. Zeus. Don't buck with me. First they use my domain pointing at the shinobi, and now a bucking fox using it. They must be bucking with me. Poseidon. Drama Queen. Inoki. East Jutsu. Minato. I saw it, well, Kushi-chan starting to cry excitedly. Kushina. Yes. Naruto. That was amazing. On screen. Searches. I trust you win, he thought, supporting the chicken. The last fight begins now. Razor. Die. Launching a fire attack. Naruto would dodge the attack by starting to draw hand seals. Naruto. Suit and Mizurapa. Razor. But what, receiving the attack full on, being injured. Damn fox, recovering. Razor would launch frantic fire attacks while Naruto dodged or countered with water jutsus. Percy. This is already boring. Naiko. Yes. Natsu. I'm fired up. Issei. It's already worth it. Ollie. You can say it like that. Razor. I'll make Ria's my bitch so she moans my name so loudly. Naruto. Kongo Fusa. Off screen. The Uzumakis began to cheer. Percy. That guy is already dead. Leo. They just haven't warned him. On screen. Multiple golden chains came out against Razor, grabbing him, immobilizing him and draining his magic to weaken him. Razor. Sueltum. Naruto. I refuse hitting the chicken. You dare to call my girlfriend a bore, I won't forgive you for that. Hitting him again. Searches. Enough wanting to intervene, but Ria's and Naruto's entourage didn't let him. What are you up to? I'm a Mao. Naruto continued beating the chicken to the point of disabling its regeneration and leaving it unconscious. Naruto. I didn't kill him, but where he comes back. Bravel. Yes, Kyuubi-san. Naruto. Tell me, Naruto girl. Searches. The rating game belongs to Uzumaki-san. Off screen. Thor. That face taking a picture. Apollo. Priceless. Hermes. Incredible. Seraphol. Haha, that face is priceless. Bravel. At least he didn't kill him. The demons in favor of Searches were surprised, nobody expected that. On screen. Rias. Let's go Milikas. Milikas. It's high. Searches. What? Rias. Didn't you realize what you signed? Searches. What thing? Rias. If my boyfriend won, custody of Milikas would go to me. Searches. Milikas, I forbid you. Milikas fearfully went with his sister. Naruto. You lost your bucking siskin. Rias. Language. Naruto. Yes. We're leaving. Entourage. Yes. In a magic circle, Naruto's entourage would leave the place, leaving a certain Lucifer very upset. Searches. Summon Michael and Azazel, I want to destroy that island. Maid. Yes, yes. The screen turns off. The cheers in the room were not long in coming as Searches glared at the Redeed, who would raise the finger of friendship at him. Chapter 17. Searches looked furiously at the red-haired Uzumaki, who made obscene gestures at him, causing Lucifer to increase the shade of red on his face, while in fury, it became purple. Amaterasu. Ha 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 ha, it's the best day of my life, ha 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 ha. Seraphol. It's incredible how the Mao Siskin is embarrassed. Bajuka. I feel good about that. Artemis. Let that damn bat suffer. Ibara. I know it's wrong, but book you Satan. Bakugo. That was amazing, vine hairs, he said with a red tint on his cheeks. Ibara. Huh. Blushing. Damari and Urza. Bitch bitch bitch, the cute Muslim is mine, they thought with jealousy, since they were there. Bakugo had seemed cute to them. Mitsuki. I see, you're just like Masaru, you fall in love with people with strong character, she thought, smiling that her son gets one or more women who won't let him get away with anything. That's when the screen turns on. Chapter 17. Repercussions. Off screen. Hades. Lucifer's image will be tarnished. Percy. Not bad, my friend. Naruto. It's not that big of a deal, plus I have a lot of friends who will help us have the world at our feet. He. Naruto's entourage. So true. On screen. The portal would open in Yuzu as Naruto's entourage passed through. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kurama, Yusaka, and Kaijuro waited with smiles, awaiting the outcome. Kurama. So, how did it go? Naruto. We beat a chicken and the Mao is angry. Kaijuro. Who is the child? Milikas. My name is Milikas, sir. Rias. He's my nephew. Kaijuro. Searches his son. Then he began to examine the boy, part by part. Kaijuro, examining with the help of Tsunade, leaving the child blushing, found many traces of blows, cuts, bruises. Tsunade, for her part, a poorly healed fracture in the thorax, leaving her speechless. Kaijuro. Who did this to you? He said seriously, because despite being a demon, the Redeed is a child, and tell me the truth. Milikas. He was my father. Off screen. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, the gaze of those who were good parents darkened, even the Greek gods who by ancient laws could not raise their children had that look. Luke. It seems that bastard is worse than him, he thought very angrily. Minato. We're here hugging the little Redeed. Kushina. Let it out following that example. Milikas burst into tears, clinging to both of them, unwilling to let them go. Naruto and Konohamaru glared daggers at Searches. Apollo. Can we cure him? Looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. We'd better do it later. Michael. Meh, he's a poor infant, what does it matter? The bar was shocked, the leader of heaven was so rotten. I'm not that heartless either. Nagato. It seems that the supposed angels do not know pain being observed by Raphael, Azrael and Gabriel well, with the exception of you. Azazel. And then they complain about Lucifer's rebellion and then the Gregories. Percy. Chief Order. Naruto. When we can, we will make that bastard suffer. Nico and the Son of the Sea would nod. On screen. A strong silence fell, Riaz would begin to shed tears because she never thought that her brother was a monster. Percy remembered Gabe clenching his fists. Nico was upset because he is a child, nobody of that age deserves to go through those things. Naruto was the most affected, without a doubt he remembered all the mistreatment, all the blows, every torture in that damned village, which increased every October 10, his birthday, day of the festival of the defeat of the Kyuubi. Which with the cry of let's finish what the fourth started they beat him, burned him, pulled out his nails, sexually abused him, they had even tried to cut off his nipples from his small pectorals. If it weren't for Kurama, who more than once had to take over so that he wouldn't feel all that, he would undoubtedly have gone crazy. Off screen. Soon. We're leaving the village. Apollo. And they said they were the best preserved village. Hashirama. I don't believe them like that, I taught them the will of fire, what the hell did they do? Aburama. All my students were useless and dishonorable. Danzo. As if I cared about the opinion of a dead man. Hades. Shinigami, would you allow me to take the souls of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura to send them to Tartarus? He asked the void, no doubt he would give him a worse punishment than Adonis. Ashina. The truth is that Konoha is increasingly disappointing, how sorry I am about that Hashirama. Madara. Bush. Hashirama. If they summon me, I will destroy Konoha, I will be the one to do it, I will save the innocent, and those beings with such black souls will remain there. Naruto. Help with seals. Madara. And me with clones with Susanoo. Hiruzen. Damn demon, he thought. On screen. Aijuro, for his part, could see a monster, hell, not even his father, Shinjuro, was so abusive and violent, he hurt with words, but they were a product of his state of depression when his mother died, so he would hug the child. Aijuro. Let it out, keeping it in will only hurt you more. Milikas would begin to cry, letting out everything he was holding back and couldn't show to anyone, not having a shoulder to hold onto. Kaijuro was someone who allowed him to do so, without having to go and betray him to searches, which would earn him a beating. Naruto. Riaz. He's a monster, my brother is a monster. Naruto. It's already happened. So one by one the rest of those who lived in Whirlpool would arrive, where one by one they introduced themselves to the little boy. Well, Kaijuro would make a decision, despite being a pillar in his world, a member of a demon hunting organization. He looked at the red-haired boy, despite being a demon, he reminded him of the sister of a hunter who was traveling with him, she was a demon and had fought alongside them against other demons, so why not? Kaijuro. Hey Milikas. Yes. Kaijuro. Would you like to be my apprentice? Milikas. That's possible, I mean I'm a demon, and according to your aunt you're a hunter. Kaijuro. Nonsense, you won't be the first demon I've seen with the same innocence as you smiling. Milikas. In that case, yes Kaijuro-sensei, I agree to be your apprentice. Kaijuro. Ha 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 ha. Off screen. Seeing how Lucifer was described, many became enraged and wanted to go and beat him up. Naruto. Not bad Kaijuro-sensei. Percy. He already said it. Lee. How youthful. Hiroshima. He's so manly. All Might. Ha 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 ha, no doubt. Midnight. I feel butterflies. Shigaraki. And I'm nauseous. On screen. Kurama. Very optimistic with a drop of sweat. Shisui. At least he's not emo. Sasuke. I heard you with a twitch in his eye. So they left to begin the preparations. It was known that searches would not take this well and would threaten with war. It had been a long time when Riaz warned Amaterasu and Yasaka what the demonic council and her brother ordered behind the backs of the others about the massacre of the Yakai clan of the Nekomatas, leaving only Kuroka and Kaneko. At the same time they wanted to turn them into breeding machines to give strong demons. Off screen. No one was surprised by it, but it did bother them. On screen. In the rest of the factions. In India. Shiva was doing his boring paperwork, since as faction leader he had his job. Shiva. Demon's paperwork outside every leader and hero nodded at those words. At the time an I, Hindu god of fire, with Rudra, Hindu god of storm, and Indra, god of sky and Hindu devas. Rudra. Friend, you must see this. Shiva. Huh. What are these reports? An I. Read them, you'll be surprised, he said with laughter and mockery. Indra. Lucifer, the self-proclaimed super demon and proclaimed by himself as the strongest of the biblicals, ridiculed by a yakai. Shiva. That tomato deserves it. That fox definitely knows how to ridicule people. Laughter erupted throughout the Hindu faction, seeming like retarded seals due to their shape. Off-screen. Naruto. Thank you Shiva. Shiva. You're welcome, my friend. Rudra. Without a doubt, it's the best moment of the factions. Azrael. The strongest of the biblical factions. Sure. On screen. In Asgard. Rasuis. Aden-sama delivering a report. Aden. Wow, not bad, so that ridiculed Siskin and the defeated Phoenix Heir, it's certainly very interesting. Konohamaru. Hey old man entering with Thor, both in training uniform, since a few days ago he had gone to Asgard to train under the wing of the most powerful Nordic. What's going on? Thor. So Lucifer tomato ridiculed, your brother has balls. Konohamaru. I expected that from Night-chan. Off screen. Thor. And I stand by it. On screen. On Olympus. Zeus had become paranoid about the yakai Uzumaki after reading about searches. Every time they mentioned something, his word was that fox will steal my throne, causing many gods to sigh and shake their heads. Tensions in the Olympic Hall had intensified after Artemis's rescue. They had managed to minimally sway Athena to their side, but even worse, she continued to use her brain and the faulty logic of blindly following Zeus. Off screen. Zeus. Will he want my throne? Naruto. No thanks, I'm not going to do your paperwork. Zeus. That's true, why don't I give it to him, how many could I hook up without control, he thought. Hera. And even with his paperwork, he flirts uncontrollably and is unfaithful to me. Naruto. Artemis, why don't you get a divorce? I mean, if your husband is cheating. Artemis. We tried, Fox. TB. It's true. Zo. Yep, hugging Izuku. On screen. In the Angel faction. Michael was furious, although he did not get along with searches, being ridiculed as he was by the Uzumaki filled him with anger, so he made a decision, he would join searches and attack that island to eradicate that faction that not only gains more power, but also screws up their existence. Off screen. Naruto. Tell me something I don't know about the sissy and the bastard tomato. On screen. In Grigori. Azazel was reading a small book with a dubious orange cover when one of his secretaries came in with a report. Azazel. Oh wow, what does it say? Proceeding to read it each word read each fragment filled his mind with laughter. That kid is the bucking boss I should make him a monument. Secretary. Azazel-sama, Searches-sama invited you to a meeting about the Uzumaki faction. Azazel. Reject her, I am allied with the Uzumakis, not the biblical heaven and hell that are more thirsty for power than father was. Off screen. Jiraiya. And the super pervert does it again, handing Ichigo to the fallen. Tsunade. Shut up, giving him a punch. Orochimaru. You've hit him harder, you're getting old woman. Tsunade. Buck you, snake. Naruto. Hey dad, you are the bucking master of bucking masters. Hinata. Young language. Naruto. Yes, mother. On screen. In Mexico. The Hexius snake was rubbing her thighs while reading the reports. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufufuf, it seems my little fox needs a treat. Fufufufufu. Off screen. It was the sound of the time chamber closing. Aphrodite. My perverted sense tells me the fox will get some action. Momo. They didn't wait for us. Riaz. That damn snake. Akeno. That damn blind woman. In the room. Hinata was on top of the redeed while Quetzalcoatl undressed both of them for a threesome. Naruto. Girls. Hinata. You're going to enjoy it. In the room. Jiraiya. My perverted sense tells me that someone makes me very proud. On screen. In the elemental nations. The hunt for the Nine Tails intensified when it was seen that it was not reforming anywhere. Years had passed and nothing, most of the Jinchuricus were captured, except for the One Tail, the Seven Tails, who were more than safe in Kumo or on another continent, since Suna was completely destroyed in a joint attack by Konoha, Iwa and Akatsuki, which began to cause a war in the nations. Pain. Where are you, Kyuubi? Enzo. I'll soon have my weapons, he thought seriously. Inoki. I hope this works and Iwa is left in a good position, thought the old smurf. Itachi. My lords, perhaps they are in Earthland, the neighboring continent. Pain. It's time for them to know pain. The screen turns off. Fairy tale. Let them come and they'll know what it's like to mess with us. Pain. Kyuubi. Kurama. Who is it? Pain. You have 10 fox tails. Kurama. I know, I just like making you angry onion eyes. The whole room burst into laughter. Naruto's Entourage Part 2. Hissam. Ha 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 ha. Conan. Oh my god. Kuritsuchi. Jijijiji. Pain. There is no respect. Zeus. From what I see you are a leader, but don't worry, you are the one in charge, and no one forces you. Death. Oh, I don't think that's going to be possible, he thought, knowing her plans. Kurama. Thanks hahaha. All Might. What will we see now? At that the screen would turn on. Naruto's Entourage, Part 2. Off screen. Hermes. If it was already broken before, I would like to know what the others will be like. Minato. I hope to see you father. Hermes. And at that a headache takes over him I remember, Minato. They both hug each other. Naruto. So I'm a legacy of Hermes I got my passion for jokes from somewhere. Travis and Connor. Bro, can we joke around with the nephew? Minato. Luke. Wow, that changes things. Present Mick. And my watch. Naruto. This one. Holding up a clock. Hermes. Hahaha that's my grandson. Naruto would return Hisashi's watch while stealing Iida's wallet. On screen. On 1. Nicholas D'Angelo. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Level. Elite Jounin. Elements. Fire, Earth. Using the ice element naturally. Weapon. Sword. Vidente. Magic. Being a demigod son of the god Hades, Greek deity of the underworld and wealth, Nico possesses. Theokinesis. He can control the earth, levitate rocks, and open fissures in the ground that can swallow creatures and trap them in the underworld. He can cause earthquakes so powerful they can break mountain pillars. He can also control the black walls of the underworld. Necromancy. He has authority and control over the dead, as well as many monsters native to the realm of Hades. He can reanimate skeletons, summon skeleton warriors, put them to sleep, and destroy them. He is capable of summoning large armies of dead soldiers by himself. He can summon the souls of the deceased. He can free the souls of people who should have died but managed to cheat death. He can sense someone's life aura. He can physically manipulate ghosts. He can kill mortals, demigods, and legacies by turning them into ghosts and forcing them to go to the underworld to spend eternity. Osteokinesis. She is able to telekinetically summon and control bones. Umbrakinesis. Nico has control over darkness and shadows for various uses, such as hiding in it. Cryokinesis. Although it is limited, when Nico gets angry an aura of intense cold is generated, so the temperature around him freezes, along with the ground around him. Hypnokinesis. He can navigate through the dark dreamscape of dreams better than most demigods, as he claims that dreams and death are old friends. Off-screen. Nico. I didn't know he was so powerful. Ibara. Are you the son of Hades? Nico. Yes. Ibara. I thought Hades was good, similar to. Nico. Resembling the stereotypical Renaissance demon. Message. Yes. Nico. My sister thought the same thing. Percy. Everyone thought that, Breath of the Dead. Nico. Shut up, barnacle hairs. Izuku. This information is very interesting to be able to analyze later, the green-haired man murmured. Oh. It's cute like that, she thought. Artemis. Well, Zoe's children, whether male or female, will be different, she thought, preparing a line of male hunters. Hyoka. Nothing wrong. Tokoyami. Your darkness is interesting. On screen. On 2. Grey Fullbuster. Race. Human Ice Devil Slayer. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinity. Water and wind. General affairs. Hielo. Arm. Being able to create various ice weapons, he is able to use various weapons including swords, katanas, and axes. Magic. Ice magic. This is a type of casting magic that allows the user to manipulate the element of ice. The user of this magic is able to release ice from their body and manipulate it as they wish. This magic can also freeze one or more individuals. Ice Devil Slayer magic. Ice Devil Slayer magic allows the user to produce the ice element for various purposes. Like other slayers, the user is able to consume external sources of ice, even those formed from nothing, in order to replenish their strength and enhance their power, as well as having tremendous resistance to the ice element. They are able to control the ice of others somewhat and are able to easily freeze a terrain with a simple wave of their hand. Ice Make. This magic is used to create ice and mold it into different shapes or weapons for attack and defense, creating shields, swords, bows, or even cannons. The user can create a variety of ice objects to be used both offensively and defensively. Outside of combat, the user can also change their environment using ice, such as covering the ground in ice. It has 2 known types. The first is called static ice make. This type of ice make is characterized by the creation of inanimate objects, such as weapons, or by affecting the environment around them. The second type is called dynamic ice make. This type of ice make focuses on the creation of animated ice sculptures, usually in the shape of animals. Dynamic ice make is said to be faster than static ice make. Off screen. Shoto. Your magic is very interesting, my friend. Ray. Thanks, he said naked. Shoto. Why are you naked? Ray. Shit. Makarov. It's interesting that my children are there. Natsu. Haha, not bad, ice stripper. Ray. Shut up, stove. Percy. Not bad. On the screen. Pain 3. Todoroki Shoto. Race. Human 5-tailed Nekomata. Chakra. Medium Jounin level with the ability to become a tailed beast. Elements. Fire, water, air. Instruction history Hielo. Weapons. Katana. Lanza. Naginata. Quirk. Half cold half hot. Born as a weapon to surpass all might, destined to fulfill his father's wishes, Todoroki possesses the combination of his mother's quirks, ice, and his father's, fire. He uses ice on his right half and fire on his left. His limit would be overheating or freezing by overusing one of his two sides. Magic. Ice make. Taught by Gray, Shoto is able to use the same power as his master. Fire magic. Due to some tips from Natsu when remembering his younger brother figure and how he uses his magic, apprentice and friend, Romeo, Natsu taught Shoto the basics of fire magic. Off screen. Shoto. I surprised. Endeavor. Natsu. So I taught him. Romeo. It's amazing Natsu Nai. Gray. So I taught the future Nico, he has potential. All Might. Amazing shonen. Kurama. 5 coal is Nico. Matatabi. It's not fair, the new kitten is stronger than me. Hiruzen. It's dangerous. Inoki. And even more so if he is capable of reaching chakra at the level of a tailed beast. Anzo. Will he be able to control himself? Nezu. There are already 2 UA students, I hope nothing happened for them to be with him, he thought. Azawa. Retro. On screen. On 4. Perseus Jackson. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Level. Cake. Affinities. Water, wind and lightning. Heike Jinkai. Storm element. Weapons. Sword. Name Riptide. Natural sword skills. Is an expert swordsman, capable of defeating someone much larger than him and with more experience and also more powerful opponents, including gods, titans and monsters. The Curse of Achilles. After bathing in the river Styx, due to a mission with Nico in the underworld, Percy acquired supernatural speed and strength as well as invulnerability, except for his weak spot. With the Curse of Achilles, his combat skills improved. Magic. Being the eldest son of Poseidon in life, Percy has the following abilities. Hydrokinesis. As the son of Poseidon, Percy can control and summon water, even being able to heal his wounds and cure himself of most poisons. When in contact with or in the presence of water, Percy gains increased strength, speed, agility, and stamina. He can control the water around him to propel himself through it. He can breathe underwater and create oxygen bubbles to allow his friends to breathe. He doesn't get wet when submerged unless he wants to. He can also dry things underwater. He can harden water into a nearly solid form, allowing him to walk on water. Can fall from great heights without getting hurt. Possesses knowledge of any marine vessel he is on, being able to operate them telekinetically. Language. He can speak to horses and sea creatures, who almost always treat him with respect. He can also speak to other children of Poseidon underwater. Atmokinesis. Percy can summon hurricanes and other types of storms. These include electrokinesis. Limited, due to being Zeus's domain. Aerokinesis. Geokinesis. Can generate earthquakes. Cryokinesis. Percy is able to use the ice and snow around him to create an ice hurricane. Heat resistance. Percy has a resistance to heat and burns, similar to that of a cyclops, due to his father's oceanic nature. Toxikinesis, limited. Percy can control and manipulate poisons, but in a limited way, since poison is only part water. Off screen. Mina. Hey daddy. Mirio. Mine. Mirko. Where is that handsome mermaidman? Poseidon. That's my son. Puffing his chest with pride. Mount Lady. It's cute, I want him to kidnap me and being covered by Azawa's bandages. Annabeth. Mine hugging Percy. Note. Hold the Perkabeth. Izuku. Not bad. Athena. 2 children of the big 3 under her belt shocked, now her counterpart's mind was seriously mistaken, the side was not the right one. Zeus. They want my throne. Shiva. Hahaha, not bad. Thor. Interesting. Nezu. This is very bad, he thought surprised. On screen. On 5. Issei Haidu. Race. Human demon. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Elements. Air, lightning, fire. Weapons. Sword. Kunai Y Shuriken. Sacred gear wielder. Drake, Red Emperor Dragon, being known as Sekiryuite. Sekiryuite abilities. Boosted gear. Issei possesses unimaginable power as he has the legendary Scarlet Dragon locked in his left arm. The dragon's power grows stronger as long as its user offers something to the dragon. His boosted gear is so strong that it even becomes armor, but it has a limited time based on how much of your body you have offered to the dragon. Its most powerful form is Balance Breaker. Magic. Dark matter. He is able to use his demonic magic to create portals, increasing his power as the mark grows, possessing at least 3 levels. Dark matter also allows him to regenerate lost limbs and reassemble severed limbs, including his head or body, if it is split in half. Demonic magic. As a true elite demon, he possesses 7 hearts. His techniques include full counter, counter-attack, returns damage, physical, magical, chakra or quirk, with double the power. Love. Anyone who feels hatred in their heart is unable to move their body. Truth. Whoever lies in his presence will turn to stone. Mercy. Due to his loyalty and friendship with Naruto, Issei developed a curse that if someone turns their back on him, it is like betraying his best friend and boss, so he will lose his will and will be forced to serve him. Off-screen. Issei. Genial. Mineta. Nerf, we need a nerf. Monoma. Yeah, that can't be, it's stronger than Class B. Kendo. And now you realize. Aphrodite. Love. Strange name for that ability. Kali. Yes, but it fits. Naruto. My best support against Konoha, smiling darkly. Konoha paled upon learning that they hated the boy and if they sent the brown-haired boy, they would be annihilated without even being able to defend themselves. Madara. Interesting truth and I'm interested in piety, not bad at all. Ashina. Worthy allies of the Uzumaki. Quetzalcoatl. Not a mal. Breg. Hahaha, did you see that Albion, my teammate, is the best? Albion. Charmander. Artemis. 7 hearts. Apollo. Interesting. Luke. I hope I don't have any problems and if they confront me I'll finish them off, he thought determinedly. On screen. On 6. Volley Lucifer. Race. Demon. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Elements. Lightning, fire and water. Arm. Katana. Gunai Y Shuriken. Sacred gear. He is the bearer of Albion, White Emperor Dragon, being known as Hakuryuku. Skills. Divine Dividing. Divides the power of his opponent and obtains half for himself. Juggernaut Drive. Fully unleash the true form of his dragon, Albion, to access the powers of his sacred gear. Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Fully unleashes his dragon's true form, sealing the other Hakuryuku who previously used the gear to unleash their power without limitation. Half Dimension. Or Dividing Dimension in Spanish. It's a power that has the ability to reduce everything around it by half. Magic. Dark matter. He is able to use his demonic magic to create portals, increasing his power as the mark grows, possessing at least 3 levels. Dark matter also allows him to regenerate lost limbs and reassemble severed limbs, including his head or body, if it is split in half. Demonic magic. As a true elite demon, he possesses 7 hearts. His techniques include Ominous Nebula. Through extreme and definitive concentration, it allows you to accelerate the darkness within it, making it spin, creating a whirlwind that attracts with great force all living beings around it, as if the air were swallowed by a vacuum cleaner. Everything that enters that area will be torn to pieces at such an incredible speed that neither absolute reflexes nor any sense of a living being could allow it to avoid it. Pacifism. Anyone who kills in his presence will lose his lifespan. Purity. Anyone who has impure thoughts will lose the ability to breathe until they lose consciousness or die, whichever comes first. Fun fact. Issei is not affected. Faith. Anyone who loses faith and falls into the if I don't see it, I don't believe it will have their eyes burned out. Off screen. Ollie. Not bad at all. Albion. Jaw beats that dreg. Zeus. Lucifer is dangerous, he thought seriously. Inoki. Shit. Danzo. Grrrrrrrr. Hiruzen. It seems that he has more. Hashirama, it's bad, what do you think Toby? Kaburama. Several are really heavyweights, whoever commands. Tsunade. Will destroy Konoha. Sakura. I like the perverts one. Issei. Ja soy immune. Hera. I would like her with Zeus. Amphitrite. And I with Poseidon. Tsunade. And me with Urea. On screen. On 7. Kirishima Jiro. Raza. Humano Yakai Mano. Chakra. Level. Here. Affinity. Fire and Earth. Hekai Jinkai. Elemental Lava. Weapons. Stick. Naginata. Quirk. Hardening. Allows him to harden any part of his body, increasing the hardness and resistance of the hardened parts, which serve both for attack and defense. Magic. Ball. This power allows the user to generate indestructible barriers of any shape, although they are mainly spherical, said barriers are indestructible. Extra skills. Kirishima is familiar with several styles of martial arts taught by the Yuzu tribes, including Tiger and Panda tribe Kung Fu, as well as Wing Chun. Off-screen. Kirishima. I'm incredibly manly. Bakugo. Not bad fire hairs. Izuku. Kachin, are you hiding thinking? All Might. 3 of Wana, I'm worried about what's coming. Iida. Maybe they betrayed us. Uraraka. I don't think so, Iida-san. Mei. How badly I wanted to see babies. Leo. I want to work on my inventions. Mei. Friend. On screen. Page 8. Katsuki Bakugo. Raza. Humano Yakai Akami, Lobo. Chakra. Level. Ichibi. Elements. Earth, air and fire. Peke Genkai, magnetism and explosion element. Weapons. No. Bow and arrow. Anfas. Quirk. Explosion. Allows him to secrete nitroglycerin through the sweat on his hands and detonate it at will to create explosions. The more Bakugo sweats, the stronger his explosions. Magic. Explosion. Thanks to his quirk, he can create spheres of explosive magic and spread them wherever he wants and detonate them when he decides and even prepare them for detonation. As a wolf yakai, he can obtain his forms, as well as improvements in speed, strength, senses, durability and reflexes. Yakai abilities. Human animal form. Animal form. Werewolf form. The screen turns off. Bakugo. Hahaha, I'm number 1. Mitsuki. Shut up, you're blocking my hearing, hitting him. Bakugo. Old witch. Mitsuki. I'm a young brat. Hera. Should I get along like this with Ares? Inoki. Another great Dadara. Dadara. Interesting, maybe I'll teach him how to do art, haha. Sasori. That art is eternal. Dadara. Ephemeral. Naruto. Wow, I have too many yakai and quite strong ones. Kiba. Oh yes, he is strong. Bakugo. What did you say, damn dog? Both had canine features as they began to growl at each other, showing their fangs. Tsume and Mitsuki. Shut up, giving each of them a snitch. Kushina. Not bad. And that he sees Naruto and Konohamaru fight over the measurements of their girlfriends. Kushina. Children angry with her hair levitating in 9 tails. Naruto and Konohamaru. Kaya. Hermes. I give you my condolences, son, he would say nervously. Minato. Thanks, I would respond the same way. Chapter 18. Naruto and Konohamaru were kneeling with a bump on their head while Kushina was giving them a lecture, while Minato watched this with his father Hermes, both with beads of sweat falling. Hera. Maybe I should treat Ares like this, she muttered to herself. Sally. I should definitely follow that example. Mitsuki. Without a doubt. Inko. My son is good. Ray. I threw boiling water on him because of my father and the trauma he caused me, she said, very hurt and sorry for it, and everyone saw her. Shoto then hugged her while repeating, I forgive you, so that she wouldn't suffer another trauma. Kiba. Meh, my mom gives me my correctives. Bakugo. Mine too, but I don't marry her. Percy felt chills as he saw his mother smile, while Poseidon patted her in support. Kurama. Well, what will we see today? Light. Eyes on the screen. On screen. Priest and Raven. Starting the 2 worlds plan. Off screen. Urea. Wow, that Gaki is ambitious. Ibara. Priest. Azazel. Crow. Maybe it is. Zeus. Jump biblical stupids. On screen. Kuo. After the fight against Razor Phoenix and Searches Lucifer, Rias and Milikas were exiled from the Gremory clan due to being on the side of the Uzumaki, but due to the laws, they could not let them miss the school year. Classes had passed normally and they had to go to a place to be able to make a contract with an important family. They were nothing more than humans who went unnoticed despite having money and enough. Off screen. Rias. Well, dear. Naruto. Of course, Rias-chan. Milikas. Can I do this? Kushina. Of course, weakness. Minato. You can use mine if you want to. Milikas. Uzumaki Namikas. Milikas. Hi, Odo-san. Naruto and Konohamaru. Okay, little brother, stroking his head, making him pout. Konohamaru. I'm still your senpai, little brother. Ibara. I have a very bad feeling. On screen. When Naruto, Issei and Natsu entered the house, they saw with horror 2 bodies, the owner of the house, their future ally, had been murdered along with his wife. Naruto. How macabre, and that was when I was a shinobi and killing was normal for me. Natsu. They clenching their fists. Issei. It's the problem with the church and the demons, all involved in a senseless war. At that a maniacal laugh would be heard. Ahahaha, this is what happens when you make deals with demons and are punished by the hand of God, laughed an albino madly. Off-screen. All the true heroes clench their fists. All Might. Those people. Madara. Poor people. Izuku. He's crazier than Manolo. Shigaraki. Hey, scratching his neck. Kurogiri. Bad Shigaraki hitting Manolo with a magazine roll. Toga. Kurogiri Big Mom haha. Madara looked at many priests who had dark smiles. She was definitely very reconsidering about it, but she left those thoughts behind while a pale-haired man looked at her with understanding. Bakugo. Calm down, the Shinyas later. Madara. Yes. Urza. If you want, we can help you. Tamari. Yes. The three of them looked at each other and then nodded, perhaps they share the Muslim. On screen. Naruto would activate his tails as they approached the subject. Issei. Who are you damn? Albino. I am a simple young priest, my name is Fred. Natsu. You did this? Fred. Yes hahaha I did this. Natsu. But why? Fred. When you make deals with demons, you stop being human and kill them in the name of God. Off screen. Madara. That guy is not a priest. Priests. Of course it is. Gabriel. So that guy is the one who was excommunicated and he's still an exorcist. Azrael. What do you expect if the effeminate man who rules the sky moves things under the strings and in the shadows? Metatron. And to think he was the one who caused Luzbel's rebellion. Ali. Did he really make my great-grandfather rebel? Metatron. Yes. Michael. That was a secret. Azrael. How is your little secret with Uriel? On screen. Naruto. Hahaha. Fred. Rakubi. Surprised, what do you think is funny, Zoro? Naruto. The truth is that I find it funny, a priest breaking the commandment thou shalt not kill. I believed that all those sermons of God's forgiveness and all that talk of reconciliation towards humans were true and included all races, but I see that it is a lie. If the priests are so double-faced, I imagine how bastard the biblical God would be. Fred. How dare you, Fox, you should be thankful I can't kill you Yakai. Off screen. Madara. Neither your people respect the 10 commandments nor the commandment of Jesus said, your religion, as an institution, was complete garbage behind closed doors, while they plunged their believers into ignorance. It's not like they haven't helped launder hundreds of millions in Nazi gold. On screen. At that moment the tails grabbed each of the subject's limbs. Issei. You smell that Natsu. Natsu. I don't smell anything. Issei. Fear, that guy's fear. Natsu. Ahhhhhh he said smiling like an idiot. Fred. Let me go, you damn fox. Naruto would begin tracing hand seals and place multiple seals on the subject. Naruto. Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. Torment of the damned. The priest would begin to feel pain, his arms hurt as if glass was buried in him, while his body felt like lava was being swallowed by his mouth, his eyes began to bleed, while the aforementioned screamed in pain. Fred. Stop, please, stop, for the love of God, stop. Off screen. Myth. Not bad at all. Ashina. The Uzumakis are masters of the seal. Enko. Hahaha that torture with seals excites me. All Might. Don't you think it's too much? Naruto. No, it's not much. Izawa. Why I feel like I won't like what's next. Artemis. Not even me. On screen. Issei. There's a presence in that cell. Natsu and Issei went to open a door to the indicated room, surprised by what they saw, a young woman from the church, Asia Argento, chained, her clothes in tatters, giving signs of attempted rape. She was crying inconsolably, so Issei carried the girl in a bridal manner and under Naruto's assent, using the Haration, in a purple flash, learned a few weeks ago thanks to his best friend, he took the girl to Yuzu to put her under the care of Tsunade's Senju. Naruto would just smile sadistically and remove the seals while the priest smiled in relief, but the Redeed would place another one over him, leaving him asleep. Naruto. Natsu, we're leaving. Natsu. Of course boss. In a crimson flash the two disappeared and reappeared in Yuzu, where Tsunade glared at the priest as he proceeded to heal the girl brought in, while Naruto took the aforementioned to the torture room to get all the information out of the priest. Off screen. The good women, with the exception of those associated with the traitors, Konoha, Zeus, Iwa and the false heroines, began to raise their murderous instincts, especially the hunters, with Izuku and Kitsune supporting, together with their lady. Issei. Thanks for teaching me that. Iwa felt fear, if one Haration was bad for them, several oh yes they were terrified. Naruto. Amazing. He said ecstatic with that color. Enko. Fufu a nice torture is coming. Natsu. He deserves it. Romeo. If Nastunai says so. On the screen. In the torture room. Naruto would place the priest tied up while his wives arrived already aware of everything and cried out with every ounce of their being for him to be punished, including a new girl, a green-haired girl named Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara was a green-haired girl with a fatal flaw, she was extremely religious and took everything for granted. When she sat down in the supernatural, she didn't believe it until she met Azrael, who didn't mince words to tell her the whole truth, breaking the girl's fragile mind. There she was with Arrest, listening to everything done by that priest, crying out for suffering for him. Naruto. I would need Anko's help, but meh, he said nonchalantly, while hanging the albino bastard from a chair. Issei. Boss. Naruto. Activate the lever when I tell you with that, remove the seal, causing the captive to wake up Sleeping Beauty, causing the bastard to be hanged. Fred. I'm not going to talk, Fox. Naruto. Pull the lever. Issei did as requested, as a hatch opened revealing a school of sharks. Off screen. Anko. Don't make things up, she said surprised. Kiss him. Free my relatives, he said, holding up environmentalist signs. Grover. Oh man, that's cruel. Ibara. Let the wretch fall. Izuku. Kill that pig. Oh. Well said, Izuku-kun. May. Hey, he's my test subject, I'd say jealous. Hyoka. She's my singing partner. Ino. He is the future father of my children. Artemis. Girls, it may sound strange for me to say this, but if you share it. Those interested in the green-haired guy. It's a good idea. Artemis. I only ask that if you agree, your children be hunters, regardless of their gender. The girls. For my own good. Izuku. If my lady designates it, go ahead. Aphrodite. Pinch me. Apollo did what Eros asked, but everything was real. Apollo. Wow, sis just. Aphrodite. Authorize a harem. On screen. Fred. What? Naruto. Now friend, answer or I'll throw you to the sharks. Fred. Buck you. Naruto. To ice. Sasuke released a lever that made the bastard fall into the water, who started screaming, and then they lifted him up. Off screen. Naruto took note of the godfather's attitude of his father to maintain that legacy, while the rest looked very well at the redeed. The girls complained about why they took him out when he screamed. Izawa. Oh how bad, he said surprised. Endeavor. We must arrest him, he's a villain. Hawks. If we must do it. On screen. Fred. What the buck do you want? Naruto. I want you to tell me who hired you and why you were looking for information about the Sekiryu. Fred. I don't know, a crow hired me, he told me to find him and kill him, humans with sacred gear are a threat, father shouldn't have given such power to beings that can rebel against him. Issei. And the girl. Fred. They told me she was a friend of the Sekiryu, so they asked me to use her to lure him out and to do whatever I wanted with her, and since she refused to cooperate, I had to punish her however I wanted. Naruto. Anything to say? The girls. Kill him. Natsu. Do what you want, boss. Issei. Go ahead for me. Naruto. Okay, to the ice. As soon as that, Sasuke would drop the bastard into the water where the sharks began to attack him while blood spurted everywhere, causing the animals to attack until they tore the guy to pieces. Naruto. Riposa in pace. Off screen. Iridid and Konohamaru's entourage raised the sign of the cross as a symbol of support for that phrase. Kurama. That attitude. Apollo. He's still got his Italian mobster phase. From now on, I'm christening you the Godfather. Naruto. Thanks Apollo, he said, grabbing a bottle of wine, its exquisite Dionysus. Inicio. Only the best for the Godfather. Habarama. It looks interesting on him, he would have made a great leader. Hashirama. I don't like it, it's a bit dark. Madara. Hahaha, I like that Uzumaki. Itachi. Sasuke curses, he thought annoyed. On screen. That's when Shisui would arrive. Shisui. Wow man, what the hell? Naruto. Nothing bad, but what do you need? Shisui. Cao said that Kakabiel's bastard is moving. Naruto. Okay, Issei, tell Volley that we're going to play, Percy and Naiko are training with Kaijuro-senpai, so I won't stop their progress. Shisui. I'll enlist. 15-minute time skip. Naruto. Everyone ready? In front of him stood Issei, Volley, Shisui, Natsu and Crom Crouch. Crom. Killing a couple of crows isn't a bad idea. I haven't had fun in a while. Natsu. I'm fired up. Volley. I will demonstrate the fruits of breaking my back training. Issei. We are two friends. Naruto. It's time tracing hand seals Hiraishin no Jutsu. Everyone who didn't know how to use it took Naruto disappearing and reappearing in Kuo, heading to a plaza where a group of Fallen were looking for something. Fallen. I want you to track down that sacred gear, that traitorous bitch. Fallen. Yes, Kakabiel-sama. Off screen. Issei. Wherever I touch Rainer I would say annoyed. Naruto. Calm Dragon Oppai. Jiraiya. Write down my pupil. Mineta. Yes, sensei writing to bring out his own works of art. Haminari. Let me know, if you publish it I'll be your client hiding a small orange-covered book. Tsunade. Jiraiya. She bellowed annoyed. On screen. Ali. So that's Kakabiel. Shisui. One of Azazel's attendants, Cao Cao was right about him. Naruto. Hey stupid crow getting the fallen one's attention. Kakabiel. Wow wow wow, the Yakai Uzumaki. Naruto. What's your plan? Kakabiel. My plan is to start a war between the factions here in the human world, but since a certain fox made Azazel exile me, I think killing his son wouldn't be a bad start. Smiling. Issei. What kind of idiot comes up with such a plan? Ali. Well, it seems that he. Kakabiel. At me, fallen attack. The fallen would throw themselves at them, while those present threw themselves into battle, while Naruto went after the king, the 12-winged cadre, exiled from Grigori. His 6 tails wagged in annoyance, while the fallen looked at him in annoyance. Off screen. Nezu. At least they do some good. Hawks. You know we have to tell that to the Nezu Commission. Endeavor. I'll prepare the heroes if that happens. Azazel. As for Kakabiel dying. On screen. Kakabiel. Dies throwing a spear of light. Naruto. Het tracing hand seals Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 Narutos would appear. Kakabiel. That won't save you, Fox. Naruto. I know tracing hand seals Katen Rinkajutsu. Kurura. The 3 Narutos released a burst of intense fire, which began to combine until it formed a fire dragon, which would hit the cadre. Kakabiel. What the hell? Surprised. Off screen. Kurama. Not bad at handling fire in Katen Jutsus. Inoki. That jutsu is collaborated between 3 shinobi and he did it with clones. Hiruzen. It's dangerous. Enzo. I've told you 1,000 times to give it to me, there you see the result of your stupidity. Hiruzen. Excuse me, who had the idea of executing him for not having him? Naruto. Old ladies, you're both pretty, settle that later, yeah, let's keep looking. On screen. Naruto. Surprised. Kakabiel. A little creating spears of light, but that wouldn't be very useful against me. Naruto. Ready guys. Clone 1. Yes boss. Clone 2. No problems. Clone 3. I fancy the crow. Kakabiel. Bastards throwing several spears of light. Naruto. Good. The clones and the original began to trace hand seals. Clone 1. Katen. Die and in the redeed was grateful for being a fox and being natural at using natural energy for it. Clone 2. Suiton. Sukundan no Jutsu releasing a large water shark. Clone 3. Raiden. Kuropansa throwing a black panther made of lightning. Naruto. Raiden. Jinraisen firing electricity paralyzing the fallen before he fired arrows of light. Kakabiel. What? The attacks would impact, leaving the fallen person in quite bad shape. Off screen. Everyone was surprised by what the redeed had done. Naruto and Himawari. Sugoi. Sarada. Uncle Naruto is strong, right dad? Sasuke. Yes with a tick in his eye. Jiraiya. Wow, he's easily capable of natural chakra. Kisum. Hey. That was one of my techniques. Naruto. Well said it was smiling mockingly at him while someone was playing a drum set. Hermes, Travis, Connor. Ha 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 that was a good one. Azazel. That will leave a mark. On screen. Kakabiel. Damn, I'm the strongest of the fallen, how is a fox brat beating me without even being fully grown? Naruto. Fade away making the clones leave you know I thought you would be stronger and your lackeys seeing the panorama volley on a mountain of defeated fallen with a bored look, Shisui with several standing in a jinjutsu, Natsu to several charred crows, and Crom looking at everything with boredom, giving a Madara-style grape. Kakabiel. Damn fox noticing 4 pairs of wings less. Naruto. And to think you would be powerful. Kakabiel. Nobody calls me weak standing up very annoyed creating several spears and arrows of light. Naruto. Pathetic tracing hand seals Suiton. Suidanha. Off screen. Volley. Wow, that was disappointing. Issei. Oh yes. Shisui. They fell for an illusion. That's pathetic. Natsu. I beat them. Romeo. That's Natsu Nai. Madara. That dragon sure knows how to dance. Crom. Hahaha I give classes on Thursdays I don't charge much. On screen. Kakabiel's head was left rolling on the ground after a water whip cut him. Crom. Are you done? He said bored. Naruto. Looks like your appetizer was a bit lacking. Crom. You have no idea. Natsu. Heh this was fun. Shisui. What do we do with them? Ali. I told Azazel, so it's no longer our concern. Naruto. In that case sending a message to Momo. Issei. Will you start the 2 Worlds project? Naruto. Yep, and for that we need the best, and Momo-chan said she knew her. Off screen. Athena. So it's starting now. Hot. Without a doubt. Makarov. What kind of project? Momo. Who did I involve? May and Melissa. Let it be me, let it be me, let it be me. On screen. Bad UA. We can see a black-haired girl being escorted by a green-haired man, a pale-haired man, a two-colored man, and a fake Riti towards the support department. Izuku. Are you sure she's a good idea? I mean, if we pair him with Leo-san. Hiroshima. It's not that he can't, but several things end up exploding like he does. Shoto. Not to mention she's kind of crazy and he has his crazy genius sides. Bakugo. And he shines more than me with his gadgets. Momo. Calm down, knocking on the door, being greeted by a pink-haired girl. Hatsum-san, we have a project that might interest you. The screen turns off. The entire UA was in shock until May. Our loader. Are you sure? Leo. Hey, I'm not crazy. Percy. Are you sure, little elf? Leo. Hey, that sounded racist. Jason. But you're small. Hazel. And Latin. May. Anyway, we're a team. Many had chills of the world exploding as they laughed like maniacs and said more adjustments. Chapter 19. Everyone at Camp Half-Blood and UA started running for their lives when they saw those two together, Hatsume and Leo Valdez. Izuku. It's all over, gentlemen. Percy. We have no escape. Nezu. Right now, I'm thankful it's not at my school. Zeus. Grrrrrr. Danzo. Uzumaki, submit to Konoha. Naruto. No thanks. Hiruzen. You're obliged. Naruto. Father taking out his two tails, I'll help you. Minato. While noticing Shikaku approaching, what are father, son and grandson saying about beating? Naruto and Boruto. Yes. 5 minutes later. Hiruzen, Inoki, Danzo, Shikaku and Zeus were on the ground being beaten by Naruto, Minato and Boruto, making it clear that they are free. Light. We better see this. On screen. Chapter 19. Trouble in Asgard. Off screen. Odin, Thor and the Valkyries were very worried when they saw that title, they just hoped that nothing bad would happen. On screen. UA Academy. After Momo accompanied by Kirishima Ijiro, Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya arrived at the support department, Momo would speak. Momo. Hatsume-san, we have a project that might interest you. May. Really excited. Momo. Yes. May. Can you give me details? Momo. No, but you must go to this location at the appointed time, handing over a paper. What will be told to you is extremely confidential. May. Okay. Momo. And we mean it, someone might get killed if they leave this circle. May. Okay. Thus the group would withdraw. Off screen. Hephaestus. How easily he agreed. May. Building a baby is building a baby. Aphrodite. What kind of baby? Izuku. She calls her inventions babies, he said with chills. Artemis. Why that chill? Izuku. I'm a test subject and his inventions explode 99% of the time. Everyone felt chills about it. On screen. In Yuzu. We can see Naruto's entourage going to retrieve their new members who, since 2 months after arriving, have been training in the breathing techniques of hunters under the tutelage of Kaijiro Rengoku. Nicholas D'Angelo and Perseus Jackson both have been training their bodies and attacks, channeling their parents' divine energy and mastering it instead of using breathing itself, achieving very good results. Naruto. Senpai. Kaijiro. Oh Naruto-san, it's good to see you, and Milika's-kun, you're not doing bad, greeting and correcting the boy. Milika's. Yes, sensei. Kaijiro. What do they need? Naruto. We'll go to a meeting with Tusan and I'll take my entire entourage. Kaijiro. Okay. Percy. So let's go out. Naiko. But where to? Naruto. We'll go to Asgard. Shisui. We will meet with old Odin. Ali. There might be a fight. Issei. But we will go to strengthen ties. Natsu. I'm fired up. Ray. Whatever. The group would leave where Ritiid was waiting for them. Off screen. Odin. They're coming. He. Thor. Not bad, see Konohamaru and that 500 more push-ups with an eco on you. Konohamaru. Hi, doing the exercise with Kaneko on him. Aphrodite. Mommy likes it seeing the fox. Inko Rei Mitsuki Yasaka Hestia. Mind possessively hugging the fox. Izuku, Shoto. Mom. Natsuo, Dabi and Fayumi. Okasan. Poseidon and Hades. Hestia. Apollo and Artemis. Aunt. Bakugo. Old witch receiving a sape from Mitsuki. On screen. Kurama. Let's go puppies. Naruto. Hi. Bali and Issei, as the most powerful in magical matters, would make a magic circle where they would arrive at the lands of Asgard. Kurama. Well, we have arrived. Naruto. What is it? Bali. there are many angels. Off-screen. Everyone was amazed at the sight, but they saw the angels, something that made Michael sweat a lot. On-screen. Percy. It's an attack. Angel. Attack on Michael-sama's orders. Angel 2. Destroy them in the name of God. Naruto. Entourage, support our allies. All. Yes. Ali. Balance breaker. Off-screen. Seeing that it was an attack, everyone was in shock while Auden looked seriously at Michael. Ibarra. Because I don't know what to believe anymore. Artemis. Damned angels. Luke. At least they're attacking another pantheon, I don't give a shit if the gods of other pantheons are good people, they're all going to die, he thought determinedly. Seeing Vali and Albion together, some people felt some attraction to Lucifer, Kendo, Am, Kuritsuchi. Artemis. Is the power of the white dragon. Greg. Not bad little shiny Charmander. Albion. Shut up, you underdeveloped lizard. Natsu. Great. Romeo. Natsu Nai, can we do that? Natsu. No idea, but we can try. Ray. You no longer have draconification, walking stove. Natsu. Thanks for reminding me, ice stripper. On screen. Angel leader. Kill the bearer of Albion. Several angels threw themselves at Vali, who in the claws of his armor, materialized black and violet flames. Vali. Helpless. The purple and black fire would come out against the angels who would be burned upon contact without leaving anything. Leading angel. GRRR, you guys attack the rest. Several angels rushed at the retinue. Issei. Balance breaker. Off-screen. Apollo. Not bad Sekurute. Issei. Breasts. Ali. Rear. Naruto. Both are good in girls. Everyone was sweating a drop over it. Albion. Wire carriers are perverted. Greg. No idea, I just know that mine would have a harem and would be bigger than yours. Albion. You wish you had cheap Charmander. On screen. Angel. Go Albion and drag bearers, die. Greg. Boast boast boast. Several spears of light were thrown. Issei. Full counter. The attacks would be redirected and each of the attackers would be impaled. Leader. Kill the Greeks. Nico. Who grabbing him by the neck? Leader. Let me go. Nico. I refuse, causing the darkness to destroy his arms. Percy. More are coming. Nico. What are you waiting for, seaweed brain? Percy. Water breathing, third posture, dance of the currents. Off screen. Percy. Not bad corpse breath. Nico. I say the same thing, barnacle hairs. Poseidon. That's my son. Hades. Not bad son. Ida. They kill those guys. Everyone who sees. Yes, you deserve it. Izuku. They made an attack that can cause an Iida war, death is simply salvation for them. Uraraka. Deku-kun is right. Oh. You let me tell you that. Izuku. She's my best friend, she's like my little sister. Uraraka puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and pouted. Connor. Wow, he looks like a Kirby. Travis. No doubt about it. Hyper. She's so cute when she gets angry. On screen. In a jiffy, several angels were decimated by the slashes of the demigod son of Poseidon. Auden. So the reinforcements arrived fighting. Or. Better late than never, father killing several. Angel. Retreat. Naruto. We came to increase relations, but we see that effeminate wants to take something against him. Or. He came to ask for an alliance, but we refused, and this is the result. Konohamaru. Nai-chan. Naruto. Konohamaru. Seeing the almost 12-year-old boy, defined and with decent muscles. Off screen. Everyone got angry when they found out the reason, attacking out of rejection, who did they think they were? Konoha. Please, how corrupt is heaven? Many girls fainted when they saw Konohamaru shirtless. Izuku. Eri. Bakugo. Brat seeing Mahoro blushing. Hiroka. Shirin. Noticing the aforementioned with a runny nose. Naruto. That's my little brother. Minato. They're growing up so fast, it's already breaking hearts. On screen. Konohamaru. Himself. Oh go go. Auden. Loki. Thor. Brother. Loki. The same, it seems that Michael did not do what he promised me. Auden. What would that be? Loki. The throne of Asgard, we are superior to those stupid people from the whirlpool, as well as to every fox, yokai, demon and angel, even humans know it. Naruto. So you want a war? Loki. To prove it, yes. Naruto. And he said that Zeus was not a child. Loki. The Greeks are the ones who will ally with me in the war, convincing them was not difficult, saving their stupid civil war. Off screen. Seeing Loki, Auden sighed in defeat, his son was very volatile. Loki. Ha 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 ha, beat that stupid fox. Zeus. Defeat them, Loki. Hera. Dear. Zeus. I'm not childish annoying. Poseidon and Hades. Yes you are. On screen. Percy. What do you mean? Loki. Many gods rebelled by taking their children out of that camp and now Zeus is angry, so it's not personal, son of Poseidon attacking the demigod. Percy. Water breathing, second stance, water wheel. Using his skill learned from Kaijuro, he would repel the attack. Bray. Ice make. Cannon. An ice shot would hit Loki. Loki. Wretched. Natsu. Fire dragon roar. Loki. Damn lizard shooting black lightning. Shisui. Kaiten Gakakyu no Jutsu. Bali and Issei threw themselves at the god of deception, hitting him, while on the rebound a helpful dragon hit him, lifting him towards Naruto. Loki. I'll kill you fox. Naruto. Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. A trigram seal tracing a seal towards a rock. Loki. What? No. Loki would be sealed in a rock, leaving a screaming face in the seal's engraving, as it was visible in the rock, as if it were a carved sculpture. Off screen. The gods were alarmed to see Loki sealed, not that he was powerful, but he was a god. Zeus. He ends. Hera. To seal. Ares. To a god. Loki. I was sealed. Shiva. But what an ugly carving. Rudra. Shiva. Shiva. What is truth? Naruto. I'm the best. Nezu. He's more dangerous than we think, he thought with fear. All Might. Amazing. Afo. Oh shit, he thought alarmed, this guy was not to be played with. Shigaraki. It can't be. Stain. The boy is very dangerous. Luke. It would serve me in the war, he thought greedily. On screen. Aden. Son, this shouldn't have ended like this. Naruto. Old man handing a seal, this is the key, so take it. Aden. As long as he doesn't leave, he'll have to learn from his decisions. Thor. Those were good attacks. Prom. TSK how boring. Percy. At least I feel like I can improve. Shisui. Without a doubt. Percy. Now Olympus. Kurama. We will intervene if necessary, and I also plan to go after the crooked one. No one threatens a friend of the great Kurama, the powerful Jubi no Kitsune, and gets away with it. Off screen. Apollo. Hail the great Kurama. Kurama. That worship me as your king, my young pawn. Matatabi. Don't boost your ego. Shukaku. Shut up, you 10-tailed furball. Jayuki. It had been a long time since I had bragged. Hakuo would release steam. Jame. Larvita, you shouldn't be like that. Phew. Of course. Shoto. Cute, he whispered, being hurt upon seeing the green-haired girl. Phew would blush furiously at that. On screen. Or. Maybe this will interest you, pointing at Naruto. Naruto. Will the top 10 be published tomorrow? Thor. Yes, and believe me, there are some nice changes. Naruto. Interesting. Issei. Strong guys. Ali. I will train until I break because I want to fight them. Natsu. It's a shame the Christian god is dead. Bali and Natsu. I would have liked to fight that guy. Bray. These two never change. Shisui. No. And Yuzu. The blonde man with black sclera was talking to a honey-eyed blonde, coming to a decision to go on a first date. Tashinori. Lady Tsunade, would you be so kind as to go on a date with this hero? Tsunade. Sure, why not? In the bushes a white-haired Sanin listened and smiled melancholy because he himself had told the blonde what to do. Jiraiya. I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. The screen turns off. Seeing Vali and Natsu's attitude, everyone gave each other a facepalm. Aden. What changes will there be? Shiva. Ha 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 ha, I hope to see it. Jiraiya felt sadness and happiness seeing Tsunade with the peace symbol, well he was happy that she was happy, although sad for not filling that cup of love. Nana. Not bad Tashinori. Izuku. Come on sensei. Chapter 20. Jiraiya looked at this with a little sadness, but happy, he could not fill the cup of love that Tsunade carried and hoped that Tashinori Yagi could do it without detracting from it, and plus 18 heroine, with a dominatrix outfit and a whip, would approach him and take his hand. Without a doubt both understood each other at that moment, causing some jealousy in certain females who did not even feel why. Freya. There's a lot of love there. Aphrodite. So beautiful. Isis. Without a doubt. Parvati. That's what I wanted to hear. The four of them sighed in love like schoolgirls. Aphrodite. I feel butterflies. Ares. And I feel nauseous. Hera would give a sape to war, the beaten god would say nothing, he was not suicidal like the explosive Japanese Muslim. Nezu. What will we see? All Might. I have a bad feeling. Shigaraki. Let's hope we see something good. Afo. Patience. Nana. I have a terrible feeling. Naruto. If anything happens, I'm your stuffed animal. Is Harem. You already said Naruto-kun. Naruto took note of this, while Konoha repeated the actions with his girls, while other girls present did not waste the bug. Izuku. Different. Bakugo. Brat watching Miharu. Naruto and Minato. They grow up so fast. On screen. Chapter 20. The Fall of the Heroic Society. Off screen. Shigaraki. I love that. Spiner. Let's hope to see this. Stain. What will happen? Afo. That puts a smile on my face. Nana, All Might and Izuku felt a disturbance that something bad was going to happen, and so did the former bears. On screen. UA Academy. What happened in the supernatural world greatly surprised Nezu. The achievements of the current most powerful faction, the Uzumaki, undoubtedly made them someone to be feared. Because of this, he wanted to devise a plan, but while this was happening, the teachers arrived with shocking news. Nezu. What brings you here? Midnight. Something happened placing a television. On television. Journalist. Breaking news, a few minutes ago we received this video that we will play for you. The images may be very sensitive for children, so we recommend discretion. Off screen. Nezu. Okay, I didn't expect that. Abi. Please don't let it be Shigaraki's drunken plan. Shoto. What plan? Twice. That bad plan, that good plan. Athena. What are they plotting to do that? Apollo. I don't know, but it looks serious. Izuku. My lady, orders. Artemis. Wait and see what happens. On screen. In the video. Shigaraki. Greetings Japan, alerting the public if you are watching this video, the UA, as you know, has received a large percentage of attacks from us, the League of Villains. Even the same one considers the idea that there is a traitor with them, but does not reveal it because it fears that its image will fall, and that if it is one of its students, they will be marginalized if they do not investigate well, and if it was not a student. Toga shows the video. Toga. You. In that, within the video, a tape began to play showing two people, All Might and All for One, talking. Afo. All Might, seeing the hero, the surprising thing is that it was dated years before the attacks, even before the entry itself. To what do I owe this honor, he would say mockingly. All Might. Well, I've been thinking, society has less and less villainy, and this makes me wonder what would happen if it disappeared. We heroes would be left without work, something that would bring down heroic society, but many are not able to see it. Afo. So you want. All Might. An alliance, we will both fight, you will create your league, and in this way, heroes and villains will keep society running without the commission knowing. Afo. Machiavellian, surprising, hahaha, something like that. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't accept it. Both would shake hands. End of transmission. Shigaraki. As you just saw, the traitor is none other than All Might, his symbol of peace, hahaha. Off screen. The heroes opened their eyes in shock, the students refused to believe it, and the League of Villains started laughing like maniacs. Izuku. It's fake. Iida. But we just saw him, Midoriya-kun. Bakugo. The nerd is right, it's fake. Athena. Also, think about it if the video is leaked, since that school is probably more concerned about its image than its students and teachers. Apollo. It also seems that they depend on him, if his image falls the whole system will fall, I don't know how stupid they can be. Naruto. And to think the higher-ups are a bunch of corrupt morons, no offense dad. Minato. Don't worry, I support you, since I had at least 3 attempts on my life as Hokage, and they weren't from Iowa. Stain. I feel disappointed that someone who follows my ideals is supporting that. Spiner would lower his head. Percy. And I'm not very smart, but it's enough for a villain to reveal that, how gullible and manipulable his society is. Izawa. Demasiado. On screen. The video cuts out as the entire society descended into complete chaos, people no longer knew what to do, no longer trusted any hero, starting marches and demanding the closure of all heroic schools, the surrender of all hero credentials, while villains took advantage of the chaos, killing several heroes who were uselessly trying to maintain order, while the same people prevented it. Off screen. Apollo. That was fast. Naruto. Izuku, do you want us to set the League as enemies? Izuku. I don't think it will take long for them to send Nomus against Yuzu. Athena. Chaos, it's unfortunate. Shigaraki. Hahaha, look sensei, that plan worked, although mine was to use the green-haired guy, hahaha. Abi. Does that answer the question, little brother? Shoto. Yes, he said annoyed. Susanoo. That will cause a civil war, literally causing a collapse of their society. Poseidon. Not to mention a civil war. On screen. Inayu. Nezu. This can't be seriously, looking at the rest. Izawa. Something doesn't fit, we should investigate. Vlad. What we have is more than enough, and the bastard can no longer use his gift. Let's catch him. Several would say yes out loud, while Izawa opted, with Midnight's help, to go to classes 1 and 1B, which were surprisingly close together. The main thing would be to calm them down, since they saw him everywhere, but when they got to the classroom, everything was overflowing. The Hussycats were present, as were the 4 children who wanted Midoriya. Izuku. That's not All Might, you shouldn't believe that video. Monoma. And shit, you only defend that villain because he's an extra from Class A. Iida. I'm sorry Midoriya-kun, but the evidence speaks for itself. Mandalay. Calm down please. Hoda. If Dekunai believes in him, so do I. Iri. Yes. Pitsuma. It's true. Mineta. Don't interfere, dwarfs, it's a matter for heroes, said the cowardly pervert. Maharo. If Deku says it's fake then. Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with you, bunch of extras, it's more than clear that it's a fake video. Thus the classes, divided to the limit, tried to see who was right. Momo, for her part, stayed away, managed to send a message to her boyfriend, she knew that All Might was in Yuzu, so they would have more chances of keeping him there. Off screen. Izawa. What my counterpart feared. All Might. Thanks to those who support me young people. Poseidon. If that is the reflection. Hephaestus. Civil war is possible. Stain. Heroes pointing at All Might side, false heroes pointing at the students who trusted the video, and you pointing at Iida. I didn't expect anything from you, and yet you still disappoint me. I'd. Grrrr. Ingenium, Tensei. That really disappoints me. Stain. What would you have done? Ingenium. Support All Might. Stain. In that case I misjudged you, I'm sorry. Ingenium. The past is past. On screen. In use. Naruto was reading everything, while Tsunade and All Might watched the news, leaving the symbol of peace, or rather, former symbol, bewildered. All Might. That's not me. Tsunade. Calm down, honey. Naruto. Gather as many as you can Momo-chan and come to Yuzu with your families, he sent an audio message on his phone. An AU. The situation was getting out of hand, thousands of civilians wanted to break down the doors, while Momo listened to Naruto's audio. Momo. Guys taking advantage of the fact that Izawa and Midnight calmed the situation. Izuku. Yayoi Rozu-san, what time is this? Momo. Tell your families, we're going to Yuzu. Izawa. Go on, kids, I'll buy you some time, he thought proudly. Everyone did their part, warning their families, warning that something was wrong with all this, so their families, supporting their children's vision, prepared to leave the risk zone. Musatafu would soon become a no man's land. Off screen. Kurama. Yuzu opens the doors for them, Gakkus. Izawa. Go suckers. Midnight. We'll cover them. Endeavor. Damn traitors. Hawks. It's better if they get arrested when we get back. Nezu. My school watching the hordes of civilians arrive. Apollo. The worst part of this is. Hermes. If it were false, society itself would be condemned. Afo. Evil triumphed uncorking champagne. Shigaraki. Evil triumphs by force. Twice. I did it, I didn't do it. Toga. Yes, there will be a lot of blood. Spiner, Dabi and the entire class 1A. Crazy. On screen. In use. Naruto would alert his entourage, preparing them for the arrival of several villains, while they waited for the arrival of his girlfriend and others. Given the failure of the hero society, even Kuo would no longer be viable, so together with Ria's, the girls of his entourage, Sona Citri's entourage, waited for the arrival of the heroes. They never expected that the League would aspire to take control of Yuzu, yet they fought. Thousands of Nomas attacked the city, for Afo, having knowledge of the supernatural, defeating the strongest faction would be the greatest glory to even subdue the others. Percy. Water breathing forth stance piercing tide. The fluid slashes were against several Nomas, attacking and decapitating several. Nico. Interesting, unsheathing his sword, obey my orders, stand up. An army of skeletons would rise up and set out to confront the Nomas. Presumido. All Might. Detroit, smash. Appearing to join the fight. Off screen. The Uzumaki. Consider yourself dead, scrotal face. The factions. You are the enemy of all. Wretched human. Poseidon. Not bad son, not bad. Percy. Thanks, ah. Hades. My clever son. Nico. Thanks, smiling as a dark aura surrounded him. Iida. They are killing. Kurama. It's not Japan, so call yourself silent, 4 eyes. Shisui. Showy little emo. Nico. I'm not emo, pouting that would turn into a blush with a kiss from Will. Toru. Yaoi. Will and Nico. We're a couple. All Might. To help those who shelter me I will be. On screen. An AU. The parents withdrew their children, despite Endeavor's complaints and obstruction in Rei's case, but Shoto, Bakugo and Izuku attacked the current number 1 hero, leaving him out of combat, while Momo exposed all the atrocities of the number 1. Mirko, Ryukyu, the Hussycats, Midnight, Edshot, Fat helped the boys escape because when they defended All Might, Monoma and the director warned that they would be accomplices of All Might, ordering their capture. The road was hard and arduous, as well as painful, because Mina, until that moment the green-haired man's girlfriend, kissed Mirio Tagada while saying hurtful things to him and reminding him that she had been unfaithful to him countless times with him, even in the Alliance Lounge of 1A. Izuku. Thanks for making it clear to me that you're a Mina Fox. Kirishima. Goodbye Mina, he said coldly. Off-screen. All Might. Thank you all. Stain. Heroes. Nezu. I guess several of you will have to give up your licenses. Endeavor. Damned fault watching Shoto. Rei would kick her jewels and leave with Kurama, who would kiss her cheek with the love and warmth of a lover. Rei. I want a divorce. Inko and Mitsuki. That's how it's done Rei. Artemis. That bitch. Zo. Aizu hugging the green-haired boy with Mei, Jiro and Ino. You are not alone anymore, you have us. Ioka. If broccoli, you have us. Mei. Besides, you're my test subject, so you can't escape me. Ino. Aizu-kun, we are with you. Inogen. We're with you, Dad turning green-haired. Iri. Yes, Tusan and Inogen Nai will be there for you. Mina. Hump, Mirio has more things than him. Iri. He's not Lemillion-san, he didn't rescue me with Dad. Tamaki. This time I won't support you Mirio. Najire. Same here strangling Sasuke with her thighs. Sasuke. Shit, he's strong and equal to the dope and hyperactivity, but those curves, he thought blushing and dying in a macho way. On screen. On the way to Yuzu the villains and Nomus attacked them mercilessly, but they were not alone as several summons from Naruto, Hinata and even the Biju launched from Yuzu with Uraya and Konohamaru's entourage supported and protected them, while the vehicles with the heroes who were going to Yuzu approached the bridge, where thanks to the skeleton sent by Naiko, they managed to provide protection, and as they passed they destroyed it, saving for one detail, alongside the cars. The Minotaur accompanied by several adults, young people, teenagers and children, armed with katanas, regardless of whether they were men or women, joined the fight. Yamamoto. It's time to join the fight. Swordsman. Yes. Ryukyu. What is Yamamoto Takugawa doing here? Mirko. The last samurai watching the old man make precise cuts with his katana. Upon arriving at Yuzu, All Might greeted everyone while Naruto and Yamamoto bowed in respect. It seems we've arrived late. Kurama. That's right Master Shifu. Shifu. It seems that coming running is slowing us down, said the great master of the pandas. All Might. Well what are we going to do now? Kurama. You will not leave Uzuyagi, it is time for Tsunade to help you recover, while you regain power by training the arts that they teach you here. All Might. Given the situation, I don't have many options. Kurama. Toshinori Yagi, in view of your honor, mettle and heroism, I, Kurama Uzumaki, king of the 10 tails, the strongest Kitsune, claim you as my knight drawing a knight piece. All Might. I accept the teachings. The piece would enter him causing him to turn from a skinny form into a sucked-up figure, radiating great power. Naruto. Now we must prepare. The screen turns off. Konohamaru. Between betrayed people we help each other. Izuku. Thanks Naiko. Naiko. You're welcome broccoli. Gran Torino. So he joins. Ryukyu. But what is he doing? Zabuza and kiss him. The respect between swordsmen is formidable. Stain. Amen. Apollo. Shifu, the name of. Hermes. The master of the protagonist of Kung Fu Panda. Apollo. So that teacher did exist, but not a red panda. Kurama. I already have my knight, thanks idiots pointing at the UA and villains. Those words really upset both sides. This has gotten much more out of hand than expected. And without their scapegoat, everything would go down the drain faster. It's not as if their system were doomed to fail in and of itself. Chapter 21. The room was filled with intense tension, the Biju's words upset several top heroes, because even if he was right, they didn't want to accept it. Endeavor. Take it back, damn Zoro, we don't need the American to sustain society. Hawks. Yes, with Endeavor-san and the rest of the top heroes we are enough. Ryukyu. Oh come on, you know perfectly well that we depend too much on All Might's image, you huge idiots. Mirko. Tomoko pinch me. Ragdoll. It's a pelican. Mirko. No, I'm not asleep. Mandalay. Prepare the bunker. Ryukyu. And why is that? Midnight. No offense. Mount Lady. Piro. Pixie Bob. You never swear. Stain. You're right, so everyone to the bunker he said running with Class A on All Might's side. Zeus. What fun mortals, hahaha. Poseidon. Ignoring the matter, just so he wouldn't see two heroines. What burning flames of youth. Before everything went crazy, the screen lit up. On screen. Chapter 21. Heroes of Yuzu. Off screen. Izuku. Great, let's see our new life. City. Hi. Inko. If it were up to me, we would move now fufu. Kurama. Man, being surrounded by all his women, I am too barbaric a thing. Hestia. Her tails are soft. Isaka. And he's so dominant. Mitsuki. Artudas. Ray. Yes, and. Shoto. Well, I have a new father. Bakugo. You're a good guy. Izuku. There are 3 of us. Iri. So Inko Kaisen and Mr. Kurama are now my partners. Izuku. Yes. Iri. Yeah, I have a daddy. Kurama. Of course, daughter. On screen. The fall of All Might as a symbol of peace caused a stir throughout the world. Given the impact it had, heroes from all over the world led by Star and Stripe, #1 heroine and considered the strongest woman, thanks to her quirk, New Order, demanded an investigation into the veracity of the events, but Nezu, protected by the Hero Commission, denied the request and wanted to hunt the former symbol of peace like an animal. The suspicions of several heroes fell on Yuzu, but Lord Kurama would not allow his entry, even if Human Rise, under the command of Fleckturn, entered, since several of his own tried and ended very badly. Off-screen. Kurama. As if passing through the defenses. Ashina. I have to admit that they took very good measures. Nezu. But now they are enemies of Japan. Naruto. And you of the world, my friend Chimera. Konohamaru. Also, as we see, the League won by showing that Japan is not what you paint it as. Afo. And evil triumphed. Shigaraki. And the factions. Afo. They are neither good nor bad, so evil triumphed. Twice. Evil triumphed, evil won with bad luck. Natsu. This is going to go very badly for them. On screen. A meeting was taking place, all the heroes in command of Endeavor, Hawks and Nezu, were present demanding All Might's head, while in other parts of Japan, several fairly veteran or conscious heroes defended All Might tooth and nail. Nezu. If this continues, we'll have a civil war. Endeavor. And what do you want to do? Hawks. The commission has already sent Lady Negan to finish off the insurgents, but there is an issue. Nezu. Which one? Vlad. Stain escaped from Tartaros and leads a paramilitary group of heroes who believe in All Might's innocence. Crust. There's also a problem, the League of Villains launched several nomas against Yuzu. Nezu. All for One has knowledge of the supernatural world and Uzumaki is the faction postulated as the strongest being on par with India. Beast Genist. If you finish them off, they'll have to respect each other in front of the rest, right? Nezu. Yes. Hawks. I sent a drone, but Yuzu defends himself very well, they have practically defeated everyone. Endeavor. Plus All Might's traitors and followers are there. Vlad. What are we going to do? Endeavor. We'll go arrest them. Nezu. I remind you that Yuzu has its own sovereignty for now, in addition to being a country where we cannot interfere. Endeavor. Not a bucking thing, let's just say that. Hawks. Endeavor-san, think about it, we would cause a war, making everything worse. Endeavor at that moment began to boil with rage, while his fire shone brightly and his skin turned red with anger. Use the corresponding emoji. Off screen. Stain. So the government sending the Bloodhound to kill insurgents, how low have you fallen kinda? Lady Nagant. And what do you want me to do? Stain. That you join the right side against those bastards who put you in Tartarus just for not following their orders and using you as a scapegoat. Naruto. Yuzu defends himself well. Issei. You're right. Ali. Without a doubt. Kurajiri. Do you think we can beat them, master? Afo. Yes. Kurama. Seriously, little flames. Crossing your boundaries, causing a war. And you call yourself a hero? Ha ha ha. Endeavor. You're just a villain who protects more villains, damn fox. Izuku. Maybe we should reconsider that. Shoto. Yes. Itsuki. To be vigilantes. Hiroshima. It's unmanly for hero schools to be a breeding ground for soldiers. Haminari. See. Percy. Man, that's terrible. On screen. In use. The newcomers were being located in the cities of the island. While they waited, the talks about the supernatural world were extremely interesting, especially for Ibarra when she saw 3 archangels, such as Azrael, Raphael and Gabriel, and she was tempted to kill Rias, but the 3 stopped her, since they considered that attitude racist and contrary to what is preached by the Bible. The 3 had to reveal the true face of God, a powerful being, who was not the benevolent being of the New Testament, but even more vengeful. That information shocked everyone, causing a mental breakdown in the green-haired girl, but surprisingly she was hugged on impulse by an Ashen-haired Muslim. Naruto. Let me introduce myself for those who don't know me, I am Uzumaki Naruto, Prince of Yuzu, and a growing Kitsune yokai. Hyoka. Are you Yamomo's boyfriend? Naruto. Yes, she is one of my partners, since I can have more than one. Haminari. O mighty Kitsune god of the harem, teach me the way of the pervert. Naruto. No, he said, putting on a chibi face. Off-screen. Hyoka. In serial Kaminari. Haminari. Jejejejejej. Jiraiya. Don't worry, I'll guide you. Haminari. Sensei. Mineta. It's my sensei Pikachu. Hades. That Pikachu wasn't Zeus. Anubis. Without a doubt. Auden. This looks interesting, reading Ichiha. Hiruzen. More allies, this gets complicated, he thought seriously. Inoki. We are lost, he thought scared. Zeus. You'll see my anger, corpse breath. On screen. Hyoka. Be more normal, stabbing her jacks at the poor defective Pikachu. Hendo. Seriously, you have more than one wife. Naruto. My clan is in extinction, and since I am one of the last male members alive, there is a program called the Clan Restoration Act, which allows me to practice polygamy. Hinata. Momo-chan. Type. Black. They both hugged each other. Rias. Hello, Momo. Bekeno. Ara, it seems darling brought more than one. Naruto. You and Quetzalcoatl are enough, Akeno-chan. Izawa. Quetzalcoatl. Naruto. My fiancé with them. Midnight. I see. Konohamaru. Nai-san, it seems you're receiving them. Different. Izuku Nison. Izuku. What's wrong, Iri-chan? Iri. That boy is cute, blushing. The overprotective older brother instincts were put on alert. Off-screen. The green-haired boy's instincts were on alert. Quetzalcoatl. That's why we love you. Rias. Dear. Momo. Neru-sama. Bekeno. Darling. Hinata. Neru-kun. Naruto and Himawari. Dad. On screen. Naruto. Well, have you decided yet? Izuku. Looking at himself and the others except. Naruto. Good, taking out a horse-shaped piece. Midoriya. Izuku. As a sign of your heroism I recruit you as my knight, your temper and will make you worthy of it. Ninth, you will be my protector of justice, you will honor women, you will hate evil, and you will only answer to me as your friend, king and master. Izuku. You. Midoriya. Izuku accepts. The piece was introduced into him, while his appearance changed a little, dragon features appeared on him, while his musculature increased, which would make a hunter, an aspiring heroine and a certain crazy pink-haired girl addicted to inventing things blush. Off-screen. The green-haired man would undergo the same transformation in the living room, causing his partners to embrace him and Inogen to undergo a change. His hair turned green, while his eyes and hairstyle remained the same, his skin tanned slightly, and freckles appeared on his face. Artemis. I already have a dragon. Kitsuma. Nai-san, you are a genius. Hoda. Yes, you look amazing. Zo. Hexy. May. Worthy of my test subject. Hyoka. Violable. Ino. 10 weak. All Might. That shonen fills me with pride. Izawa. That's my favorite offspring. Stain. Harrow. On screen. Izuku. I feel stronger. Naruto. So Yokai Dragon, interesting. Hoda. Izuku Nai, you look amazing. Kitsuma. Yes Izuku, you look amazing. Naruto. Also, as my knight, I give it to you, taking out a sword, Glamdring, hammer of enemies, the appropriate sword for a heroic knight, evil beings fear it regardless of their race, may it defend you well. Off-screen. The swordsman in the room whistled at the sight of the sword. Zabuza. Beautiful sword. Hisam. It's clear that she's powerful. Stain. Sindudas. Kashina. It's amazing. Detevana. Minato. Without a doubt. Natsu. Welcome to the family. Issei. Not bad. Zenovia. Not bad. Broccoli hairs. Zeus. Where the hell was that sword? Ares. Worthy of a god, not a lizard. All the dragon slayers, the green-haired boy and Ryukyu were offended. On screen. Hoda and Kitsuma. Sugoi. Izuku. I accept if she deems me worthy of carrying it. The sword produced a green glow as he took hold of the handle. Naruto. The sword accepts you. Momo. Where did you find her? Naruto. On one of my trips through Persia before returning, I passed by the ruins of Babylon, finding a chest with several kings and a passage that said, only in the hands of the true king will you see it clearly. Rias. Who did you choose? Naruto. It's obvious, I chose the real one, Gilgamesh, king of heroes, who left a message that if we manage to find the weapons and treasures, we should show the other half-breeds who are those who inherit his will. Off-screen. Athena. How did they get through the gates of Babylon? Thought. This is interesting, that vault kept very powerful weapons, and the dragon has one. Versetti. Makes it dangerous for a god. Hephaestus. That arsenal housed countless powerful weapons. Artemis. Without a doubt, the pride of the hunt, she said with the others nodding, many of them accepted the green-haired man a little more because of the weapon. TB. Even my lady is wrong. Oh. It makes you look good, Izukito. Izuku. Haha, that's visible. On screen. Bakugo. In that case, I accept, I can no longer be the number one hero, so I will be the most powerful of the true heroes. Mitsuki. Kitsuki sorprendida. Naruto. In that case, I Naruto Uzumaki taking out a pawn piece name you Kitsuki Bakugo, as one of my soldiers, as a friend and brother in arms I receive you. Bakugo. I accept. The piece would enter the ash-haired, while it adopted a more canine form, gained a tail, more marked fangs, as well as an impressive increase in musculature. Bakugo. Grrrrrr. Mahoro. He has married Bakugo-san, he admires the Muslim. Naruto. A good tracker and hunter in my group, he comes accompanied by his trusty weapon, delivering a bow and quiver befriending. Bakugo. Thank you. Naruto. These will accompany you, and you will be able to use your quirk with them, may it accompany you well. Bakugo would nod. Off screen. As if on repeat, Bakugo would glow, while wolf ears and tail would form on him. Phoebe. As if a dog would hunt and track better than a huntress. Bakugo. Grrrrrrrrrr. Oh. Actually with her sense of smell and hearing, yes Phoebe. Bakugo. What do you want Mahoro? Mahoro. You're more tender, caressing the Muslim, making him wag his tail. Everyone looked at that with surprise and mockery. Bakugo. What are you watching extras? On screen. Shoto. In that case, me too. Rei. Shoto. Natsuo. Little brother. Fayumi. Shoto. Naruto. In that case, taking out a pawn piece, given your loyalty to your friends and the right causes, Todoroki Shoto, I offer you the possibility of being my soldier, my friend and battle partner. Shoto. I accept. The piece would enter the bicolor, giving it a cat-like appearance, but similar to that of a wild feline. The hussy cats blushed and wagged their tails when they saw him, and Tiger would give a thumbs up for looking pretty good. Naruto. What is a warrior without the weapon that will accompany him, my lancer friend, Eglos, called Snowtip, something that suits you. Shoto. I accept. Off screen. Shoto would shine, revealing 5 cattails and ears, causing the hussy cats to blush. Endeavor. You become powerful, my weapon. Shoto. For you, it's sure that I'll kill you, you old shit. Athena. A spear, taking notes, interesting. Percy. He almost has the entire entourage. Naiko. Yes. Shikamaru. How troublesome. Matatabi. How hexy. On screen. Haminari. How beautiful. Hiroshima. You know, I'm joining you. Many say that letting opportunities pass you by isn't manly, so I'm joining you, Narubro. Naruto. Of course Kiribro, as my friend and brother in arms, taking out a pawn piece as a battle partner, and as your king and master, I receive you, Kirishima Ijiro. Kirishima. I accept. The piece was introduced into the deed, while his appearance became more simian, his body toned, and he occasionally let out simian sounds. Kirishima. I look so manly. Naruto. And like the others, what would happen to someone who goes on a rampage without the appropriate weapon, handing over a Sensetsuken? Kirishima. Veronal. Naruto. In that case, we must train and strengthen ourselves, and you two, looking at Mei Hatsum and Leo Valdez, must move forward with the Two Worlds project. Leo. Shall we play, Miss May? May. With pleasure. The screen turns off. Kirishima. I look manly, shining. Sakura. Why hexy? Kirishima. Haha, hugging Sakura with his tail, while the pink-haired girl was red. Hinohamaru. Great, another ape, now we can compete. Leo. Hehehe. May. You and I are going to get along very well. Searches. What a direct threat. Michael. Yes. Chapter 22. Everyone in the room was in specific bunkers, since a pyromaniac goblin, plus the crazy invention lady, had gathered. Izuku. May, you don't have to do that. Our loader. May, no. May. May, yes. Artemis. I'm already regretting that my hunter's children are joining the house with her. So. May, if you don't stop, we won't do anything with Broccolito-kun. Izuku. I'm not a broccoli, pouting. Ino. Don't fluff up anymore, my green-haired girl. Inogen. Mom, not in public. All Might. I wonder what will happen. Izawa. It's best to see. Zeus. Because I feel like I won't like what's coming at all. Hera. There are 2 of us. Hiruzen. I hope I don't see anything wrong, he thought, sweating. Hagoromo. Please don't let anything happen that could worry me, he thought analytically. At that the screen would turn on. Chapter 22. Return to Olympic Lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 1. Off-screen. The demigods opened their eyes as they began to listen to this in detail, while the gods frowned. Naruto. So we're going back to your home Percy. Nico. I think something will happen and we won't like it. On screen. 3 months have passed since the situation in Japan, and in those months, the new members of the Uzumaki's entourage and the new additions to Konohamaru's entourage, such as Kota and Kitsune, the first being a rook and the second a pawn, have spent their time training and preparing to face the adversities of what is to come. The battle in Asgard caused the biblical factions to have a very strong friction with the Norse, as Odin demanded explanations from Michael, which the leader of the biblical heaven flatly denied, leading to a possible war. Azazul took a position with Asgard, while the biblical hell claimed neutrality due to the internal threat of civil war, where Ejuka Beelzebub and Seraphol Leviathan threatened searches and consequences, and Asmodeus had no choice but to not support heaven. Michael knew he couldn't do it alone, so he had to pay an indemnity taken from the Vatican's own coffers to avoid war. Off-screen. Odin. Diplomacy sure works, he said calmly. Michael. Damn old man, he thought angrily. Searches. Damn traitors. Seraphol. Meh, it was going to happen. Ejuka. It doesn't make sense. On screen. In Japan a civil war began, while the few heroes who believed in All Might launched propaganda, recounted feats, so that people would not believe all the lies that were being told, all being severely repressed by Nezu and Endeavor, all were considered conspirators and even villains, executing several, as they did with Stain, increasing the preaching and creating reactionary groups that with vandalism and violence, began to carry out attacks and strong crossings. Off-screen. Poseidon. It was going to happen. Izuku. They condemned themselves. Nezu. Curse. Endeavor. Damn hero killer. Stain. A sacrifice I'm willing to accept. Hiruzen. Wow, the situation looks bad. Inoki. We could help. Nezu. I'm all ears. Naruto. Ua is an enemy of Yuzu, along with a league of villains, Konoha, Iwa and Akatsuki. Pain. We will face you, Zoro. Conan. Well, taking off her robe it's hot. Pain. Conan. Conan. What? Zeus. Hey, darling, wouldn't you and I like it? Ares. Beautiful and strong, a lady like you doesn't deserve any weakling. Jiraiya. Grab me or I'll kill you, being taken by Sasuke, Naruto, Minato and Boruto. Pain. Conan, he said seriously. Conan. I don't go out with gods. Ares. You will be my. Freya. Shut up, hitting him with a sandal. Zeus. That's not the sandal of. Hera. Don't look at me, it was stolen from me, but it's just as effective. Inari. He's alive, poking him with a stick. Buddha. It seems so, throwing the candy wrappers at him. On screen. As for the Olympians, the departure of the demigods, many in reality, weakened them greatly, and given the threat of Chronos' armies, they could do nothing, especially when Athena spoke to those who sent their children to Yuzu, choosing the right side, had to accept that she was wrong, but her pride clouded her judgment. For Chronos, that was a nice opportunity, although the problem represented Yuzu, with several gods affiliated with that faction, leaving only Hera, Heracles, Zeus, Ares and a handful of demigods. It was something he did not want, because it would lead to war with another faction that had nothing to do with them. For Luke Castellan, it was a revelation. At first he did not care, but when he was warned that several Olympian gods were affiliated there, he wanted to destroy them for interfering. All the Titans knew about all the agreements, they knew how suicidal it was to attack them, their king was a top 10, added to the fact that they had the strongest archangel, a member of the top, plus the alliances they have with Asgard, and the most dangerous Shinto and India, the two most powerful factions. Facing the three great Olympians was one thing, but going after the Trimurti, Lady Amaterasu, who unlike the Greeks, if they have demigod children, they do take care of them. Since the laws of Zeus are alien to their pantheons. Luke wanted to attack them, but Chronos revealed everything. He was suicidal, so he had no choice but to focus his efforts on attacking Camp Half-Blood, using Daedalus's labyrinth. Off-screen. Luke. Shit. Hermes. I know I'm not the best father, but in Yuzu I think that law wouldn't work. Kurama. No, because if I think that, the law will go to hell. Who made it? The Olympians. Zeus. Luke. So you're going to Yuzu just to be with your kids? I asked, reconsidering my position. Naruto. As long as you don't get killed in the story it doesn't matter. Octavian. TSK, I'll just watch over Rome. Annabeth. I'm happy for you, Mom. Athena. Thank you. Kurama. To make mistakes is wise, because you learn from mistakes. Jiraiya. Amen. Natsu. Something's going to happen. On screen. In Yuzu. The training paid off. Midoriya, given his new ability and training, managed to use one for all at 100% without suffering anything adverse to his body, plus the quirks of the former carriers, added to being the first to master his Thunderbolt magic and withstand Chrome's training. Bakugo and the others learned yokai abilities at their own pace, being quite strong, being able to face a minor god like Morpheus. Regarding the demigods, they all had enormous improvements. Nico learned to use darkness to create weapons, heal amputated limbs and regenerate them. Percy developed a good fighting style, added to understanding the principles of chakra and being a user of a powerful Kekkei Genkai, the storm release, which caused him to additionally have the lightning element, as if it were a joke for the Sparky one. Annabeth felt very lonely, she missed her half-siblings and mother, even though she let herself be carried away by logic, but that was changing. Off-screen. Zeus. Those two are using my domain. All Might. I'm glad about that. Midoriya Shonen. Bakugo. Good luck in overcoming me. Deku. Bara. We said without insulting caressing him. Bakugo. Don't pet me. Starting to wag his tail. Urza. Calm down boy. Doing the same. Damari. We'll have a tame Muslim wolf soon by giving him a pomegranate-shaped cookie. Shoto. I see it and I don't believe it. Izuku. Kachin surprised. Kirishima. They tamed Bakubro. Bakugo. They're looking at me. On screen. Swirl. We can see all the retinues and demigods gathered there, next to Kurama, were Amaterasu, Shiva and Odin, as they were aware of everything that was happening in America. Kurama. The threat of Chronos increases, several demigods have gone to his side and a few others have been killed, so we must take action. Shiva. The threat of Chronos is very powerful, given the peace between the factions, this fact may alter it as we speak. Odin. That is why we must intervene, even though Zeus and he will not let us do it, we must do it. Yamamoto. Chronos connects several monsters to his side, and even though I know my own, my race without the consciousness I possess, is completely savage. Kurama. Can you convince those who are rational? Annabeth. That might work. Odin. Lady Quetzalcoatl will watch over the second camp that would surprise the half-breeds. Percy. Is there more than one camp? Nico. That's amazing. Odin. The Greek gods developed a disorder with the rise of Rome, multi-personality, as Rome did not create its gods or did not seek deities without people, they used the Olympic deities to believe, this led to the disappearance of Helios, and the Greeks developed a double personality, given their names. Shiva. That's why that camp is called New Rome. Off-screen. Zeus's group was very upset. They were going to intervene. Luke. This is going to get ugly. Queen. We will welcome Lady Quetzalcoatl as she deserves. Octavio. T.S. Harem will be the conqueror never the conquered. Naruto. We'll see. Percy. The plush killer. Bara. So that's what you gods suffer. Artemis. Yes, it is complicated. Apollo. My Greek version is carefree and the Roman one is the most serious guy you can imagine. Will. Like the movie Glass. Apollo. M50/50ths. On the screen. Kurama. The problem would be one of Chronos' generals, Luke Castellan, drawing everyone's attention, given his strong resentment towards the Olympians, he will not hesitate to kill members of other pantheons. Izawa. How safe is that? Travis. A lot, my brother is pretty focused and won't stop thinking about what he believes in. Shiva. You Huang while we try to stop this, we'll gather other factions to see what we do, since Zeus's mandate is not the first time that he threatens peaceful coexistence between the factions. Odin. Likewise, Poseidon contacted us stating that Athena joined our side, making Annabeth a little happy that is why we must intervene and if necessary save the demigods from the camp. Kurama. Naruto, your entourage will leave for there, their weapons are created to be able to harm mythological beings as well as those outside the supernatural world. Naruto. We will accept. Kurama. Konohamaru, your entourage will stay behind to defend Yuzu. Tyson. Father said Ocean would attack Atlantis. Amaterasu. If they could do it they would, but I sent Susanoo with several of his soldiers and Yamamoto-san will join in battle. Odin. And Hela will help Hades in case the Greek underworld enters into crisis. Kurama. Rest, eat, and spend this week with your families. You'll be leaving for New York in 4 days. Off-screen. Poseidon. I will accept your support Susanoo, Yamamoto. Yamamoto. Arigato Poseidon-san. Hades. Will Hela go? She's not that social. Loki. Meh, she's resentful. Konohamaru. We will defend Uzumaki-chan while his entourage nodded. On screen. Everyone would nod as they all left, leaving Hinata, Rias, Momo, Akeno, talking to Naruto about the dangers, so they asked him to take care of himself while they dragged him to a room. Izuku for his part was dragged by a purple-haired girl with jacks in her ears, a pink-haired girl, and a fairly experienced hunter where the three of them declared their love to the green-haired boy. All of them highlighted something about him, Zo his innocence, unlike Heracles, Midori admitted innocence, something that Artemis on a visit rewarded by making him her hunter, despite Phoebe's protests, May his stubbornness, recognizing it in herself. And Kyoka her understanding and her passion to help the weakest. Given the green-haired boy's ability to not hurt anyone, he could not put the feelings of any one over the other, so the three girls agreed to share him. Artemis, who was there, having arrived late to ask for help, gave her blessing, on the condition that the green-haired man's offspring with Zo, regardless of gender, be hunters, under the tutelage of Atalanta, the second most loyal hunter after Zo. In the blonde's room. The girls had put on hexy outfits, leaving the Uzumaki very blushed. Naruto. See Kai girls blushing. Akeno. Ara. Rias. You have 4 days Naru. Hinata. And in these 4 days. Momo. We're going to enjoy it like you can't imagine. So the four of them would jump to undress and kiss the Uzumaki, while the aforementioned only felt pleasure. In Mexico. A certain goddess was signing papers when. Quetzalcoatl. Damned harem sisters, they didn't wait for me starting to cry comically, but regaining and clapping soon it will be my turn alone with him. His bodyguards and other members of his faction only thought with a drop of sweat how strange their leader is. Off-screen. Urea. My perverted sense indicates a night of great passion for those two pointing at Naruto and the green-haired man. Zo, May, Kyoka would blush while Ino looked at them with a pout. Quetzalcoatl. Ara, they didn't wait for me. Phoebe. I still say it's a bad idea. Zo. Nobody will listen to you, you know. Artemisa. Many grandchildren. Apollo. Damn, that affected him. On screen. In Japan. The guy with a red hair and a black-haired girl were going to an anime convention, dressed in an ironic way. Kaijiro. Seraphol, where are you taking me? Disguised as Goku. Seraphol. I didn't tell you yesterday Kaijiro-kun dressed as Milk. Kaijiro. How did this happen? He thought with a funny face, he was a former demon hunter dating a demon leader. The screen turns off. Everyone turned to see Seraphol, who was laughing nervously. Naruto. Miss Seraphol is weird. Chapter 23. Everyone was talking about how weird the Mao Leviathan was, making her look like an otaku, a bit weird despite being a cute girl, for being an ancient demon. Naruto. Well, I'm worried about my demigod friends, since it's clear that they worry my friend. Naruto. I want to see how interesting we Uzumakas are, he would say smiling. Himawari. You know 2chan was known for being unpredictable. Zeus. I hope it doesn't affect me. On screen. Chapter 22. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 2. Off screen. Athena. What's happening? Luke. There's no way acknowledging that the plan failed. Octavian glanced at Luke, that look giving him a bad feeling. Apollo. Interesting. Hermes. Something smells. On screen. Elemental Nations. Page Omegakure Summit. We can see the leader of Akatsuki, Tobi, or better known as Obito Uchiha, after eliminating Pain or rather Nagato Uzumaki from power, at his side Danzo Shimura, Godame Hokage of the Leaf Village, after erasing the record of Tsunade's appointment as Hokage, Anoki, Sandame Tsuchikage of Iwagakure no Sado, plus the leader of the village hidden in the grass under Orochimaru. They were all gathered holding a summit to plan their actions from then on. They were all united by a common good, peace through order, some more than others, except for Obito, who wanted to carry out the plan of the infinite Tsukiyomi. Danzo. Well, let's start this meeting. Nagato. You're going to lose, said the prisoner in the middle of the room. Obituary. Let's ignore the prisoner, it only remains to be seen what we will do with the fugitives Kisame Hoshigaki and Konan. Inoki. Besides my granddaughter Kuretsuchi and Dodara's crazy bomber. Orochimaru. We have the immortal duo dead plus a Sori of the Sand imprisoned in a cell full of seals. Danzo. We've been searching for the Jinchuricus and they're out of orbit. The Nanabi carrier is in Kumo with the son of the leader of the Waterfall village after an attack by my village. Inoki. Suna made the Ichibi Kazukiage brat, those bastards don't see the danger those unstrapped weapons generate, look at Kiri. Danzo. 3 in Kumo, Nibi, Nanabi and Hichibi. Inoki. 1 in Suna, Ichibi, only the Sanbi needs to regenerate, we only have Han and Rashi left. Danzo. We will extract their beasts to bring back the Juubi. Obito. And Kyuubi. Danzo. I sent my Anbus under Itachi's command to look for his friends in Earthland. Off screen. Ara. What? So the dwarf wants a war. Conan. I see we won't have a place in Akatsuki. Pain. What? Surprised. Death. So that's where we come to. Kisame. Well, it seems that things have become rules and little fun leaving the side with Conan towards the Kyuubi side, at least with the fox I'll have more fun. Kurama. Welcome to the fun side of the room. Apollo and Hermes. What the boss said. Natsu. Hehehe, this is going to be good. Urza. But they'll go to our continent. She bellowed angrily. On screen. Page Summit, Tetsu no Kuni. You can see the Godame Kazukage, Sabaku no Gara, the recent Godame Mizukage, Mei Terumi, plus the Yondame Reikage of Kumagakure no Sato, and the leader of the neutral country of Iron, Mifune. The four were gathered given the recent threat of the alliance of Iwa, Konoha, Akatsuki, and Kusagakure, since they have shown threats to join minor villages, being supported by their respective daimyos. The situation was not good, and elemental nations were on the brink of war, especially since an attack on the neighboring continent ordered from these lands. Mifune. This is serious, Kazukage Dono. Ara. I know, but if we don't do anything, those youngsters will lead us to ruin. Attack Earth land, that's too low. May. I could only know that they want the Bijas, but there is one that they do not have within their reach. Ara. After Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto was banished, spread thanks to Koyuki Kazuhana, things have become tense for everyone. Mifune. If you agree, I will send an emissary to request meetings with the Kingdom of Fiori to separate ourselves from the others. Those present. Do it and we support. Off screen. Zarif. I think we know who to ally with. Avis. Yes. Makarov. Wherever they touch someone from the guild looking at Danzo who doesn't even flinch. Pearson. Gain more enemies than necessary, we already lost, he thought seeing Danzo like an idiot, the plan was to go one by one. On screen. In Earthland. In Fiori, the Grand Magic Games were taking place, where guilds compete to designate the strongest. Sabretooth and Fairy Tail were the closest to winning these games, given the addition of the former shinobi, while the other guilds were being beaten. All those who joined a guild formed a large family, as they said there, fighting, crying, laughing with each other. Currently, given the tournament, Ino was facing off against Yukino Agria, a celestial mage. No one expected what would happen since in the middle of the fight, a squad of Anbus with strange kanji led by Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. In the name of Danzo-sama, surrender and preserve your positions and lives. Hiba. How did they get here? Then they see someone coming down the stairs. Jouji. Shikamaru. Shikamaru. It's troublesome, but I leaked several of the information so they would attack. Ino. Huh. Are you serious? All that lie about you being sorry. Shikamaru. It's called acting. Off screen. Everyone glared at Shikamaru, while Zarif and Makarov emanated death auras against the Leaf Chunin. Naruto. I think Yuzu knows which side to take. Shiva. Just like India. Amaterasu. And Shinto. Azazel. Well, I have nothing to lose by getting involved. On screen. Redeed hearing this would jump to cut him with her sword Binasakura, but. Itachi. Reckless Redeed, we know your armor and battle magic. Sting. Hakurik no Tsume launching an attack against the Uchiha. Itachi. What? Being shocked by being caught off guard. Sting. For a prodigy, you let yourself get attacked. Itachi. It was just one stopping, but noticing Ino making hand seals. Ino. Shinranshin no Jutsu. Itachi would dodge the launch of the Amanaka Jutsu, but a couple of Anbus would be affected starting to kill each other. Agiel. Tetsurik no Yoroko. Several Anbus were hit, while Itachi saw this surprised and annoyed. Itachi. Retreat, we have proven what we should do. So the remaining Anbu left, with the Uchiha watching this seriously. At the same time, Tamari, as ambassador of the uninvolved villages, arrived to establish some kind of alliance. Without a doubt, the world was already turning upside down. Off screen. Makarov. Fairy Tail and Sabretooth are already his enemies Iwagakure no Sato, Konohagakure no Sato, Akatsuki, Atogakure no Sato. Ara. Suna joins Earthland. Same Kumo. Kurama. And Yuzu receiving assent from several factions, and Yuzu joins the side against them. Danzo. My Anbus he gripped his staff in annoyance. Urza. You'll see what happens to you when you mess with us. Bray. Let's wait and see what we do. Natsu. Boss. Naruto. We will surely do something crazy and good. Percy. Well, I'm in. Naiko. We'll follow the boss. Hanohamaru. So are mine feeling his entourage nod. On screen. New York. The plane landed at one of the busiest airports in the world, Kennedy International Airport, receiving a flight from Yuzu. Naruto Uzumaki's entire faction, with the exception of Shisui, was arriving in America after leaving for their mission to help support Camp Half-Blood on Long Island, New York. The start from Yuzu was a bit strange, given that Naruto arrived at the start area with his girls limping a little, but showing smiles of complete satisfaction. His girlfriends undoubtedly felt a lot of pleasure in these days of preparation. Naruto. Well, we arrived. Izuku. It looks busy. Percy. Let's move carefully, we'll attract monsters. Naiko. It means that if we don't move we'll be eaten by some creature that will mistake most of us for a demigod. Izuku. Maybe it's not necessary, but I was told that I am Athena's legacy. Bakugo. What do you mean, nerd? Naruto. And my father was the son of Hermes, since the elemental nations are visited by gods as vacations, so putting together my lineages, Uzumaki and son of a demigod of Hermes, you can get an idea of what I am with my jokes. While putting away a wallet and a watch. Hiroshima. No wonder a guy was looking for his wallet, he would say with a drop of sweat at what his boss had done. Prom. Miles per hour, Olympians are generally picky, arrogant, and think they're the ass of the world. Azrael. Let's hope Chiron doesn't get scared when he sees us. Raphael. You know Zeus isolated his pantheon by making them believe they were the only ones. Off screen. Athena. How did I not realize? All Might. Shonen. Izuku. Light confirmed it to me, I am a third-generation legacy of an Olympic goddess. Shoto. That explains his strategic and deductive ability. Momo. And that he be one of the best in the class. Hermes. Hahaha, so that's my legacy. Naruto. Not bad, grandpa. The Hermes cabin, even Luke would nod at that theft, causing annoyance in the heroes with Endeavor and the blue-haired man with glasses from class 1A. Chiron. It is unfortunately true, analyzing the words of the archangels. On screen. Half-blood. Several months have passed since that exodus of demigods by orders of their parents. For Chiron it was a hard blow, especially losing Percy and Annabeth, since he was fond of them. On the other hand, he also knew they would be safe outside the camp, he just hoped and prayed that the war against Kronos would not reach them. For Dionysus, in part he enjoyed having less work, but without Perry Johnson as he used to call him, his days became truly boring. He received sake from Yuzu and drank it, since his prohibition was on wine, and sake, despite being rice wine, was exempt from it, a great courtesy for the god of wine, madness and the party. Off screen. Percy. Thank you, Mr. D. Dionycio. Yes, whatever, trying not to appear sentimental. Zeus. Sake. You're breaking my plans. Dionycio. Your punishment clearly stated that I could not drink wine, nor other alcoholic beverages. Hermes. Do you know that you could have been drinking in the camp all this time? Dionycio. Thinking about those words before banging his head against the wall, stupid, you could have created parties and driven the demigods crazy with alcohol, and you didn't do it. That left everyone with huge beads of sweat. Annabeth. Chiron. Percy. Mr. Brunner. Chiron. I will always miss all my students. On screen. For the demigods the situations were quite divided, the children of Ares supported their father and banished Claris from their cabin for betraying her father, the children of Apollo, Hermes, Aphrodite and Hephaestus who remained simply missed her and defended the others who left as best they could. Athena's cabin was the most affected, Malcolm Pace was one of the most affected, he was quite close to his half-sister Annabeth, so they missed his sister, even though they were children of the goddess of wisdom they did not support their mother, although they did give their support when she changed sides. The hunters after the mission to rescue Artemis did not return, even though Zoe was saved, and Thalia became second in command. Tyson, Percy's Cyclops half-brother, stayed in Atlantis in the forges, given his hobby of repairing and creating things. But that was only the beginning, helping Chiron was joined by an assistant named Quintus, who gave a new exercise, where several demigods had to capture a handkerchief while on giant scorpions, but given that, many campers began to disappear, falling into a place full of passages, among those affected was Malcolm Pace. It was Malcolm following his hunches and the experiences narrated by Annabeth when she was with Percy, who recognized where they were the labyrinth of Daedalus. Chiron warned that they were not the first to enter, so he sent a demigod named Chris Rodriguez to investigate the area, finding a subject of great concern. Luke sent a large part of the Titans' army to the labyrinth. Off screen. Everyone looked on in surprise, but the demigods rejoiced. There was family there. Saving the children of Ares. Luke. Oh. Stoll brothers. This is going to get out of control. Kurama Entourage Part 1. Everyone was nervous and tense, as well as excited about what was happening on Olympic lands, but to ease the tension, Light decided it was time to show the last entourage, or at least the first part of it. Light. Well, it's time to see what's next. Minato. What's next? Shukaku. I don't know about Kurama. Matatabi. I hope it's not from the fox. Pillar B. Lord 9 is powerful and will finish you off like a bear. Olkumo plus their creatures. Shut up B. Pillar B. They just don't have patience with me. Hagoromo. Well, it makes me feel sorry that Jayuki is his partner, he thought somewhat repentantly, but I shouldn't let myself be carried away by feelings, they are just weapons that prevent the Jubi from returning. Shiva. I want to dance a good Kumbian. Rudra. You are hopeless. Versetti. What will we see? Anubis. I'm intrigued. Light. We'll see his entourage pointing to Kurama. Screen. Ray. Kurama Uzumaki. Raza. Jubi no Kitsune. Chakra. Level. Jubi. Chakra elements. Kaiten, Fuetin, Doten. Peke Jinkase. Imton, Fusion, Imgan, Lava, Shakutin, Burn elements. Weapons. Knuckle pads. Katana. Hands. Magic. Being a Biju, he is capable of using natural chakra, being pure chakra, and therefore possesses no magic. Being a Biju, he is capable of using his semi-human Yakai form or his Biju form as a giant 10-tailed fox. Off-screen. Everyone was looking at the Biju who started laughing proudly while hitting Hashirama for fun. Konoha was left trembling with fear at seeing that level of power, while Hiruzen and Danzo cursed for losing that weapon. Inoki. What power, he said trembling. Mate Terumi. That doesn't mean she's not Hexy. Madara. Knuckle dusters. Kurama. I'm into fighting, I like it, but I don't use your magic eyes or your Uchiha chakra samurai like a coward, he said venomously. Madara. Do you want me to give you a good dance now? He challenged defiantly. Kurama. With or without Vaseline, because you don't have chakra to use those little eyes, he would say, cracking his knuckles. Madara. He. Kurama. The Uchihas and their ego. Aburama. Oh, I like him. Light. Then they fight, right? Kurama and Madara. Fine. On screen. Reina. Yusaka Uzumaki. Raza. Monster Hunter Kitsune. Chakra. Level. Kyuubi. Elements. Fire, water and air. Senjutsu at a high level. Peke Jinkase. Futon, steam. Iacum no in, taught by Tsunade. Weapons. Hands. Magic. She does not possess, the Yakase of Kyoto are users of chakra and senjutsu, so except for the Uzumakas who can use it, they cannot access magic, and she, despite being married to an Uzumaki, cannot use magic. Moto Kyuubi. It has the appearance of a giant 9-tailed fox with golden fur, which in Kurama's words is extremely hexy. Off-screen. Kurama. Ureya. Not bad, my friend. Mineta. Sensei. Ureya. No, my pupils, a woman in a relationship should not be used in our path, he said wisely. One thing was to spy on single women in hot springs and another married women. Everything has its limits, and a good super pervert respects another's territory. Zeus. I just make love, he said, shaking her pubis. Isaka. Since I rejected you 1500 years ago, I'm not interested in you. Hera. How could I forget that day, remembering that she and the Kyuubi were at a women's meeting and Zeus doing his thing broke a millennia-long friendship. On screen. Obispo 1. Zeref Drignal. Race. Human Dark Mage. Chakra. Yonbi level. Element. Mighten, darkness. Weapons. Staff. Magic. Black Arts, Ograve de Sedilla S. Kuroi Jujutsu. He was able to master all forms of black magic at a very young age and brought countless demons to life. His magical strength is so vast that it rivals the flower mage Merlin. Immobilization. Allows him to stop time for everyone except those he specifically chooses to remain mobile. Life magic. It can give life to anything and live under the orders of its master, but some of Xerif's creations seem to have a life of their own, and most of them are giant demons. Anxerman's black magic. A very ancient curse that kills all who come into contact with it, as it steals the life energy from its surroundings to generate dark energy, currently removed due to the seals and the use of its king's chakra. Teleportation. He is able to use this magic when making his sudden appearances. Fairy Heart. Gains a power that transcends time and space, the power of a god. Gaining the change in its form. Time Lapse. Has some time manipulation. Off-screen. Zeref. Wow. Kurama. Not bad, Dark Magician, not bad. Natsu. Why does he have my last name? Light simply gave a transfer to Natsu, like Gother, where the salmon-haired man began to hyperventilate while approaching Zeref, who didn't want to see his face. Makarov. What's up? Light. I told him what happened to his family. Natsu. Brother, he said, surprising everyone. Why? Zeref. Because it is the duty of an older brother, even if I earn your hatred, my duty is to protect you, that is the true duty of an older brother. Natsu would hug Zeref, surprising everyone, while Apollo looked at Artemis, who looked away. She can be harsh sometimes, but she was the oldest. Konohamaru looked at Naruto, who nodded at him, while all those who had younger brothers did the same, except Itachi, who snorted. It's not that he doesn't love his brother, it's just that the bond with his village is stronger than his love for family. Sasuke. What a good brother, why isn't mine like that? Itachi. You lack hatred. Sasuke. Hate for you. Don't even dream about it, I just feel disappointment. On screen. Bishop 2. Irene Bulsarian. Race. Human dragon. Chakra. Although the pieces allow the use of said energy, Irene is not able to use it. Arm. Staff. Magic. Enchantment. Gives the user the ability to alter climates, landscapes, and properties of the earth, even being able to enchant the atmosphere to shape it into whatever shape she desires. Universe 1. This powerful magic, also known as Earth Reconstruction Magic or Compressor Magic, allows the properties of a certain territory to be completely altered, causing the ordinary shape of said region to be modified, that is, changing its geography. Magic Eye. Allows Irene to observe a wide panorama. Animal Transformation. Allows you to transform people into animals, when attacking them a light surrounds the opponent's body and immediately they are transformed into some animal. Transformation Magic. As a dragon, Irene is able to use this magic to obtain the appearance of a human. In dragon form many abilities are monstrously elevated. Off-screen. Ryukyu. No way. Urza. Mom. Zeus. Well, if I can't do it with the mother, then with the daughter. Bakugo. Shine. Burning his balls with explosions. All of Yuzu's male enemies put their hands to their crotches. Ares. How dare you, mortal. Throwing himself. Naruto. Ares was sent flying into a wall with severe injuries. Kushina. Naru-chan, and where's that from? Naruto. Haha, it occurred to me while I was making the fantastic fruit. Mineta. Sensei. Jiraiya. Note my pupils. Calendar and minutes. Hi. On screen. Hour 1. Hades, Greek god. Race. God of the underworld. Chakra. Kyuubi level. Elements cat, dodo. Heike Jinkai. Hyoten, ice only in his domains, Imton, fusion, Imgan, lava. Arm. Helmet. Vidente. Magic. Theokinesis. As the lord of the underworld, Hades has absolute control over all earth and stones. Pyrokinesis. As with wealth, he can detect and summon any precious metals and jewels from beneath the earth, as well as manipulate them. As a result, Hades is the richest god of all. Necromancy. As god of the dead, he has divine authority and absolute control over the dead. This includes curses, reanimating skeletons, manipulating them to fight for him, and silencing souls. Osteokinesis. She is able to telekinetically summon and control bones. Cryokinesis. Although it is limited, it can generate an aura of intense cold, causing the temperature around it to freeze, along with the ground around it. Umbrakinesis. Hades has control over darkness and shadows for various uses. Pyrokinesis. Hades has control over the black fire of hell, which is much more destructive than normal fire and turns everything it touches into liquid. Induced terror. Can radiate very intense death and terror. Off-screen. Shiva. They already have the most powerful faction. Amaterasu. Without a doubt Shiva. Hestia. Not bad little brother. Poseidon. Not bad from the eldest of the Olympian brothers. Hestia. Hey, I'm the oldest. Poseidon. I said brothers male not female. Hestia. Do you know that it is used for both? Poseidon. Yes, but you understand me. On screen. Torrent 2. Igneal. Race. Dragon. Chakra. Even his pride he does not use it. Level. Hachibi. Element. Cat. Arm. Doesn't have. Magic. Fire Dragon Slayer. He is Natsu's adoptive father as well as his teacher, so they share magic, he being more destructive. Transformation magic. Can transform into a human. Telepathy. He is able to communicate with those he loves and cares about in this way. Dragon Soul Seal. It is an ability of the dragons that train dragon slayers, which prevents the draconification process. Off-screen. Natsu. Ignel. Excited not bad, he's strong. Ryukyu. It's so hot she said blushing and letting her instincts come out. Izuku. Grrrr bowing as his instincts react my king. Naruto. So he's Ignel. Albion. Scarier than Drake. Drake. At least I'm scary and not thirsty for fights Blanco. On screen. Caballero 1. Kaijiro Rengoku. Race. Human. Chakra. Hake level. Peyton and Futon elements. Arm. Baton and Ichiran. Magic. Flame breathing. It is a breathing style that imitates flames and replicates them with the user's movements, techniques and skills. Off-screen. Boruto. Not bad. Himawari. The. Inogen. Not very energetic. Shikadai. It's too troublesome. Iruka. He resembles Naruto in some ways. Naruto. I'm not that hyperactive. Bashina. Meh, being hyperactive is part of the Uzumaki charm. On screen. Night 2. All Might, Toshinori Yagi. Race. Human with quirk. Chakra. Ichibi level. Elements. Doten and Suiton. General Affairs. Mokuton, made by. Weapons. Knuckle Dusters. Tonfas. Sword. Quirk. One for all. Since he has the piece and his wounds were healed thanks to Tsunade, the original quirk created by Yoichi Shigaraki, with All Might being the 8th bearer. It is a transferable quirk and greatly increases physical abilities. When modified, the quirk retains its name, leaving 2 identical quirks in circulation, which the Commission sees as dangerous. Danger Sensor. Unlike his successor, he is able to use the piece, a gift of the Ancient Bears, which gives him the ability to avoid disasters when he is very close or avoid attacks by lowering his guard due to a warning from his subconscious. Magic. Critical Finale. A power that increases the user's physical strength to its maximum limit. Combo Star. A power that increases the strength of attacks each time they hit consecutively. Off-screen. All Might. Wow, he would say smiling. Endeavor. Damn American. Izuku. All Might is amazing. Hashirama. What? Danzo and Hiruzen began to radiate fury. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, that interesting. Denzo. What do we do, Danzo-sama? Danzo. Nothing for now, we need to get blood samples to have those guys in the village. Naruto. No way Kurama will ever see you. Chapter 24. Everyone was talking about what they'd seen of the current 10-tailed Biju's entourage. Some were thirsty for power, others for fury, one with paranoia, and others like biblical heaven and hell, playing their cards with the heroes to prevent the vortex from spreading. Hiruzen. How dare that fox use Hashirama's noble bloodline. Danzo. If we manage to play well we will even obtain that individual's quirk, an extra resource, so you should calm down. Aburama. Seriously, where did I fail? I mean, who should I name Hokage before I die? Hashirama. Who was available? Aburama. The 4 inept who condemned the village, Tsukumo Haddock was still a genin as was Mido Dai. Madara. What if you had chosen not to go on that mission? Aburama. I would have the council of civilians who created this thing giving Hashirama a snitch all day at my door without letting me sleep. Madara. We agree on something, giving him another piece of knowledge. If this idiot hadn't created them, Konoha wouldn't have been what it is now. Ashina. For the record, I told Hashirama, but no, they are part of the village, she would say, imitating the voice. Hashirama just went to walk around in circles, depressed, in a corner. Zeus. Hades wants my throne. Hades. What do I want it for, idiot? Zeus. I don't know, you'll become powerful and you'll take it away from me. Poseidon, Hermes and Apollo. Drama Queen. Artemis. Well, holding Inogen on her lap, I want grandchildren apart from this little hunter. Athena. She took great pride in being seen as a mother by the hunters. Thought. I believe it. Zo, Mei, Kyoka and Ino were not in the room while the bicolor searched for his bush-haired friend in the area, accompanied by a Muslim. Katsuki. Where will the nerd be? Shoto. I don't know about that. After Shoto spoke half-finished, the door of the pleasure room opened and the remaining girls came out in wheelchairs and the green-haired man walked with crutches until Kitsune used his quirk on him. Naruto. At this rate my entire entourage will no longer be virgins. At that the sound of the screen turning on would make them drop everything, so they would sit down with several bowls of snacks to eat. On screen. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 3. Off screen. The demigods would pay attention to this with attention just like Chiron. On screen. Beatles' Labyrinth. Concern, simply concern, is what the demigods in command felt like Malcolm Pace, since he was the son of Athena and she was already joining the others, they with the end of this battle would leave for Yuzu thanks to the mediation of Hestia with Kurama. So accompanied by the few he could trust, like Piper McLean, recently arrived daughter of Aphrodite, Jake Mason, son of Hephaestus, as the new captain after the departure of Beckendorf, and of course, a son of Ares like Sherman Yang. They had already lost Meg McCaffrey, daughter of Demeter, after crossing paths with Janus, god of doors, beginnings and endings, who made her choose between 2 sides, and the chosen side took her directly to the man-eating horses, in the power of Geryon, son of Chrysaor and the Osinid Calero. During the journey, in the labyrinth they encountered Euryton, son of Ares, who tricked them into cleaning the stables of the man-eating horses, which caused the demigods to become trapped. Off-screen. Annabeth. Brother, she would say worriedly. Jason. Piper. Ares. Sherman, what a disappointment. He would roar annoyed, causing the aforementioned to lower his head. Maybe leaving with Clarice and the Redeed wouldn't be a bad idea. Demeter. My daughter, she would say sadly. Percy. Father, do you think that when I return I can? Poseidon. Kill him, both Chrysaor and Geryon are complete bastards. All Might. Shonen's clenching his fists for not helping. On screen. At the camp. Several monsters were pounding camp half-bloods' weakened defenses, with Dionysus holding off a couple with waves of madness and the few remaining demigods trying to defend the entire place with Chiron's help. Chiron. Heroes. Resist. Several demigods were going to be intercepted by a group of renegade Lestrygonian giants and Cyclops when a series of shields created by a rare energy, a combination created with chakra and magic, began to protect them. As they finished receiving the impacts, the shields began to turn into stones, falling heavily to the ground. Chiron. Who? Hiroshima. Wow, you are amazing, Chiron-san, he said, standing on a staff. Off-screen. Chiron clenched his fists at the situation. Without a doubt, these decisions by Zeus went too far. Octavian. Suffer Greeks. Seeing the shields made with two energies, they were in shock. Combining two different energies was suicidal. Hiroshima. Wow, how manly. Konohamaru. Not bad, ape. Hiroshima. Ape doesn't kill ape. Iku. Well, what's up, bros? Chiron. They have a good ability to recognize that. On screen. Chiron. Yokai monkey. Surprised. Hiroshima. You're almost like Percy, bro said, smiling in an ape-like way. Chiron. So you met him? Smiling, tell me, how is he? And more importantly, what are you doing so far from your pantheon? Yokai aren't very welcome here by Zeus. Hiroshima. Is it because Lady Yasaka has ridiculed him? Cyclops. Food. Throwing himself at the dyed deed. Bakugo. Shine. Releasing an explosion. Chiron. Huh. Bakugo. Don't neglect your backs, appearing as his wolf features were revealed. Aphrodite's few daughters wanted their newly arrived Hexy wolf to take care of them, but no one tames that explosion-addicted wolf. Off-screen. Akatsuki. Haha, and me to the rescue. Aphrodite's cabin would start calling him using bewitchment, but something happened. The Muslim's pride made him immune. Damari, Ibarra, Urza. So no one tame him, eh? They shouted, emanating an aura of fear. Bakugo. Just you guys, he replied without shouting, scared to the core, and obediently, he is a non-suicidal Muslim. Artemis. Well, I like him a bit. Aphrodite. Oh girls, you must refine if you want to be with your little wolf. Izuku. My lady, can we make some seal to avoid the machinations of the foam pile? Artemis. Of course, my hunter. Aphrodite glared daggers at the hunter, but a seal within 15 seconds was on them, and the entire Uzumaki faction are allies, thus avoiding the machinations of the goddess of love. Naruto. Surprised, smiling foxily. On screen. Hiroshima. And the others. Bakugo. And how would I know, Firehair. Chiron. I hope they don't always get along badly. Giants. Kill the pony. Shoto. Move away, launching a burst of fire alternating his sides, something good about being Nikasho. Chiron. Incredible, but what are a Nikasho, who I thought was extinct, and Akami and a monkey doing here? Shoto. We came to help, since the war against Kronos is too flashy. Chiron. They're telling me that by the gods. Shoto. The other factions are likely to intervene. Hiroshima. At least we'll help stop many innocent deaths. Outside the camp. Endeavor. Shatu. Shoto. Alternate both sides. Great. Zeus. What do you want? What do you want? Shiva. Finally we do something. Yu Wang. It was about time. Auden. Without a doubt. Octavian. We will never give in, Rome will not fall. Haminari. Hey, getting the attention of the aforementioned, do you want me to help you? Octavian. Charge my cell phone, he would answer without knowing the blonde's ulterior motives. Haminari. Well, he would use his quirk to get all the information out of that device and send it to Naruto. No doubt Jiraiya taught him something to use his quirk for espionage. On screen. Outside the camp. Prom was rampaging through everything in front of him, the most expensive being a Nemean lion due to its tough hide, which complicated things, but it was more than that. Prom. Come on worms, come on, I'm bored. Several would throw themselves at him, while several traitorous demigods were impaled on spears of light. Azrael. Betraying your parents just because you don't receive the right affection is regrettable. Raphael. At least look for redemption, you know that those who can ask for a new beginning, healing a couple of wounded who asked for mercy, you know. Azrael. Whatever, brother. Off screen. The demigods. Phew, I need your routine. Prom. But it's just a bucking cat. Several gods were pained when they saw their children being impaled, perhaps they betrayed Olympus, but they were still their children, although they would be grateful to Raphael. On screen. In the labyrinth. Malcolm and Sherman were on their last legs, as fighting an immortal and the son of a monster, while several cannibal horses attacked, was no easy feat. Jirian. Die. Izuku. Emperor's hammer attacking the monster as a powerful lightning bolt fell. Malcolm. What was that? Izuku. Are you okay? Jiren. Damn, dying, we will take revenge, the fallen will rise. Izuku. Not today, burying glamdring in it. Off screen. Everyone would be surprised to see the power of the green-haired yokai. Zeus. Like a lizard, he rules my domain. He's a threat to Olympus. Artemis. You will not touch my hunter Zeus. All Might. Not bad, Midoriya Shonen. Izawa. Not bad, Offspring. A. His lightning handling is formidable at that magnitude. Inoki. Oh, shit. Stain. It's easier to kill than you think. On screen. Malcolm. Who are you? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Dragon Yokai, ally sent by Yuzu, introducing himself with chivalry. The horses would launch themselves while several fluid cuts like water. Percy. Water-breathing third pose. Dance of the currents. The horses would fall dead in the area as they faded into golden dust, leaving only. Iritan. I give up, running out of options. Percy. Good decision. Izuku. Are you feeling okay? Percy. I killed the son of one of my craziest brothers, it feels good honestly. Off screen. The men of Yuzu. Fine gentlemen. Izuku. Manners make the hunter. Itsuma and Inogen wrote it down in their notebooks. Sakura. Kiri, what will you do? Hiroshima. It's too fine. Poseidon. Not bad, son. Percy. Thanks. On screen. In Atlantis. Poseidon and Amphitrite expected Aeneas's attack on their territory, but despite Triton having already prepared the defenses, they did not wait for the arrival of Susanoo no Mikoto and Yamamoto, commanding several supporting samurai, through a magic circle. Susanoo. For our alliance with Yuzu, shaking hands with the Greek god. Poseidon. I appreciate the help. Yamamoto. My lord, I know that my race has unforgivable acts against the gods, that is why I give my sword as a sign of support and forgiveness. I was for a long time a samurai without a master, a ronin. I hope you can be my guide, my master, my lord. Lord Poseidon. Poseidon. You're welcome, Yamamoto. Yamamoto would nod as he outlined himself with his own. As Ocean's attack came. Yamamoto. Banzai. At the cry of Banzai, all the swordsmen under Yamamoto's command threw themselves into combat against the enemy. Today they had their lord after a long time of being ronins. Today they obeyed again a feudal lord, their lord, the god of the seas, Poseidon. Off screen. Poseidon. Wow, I'm a feudal. Susanoo. Can you judge him? He spent centuries without a master to serve. Annabeth. His attitude is surprising despite being a good minotaur. Athena. The light of civilization shines where you least expect it, daughter. On screen. Half-blood. Everyone was gathering after having removed those who were in the labyrinth and having closed it to avoid a second attack, but the truth was that something was missing. The leaders of Luke's army were not there, instead a second wave of monsters would attack them. Chiron. I hope we can weather this. Crom. You really are pessimistic, Chiron. Chiron, upon seeing Azrael and Crom Cruach, was in shock, while the campers looked at him strangely, until in the eyes of the centaur, it was no longer worth lying to the demigods having two top 10 most powerful existences, but those thoughts passed when he saw a large stream of ice begin to freeze the area. Ray. Ice make angel. Chiron. What happened? Ray. I thought you would leave the conversation for later. Shoto. Let's do it. Ray would nod, smiling. Ray and Shoto. Ice make sword. A rain of ice swords reinforced with magic from the supernatural world would begin to impact the monsters, killing several and leaving others badly injured but capable of fighting. Off screen. Shoto. Not bad, sensei. Ray. Not a bad apprentice. Hot. His ice magic is amazing. Thor. Demons are certainly strong there. Ollie. What do you think, friend? Albion. You will undoubtedly live many adventures with this team. On screen. The remaining monsters would approach, but Naruto. Do you want to do it yourself? Natsu. Leave me the ones on the right, letting out a roar scaring all the monsters. Naruto. Not bad, Flamitas. Natsu. Keep going, little fox. Off screen. Izuku. Not bad, Drignell. Natsu. Thanks, Izuku. Luke. Did he just defeat several monsters with his roar? He would say, surprised. Makarov. That's fairy tale. Kurama. What follows will be fun. On screen. Cyclops. Look at a fox. Giant. Can we eat it? Naruto. Try it, seeing that everyone was throwing themselves Bijuodama. The powerful sphere of purple energy was launched, exterminating everything in its path and wiping out a large portion of the forest. The demigods and Chiron present confirmed one thing. The Uzumakis aren't at all cautious, especially when it comes to the supernatural world. Off screen. Abijah. A classic. Urea. Can't you restrain yourself? Urza. It can't be another Natsu. Natsu. That's my friend Shishishi. Hiruzen. If that gives to the village. Enzo. Destroys it. The Uzumaki would raise signs of 7 to 8 points since it was not at all destructive according to them. On screen. The monsters that remained standing were stunned and for the first time feeling fear, even the traitor son of Hermes looked at this approaching with great care. This was undoubtedly very dangerous and more so seeing the symbol that Kronos put on him. Luke. So the Uzumaki interfered. Naruto. What did you think, that we would just stand around doing nothing while an angry and resentful child tries to start a war? Luke. The gods are evil and they harm us. Naruto. And you went to the Titans when they're worse than them. Besides, only the Greek gods are like that, but some try to redeem themselves from their actions. Luke. One good deed doesn't erase an entire past. Naruto. I know, but that doesn't guarantee that things will happen again. Luke. I thought about listening to my Lord Kronos, but seeing you here launching with your sword. Luke and Naruto launched themselves at the same time against Luke, while the Redeed gave a slash that the traitor demigod narrowly dodged. Meanwhile, in Yuzu. The group of the Pantheons had already decided, so under the command of Shiva, they would break into Kronos' war against Olympus after the warning that Ares was used to replace Atlas, while the top of India was determined to dance and confront against the titan of the fortress. Off-screen. Luke. So my fight against him began side well it was a long dream. Percy. Are you giving up the battle? Luke. There's no point in continuing since they now have someone strong and Olympus will pay the price. Shiva. Oh well, now there will be a fight. Naruto. Svarga Peak versus the Titan of Fortress, a good fight, he would say smiling. Sasuke. Without a doubt. Naruto. I bet on Shiva. Zeus. I bet on Atlas. Hermes. You know it's a top 3, right? Zeus. I bet Atlas, I said. Chapter 25. Ikuzu was counting money because, with so many bets, together with Hermes' children and Hermes himself, they began to count the money from the bets. It was a lot of money, but as agreed between their partners, the house won 60% of what was bet. Ikuzu. Well, after taxes and commissions, 40% of the amount contributed is the prize to be divided among the winners, I would say, wearing an outfit and taking out a cash register style machine. Use only the money machine. All Might. What do you think, Shonen? Izuku. Lord Shiva will win. Bakugo. The four-armed god is going to shine it. Luke. Something tells me I'm going to win and lose at the same time, I hope I don't end up so dead, he thought. At that the screen started to play, drawing everyone's attention. Return to Olympic lands. The battle in the Labyrinth 4. Off-screen. Konohamaru. Start the fight now, the weight is killing me. Rudra. Do you think Shiva uses it? Parvati. I don't think so. Minato. This will be interesting. On screen. Mount Othries, San Francisco. The abode of the Titans, where the imposing palace of the Titan Kronos stands, next to the prison of the Titan of Strength, Atlas, condemned to hold the weight of the sky by order of the gods of the Greco-Roman pantheon. There the imposing being, nicknamed the General and self-proclaimed as the strongest Titan after Kronos, was looking with joy and rejoicing at Ares, god of war of Greece, holding up the sky. Atlas was ecstatic. His original plan was to attract the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, again, by attracting her thanks to Luke Castellan, and with her attract Annabeth Chase, but with the rise of the Uzumaki faction and the sending of several demigods by the great majority of the Olympic Council to those lands, including the daughter of Athena, the plan had to be deeply modified, but given the arrogance of the gods, there was no need to wait. Zeus in his impatience wanted to reach an agreement with the Titan, given the betrayals of many of the gods of his pantheon, he had sent Ares to negotiate, but the Titan would take advantage of it to escape, leaving the god of war there, bearing the weight he was condemned to lift. Off-screen. All humans were shocked to know where that place was, always under their noses, in San Francisco, just across the ocean. The gods were shocked to see the god of war there, holding the weight of the world while the Titan escaped, while they listened to what the Titan and Luke Castellan had plotted but without success. Zeus. Who did I send to do what? Athena. Of all the possible allies, you sent the muscle brain, she said, hitting her face. Annabeth. Twice doesn't work, Luke. Luke. Thanks for telling me, the obvious wise guy. Naruto. Haha, I have an idea of the seal we'll use on that. On screen. Atlas. I am Atlas, general of the Titans and terror of the gods, and I would not lower myself to serve those who have condemned me. I would like you to hold the weight of the sky one by one, but now I must go, there is a war, and Kronos needs me. Oh, I'm afraid that's not going to be possible, a voice would say, leading a recently arrived group. Atlas. What are you doing here, Shiva? Shiva. It's nothing personal, Atlas, but I'm afraid that the other factions, we can't let this war go. Atlas. I see, so they'll join the war. Shiva. We are not joining, we are only intervening to prevent it. There are things that will change, and believe me, not even Zeus and Kronos will be saved after the other factions talk, both have committed many things against the other factions. Atlas. I see, and now I notice that you bring my useless and traitorous bastard daughter. Oh. It's not a pleasure to see you old. Atlas. I'll finish you off right away, girl, after I get to the top of Svarga. Shiva. Let's dance until we die smiling. Off screen. Naruto and Konohamaru. Shiva. Shiva. Ha I like them. Zeus. Shit. Hera. Shit is getting out of control. Shoto. Not bad. Madara. It will certainly be interesting to see them, although I doubt who would win against Atlas, the biblical god or the titan. Michael. I would win, father, but I would be badly hurt, he said, gritting his teeth at the obvious answer. Azazel. Although Lucifer would not be far behind. On screen. Half-blood. Luke and Naruto had thrown themselves at each other, while Percy and Izuku arrived with the others who were trapped in the labyrinth, saving Dionysus's son, Castor. It was clear in the blonde's eyes. He was very motivated. Luke. I have to give you that, Rakubi, but I'm still Chrono's servant. Naruto. I only see an imbecile child who does not want to accept that his father tries to do everything for him, but that the laws of his own grandfather condemn him. Luke. Shut up attacking Naruto. Izuku. Captain, blocking the attack, allow me to help you. Naruto. Those who break the rules are trash, he said, motivating his friends and companions. Percy. But those who abandon their friends entering the ring. Naiko. They're worse than trash coming out of the shadows. Izuku. It's time, channeling his lightning magic into his body. Off screen. Izuku. Great phrase. Shoto. Without a doubt. Percy. And well applied. Naiko. And at the right moment. Minato. Those who truly deserve to use it, looking at Obito and Kakashi out of the corner of his eye. Obituary. Pay me royalties, Fox. Naruto. Sorry, no refunds. Besides, the one who said it first was the perverted Cyclops, so the one who should pay you is him. Lee. The flames of your youth burn like 1,000 suns. That's my pupil. Zeus. Hey. Lizard, stop using my domain. Izuku would simply activate the armor, surprising everyone. Izuku. Look, I'm using it, that's what he's moving, oh, I was using it again. Artemis. Izuku stifling his laughter. Oh. Honey, that's funny. On screen. Luke. Damn, this won't end like this, trying to leave, but what? Being caught by shadows. Naiko. You won't leave, idiot. Luke. Damn emo. Attacking the son of Hades. Percy. Water breathing, fourth stance, piercing tide. Luke. Damn you, son of Poseidon. Percy. That was for trying to attract my girlfriend. Luke. So they both come out, they ruined everything for me. Naruto. You're forgetting about me cutting off his arm. Luke. Damn you. Naiko. That's nothing, attacking with black fire. Luke would narrowly dodge that attack while dodging a slash from Percy and holding Naruto's katana back with his sword. Percy and Naruto. Now Izuku. Izuku. Emperor's hammer. Off screen. Naiko. Who are you calling emo, damn resentful blonde? He roared angrily. Poseidon. Not bad, son, the katana is your strength. Percy. Haha, I should learn. Yugao. I'll teach you. Annabeth. And that would be, I would say, jealous. Yugao. I'm in a relationship, so I won't steal yours, besides I'm older than him. Zeus. The more wrinkled, the sweeter the past, he would say pervertedly. Hera. Zeus. Urea. Oh, noting like his pupils, that's how it is, my apprentices, that's how good art is done. Heaven and earth. Hi, sensei. Seeing the cut on Luke's arm, he would instinctively grab his own. Minato. They have good team coordination, he murmured, analyzing it. Kushina. Without a doubt. Artemis. Not a bad hunter. On screen. The lightning bolt would strike Luke, leaving the demigod son of Hermes, traitor to Olympus, wounded and bleeding. He was semi-conscious, blood oozing from several sides, missing an arm, as he watched what would happen next. Naruto. What do you suggest, Percy? He was your friend once. Percy. Honestly, I still treasure those memories of when I met him. Luke. Do it, kill me, blood gushing, if you let me live they will condemn me to Tartarus. Percy. I won't cause any more pain like you, but you have some of Chrono's soul in you. Naruto. So you realized. Izuku. He's always there, fighting to be in control, but you don't let him. Your will to be nothing more than yourself is admirable. Naiko. But your sins cannot be erased. Percy. Thanks to Naruto and Annabeth, we have developed this seal, you will not die, but you will be sealed for eternity, I will not let the drama queen have that privilege. Off screen. Hermes. Please, he would say worriedly. Luke. Father, he would whisper, surprised to see him so worried. Shigaraki. Boo. Percy. Why don't you shut up, hand fetishist, because as far as we can see, you're just a kid playing at being a villain. Shigaraki. I'll kill you, scratching his neck like crazy. Naruto. Also, why are you complaining if you condemned yourself by sending Nomus? We are not heroes, nor villains, but knowing our neutrality and those stupid things you do, you attacked. Naiko. Winning, as you see, with good work and strategy is not cheating. Bakugo. Jumping in without a plan is my thing. Percy. And mine. Afo. This time you're right, Shigaraki, so stop embarrassing yourself more than you embarrass me. Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Are you okay? Afo. Put the cone on him. Kurogiri would place a cone around his neck. Konohamaru. The entire room erupted in laughter as Shigaraki glared daggers at the monkey boy. Annabeth. Great job, algae processes. Percy. That's what it looks like. Naruto. I'm intrigued by that seal. The Uzumaki would nod in interest as Boruto wrote down each and every one of the seals to be replicated in the future. On screen. Naruto would realize something with the green-haired boy while Natsu, Vali, Issei, Shoto, Bakugo, Kirishima and Gray helped with the wounded and prisoners, many of the last children of minor deities, rejected to have a cabin at Camp Half-Blood by orders of Zeus, children of Eros, Iris, Hypnos, Thanatos and Morpheus, all forced to betray Olympus because of Zeus. Naruto. I'll seal you to take you to Yuzu. Luke. Thank you. Naruto. Percy, Naiko, go ahead. Percy would throw water, Naiko would throw darkness, and Naruto would throw chakra. The 3. Seal of the whirlpool, seal of the 3 pillars. Luke would be completely sealed in a scroll to be taken to Yuzu, said scroll would be protected by Naruto by sealing it in his skin. Off screen. Luca. Thanks, he sighed. Naruto. Don't worry, now you were an enemy, tomorrow maybe an ally, by the way you decide. Luke. I will join Yuzu, he would say smiling, I will no longer serve that old man. Chronos. Damn mortal. Damn Zoro. Jiren. I'm worried about what you already sensed is coming. Izuku. Something's coming. On screen. Jiren. It's over. Izuku. Back off. Naruto. Roi is activating a lotus flower-shaped shield made with magic. The lightning bolt would hit the shield, causing a stir among those present. Naruto. Izuku, do it now. Izuku would take a spear with celestial bronze and imbue his magic with electricity and jade fire as he threw the spear in the direction where the lightning came from. Off screen. Hades. Oh, now I have an idea who it was. Poseidon. I think someone's going to throw a tantrum. Apollo. Well, it was good while it lasted, taking off the Olympus insignia and putting on the Yuzu swirl. Hermes. Good, repeating the action. The Inicio. I'll have a drink, so putting on the Yuzu symbol. Boruto. Sugoi Tusan, that shield was amazing. Naruto. Not bad, another me and you too, Izuku. Izuku. An arrow wrapped in lightning and jade fire, interesting. On screen. On Olympus. Zeus, seeing the whole situation of the camp, was enraged, all the demigods that remained, all those pawns in his eyes to defend themselves as best he could from his unfortunate father, in addition to using them as cannon fodder in that war, which he knew they would win, but from the safety of his throne, he commanded, he was the king of Olympus, he did not fight. As the fight progressed, he felt more and more concern, so he was preparing a lightning bolt, but seeing how the whirlpool logo, the anger only increased as he observed more lightning magic, feeling offended that those whirlpool bastards used his domain. Blinded by fury, he would throw the lightning without caring about the demigods of his children and gods, causing them all to enter into a rage, launching themselves to attack. It was done. Zeus exceeded the limits already with what was done, only Hera supported him, since she hated the demigods for inflicting their domains. But before they all touched the king of Olympus, the green-haired man's spear would impact the shoulder of the king of Olympus, causing a cry of pain from the god. Hera would pull out her husband's spear, causing the golden ichor to splash the surroundings and her. Zeus. Who was it? Off screen. Everyone, seeing where the lightning came from, felt a great impression, but seeing that the spear that the green-haired man threw attacked the main Greek god, the UA was terrified by what their student would suffer. Zeus. Damn mortal. Trying to use his lightning bolts without success. Hera. Wretched mortal, I will make your life hell. Artemis. They'll do that to my hunter over my dead body. All the Uzumaki and their allies stood up as All Might adopted a muscular figure. All Might. That's another shonen level. Bakugo. Not bad, nerd. Before the chaos started and Yuzu's enemies trembled because of what had happened, the screen continued. On screen. Hestia. Whoever it was, I thank you, now Zeus, this is the end of an era of abuse, machinations and paranoia. Zeus. I am the king, I dictate the law. Poseidon. No more. Apollo. This is no longer Olympus. Artemis. You and Hera have done unforgivable things. Hermes. And even though the rest of us also have sins. Dionysius. We will not fall until we remedy each and every one of them. Demeter. It's time for a new Olympus. Athena. Changes are healthy. Aphrodite. Well, them plus Ares were unnecessary. Hephaestus. I'm surprised you don't defend him. Aphrodite. The last few times he didn't act like he was, something changed in him. Hephaestus. Those are the ones noticing bruises and such and don't lie. Aphrodite. Yes. Hephaestus would embrace his wife, even though she was unfaithful. It didn't mean that he didn't love her. If he loved adventures more without being tied to something, he would divorce her and enjoy it with her. On Mount Othries. Atlas and Shiva were exchanging blows to put the Titan back in his place and bring out Ares for his punishment. The screen turns off. Both Zeus and Hera as well as Ares looked at their fellow men with betrayal. Naruto. And so I took over all or most of Olympus, he said to his son, who was writing down how to annex a pantheon to his domains. Aphrodite. Oh. Luke. I think I was wrong. Hermes. There will be time, son, I would say, happy to have him by my side. Hephaestus. Tell me, is it true? Artemis. And don't lie. Aphrodite. Yes. Isis. Monster, not even Seth is like that. Parvati. Bastard. Hephaestus. Come hugging her, maybe living an adventure and not being married was a better option for them. Watching Shiva and Atlas fight lovers got excited. Chapter 26. After seeing Atlas and Shiva face to face, the fight lovers were euphoric. Ali. This will be good, he would say, euphoric about the fight that is coming. Ares. Yes, he fights. The Ares cabin were shouting in support of the fight. Zeus. I will support Atlas since he is Greek and no one ridicules my pantheon. Poseidon. I don't think so, he whispered to his older brother. Hades. You already said it. Naruto. Hey drama king, let's watch the fight quietly. Tsunade. Let's hope we win, fearing to bet on Shiva, while Naruto smiled since he also bet. Jiraiya. They just created a paradox, right? Minato. Tsunade's bad luck and Uzumaki's luck. No doubt. Naruto and Konohamaru's entourage raised banners and gloves with Shiva's face in support, as did their respective harems and families. At that the screen turns on. Return to the Olympic lands. Shiva vs Atlas. End of Olympus. Off screen. Those euphoric from the fight shouted in support, but the Olympians, or rather Zeus, Hera, Ares and some of the other minor gods, were in complete shock. Octavian. It can't be, Olympus is the bastion of Rome, it can't be defeated. Luke. If I was it, what makes you think you're not Octavian? Octavian. Shut up, Greek. Luke. As if that thought would help, by the way, I agree with Yuzu. Naruto. Of course, you just have to reconcile with Grandpa and redeem yourself. Luke. Okay, he said, sighing. On screen. On Mount Othries. Atlas and Shiva had begun the exchange of blows, the strongest of the Trimurti against the Titan of Fortitude. Atlas. Is this all there is to the top 3 most powerful stocks? Shiva. Don't be hasty, Atlas. Atlas and Shiva resumed the fight, clashing fists, kicks, and even their heads, since both, even if they didn't admit it, enjoyed the fight, and Shiva would prolong it so as not to return to the paperwork. Atlas and Shiva. It's been a while since I had such fierce blows hitting their heads. Shiva. Pray. Atlas. Dora. The exchange of headbutts continued for a few seconds, until Shiva started hitting with his forearms, until Atlas grabbed one of Shiva's lower arms and broke it. Shiva. Arj. Atlas. It seems your arm is out of control, Trimurti. Off screen. Zeus and the idiots. Atlas. The intelligent and entourage Uzumaki. Shiva. Shiva. Oh, and now let's dance. Hiroshima. This is too much masculinity, I'm not worthy. Lee. His flames of youth are on the verge of being ignited. Natsu. Fight. Ali. Damn, I want to fight those guys. On screen. Shiva. Ha, this is getting interesting, beating his chest. Shiva began to dance to the bewilderment of those present, while Atlas began to strike, but the Hindu god, thanks to his dance, dodged and struck, while his fists and feet ignited, forcing the Titan to cover, while he kicked, burning the torso of the Titan, who did not reflect pain. Shiva. What did you think of my dance? It got you excited. Atlas. Heh, I admit you're strong, but I am the Titan Atlas, Titan of strength throwing himself, and I will not kneel to a god. Off screen. The moment Shiva began to dance. India, Naruto entourages, Konohamaru, Jiro, Present Mick and Killer B. Doth I thibba dathi thibba. A. B. B. Sorry brother, but it's sticky. Konohamaru. Shiva knows how to dance a good Kumbian. Naruto. You already said it, little brother. Shiva. Ha, as if that titan could beat me. Seraphol. This is fun. Conan. Without a doubt. Haminari. Yes, it's sticky. On screen. The battle continued very evenly as the fire began to increase and the titan began to show fatigue from the battle. Shiva for his part was reaching a limit, he was getting tired of holding back, but he knew he had to do it. Atlas had to bear the weight of the sky again, that way free Ares and give him the punishment. He simply looked at Zou, Kaijuro and Seraphol who nodded at him, so in the last assault, Shiva would apply more force managing to advance with the titan trapped in his 3 arms, while Ares believing that he would leave, dropped the weight of the sky on the titan. Atlas. No. Damn gods, damn bastard, damn human, and Mao, this won't stay like this, Leviathan. Seraphol. I think so Atlas. Kaijuro. Not bad Sera-chan. Seraphol. Kaijuro-kun now we will go where we said. Kaijuro. Yes, I promised, right. Seraphol. Yes and I'm fares in the Big Apple. Ares. Well, are we leaving now? Shiva. About that. Zou. Sealing of the Uzumaki's tracing seals with her hand shared curse placing a seal on the god of war. Ares. What? On his arm a crimson ribbon appeared. Atlas. It can't be. Seeing the same ribbon appear. Ares would be pulled towards the titan as the sky exerted more weight, both having to carry the same weight. Ares. How dare they? My father will avenge me, you heard me, Hindu. And your demon too, they will avenge me. Zou. I don't think so, pig, and Naruto's fox really showed off. Kaijuro. He's in Uzumaki, they have those seal things in their blood. Off screen. The fight continued and both sides encouraged their fighters while the demigod cabins watched this attentively. Athena. She deceived Atlas and holding back if it were with everything. Shiva. The Tandava karma could have killed him and left Ares there forever. Seraphol. I need Kaijuro-kun. Mineta. And she's a Mao. I thought the leaders were serious. Ajuka. When she wants to, she is, the rest of the time she is how you see her. Abriel. Seraphol is so childish. Enemu. And even more so if he escapes from the paperwork like a certain fallen one. Azazel. What are you saying? I do my paperwork. Issei. You don't even believe that, Azazel. Azazel. I plead guilty. Hiruzen. There is a book that helps with paperwork remembering his days of piling paperwork on the next cage while reading Ichiha. Hireya. Oh yeah, every cage has one and I'll give you the complete edition. Tsunade. Pervert punching him. Seeing that scene they decided to ignore it and watch the screen, being in shock at seeing Ares' punishment. Naruto. I laughed at myself, he said proud of himself. Kushina. Without a doubt a good sealing of Uzumaki's. Kushina. Without a doubt. Artemis. Zou, that seal was well used. Zeus. Damn Hindu and biblical. Hera. This won't stay like this. Issei. As for what shocks the two of them. Ali. Whatever you say, Reddy would say smiling. Octavian. Lord Mars he would say surprised. On screen. On Olympus. Zeus and Hera were bound with chains designed by Hephaestus. Zeus. Free me. Hera. You're going to regret it. Apollo and Artemis would place a muzzle on Hera, causing much fury in the Queen of Olympus, while both looked at her. Apollo and Artemis. By mother. Hermes. Dionysus, what will you do? Where did he go? And Yuzu. The god of wine was in front of the great Yuubi no Kitsune, Kurama Uzumaki, where the god of wine, thanks to the fact that the fox was able to get his punishment lifted, was showing a couple of wines to his new boss, giving him back what he loves to drink so much, and getting him out of that torture of taking care of demigods, with the exception of his 2 sons, or well son, with the death of Castor in the labyrinth. The Inicio. This is a Pinot Noir, vintage 77, quite well aged. Kurama. It's exquisite Dionysus, by the way, welcome you and young Pollux to these lands. The Inicio. Thank you. Back on Olympus. Off screen. Zeus and Hera were in shock. Zeus. Betrayal. They dared to betray me. I gave them life. Apollo. You only gave it to her because helping mother when that crazy woman was jazzing her did nothing. Hermes. I say the same, without other gods helping like Uncle P or some titanises with me, your wife would have done her thing. The Inicio. Needless to say, what she did to my mother, my uncles, the old witch's moment I can drink again. You would say seriously and then draw a smile that would make the cat from Alice in Wonderland envious. Pollux. Brother he would say sadly, making Dionysius fall into that. Kurama. Welcome, Lord of Wine and Feast, and Prince of said domains. Hermes. Phew, Flash isn't that fast, bro. On Olympus. Aden, Azazel, Cao Cao, Yusaka, Amaterasu, Ra, Yu Huang, all the invited faction leaders entered the hall. Zeus. Bastards, so it was a coup. Brah. This took too long, along with Elohim, his angels, and most of the demons of the biblical, your Zeus and your wife Hera, are some of the worst gods that exist. They have caused massacres, unjustified murders, rapes, and so on. Amaterasu. You supported the genocide of the Nicuchio, so I don't forgive that. Huang. That is why the Olympic faction passes into the hands of the Uzumaki faction. They have already committed many atrocities, including World War II. Azazel. And yet many of us have been responsible for bad things, but you take it all. Zeus. I will take revenge. Hera. What will be the punishment? She said mockingly. Isaka would put tails on both gods, while seals appeared on the bodies of both, the chains fell, and both sore but confident, wanted to use their powers, but they did not respond. Zeus. My domain. Hera. And mine. Zeus. What the hell did you do to us, bitch? Isaka. Oh, simply a seal that nullifies all their powers, a seal that turns them into humans, so congratulations, both of them have been turned into mortals. Zeus and Hera were in shock, this was too much. Apollo. I'm leaving, I have a matter to attend to with Lady Quetzalcoatl. Off screen. Abara. Was the biblical god that bad? Shiva. Do you read the Bible? Abara. Yes. Shiva. All or just the New Testament? Abara. The last. Quetzalcoatl. Read the ancient, and it is nothing more than 0.01% of what he has done, the massacres he has done, the elven faction, the massacre of the last members of Uruk, and the fall of our civilizations at the hands of humans with the cross and angels. Abara. I see, she said, already accepting that the biblical god is a complete genocidal maniac. Kurama. And so we get more territory. Octavian. I refuse, Rome will not be. Reina. Shut up. Giving him a smack and leaving him unconscious, I was fed up. Ida. Damn villain. Monoma. We will defeat you. Jason. Even though it hurts me to see that, I'd shoot lightning at them, leaving them charred. Zeus and Hera were in complete shock, and the deities swallowed hard, regardless of whether they were allies, enemies or neutral with the Uzumakis, they were very dangerous, at least the allies were relatively safe, while the neutral ones were making plans to never contradict them. Quetzalcoatl. What will we do, Apollo? Apollo. I have an idea. On screen. In Atlantis. Poseidon and Susanoo, along with their forces, managed to push back the forces of the Titan Ocean, who, thanks to Susanoo and Poseidon, found death, while Yamamoto and his men shouted with emotion after defeating the enemy. At the same time, Poseidon handed over a banner. In the underworld. Hades had traveled to the depths of Tartarus, while he watched many of the Titans imprisoned there, seeing him with some fear, his current white hair, his bident, had made him a fearsome being. Kronos. So the eldest of my sons, the Titan of Chain Time, would say. Hades. That's right, father. Kronos. What have you come for? Hades. I've come to inform you that starting today, each and every one of your desires for revenge ends, touching his shoulder, so I hope you prepare yourself. Kronos. What would you do? You can't kill me, son, he would say, smiling. Not even with my scythe did they kill me the first time, why would this be different? Hades. I never said anything about killing you, father, beginning to trace a sequence of hands, iron armor seal. Kronos. What? Being absorbed by a bunch of kanji? No, you'll seal me. Damn you. Hades. I will seal you in this, taking out a vessel Kahaku no Jime, a relic obtained from a friend, dating back to the appearance of an old man named Rakuto Sennin. Thus, without more than a look of pure hatred, the Titan of Time was sealed. Off screen. Poseidon and Susanoo cheered as Poseidon made a note to create a banner to have his own samurai. Seeing Hades, many girls cooed, including Aphrodite, but they stopped when they saw where he was going. They thought he would kill Kronos, seeing him face to face. But seeing the sequence of hands, Kumo was in shock, and the Otsutsuki, especially Hagoromo, were in shock, and more so when he was mentioned. They had lost interest, since they did nothing else in their world, but now, if that was so, they could go back and seal them. Hades. It's a good deed. Poseidon. The old man can't die, so he's sealed. On screen. In San Francisco, Camp Jupiter. Camp Jupiter, a second camp for demigods and their families, specifically intended for the Roman counterparts of the Olympian deities. It was somewhat rougher than Camp Half-Blood in New York, given that the latter was of Roman origin. Currently, they were hosting a guest, while she was somewhat gagged by one of the leaders. Rubio. Stranger goddess speaks. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufufuf, so that's how you receive a divinity, ain't Injun. Rubio. You are in Roma Azteca territory, most people are unaware of its existence, except for those of us in the first division. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufuf, so that's how you are, Octavian. Octavian. So you know me, Quetzalcoatl. The woman was going to answer, but. Woman. What's going on here, and why is Lady Quetzalcoatl tied up? She bellowed angrily. Octavian. It's none of your business, Reina Ramirez Arellano. Queen. It is when someone undermines my authority with insults, shady dealings and corruption. Octavian. Quetzalcoatl. That's why I like you, girl. Octavian. Close. Reina. Enough. She's a goddess and unless you want to cause a faction war. Octavian. That's exactly what I want. I want every faction in existence to be subdued, to me, to Rome, even the Greeks will kiss the ground where we walk. Queen. This doesn't concern you. Quetzalcoatl. Fufu someone will pay dearly. Octavian. You better. Apollo. I've heard quite a bit and I'm actually disappointed that one of my legacies is extremely ambitious and power hungry. Octavian. Lord Apollo bowing. Apollo. Reina ignoring Octavian. I want you to free Lady Quetzalcoatl. Queen. As you command. Octavian. But Lord Apollo. Apollo. Enough. You've caused enough harm, from now on, you lose all power in the Senate and before you say anything, proceed. Several of the Second Legion would imprison Octavian who would begin to fight. Octavian. I am Rome, you can't do this to me. Apollo. I can and I will, since from this moment on you are stripped of the power to see the future to give prophecies at that he notices all the demigods of Camp Jupiter gather listen, your attention, please gaining everyone's attention from this moment on, Olympus disappears leaving everyone in shock and Octavian angry all the gods who have not been with Jupiter will be punished according to all their actions with the other factions, Jupiter and Juno have been punished to be humans. Prohibiting their entry to any demigod territory. Queen. Who will lead us, Lord Apollo? Apollo. I'm glad you asked, from now on extending the Uzumaki symbol, the vestiges of the Olympic faction become part of the Uzumaki faction that shocked Octavian, they were the conquerors and not the conquered. Quetzalcoatl. It seems that everything went well. Octavian. How did you let this happen, Lord Apollo? We are conquerors, not conquered. Reina. What is this having a role in kanji? Apollo. Put it on now. Reina would put it on leaving Octavian still. Apollo. Given your actions, your betrayal of Olympus by helping the Titan Saturn and supporting the traitorous Greek demigod Luke Castellan, you are hereby placed at trial in Uzushiogakure, the city of the whirlpool, where each and every one of your acts will be judged. The seal placed is a seal of truth, where you deny the accusations, you will suffer unimaginable pain. Everyone would be in shock but would accept the news. Off screen. Quetzalcoatl. Fufu. Octavian was smiling as he saw the Aztec goddess kneeling before him. Naruto. So, kneeling down my wife he would say with a voice from beyond the grave. Octavian. I'm not afraid of you, Fox. Percy. Boss, look. Queen. Undermining my authority. Quetzalcoatl. You are the demigoddess that I like, haha. Seeing what Apollo had done, many were satisfied, while Octavian felt betrayed, all of Rome and the gods turned their backs on him, now what would he do, with whom would he ally himself, the Titans would no longer act, the gods of Zeus's line were condemned to be mortal. On screen. At Camp Half-Blood. Everyone was being checked with support sent by Odin, the Valkyries, under the command of Roswis and her current fiancé, the bond by which Yuzu and Asgard are united, Shisui Uchiha, a marriage born from the love of two people, turned into a marriage alliance contract. Jiren. Everything will change from now on. Percy. Don't worry, you'll continue if you want. Jiren. I know Percy, I just never thought Olympus would come to an end. Naruto. They asked for it Jiren-san so you should stay calm and if you want, you can go to Yuzu. Jiren. I appreciate the offer, but this place is my home and there are a lot of little demigods running around, so I'll be the one to train them. Naruto. In that case, give them asylum knowing their parents, they will no longer be claimed or cabin 11 overcrowded, each and every one will go where they must go. Jiren. I understand that. Izuku. In that case we must return. Naruto. Yes. Jiren. In that case, I wish you the best of luck and if you need support, we're here. Off screen. Jiren. Change is always for the better. Luke. I already have someone to be loyal to. Hermes. Finally my cabin will be for my children. Apollo. As far as I know, it was Ares, Aphrodite, and minor gods who didn't have cabins. Aphrodite. I do recognize my children. She would say annoyed. Apollo. We all know that if they don't meet your beauty standards you don't claim them, so stop lying because I'm the god of truth and I know you're lying. Thought. This is awkward. Thor. I like that they are recognized, even if they do nothing, a father's job is to watch over his children. Loki. And they call me crazy for doing Ragnarok when I want to fight my children. Odin. If you see them as weapons, sure. All Might. This is a bit more complicated. Makarov. And uncomfortable. On screen. And Yuzu. Kurama was in a relaxation session next to his current new wives, Inko Midoriya, Rei Uzumaki, formerly Rei Todoroki, and Mitsuki Bakugo, who sighed heavily after an exhausting session of love and passion for the four of them completely naked after a fleeting wedding. Since his arrival, the three women approached a fox, who due to his character, chivalry and ability, managed to make them fall in love with him. Everything was going well until a popping sound rang out and a Latino goblin fell to the ground unscathed. Leo? Ah. Igj crashing to the ground. I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. May. Ha 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 ha, we did it. The Two Worlds project has its prototype. Ha 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 ha. The screen turns off. Izuku? No. Bakugo? Maybe. The Todoricus? Being. Izuku? Well, that means we're brothers. Naruto. Bakugo? That's weird. Shoto? Meh, I'll have a father, he would say sighing. Abi? Oh shit, I hope it's not like Endeavor. Natsuo? She looks, he would say, uncomfortable seeing his mother naked. Fayumi? Mom deserves someone good. Shoto, Izuku and Bakugo remembered the incident of their parents' nudity and they turned green from it. Kurama? Man, I am a thing, but a barbaric one. Isaka? Well, welcome to the family. Artemis? What's up? Inogen? Huh. Beginning to shine so that when it cleared, his hair turned green, freckles appeared on his face, and a pair of horns came out of it. Artemis? It seems that now you are their son. Hugging him. Now I will be your grandmother, my little hunter. The hunters broke into a sweat. It seems Artemis has been struck by grandmother syndrome. Hearing the explosion, everyone looked at who it could have been. Leo? Look mom, they crushed me, ha ha ha. Ouch. Receiving a hit from Thalia. Thalia? This is not the time for jokes, idiot. May. The baby worked. Ha 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 ha. They called me crazy, but it worked. It exploded, but my baby worked. Chapter 27. The entire UA was in a high-security bunker while they prayed to all the deities in the room that an invention of May's working without exploding was a sign that something bad was going to happen, which was a sign of clear danger. Leo, for his part, was celebrating with the inventor until she threw a failed invention at him, which exploded and caused Leo to end up crashing into the bunker. For her part, Artemis was feeling a strong connection with Inogen. The fact that having a male hunter and having a son caused her to experience grandmother syndrome, given that she was giving Inogen many gifts, including food. Percy? What do you think we'll see? Rias? I don't know. Natsu? I just hope there are fights. Ali? You already said Salamander. Issei? I'm looking forward to seeing new adventures. Kibayudo? Without a doubt. Kiba and Yazuka? I hope to see alphas. Bakugo? Shut up Beta. Kiba and Bakugo would start growling at each other while Mitsuki and Tsume hit them with the spray bottle to calm them down. Momo? Hey, where's Naruto-kun? Iri? Anmaru-kun? Aztecs? Where is Quetzalcoatl? Lefei? And Kaneko-chan? From a door Naruto would arrive carrying Quetzalcoatl with a goofy smile on his face and his hair all messed up while Kaneko was walking clumsily while Konohamaru carried her helping her walk while they looked at each other smiling. Minato Kurama Jiraiya. Those boys fill me with pride. Before each harem went on a rampage, the screen would light up. On screen. Chapter 27. Elemental Nations Preparation. Off screen. Hiruzen, Danzo, Inoki, Orochimaru, Tobi and surprisingly Tobirama and Hashirama swallowed hard. The last two caught Ashina's attention, who dismissed it but would keep an eye on both of them. Naiko. Wow, what will happen? Izuku. I don't know. Gray. I hope it helps. Juvia. Gray Sama his clothes. Gray. Shit. On screen. After May and Leo's successful test of the projector, they would achieve the unthinkable. Supported by Jiraiya and the Toads of Mount Mayaboku, they would establish a stable communication portal between both worlds. Unfortunately, the continent they would reach would be Earthland, where several of those who hadn't betrayed the Reed had settled. Meanwhile, they would await news of what had happened in America. The news of the fall of the Greco-Roman faction was a huge blow throughout the supernatural world and even reached the ears of the heroes, where Nezu and Endeavor saw with fear and dread that the faction alongside their country grew in power, having at their disposal an entire continent with an indeterminate number of demigods, each with inherited abilities, which although they were similar to quirks, these were far superior. Both came to a decision, releasing several prisoners like Muscular out of the prisons where they were in exchange for their services as members of the regime. For the Hero of Fire, it was a fight between three fronts, Yuzu versus heroes versus villains, and he leading the heroes would be the one who would win. The factions saw with some astonishment the fall of the Greeks, but they assumed that sooner or later they would pass. The decisions of Zeus would cause it. They were only maintained by Hades and Lady Cows, but now of the Uzumaki rise, the faction took over a large number of their gods, managing to establish a large council, each one governing their lands. Poseidon took charge of the seas and the activities there, despite not liking his people being eaten, in addition to monitoring Japan's movements. Athena, despite everything, was forgiven by Annabeth and joined as the strategist of the War Council. Her job was to advise, not order. She was a counselor, advising the Lord of the Ten Tails, Kurama Uzumaki, on future measures and strategies. Unlike Zeus, several plans were accepted, but that was no reason to rest on her laurels. She had to make a lot of amends for her children, who now, with all God, could see their children without problems. The group of 3 old women saw this with fury. All prophecy collapsed with the arrival of the Uzumaki faction. All those who were going to die would not die. According to what they spun in the fabric, the Moirai were enraged, given how unpredictable the Uzumakis are in destiny. Off-screen. Makarov. We'd better prepare for his arrival. Zarif. Without a doubt. Natsu. Stop being emo bro. Zarif. How did you call me Pinky? Natsu. I told you emo and my hair is salmon. Hashina. Will you shut up? She would say with her hair forming 9 tails and an aura of death. The 2 Drignells hugged each other, trembling with fear, and nodded. Hermes. So she wears the pants, right, son? Minato. Yes, and I never contradicted him. Zeus, seeing the indifference of the other factions, was shocked. They expected this. All Might. So using villains for the regime, how low do Endeavor and Nezu fall? Izawa. That shouldn't be done. Nezu. Whatever it takes to keep everything under control. Endeavor. Now it is certain a war that we will win. Kurama. Ha 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 ha. Endeavor. What do you think, funny fox? Kurama. Come and see what my people are when it comes to fighting. The whirlpool will prevail over the rising sun. Amaterasu. The good thing is that we are not going to intervene. Apollo. I'm going with the fox. Hermes. Same. Izuku. I have a bad feeling. Percy. Piss off those old ladies. That's great. Naruto. Ha 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 ha, I don't give a damn about destiny. Niji. Shit. Ashina. Destiny is definitely not on our side. Ashina. That's how you speak to Tebana. Naruto. Dad is the best. On screen. The demon and angel faction saw this with astonishment and fury, as well as fear. They would not risk their faction to be taken over by the new one that was already a fearsome force, being along with the Hindu and the Shinto, the 3rd most powerful faction. This made them feel fear, so they opted for the most logical thing, allying themselves with the heroes of Japan. Michael and Searches, together with Endeavor, launched the alliance of heroes and biblical factions, beginning a new era, since thanks to Nezu, several aspirants and heroes became demons and angels, as happened with Nito Monoma and Ida Tenya, demon and angel respectively. In addition to the pack that greatly worried and caused the abandonment of Ajuka Beelzebub, Diodora Astaroth, and a pair of demons that included Ravel and Ruval Phoenix, along with a pair of angels, Sariel and Tarmiel, Nezu's pact with Rizavam Live and Lucifer, which added the heroes of Japan, the heroes of the licenses to the Cows Brigade. Off-screen. Shiva. Is it safe to say that they will be enemies by messing with that terrorist organization? Amaterasu. Without a doubt. All the gods would look at Buddha who ate sweets. Buddha. What? Brunhold. We told you it was a bad idea to give quirks to humans. Buddha. I do what I want and I cannot be subdued. Monoma and Ida smiled at seeing themselves as powerful devils and angels, while Serziches and Michael smiled at having more soldiers in their ranks, although the desertion of Amao and several angels did anger them. Serziches. Shit Ajuka. You are a traitor bastard. Ajuka. It wasn't going to last long like this, so get lost, tomato. Now, after all the nuns you raped, you're going with me. You've changed, bro. Iodora. HMP, what I do is none of your business. Naruto. But if it's mine, don't think I'll let you live like that in Yuzu with what you did to Little Asia. Issei. The boss already knows everything, so consider yourself disabled for the future, since you won't die. Iodora just swallowed hard. Ibara. Well, in Yuzu we'll be more than protected. On screen. Yuzu. All of Yuzu's allies and the leading members of the island councils were gathered. The recent report of Cao Cao's espionage was serious. Kurama. Are you sure Cao Cao? Cao Cao. Yes, boss, the loss of my faction dealt a severe blow to the Cows Brigade, which means they would look for a way to replace you. Amaterasu. That rodent, more than the most intelligent being in the world, is the being most thirsty for power. Ajuka. Besides that he mentions that Searches and Michael allied themselves with him. Auden. And what about the League of Villains? Shiva. Now that all for one guy is the least of the problems if he doesn't join Rizavam. Hades. At least he won't be counting on the Titans, said the eldest of Greece's male brothers, entering. Urea. To that they must add at least 3 shinobi villages plus Akatsuki. Athena. How powerful is the Rinnegan? Urea. It is known as the Eyes of God, having been the original Dijutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths, from which the Sharingan originates. Apollo. If that's so Hagoromo you said it was Otsutsuki, that means there are more of them, right? Kurama. Yes, I doubt that Kagaya was the only one of them to go to our world and it is likely that they will come. Artemis. Great, idiot heroes, imbecile villains, the Cows Brigade, demons, angels, shinobis who can't let go of resentment, and a whole terrorist group that who knows how many Baijas they have, plus a celestial race of guys. Hermes. We have few enemies, he said sarcastically. Off screen. Kurama. HMP, if they want to come, let them come, we will present them with battle. Note. I know that Galtieri said it at the beginning of the Falklands War, for those veterans, but as much as we Argentinians hate that guy, there is no doubt that that phrase was good. Hagoromo. Kurama would say threateningly. At that moment all the gods of Greece, India, Asgard, Shinto, and other pantheons expressed their side, the whirlpool was their flag against the Otsutsuki. Kurama. What do you want? Damn faker. Hamura. You are revealing yourself to your creators. Kagaya. You are simply an extension of the Shinju, withdraw and obey. Kurama. Once dead, damn bastards. Hestia. Kurama-kun, then we'll see if they can beat them, she would say with a sweet and melodic voice to calm her little fox. Kurama. Okay, he would say, calming down. On screen. At that, several flashes appeared in the room, revealing Naruto's entire entourage, plus Rasuis and the representatives of Camp Half-Blood and Camp Jupiter. Kurama. Go ahead guys, we want the good news. Naruto. We have the traitors to both camps. Malcolm. Luke Castellan. Reina. And Octavian from our camp. Kurama. I see, and young demigods, we are not conquerors here, we are liberators, so you should not fear losing your customs. Naruto would proceed to remove the seal from both considered traitors. Luke. So the factions present. Octavian. I will only obey Rome, not the rest. Athena Minerva. Rome no longer exists, legacy, it's time to accept it. Octavian. I was Rome, me, not a council of gods. Shiva. How arrogant, you may be a descendant of Octavian of Rome, but he knows where his superiors are. Octavian. I do not obey your pantheon. Artemis Diana. But ours. Hermes Mercury. That is why, given the disaster you were going to cause, Lord Kurama will define your punishment. Kurama. I am a generous ninja being, so your punishment will be to remain sealed for eternity, suffering the most powerful illusion. Octavian. What? You can't do this to me. Naruto proceeded to perform hand seals, while Percy placed a mask on him. Naruto. Shiki Fujin Grim Reaper consuming seal. Shinigami. So you used that mask, huh, dear Uzumaki. Naruto. This is Shinigami-sama. Shinigami. What do you want me to do? Naruto. Seal this poor devil, and this pointing to a vessel until he sees the deadliest ninjutsu of the elemental nations. Shinigami. Kuku done. Octavian. What? Feeling a spectral hand take him and turn him into purple smoke. The Shinigami would make a hand seal pretending that she would put the smoke inside the container until suddenly, once the cork was put in, screams of pain began to be heard, which caused some fear in everyone, especially in Luke. Octavian. Get me out of here, my eyes are burning. Percy. What illusion did you use? Naruto. Something that not even the prodigy Itachi in his right mind, causing Sasuke to raise an eyebrow, would have thought of creating. Sasuke. What did you base it on? Naruto. Bijabro's meeting with Bijabro sensei. Sasuke. You're crazy, you knew it. Naruto. I love you too, team. Off screen. Seeing how Octavian addressed the rest of the gods, many saw him as mentally retarded, he was so convinced that he was the soul of Rome that it made him nauseous. Seeing Mono's mask and poses, Minato was terrified since he knew the risk of Shiki Fujin, but seeing the fact that the Shinigami said something about the mask, he became confused. Ashina. If you use the Shiki Fujin with the mask, the Shinigami does not take your soul. Minato. I see. Seeing the act of punishment with Octavian, all of Konoha felt pity seeing that and shuddered hearing his cries for help. Lee. That's not who we are, is it? Lee, don't let others extinguish your flames of youth. Read. Hi. Sasuke. You're a lunatic. Sakura. Even for me it was excessive, she would say, sitting on Kirishima's lap. Kirishima. Down Fifi, I would say, nervous that it wouldn't activate. Luke. And now I'm going. On screen. Luke. What will my punishment be? Kurama. Because your father asked for you, Master Shifu will take you with him to Jade, there you will live as they tell you will do what they tell you, and you will get along with your father. In your case, we understood that the reason was the hatred created by Zeus and his laws. Luke. I accept. The demigod, under the gaze of the rest, would leave escorted by pandas, while the rest watched as the members of the factions left. Off-screen. Luke looked at Hermes and sighed, wanting to die. Luke. Thanks Dad. Hermes. You're welcome, he would say smiling. Percy. Was it very difficult? He would say mockingly. Luke. Shut up Jackson. On screen. Kurama. Well, the Two Worlds project bore fruit. Naruto. Let's get ready to return. Naruto's entourage. Hi. Konohamaru. Entourage, we will not be left behind. Konohamaru's entourage. Hi. Queen. If that's all. Naruto. Prepare 2 or 3 of your people who will come with us. Queen. Of course. Percy. Let's hope it's fun. Naruto. Camps, I know you've been through war and your casualties are heavy, but if we don't stop a group now, they'll come for us, so I ask you, would you help me in this fight? The screen turns off. Travis and Connor. Why? Right at the best part, I hate open endings. They said pouting. Agiel. This was definitely interesting. Haminari. I hope to see action. Queen. Here, Naruto will support you. Percy. And us. Naruto. Thanks friends, he would say smiling. Kurama's entourage part 2. The room was tense because ever since Naruto thanked his friends, the enemy cages and enemy criminal groups began to draw up plans in full view of everyone, the very idiots, while each entourage was ready to fight, and Madara undoubtedly wanted to battle against the older fox Uzumaki and then against the younger one. Ashina. Ho, this is getting interesting, what do you say Yamamoto-san? Yamamoto. As long as my lord does not call me to fight against the enemies of the sea, I will remain motionless. Pain. Damn death. Death. Oops, I should have known you were a rogue shinobi, betrayal runs in your veins. Sasuke. In his case yes, but not in Yuzu's preparing a spear of light. Obito. Jojo, so you will attack me Crow. Bara. And he won't be the only one surrounding the Akatsuki with sand. Light. Well, if we continue, it's better. Kurama. I want to see my nakamas. Light. In that case, we'll see the second part. On screen. On 1. Cow. Race. Human. Chakra. Medium Jounin level. Elemental affinities. Doten and Futen. Weapon. Lance. He is the wielder of the true Longinus, known as the Holy Lance of the Setting Sun, the Lance of Destiny and the Lance Spear of Longinus. It is the first and most powerful Longinus and the same lance that Saint Longinus used to stab Jesus Christ. Battle skills. Speed. He has a speed faster than that of an average human. Durability. It has demonstrated a high tolerance to damage and pain. Master of the Spear. Technical Master. Is a technical type fighter who polishes his technique to obtain greater perfection. Master of Tactics. Cao is a very calculating and observant man. He studies and researches his enemies before each battle to read their movements and attacks and counter them effectively. Perceptive Combatant. Able to deduce the workings of most attacks instantly. He is a descendant of the hero Cao of the Three Kingdoms period of China. Off-screen. Bara. Longinus. Athena. Is the spear that pierced Jesus on the cross. Bara. But wasn't it destroyed over time? Not at all, I'm surprised that Chinese guy has it, I mean, Lubu Hosen's offspring would be better carrying it. Kurama. Why do you say that? Thor. Lubu fought me in life, it was the most glorious battle I've ever had. Cao. But my ancestor killed him. Thor. Kid, history is written by those who win, and I'm telling you, Lubu was stronger than Cao, and they only killed and executed him because he surrendered. All Might. Why he did it? Natsu. Why did he do that? Thor. As far as I know, because he was bored and had no one to fight, only Ares and I fought him. Ares. And. Thor. Don't lie that he humiliated you, lowering his pride. Our battle was legendary, he was the human I called friend, and since we couldn't always battle, and because of that he decided to die. Odin. How could I forget, you were depressed for 4 months drinking mead. Danzo. How pathetic, that guy was a powerful weapon for his nation, and they killed him on his own whim. The atmosphere was filled with lightning as Thor held Mjolnir in his hand. He wasn't going to allow a being so evil, stupid, and lacking in humanity to say something like that about his friend. All of Konoha, including Hashirama and Tobirama, wanted to stand up and defend him, but they couldn't. Light. No fighting, Mr. Thor and Mr. Danzo, I suggest, he would say with a serious voice, that you do not make comments because you will not be tolerated. Danzo. TSCH. Thor. You saved yourself, one-eyed mummy. Uzumaki. Madara. I forgot they're weird. Kurama. And stubborn as mules in the morning. On screen. On 2. Apollo. Race. God. Chakra. Level. Rakubi. Affinities. Kaiten, Futen, and a rare light element. Medical chakra. Arms. Divine bow and arrows. Sword. Battle skills. He is the Greek god of music, art, poetry, and oracles, archery, shepherds, plague, medicine, the sun and light, knowledge, and civic order. Although he did not originally hold dominion over the sun, this is due to the reduction made in ancient Rome, where Helios, the ancient sun god, was forgotten. Archery. Music. Because he is the god of music, Apollo can play any musical instrument perfectly. Photokinesis. Absolute control over light. Healing. Being the god of medicine, Apollo can modify a person's anatomy, heal wounds instantly, and improve senses and biological functions. Prophecy. Being the god of prophecy, Apollo is able to see future events. This ability is forbidden by the fox because it prevents funny things from happening, and although he doesn't forbid him from saying them, as Zeus had forbidden before joining Yuzu, Apollo follows the fox in his carefree philosophy. Immortality. As a god, Apollo cannot die. And if he does die, he will reform within a few years. Strength. He has strength superior to several gods, including Ares. Flight. Can fly. Off-screen. Apollo. I'm on the cover. Hermes. Shit, we'll never get that out of him. Apollo cabin. Dad, behave yourself. Artemisa. I'll take care of it, nephew's giving him a snitch, calm down. Apollo. Yes, little sister, he would say with a comical bump and tears. Izuku. Not bad, my lady. Kitsune. This is how he must control Lord Apollo and prove that he is older. Artemis. Thank you, my hunters. Kurama. Ha 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 ha, I have a god, ha 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 ha. Zeus. Traitor. Hera. Bastard. Ares. Damn little shit son. Dionysius. Not bad, bro, we've all won something, he would say while drinking wine. On screen. Pawn 3. Heroes. Race. God. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Affinities. Futen and Kaiten. Weapon. Divine bow and arrows. Skills. He is the Greek god of love, desire and affection. Eros has absolute control and divine authority over love, lust and desire, but not as much as his mother, Aphrodite. Eros' power and love is usually wielded and applied through a golden arrow. If someone is struck by it, they are instantly filled with uncontrollable love and desire for another person. However, he also carries lead arrows, which cause repulsion and contempt in the affected person. Eros is so powerful that he is capable of affecting mortals and supernatural and divine beings, but not those with whom he shares dominion. He can force anyone to confess their true romantic feelings, and he always knows whether the person is lying or not. Fun fact. Due to his relationship with Ares, despite once being proud of him, his actions over centuries of existence erased their father-son relationship that they had initially, so since he arrived in Yuzu, he considers Kurama his father, which is why he is loyal to him and is usually present at his side as a child or young man, no older than 16 years old. Off-screen. Aphrodite. Fufu Eros getting you a new father, fufu. Kurama. As long as you are faithful I will be faithful to you. Aphrodite. PSSS Artemis, you make me a virgin again. Artemis. Oh no ma'am, not this time. Aphrodite. Please I won't make your male hunters fall in love. Artemisa. Why does falling in love mean more grandchildren in the future? Minato. It reminds me of your mother when she found out she was pregnant with you, she was already planning her grandchildren. Naruto. That was weird. Kushina. Grandchildren cuddling Boruto and Himawari. Eros. So I'll be with you father, he would say smiling. Kurama. Of course son. Apollo. Since we'll be companions, we'll get along, but I haven't forgotten about the nymph. Eros. Okay, I swear by sticks that I won't do anything to you, as long as you don't make fun of me. The thunder would sound in the place. All Might. Weird. Izawa. I've seen worse, hiding a bag that looked like powdered sugar, but his red eyes kept seeing it. Ares. Keep the broken heart, I have Phobos and Deimos. On screen. Pawn 4. Kisame Hoshigaki. Race. Human. Chakra. Level. Tailed beast. Affinities. Suiton, Futen, Kaiten and Doten. Unique ability. Chakra absorption. Arms. Samahata sword, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Skills. Before joining the group, he was a member of Akatsuki, but given how fun the Uzumakas are, he joined them, given his fanaticism for fighting. He is known for being an expert in jutsu that use the water-type nature, rivaling the gods of the factions of said element, being equal with Poseidon and Susanoo, with whom he has some dealings, more with Susanoo due to his passion for fighting. His abilities with water are so great that he is even able to create a giant dome of water around himself, forcing his enemies to fight underwater. He belongs to the Hoshigaki clan of the Bloody Mist, whose members are characterized by having features similar to those of sharks. Off-screen. Entourages of Naruto, Rias and Konohamaru. Fine lords. Kisum. Not bad seeing me in a suit, but hey, I'm on the fun side. Poseidon. I would like to see your water skills. Percy. Not bad Kisum senpai. Inoki. Now in Akatsuki he would say annoyed. Naruto. As if you hadn't funded that organization, old smurf, so call it quits. Inoki. On screen. On 5. Hermes. Race. God. Chakra. Yonbi level. Affinity. Futen and Raten. Peke Genkai. Jinten, speed element. Weapon. Caduceus. Sword. Made of adamantine and imperial gold. Skills. He is the Greek god of messengers, travelers and thieves, god of roads and merchants, and currently the messenger of Yuzu, previously the messenger of the Olympians. Hermes has great physical prowess. Fencing. Given to receive a powerful sword from his brother Apollo in exchange for his flute. Speed. As the god of travel and messengers, Hermes is extremely fast and can travel at supersonic speeds, even faster than most other gods. Teleportation. Hermes can disappear in a puff of smoke. Can freely go to any god's realm without invitation, even the underworld. Theft. As the god of thieves, Hermes can steal things without others noticing, even other gods. Locks. Hermes can detect the internal structure and mechanisms of any lock he touches and is always able to open it, in addition to doing so telekinetically. Money manipulation. As the god of merchants, he can manipulate money and the stock market. Alchemy. He is a very skilled alchemist. Persuasion. Can be very convincing. Off-screen. Apollo. Look bro, it's you. Hermes. Simon brother. Nezu. This is bad, they used to be allies, now they are members, we have already lost a fight, he would say with a serious face, but being afraid internally. Endeavor. With gods or demons, justice will always prevail, he would say very seriously in his mind. Hera. Another bastard of traitorous Zeus. On screen. On 6. Chow Mei. Race. Biju. Chakra. Nanabi level. Affinities. Futen and Suiton. Weapon. Does not possess. Biju form. Skills. The seven-tailed rhinoceros beetle is the Biju of the seven tails, it is a Biju assigned to Fu of Takigakure and saved before being completely extracted by Akatsuki from his Jinchuriki, who frees him to live free for both. It is, along with Matatabi and the five-tailed horse, the only female Bijus in the group, so out of fear it hides under an unfeminine appearance. She is the only beast that possesses wings, which gave her the ability to fly. In addition to her great speed during flight, Chmei has been noted to be capable of delivering a powerful poisonous sting. Off-screen. Jayuki. Will be in good hands. Fu. Yes, Chow Mei will be better there. Chow Mei. Thanks Larvita. Kurama. I am generous brothers. Shukaku. You don't even believe that, you lazy piece of shit. Kurama. You want to fight cat litter. Hestia. Dear she would say sweetly. Kurama. You'll see at the exit. Okay, Cielo. Hestia. No fighting. The Bijus. They tamed Kurama. Hermes and Apollo. They tamed the boss. On screen. On 7. Biku. Race. Monkey Yakai. Chakra. Level. Anbu. Elemental affinity. Katen and Doten. Arms. Raijingupang Onioi BM. It is a golden staff that can extend and retract its eyes and length. Day plus Nduyan, Ko Kinton. Biku can summon a golden cloud similar to that of his predecessor, which has the ability to take him almost anywhere. Skills. Senjutsu and Yujutsu. While not possessing the level of his ancestor Kuroka, Biku has been trained to improve and perfect the use of both. Trained in Senjutsu properly by Jiraiya and the Toads of Myaboku, given the lack of information about these arts in Yakai clans, he is one of the strongest servants of the great Yubi no Kitsune. Bijutsu is a unique ability of the Yakais to be able to cause greater mystical effects on their race, ranging from poisons to barriers. Transformation. Like his predecessor, Biku has the ability to transform and is usually seen in his human form. He is a descendant of the Monkey King, Son Gukong. Off-screen. Ali. Wow, not bad, Biku, my friend. Biku, Konohamaru and Kirishima. Ape doesn't kill ape. Son Wukong. Not bad grandson. Hagoromo. So far they are too dangerous, it seems that I will have to go see mother to face them, he thought seriously. Tamura. The Biju revealed themselves to my brother, he thought seriously. Ashura. Those beasts, he would think furiously. Indra. His creators were revealed, he would think furiously with his Sharingan spinning. Hermes. Who else will he have? On screen. On 8. Tiamat. Race. Dragon. Chakra. Kyubi level. Affinities. Suiton, Raten and Futen. Peke Jinkai. Storm release and ice release. Arms. Does not possess. Skills. Known as the Chaos Karma Dragon, or also Queen of Chaotic Karma, she is the only woman among the 5 great dragon kings and the most powerful. She is also a primordial level goddess of the Sumerian pantheon, now fallen and killed by the former king of heroes, Gilgamesh. The men's strength. As one of the dragon kings, being the strongest of all, Tiamat wields truly terrifying powers. Her mere presence already scared her companions, since Tannen was very afraid of her. Midgardsormr seemed terrified just by seeing her. Yulong tried not to anger her or act like an idiot. Vritra couldn't see her without being very nervous, and Fafnir couldn't even speak to her, much less act like a pervert. Immense durability. Tiamat is highly resistant to damage because after fighting against countless males, she gained a very powerful and resistant body to withstand any type of attack. Tannen's breath has no effect on her, nor do the cursed flames of Vritra. Her abnormal resistance is such that even the scorching fire, the poison. Dragon eyes. Being a dragon, Tiamat possesses the classic eyes of her race, which allow her to see the abilities of her rivals and the possibilities of victory and survival. It is also observed that Tiamat personalized her vision, and now her eyes tell her if her rivals are worthy of fighting or even the males worthy of being her mate. Fire breath. Like many other dragons, Tiamat has the ability to breathe fire, being much stronger than Tannen's, and although it does not have the same property, it can compete with Natsu and Ignel's breath. Ice breath. Tiamat is one of the dragons that can generate ice from its breath. In this case, her ice breath is the strongest among the dragons because the ice it generates is very powerful, and its freezing capacity is such that it even overwhelmed the ice of Absolute Demise, nullified the fire of Incinerate Anthem, and came to compete with the power of Emily Valifer. Dragon aura. Tiamat possesses a truly terrifying aura capable of overwhelming all other dragon kings, as well as terrifying many adversaries. Outrage. Like all dragons, Tiamat possesses an outrage mode that makes her more powerful when she is filled with anger. Chaotic Karma. Tiamat's primary ability, which earned her universal recognition and respect, as well as fear and terror. When Tiamat enters the indignation state, she can activate an ability that allows her to return all damage received to her attacker, but with triple the force. It also prevents her from defending, as returned attacks gain the ability to shatter any barrier or defense. Shape-shifting. Tiamat has the ability to change from dragon form to human form. Normally she does not change much as she stays in the dragon state for longer periods of time. Stealth expert. Tiamat is very skilled at hiding her presence. Current partner. Issei Haidu after he defeated her. Off-screen. Everyone went into a state of shock and even more so when they saw the woman. Yuzu's enemies opened their eyes when they saw the Sumerian primordial alive, top 10 of powerful existences, and above all, because of the weight she represented in Yuzu's forces. Issei. I beat her, he said, blushing. He really felt attracted. Tiamat. In that case, she would say, speaking from behind the chestnut tree and terrifying everyone, I will be in your care, my husband. Naruto. They grow so fast, he would say, crying for his friend comically. Nezu had already shrunk. It was a war they wouldn't win, and Dever in his vast arrogance wouldn't give in, and Hawks, well, it's never a bad time to eat chicken wings. Natsu. Great friend. The Beto and the Otsutsuki were shocked. They had a primordial level dragon. What kind of fights will come to them? Danzo wanted the dragon as a breeding machine for the good of the village, like the other cages of Konoha, saving Minato and Tsunade. Chapter 28. The room was in deep silence. Danzo and his party were making plans to take over the dragon's power, but they didn't count on something. Dragons are territorial, and even more so the males with their females. Issei. Mine, he would say, hugging Tiamat overprotectively while touching a breast. Tiamat. Wow, you are daring, I like that about my partner. Light. I see you're having fun. Kurama. Without a doubt, I would say, with Aphrodite integrating his harem. Heroes. So we are stepbrothers. Naruto. Sip. Konohamaru. You're a rugby player. Shoto. I hope it helps. Itsuki. As long as he doesn't do anything like the old man did to my mother, everything's fine. Naruto. Hey heroes, making the aforementioned, see him when the time comes, would you help me with the wedding theme? Heroes. Clear. Light. Anyway, time to move on. That got everyone's attention. On screen. Chapter 28. Starting to explore Earthland. Off screen. Lucy. Wow, they're with us. Dagiel. No doubt. Sting. Well, it'll be fun. Stain. Because I have a feeling of strange things coming from now on. The Uzumakis. Meh, unpredictability is the Uzumaki way. On screen. Previously. Naruto. Camps, I know you've been through war and your casualties are heavy, but if we don't stop a group now, they'll come for us, so I ask you, would you help me in this fight? At the moment. Reina. Maybe I'm not aware of the danger this contains, but thinking about it for a moment, Rome supports you. Chiron. And Camp Half-Blood will support you, changes are good, say those who are wise. Kurama. Well, that's all said, so now you two, prepare your entourages that will go there, as for the rest, prepare for a possible war, since you don't have to be a genius to know what's coming. Oh. Lord Kurama, I would like to accompany. Rias. Same as me and the girls. Auden. We could cover more ground too. Hades. The strongest can handle the biblical heaven and underworld. Shiva. If it's any consolation, let them go, we can defend ourselves. Kurama. Fine, sighing, you will go when May says so, until then gather your entourages. Off screen. Tyron. Changes are good. Luke. That's what it looks like, he would say calmly. Octavio was talking, but no one was listening, after all, they asked for him to be muted. Athena. Okay, now what happens? It only remains to be seen. Corsetti. Yes, let's hope nothing serious. And Jade. Konohamaru had gathered his friends and members of his entourage, as they would go back to the world where Konoha had turned its back on them, in addition to being able to turn everything upside down, as the Uzumakis would do, given that they are misunderstood geniuses. Konohamaru. And Bien. Will. That sounds fun. Milikas. I'm going. Hoda. Me too, I won't let things get worse. Kitsuma. We are family and friends, so count on me. Konohamaru. Hanabi-chan, here we go, he thought, remembering a certain Hyuga girl. Damn, I got sense weakness for Hyuga women. Who knew? Kono-kun, you can't go without me, the Kitsune would say. Konohamaru. Or well, following sense example and forming my harem is not a bad idea, he thought. I'm going with you, senpai. Konohamaru. Gasper. But thinking you're fine, but no more wearing rags. Asper. Hey. Charles. In that case, what do we expect? Sasuke. If you know that when we return, a mummy will put a target on us and many zeros after a money sign, right? Clarice. Well, let's go kick those guys' asses. Travis. Besides, we have nothing to lose. Connor. Except we can leave a couple of jokes here and there, he would say, smiling. Konohamaru. Good, tempted by the joke. Leo. Well, I'll go prepare things for the trip. Off screen. Konohamaru. Okay, my team is going. Who knew? If I didn't know about Hanabi-chan I would castrate you, she would say, making the ex-Iritobi turn pale. Naruto. Ha, it seems that we are brothers, since you have more or less the same tastes as me. Naruto. I don't think he inherited that from me, or did he? Kushina. It would be incest, meh, it is not practiced in the Hyuga clan. Kushina. Not to mention that Hyugas, Uzumakis and Uchihas are listed as the most incestuous clans of the elemental nations. Naruto. That's weird, I admit I might like a cousin, but from there to my mother, an aunt or my sister, if I had one, it would sound sick. Hinata. My parents are cousins. The BNHA members were amazed at how normal it was to talk about the topic, given that for them it is immoral. Natsu. What is incest? I would ask without understanding anything. Apollo. I'll explain it to you, my dear friend. Artemis. You say something to him and there's a table. Zareth. Didn't Ignell tell you anything? Natsu. I only trained. When the girls saw Gasper, he seemed tender to them. Rias. It seems strange to me that he didn't appear. Ball. Rag. Rias. Yes, I would say nervously, he likes to dress as a woman. Issei. But he's a great friend. Akeno. Don't vampires hate him for being a hybrid with a human? Ibarra. Poor thing. Artemis. Rare in vampires, but I'm surprised you have it, unless they banished it. Rias would nod, surprising the hunter. She knew that vampires were racist and very discriminatory, but she didn't think it was that bad. On screen. Olympus. Naruto stood in front of his people waiting for the answers, they were all aware of everything, so now he waited for their decision, he didn't want to pressure them, although going on adventures, who wouldn't think it was a good idea? Naruto. So what do they say? Percy. I'm not backing down from fights or trips, so count me in. Izuku. I am your knight and we inherited Gilgamesh-sama's will as heroes, so we must go kill those half-breeds. Bakugo. Face Dadara and shine him, that's the question. Hiroshima. There will be manly situations, I'm going. Todoroki. There will be girls disappointed that we're leaving, but we'll be there. Naiko. Where do I sign, smiling? Natsu. I'm fired up. Ray. It's not a bad idea to come back and cause trouble. Hinata. I want to save my little sister, so I'm going with you, Naruto-kun. Azrael. I guess we can go. Raphael. A trip won't hurt. Ali. As long as there are strong guys. Shisui. I'll give a couple of scares there, haha. Prom. Let's hope the time is worth it. Issei. Well, we have nothing to lose, so I'm going. Rias. Momo-chan and my entourage will go. The Keno. Ara they won't leave us without fun. Kaneko. I must control Issei-senpai. Kibayudo. What they said, boss. Naruto. Since when are you Rias-chan's piece? Kibayudo. Since a week ago Naruto-sama. And he is not the only one. Naruto. Arthur Pendragon, so both. Kibayudo. Arthur. We are both Rias-sama's knights. Naruto. I entrust your protection, or else there will be no board. Kiba and Arthur. Hello, Naruto-sama. Naruto. Ah, young Pendragon taking out a sword, the true sword Excalibur. Kiba. But how? Isn't the church supposed to want? Naruto. The church simply wanted to replicate it, they never had it in their possession, because after the death of the real Arthur Pendragon, or rather Arturia Pendragon, since she was a woman, the sword was kept safe with all the treasures that remained in Gilgamesh-sama's possession. The church simply wanted to make a crude copy of the real one. Stupid half-breeds, they ruined the lives of so many innocent people. Kiba. My friends. Naruto. Don't let that guilt affect you, you lived for a reason, not by destiny, but those three crazy old women, you're one of us, you're one of the Uzumakis, so you're family. Kiba. Thank you. Arthur. I thought we were friends. Naruto. I don't have friends, I have family, and it's each one with whom I share my adventures and their people. Off screen. Naruto's entourage. Yeah, let's go. Ollie. I'll follow the boss to face strong guys. Crom. Let's hope it's worth it. Konohamaru. It's not fair, I wanted Kiba with me. Udo Kiba. I'm sorry. Rias. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, brother-in-law, she would say, sticking her tongue out at him. Athena. Pendragon. Incredible. Thor. Wow, I didn't think that guy had any offspring. The angels would be shocked when they saw the sword. Gabriel. But father didn't believe her. Hearing the truth of the sword, Kibayudo glared at Michael in fury at the waste of time and lives they made, while the true heroes clenched their fists, and the Shiozaki were very convinced that they lived a lie. Artemis. So the king of knights was a woman, I love it. Naruto entourage. Family, they said, hugging each other, saving Crom and Azrael. On screen. Time skipped 2 weeks. The preparations were ready, Reina had returned with 2 legions from Camp Jupiter, because a few days ago, several heroes and Nomus wanted to cross the borders, so they had to protect the island, and even more so when the alliance of the heroic system of Japan, the Cows Brigade and the factions of the biblical heaven and hell, was notified by Ajuka. Kurama. Lucky puppies. Jiraiya. We wish you luck being hugged by Namuri. Midnight. We wish you the best of luck. All Might. You can make them shonens. Poseidon. Caretaker. Hades. Make some people suffer, he would say, smiling. Naiko. Of course, father, smiling sinisterly. Naruto. Hehe, ready. All. Yes. Leo. Okay, May lights this baby up, pointing at the portal. Off screen. Everyone would cross their fingers and Power Loader would bite his nails to avoid nerves. On screen. May. Gen. Izuku. 3. Hiroshima. 2 crossing fingers. Shot. 1. Silence. 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 Those from the UA. Yes, it didn't explode. So. If I hadn't seen the evidence I would scold him. Hyoka. She's too exaggerated when she makes things up. Kurama. Good. Inko. Take care. Mitsuki. Don't cause useless trouble. Bakugo. Shut up, you old witch. Istuki. I'm a very young spoiled brat, giving him a sniff. They all had a drop of sweat running down their necks. Izuku. If both are the same, he thought, seeing them. Izawa and All Might. Yes, they are mother and son, they thought. Inko. I haven't seen them like this in a while, she thought, smiling. Artemis. What a strange family, and I'm Greek, she thought, surprised. Off screen. May. If my baby didn't explode. Leo. We are great, Hatsum. So. I'm actually surprised, and I won't scold you, dear. Izuku. Haha. Seeing Bakugo and Mitsuki's relationship would make them sweat, and even more so, seeing that everyone thought the same thing, except for Artemis, who blushed at her counterpart's words since every Greek sneezed, implying that they were the rarest pantheon. On screen. Konohamaru. Listos. Konohamaru entourage. Yes. Naruto. You guys. Naruto's entourage. Always. Rias. And you. Ex-Gremory entourage. Yes. So. I'm already here. At that moment, Leo would grab the plans for anything, while the rest rushed toward the portal. Until the last one passed, the portal would overload, releasing smoke and shutting down. Izawa. It turned out better than Power Loader predicted. May needs more adjustments. Hephaestus. I will help this time, he said, so that everyone who knew about May's side, who better to repair it than the god of blacksmithing. Off screen. The UA lasted longer than expected. Leo. Well, the incredible and hexy Latin Duend is with you, he would say with grace. On screen. On the other side of the portal. In a meadow near a city, a transparent portal opened as all those who were sent to the world where they would stop the most capable enemy passed through it. Natsu. I recognize this place, but I have no idea where we are. Ray. Listen, Flames, we're in Fiori. Natsu. What did you say, Ice Striper? Naruto. Stop giving them a serious look and emanating chakra. Naruto's presence caused all the trees around him to wither due to the dense and sinister chakra of a Kitsune, while the others looked at Naruto in various ways, some with nervousness, and the girls of his harem blushed and excited. Natsu. I'm sorry. Ray. If we don't do it anymore. Naruto. Anyway, stopping emanating the presence, it is better that you guide us to your guild. Natsu. Hi. Off screen. Everyone felt Naruto's chakra rise to bring order. Urza. Wow, I must do it based on blows. Bakugo. Ha, Lizard and Freezer shut them up. Urza. Kitsuki-kan, she would say with a sweet smile. Damari. Katsu-kan, she would say smiling sweetly. Dabara. Bakugo-kan, she would say emanating a terrifying aura. Bakugo Kitsuki might be proud, but if he was afraid of something, it was a woman with a more flaky character than his mother, or well, 3 women like that. Mitsuki. I approve them for my son, he would say raising his thumb. On screen. What none of them knew was that all the powerful beings felt that expulsion of power, becoming nervous. With no other option, Gray, being the most logical of the 2 fairy tale members of the Uzumaki entourage, led the way to a particular building within a city. Gray. Welcome to Magnolia, the most important city. Natsu. Welcome to the guild, he would say smiling while showing a building. Naruto. I feel familiar presences in 2 directions, one of which is the castle. Konohamaru. How we will recognize them. And if you ask instead. Someone would say smiling. The screen turns off. Lee. Wow, here we are again, he would say excitedly. Jiaoji. I hope so, yum, he would say while eating a dumpling. Niji. That will be something strange. Chapter 29. All the rookies who were allies of Naruto were talking with the members of Naruto's entourage to understand each other and get along, while Hiru's inside and Tobirama began to feel afraid for some reason, and more so when he saw a slight smile on Mito. Poseidon. Wow, we've been here a while, he would say, drinking some mead. Inicio. Yes, but outside of here I have my restrictions, so let's drink. Aphrodite. They care about them, pointing to Ares, Zeus and Hera, talking with various leaders of the elemental nations, while Libido, Inoki and Hiruzen accepted the support given like that of Surziches and Michael. Naruto. How are you doing, little brother? He would say seeing Konohamaru with Hanabi and Kaneko holding hands. Konohamaru. Nothing to comment except that my girls are my most valuable treasure. Naruto. Well said. All Might. So this is how you guys do it, Mr. Makarov. Makarov. Yes, except for the part that a certain group is a somewhat special group. Gran Torino. You're the boss, Mr. Makarov. A good blow with a stick helps calm everything down. Besides, look at him pointing at All Might, that's how I trained him, and even though he's still reckless, my methods worked. Makarov. Not a bad idea, he said looking at the guild who trembled in fear. Recovery girl. You haven't changed in years, Sorahiko. At that the screen would turn on. Chapter 29. Old Friends and War. Off screen. Conan. War. Nagato. That's why pain is needed. Naruto. As if a madman who thinks he's God understood how peace is forged. Nagato. What did you say, Fox? Naruto. What you heard, Onion Eyes. Kushina. Well said, remind my cousin Nagato of the place. Ihiko. That was fun, like the time Conan hit sensei. Jiraiya. How could I forget, I allowed them to read my first research for Ichiha. Ihiko. I remember you said your favorite color was for ha. Conan. I admit I went too far, but sensei deserved it. Tsunade. No doubt. On screen. Previously. Naruto. I feel familiar presences in 2 directions, one of which is the castle. Konohamaru. How we will recognize them. And if you ask instead. Someone would say smiling. At the moment. Upon hearing those words around them, many familiar faces would begin to appear, while the 2 fairy tale members smiled at seeing old friends in the place, as well as returning home. Ignore 1010. Off screen. Seeing the reunion, many saw noticeable changes. Izuku was besotted with Ino, while Kirishima stared at Sakura. Uraraka looked at Kiba and blushed at how well built he would become in the future, earning a smile from the dog boy. Aphrodite. The girls' dresses are beautiful. Ino. Can you stop eating chips, Chaoji? Chaoji. No, I would say eating chips. On screen. Naruto. Guys. Hiba. It seems you've become somewhat strange. Naruto. Says the dog that accompanies Akamaru. Hiba. Just look at you, fox. Naruto. With more desire taking out his 6 tails. Neji. It seems you are stronger Naruto as well as you Hinata-san. Hinata. Neji nice and hugging the aforementioned. Sakura. Naruto. Naruto. Sakura he answered giving her a smile come opening his arms. Sakura. Naruto, I missed you so much, I'm such a fool crying into the blonde's chest. Naruto. Hey, I wouldn't hate you, or well, if I hadn't known what happened to you, I would have killed you, and then I would regret it for the rest of my life. Hiroshima. She's cute. You know. When the forehead arrived at first we wanted to ignore it, but the more we saw Gara was the one who brought it. Naruto. What happened? Sasuke. Sakura. Sakura. It was Danzo, he ordered Itachi to use me as an incubator to have more Uchihas, he handed me over to be forcibly inseminated with test tubes. Sasuke. Excuse me a moment spreading his crow wings and flying away. Hiba. What's wrong with him? At that they hear the longest insult the Uchiha has said since they met him. Chouji. His bucking mother, that's the strongest rudeness I've ever heard him say. Hiba. As far as I remember, it all comes down to HMP. Shisui. I didn't think he was capable of that he said annoyed. Off screen. Sakura. Naruto, sorry. Naruto. Hey, calm down, okay? That won't happen now he would say, caressing her head and signaling to Kirishima take care of her, okay? She's my little sister. Sasuke. She is the youngest of the group. Sakura. Hey. She would say annoyed if you fought about almost everything, I always kept you at bay from anything stupid. Naruto and Sasuke. Details they would say with Kakashi's attitude. Hearing Danzo's order, the Artemis hunters, Izuku, Kitsune and several others, began to raise torches, arrows, and tridents. Hiruzen. All for the good of the leaf. Habarama. Even though it pains me to admit it, it's all for the good of the leaf. Itachi. Something I might not do. Oh. You better she would say, pointing an arrow at her friend say goodbye. Sasuke. If they know I can say insults. Hiba. If you always say HMP. Chouji. And we almost always have to be deciphering what you mean. On screen. All the ex-genin opened their eyes in shock, Shisui of the flickering body. Wasn't he dead? Naruto. Well before we continue, do you have a place where we can talk? Hanabi. Wait if you are here where is it? Konohamaru. Here. Everyone was in shock while Hanabi looked on frowning because the Konohamaru they remembered was not blonde, much less so simian, and with the appearance of a bad boy. Naruto. You see, things happened, and since we were virtually reborn in another world with all memories, Konohamaru is my younger brother. Sakura. What are they specifically? Naruto and Konohamaru. Yakai. Hinata. And they are not the only ones sticking out tail and cat ears. All the entourages showed themselves as they proceeded to exchange names, while Kiba Inuzuka and Bakugo growled at each other. Ino. I'm Ino she said somewhat interested. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya he would say with a pink tint. Kyoka. Soy Kyoka. Oh. Soy's own nightshade. Off screen. Hanabi. That look suits her. Konohamaru. Thank you. Athena. Presentations help you build confidence. Hot. Without a doubt. Versetti. Always help. Quetzalcoatl. They can't have taken me, they'll have fun without me he complained in a childish way. On screen. After everyone's introductions, they decided to head to the building where most of the guilds were meeting after the possible war with the elemental nations. Kumo, Kiri and Suna had been forced to enter Magnolia and other kingdoms as refugees for some time, as Danzo and the other leaders of the alliance they formed advanced and wiped out many smaller villages that tried to defend themselves and maintain themselves. With the few Biju they possessed, they were able to subdue the entire continent, so the alliance villages, saving Tetsu no Kuni, settled as refugees within Earthland. Natsu. We're back home he would say excitedly. Ray. Fairy tale, interessante. Both. Old Master Makarov. Makarov. Guys, I'm glad to see you're back he said, arriving with several members. Juvia. Juvia is glad they arrived. Urza. Until the boys arrive she would say cracking her knuckles. Lucy. We miss you. Natsu. Romeo. Romeo. Natsu Nai. Running out to hug him. Naruto. Just like you Natsu. Romeo. He's like my older brother he would say smiling. Konohamaru. Is it like us no Nai-san? Laxus. Not bad that they're back. Lasana. We miss you and Jiraiya-sama. Naruto. Had to stay. Makarov. So you're Jiraiya's godson, huh? Interesting. Naruto. I regret taking my ice and fire duo. Makarov. Don't worry, they'll be in good hands, plus your friends since they arrived. Off-screen. Makarov. That's a fairy tale style welcome. Urza. Without Natsu and Grey. Natsu? It's not like we're a mess. Romeo. Hahaha, that would be fun. On screen. Thus, after meeting the entire contingent that came, being surprised by the changes in general, well they proved to be from other races, and clarifying how the world in which they live works, plus its systems, they managed to agree to share knowledge, technology and techniques as an alliance, in order to face the growing threat posed by the shinobi continent, which on its way to touching Earthland lands, ran rampant through the ocean, capturing multiple islands and free territories. Naruto. I see, this is more serious than we thought, although we won't lose. Sasuke. Danzo's arrogance is what will be his downfall. Ara. What are you planning? Naruto. Something crazy, possibly suicidal but still going to get results. Rias. What are we doing, love? Hinata. Besides, if you are too reckless, you won't have any fun. Naruto. Okay, it won't be that crazy, but well it's not my fault that they don't understand the Uzumaki style and thinking, yeah right, as if I were the one who says we should have Hex, they literally grape me if they want. Sakura. Where did that shy Hinata go? Hinata. Died when her bastard father placed a cage bird seal on her. You know. I like this one better than the previous one, no offense. Off screen. Minato. I'm sorry son, but my genes predominate. Naruto. I understand he would say with a drop of sweat, but that is true, the arrogance of our enemies will be their downfall. Inoki. I won't fall, brat. Hiruzen. And Konoha neither. Death. And neither Zetsu nor I will do it. Kurama. Hehehehehe, we'll see about that. On screen. Hello, sorry for being late. I lost my flames of youth. Naruto. Sejit. Rock Lee. Naruto-kun. I would run out to hug him, we miss you so much. Naruto. Stop crying, big eyebrows, but give me air he said, turning blue. Rock Lee. Sorry, I notice you're stronger, it's clear you've made your flames of youth grow. Naruto. I say the same about you, you've become stronger. Rock Lee. Since Gai-sensei's death at the hands of Danzo, since he wanted to regain power on his own I would say sadly Jiraiya-sama was in contact with a certain Kurama, so before leaving he was giving me several fighting styles from the world you were in, so I promised not to cry for Gai-sensei, and to make the most of my flames of youth. Naruto. What are you an expert at? Rock Lee. Kempo, crane-style kung fu, karate and judo. Naruto. Boxeo, Muay Thai, Karate, Aikido, Savate, Jiu-Jitsu, Capoeira, Tai Chi, and Jet Kundu. Rock Lee. From now on you are my biggest rival. Sasuke. A wise man said that I don't fear someone who knows more than 1,000 different moves, but rather someone who has practiced the same move 1,000 times. Rock Lee. You've changed a lot, Sasuke. Sasuke. I'm a fallen one so. Off screen. Lee. What Gai-sensei what? Hiruzen. So we lost our strongest shinobi, he would say seriously. Lee, even if I die, don't let the flames of youth fall. Lee. Yes, sensei. Although according to what you've learned, I'm surprised you're still spreading your flames of youth. Lee. Sensei. Everyone. Not here. On screen. Well, the issue is this, we can't stop Danzo while he arrives, the sea has no defenses, and although on land we can fight. Makarov. What if we talk to Zeref? Natsu. The Dark Wizard. He's strong and all, but. Naruto. If we use the right words, we can convince him, so we can try, Danzo will not finish until he has this and so many possible worlds in the palm of his hand. Meitarumi. The prudent thing is to rest and prepare. Naruto. That's how we'll do it. Urza. And what will we do while? Naruto. I advise training and everything you can. Hinohamaru. I think I'll complete my entourage looking at a blonde from Sabretooth and Natsu's younger brother, given that Kibayudo was the knight of Naruto's girlfriend, Ria's future Uzumaki. So. Okay, shall we prepare something for later? Makarov. Make yourself at home, after all, you are welcome here. Shisui. I'll go investigate. Raphael. I'll go with you. Azrael. Staying idle will be boring. Prom. Same here, I'll try to fight somewhere else. The four of them retreated while planning something to defend themselves, but Danzo, Inoki and Toby were already coming, it only remained to be seen if Zeref Drignell agreed to fight Danzo or stay without doing anything. The screen turns off. Zeref. They're counting on me. Yuzu's enemies. Shit. Naruto. Hehe, you dug your own grave. Chapter 30. Danzo. Be careful Uzumaki, you're already on the village's blacklist. Naruto. And when I wasn't there he would say starting to laugh. Hiruzen. Damn brat, we should have made you the weapon you were meant to be. At that Naruto's laughter became too exaggerated for some. Naruto. Really? That's what they should have done, but they didn't have the balls to do it. One of them just spent his time crying because they wouldn't hit his weapon, and the other thought that by making me a Hashirama 2.0 who forgives everyone, he would be recognized. Isaka, Kushina, Inko, Rei, Hestia. Language. Hashirama. How a 2.0 of me? He would say offended while Madara simply looked at him. What? Milk. Ashina. Ha 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 ha, that was a good one. Minato. Those really are legendary shinobis. Madara. At least we know how to make ourselves respected, unlike the vast majority who run to the Jinchuriki to do everything while they become weak. Hashirama. Well, I must agree with that. In my time, shinobi could come to blows with Biju, whether they won or not is another matter. Kurama. It's unfortunately true. At that point the screen would start playing audio and image. Konohamaru. It's already started. Romeo. Yes. Milikas. How exciting. On screen. Chapter 30. Peace before the battle. Off screen. Athena. Well, there will always be a war. Nagato. What the hell? Feeling a buzzing sound. Conan. It's a mosquito. Nagato, relax. Nagato. Your death will bring peace. Crushing the mosquito. Naruto. Finally someone who understands me, that insect is like seagulls, they deserve death. Konohamaru. You wouldn't believe the seagull murder, would you? Naruto. I heard someone committed a calcide. Thought. And what is that? Naruto. Kill a llama for knowing too much, he said, causing drops of sweat. Ares. Not a bad idea. Or. I say the same. On screen. It's been 7 days since they arrived at the guild, and in these days everyone has been socializing and preparing for what's coming. In depth Gaara, Mei Terumi and the guild leader went to explain the situation to the high command, who immediately understood, of course the most immediate thing that a daimyo or a king would understand, that war is coming. Sabretooth and Fairy Tail wanted and were willing to fight, but what about the others? Oration says, was a dark guild that they faced a short time ago, managing to get an ally, the Poison Dragon Slayer. Of course they applied the great Natsu, or the best they could, but Lee simply managed to convince him with the help of Ino, applying the Jinjutsu of the Flames of Youth, using Ino's clan jutsu. Rumor hard, they will only fight if Zeref convinces them, and they have not yet spoken to the Dark Magician, ruler of the Alvarez Empire. Tartaros, another dark guild, was inactive, so the dissolved Phantom Lord had to re-emerge, which made things even more complicated. Diabolos was still standing, so it had to be contacted by the higher-ups, as did Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, Quattro Cerberus, and the others, all bogged down by bureaucracy. Off-screen. Kakashi. That was drastic. Natsu. But effective, there's nothing like convincing someone with punches. Buddha. How I did it to Zero-chan. Zerafuku. And it still hurts, man, he said, offended. Buddha. Just love yourself. Mineta. Look sensei, he said, looking at Uraya, my first investigation, handing over a notebook. Uraya. Let's see, starting to read the truth is you have a future in this boy. Do they know that we are witnessing a war? Tsunade. Leave them, that's how perverts are. All Might. As always, the damn politicians and their bureaucracy. On screen. In Fiori, things got really hectic in the guild, everyone wanted to fight, so they had to complete retinues. In some cases, Konohamaru offered to trade the night piece for a pawn to Ria's, but Yudo Kiba, but his brother's devil girlfriend, decided not to trade pieces with her little brother-in-law, and Kiba Yudo, despite being considerate, made it clear that despite not being under his wing, he would continue to serve them. Konohamaru had no choice but to accept and began to tour the area, running into Romeo Combald, Natsu's admirer, as he admired Naruto on several occasions, so he proposed to be his pawn, which would give him unique benefits. Romeo, seeing Natsu with his retinue, thought about declining, but analyzed it well, and since he wanted to learn from him and become stronger like Natsu, he accepted. His race mutated, now being a demon, unlike the biblical or the Aetherias, Romeo possessed 7 hearts, his magical power expanded to be able to handle demonic fire, 2 types of fire, one that was blue and the other purple, both very dangerous if not handled carefully, but would serve properly trained. In addition, he gained magical power, Link, which allows him to use the powers of others, as long as they voluntarily give up an orb of the same. Off-screen. Romeo. Boy, am I broken. Konohamaru. Welcome to the team. Natsu. Not bad, Romeo. Paminari. Hey, we need a nerf. Uwais. I think they use Plugin's XD. Leo. As far as I know that would be using hacks. Athena. Interesting. Zeref. A little demon, it would be interesting to analyze him. Natsu. Brother. Zeref. Well, I won't investigate it. Rias. Haha, Rias 1, brother-in-law 0. On screen. Other acquisitions were Kiba and Yuzuka, who upon receiving the pawn piece, became Yakai Akami, having wolf ears and tail, as well as a strong connection with the earth and a magic called creation, being able to mold the earth to his liking. As a Yakai, Kiba is capable of adopting hybrid form, that is, the humanoid form with wolf characteristics, animal form, being a brown wolf, being able to speak by telepathy, in addition to the werewolf form, where he becomes stronger. Taoji Akimichi was Konohamaru's third pawn, gaining the power of critical end, which allows him to raise his physical power to the limit. His race was not changed, so he is a counter to be taken into account within Konohamaru's entourage. His queen was Hanabi Hyuga, who obtained her sister's Nico race, which drove Konohamaru crazy, since Naruto certainly taught him his weakness for Hyuga women, which as soon as he gave her the piece she seduced him and proclaimed herself his girlfriend. Her weapons, fans, tri-blade and Boo staff, being a truly lethal combo. Off-screen. Konohamaru would faint at the sight of Hanabi Nico, but if you looked closely he had a trickle of blood coming from his nose. Hanabi. I'm beautiful, right one-san. Hinata. Yes you are little sister, although I'm still more beautiful. Minato. You passed that weakness on to him. Naruto. He's my little brother and student, it would be a crime if I didn't have him. Artemis. It's quite lethal I must admit. Amaterasu. Tri-blade is a somewhat rare but lethal weapon. Tsukiyomi. Like fans. On screen. Her magic displays a green halo that increases her abilities, resistance, speed and strength along with reaction, and thanks to Jiraiya and her connection with Kurama, she is an expert in Muay Thai and a couple of other fighting styles, in addition to the fact that she is encouraged to hit low with force. His second bishop, that is, Bishop Sting Uklife, simply offered him to be part of something more than a guild and convinced him given his character, successfully completing his retinue. At the same time, Konohamaru decided to take Hanabi on dates, following Naruto's example, only without all his girls dragging him into bed. He's still too young for that, although he wouldn't let himself be dragged so easily. We trained together in the use of the Boo staff, and although he did it shirtless, he didn't fall in love like Hinata did until he carried her bridal style when she fell unconscious. Off-screen. Heroes. Not bad little brother. Naruto. Hey bro, we have to do something for him when he passes. Heroes. You're right. Aphrodite. He squealed with joy. They make a very cute couple, despite having a harem. Parvati. Without a doubt. Aether. No doubt, although for a child he's not bad he said, licking his lips. Freya. I could drag you both into bed. On screen. Naruto for his part, decided to face Gajeel Red Fox, a boxer thanks to Kurama and Jiraiya, the time that the Sannin sent his Ichiha books to be able to publish them in the world where Yuzu was, before gaining more success. Naruto did not think that Gajeel was so strong and at the same time resistant, although Naruto as a Yakai has access to chakra and so on, physically, Gajeel is much stronger. Off-screen. Elfman. That sport sounds very manly. Lee. Not bad big guy. Naruto. And I'm going to fight him. Natsu. He'll be a tough guy. Percy. Cheer up, you'll beat him. Naruto. Come on dad, beat the gorilla. Gajeel. I hope I win. On screen. Gajeel is a mass of pure muscle, plus several kilos of weight, much more corpulent than Naruto, but even so the Redeed did not flinch and with Natsu, Issei as his supports and figuring to be his trainers, got into the ring with him. Off-screen. Freya. Oh daddy. She would say in a perverted way. The Keno. Ara wanting to take Foxy-kun away from us. Rias. It's ours. Quetzalcoatl. Is ours. Hinata, Momo, Marahin. Get away bitch. Minato. Not bad son. Jiraiya. Silence Kurama. Kurama. Plan completed although there are many suitors. Matatabi and Tsunade. Shut up you pair of perverts. They said hitting them both. Or. There will be a fight. Ares. Battle. On screen. The clash between the two was beautiful, neither dared to lose, it was bare knuckle, counting the gloves, without kicks, low blows, or the use of their own skills. The audience, captivated by the fight between the two, strongly encouraged their contenders, given their healing abilities, they could hit each other hard, without flinching from a broken bone, even when Naruto received a hard blow to the ribs, leaving him on the ground. Issei. Naruto get up. Sasuke. Friend up. Hinata, Akeno, Rias, Momo. Love please get up. Natsu. Friend, don't give up. Ali. Up boss. Naruto despite bending over in pain got up while Crom being the referee of the fight, checked both of them to see if they could continue. The fight continued with both of them giving it their all, while Kirishima cried for being so manly, earning a punch and a kiss from Sakura for being a bit loud and for everything else, both of them starting their relationship that day, while Zoe analyzed Ino to see if she could join in loving the green-haired broccoli-haired boy. Zoe couldn't blame the green-haired boy since being so innocent made several people fall in love with him without knowing it, and many would take advantage of that. When Gajeel fell knocked out, Kurama announced the winner, while Issei and Natsu jumped into the arena to help Naruto, who was doubled over in pain, having fractured 3 ribs, which his fox chakra would heal over time. The audience was captivated by such a display of talent, so due to this, they would retreat back to the guild. Off-screen. Everyone was amazed by the fight, they battled with a great dance of blows and dodges, until Naruto fell to the ground. All Might. Shonen. Izuku. Up boss. Bakugo. Stand up and show who's boss. Shoto. Let's go. Percy. Here he comes. Naiko. Stand up. Naruto's fiancés started yelling for him to get up, while Konohamaru and Kunu asked him to get up. Naruto. Dad up. Himawari. Daddy, get up, you can do it. Kushina. Why the Uzumaki heir is taking a nap. Uzu's enemies were smiling at this, and they began to cheer for the giant. Stain. This fight isn't over yet, he said, watching the Redeed get up despite doubling over in pain. Gajeel. Worthy of the boss. He said excitedly. Naruto. Go ahead, Dad. Kirishima. Hehe, he said blushing like Sakura, but they both pecked each other on the lips. Izawa. They refused to lose both. Seeing the result of the fight, many smiled and others frowned but were happy about the damage he received, although hearing that he would be cured made them angry. Issei. Iso. Natsu. That's the boss. Ray. Not bad. Rias. Don't scare us like that. Naruto. Dad, you're great. Himawari. Yes, wait, how strange that you don't insult him. Naruto. He's not going to be a cage and he'll be more concerned about his family. Himawari. Well, although he was always attentive, she would say frowning. Naruto. But he cared more for the village as its leader, so since we will now be born outside of that village, we will be better off and I will be a better person. On screen. The next day the groups woke up normally, they began to do their tasks, but on the coasts, a fleet arrived. Danzo's fleet, as feared as ever, was approaching, while from the Sabertooth and Fairy Tail guilds, those who were censors, were heading to the place to prepare for the fight. Naruto. Entourage, prepare for battle. Naruto entourage. Yes, whatever, I hope they are worth it. Konohamaru. Entourage, whoever wins the least will pay the first round. Konohamaru sect. Yes. Rias. Girls. The companions. Yes. Rias. Entourage. Sakito Gremory Uzumaki. See Butchu. Naruto. Here begins the first fight. The screen turns off. Naruto. It's already starting. Zeref. It's time to defend ourselves. They. And then counterattack. Everyone looked at Danzo and his group as the angels and demons, allies saving Yuzu, stood beside the one-eyed man. Danzo. I'll wait for them to see how they fall before me. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.